Good morning, duelists, and welcome to your coverage of Day 2. Here, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European World Championship Qualifier in Brussels. So, obviously, we had our first 9 rounds of Swiss yesterday, which means today we've got to get through the next 6 rounds, and then we get into our top 8 cut. Now, remember, all the players who get into the top 4 will be making their way to the World Championships in Japan later this year. It's going to be very exciting. And of course, today we're going to crown our next European champion. Now, we also have our second stream over on YouTube as well. Today, that is mostly going to be the Genesis format. That's going to have 4 rounds of Swiss and then into the top cut for that. And if you guys are fans of the content creator Rev's cards, you'll want to check out our first feature match on that stream because he's one of our featured duelists. So let's not waste any time and get into a very heavyweight, exciting first match of the day. Our round 10 feature match are 2 world title clashers, Herman Hansen and Joshua Schmidt. 2 very, very loved and respected players. This is a very great way to kick off our coverage. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand you over to the amazing Marcello and Alberto, who are going to be your commentators for our round 10 feature match. Gentlemen, let's kick off the day.
Thank you, Ed, and yes, indeed, what a way to start things off in Day 2 here in Brussels. A match that could very well be the finals, even of a World Championship, due to the careers of these 2 heavyweights. And, I mean, we just had to pick it.
That was the match that really we had to feature for round 10. What duelists do we have in front of us? Honestly, also yesterday after talking to Josh after round 7, it really felt like sometimes it could be his time going for the TCG, for the World Championship. But on the other side, Herman has always shown us over the years, honestly, playing different strategy and decks that, really suits him well, I have to say.
Yeah, they both have a lot of experience in the TCG, given that they both are World Championship participant also of the TCG. For players who are more familiar with, the last couple of years, maybe they know them for their Master Duel careers at the World Championship, given that both of them have won in different years the World Championship. So that tells you enough. But they have been there already, through the TCG. And so this year they are trying, I guess in Herman's case, he will be able to choose whether he qualifies, which would be pretty awesome. But, we have featured Joshua just a couple rounds earlier, yesterday. We saw that he is on the Light and Darkness deck, but on the other hand, Herman has been known for playing combo decks throughout his career, and he is not letting us down today because he is on Elf Note. So I think it's gonna be an amazing one. I would suggest all of you guys to tell your friends to join, because this is a match you do not want to miss. So now, without further ado, let's start things off in round 1. Take a look at the die roll. Joshua, 7, la media. 11. A bit higher for Herman, and that's not great news. It's always scary to go second against this deck, and especially Herman, who is an absolute master of combo decks. So taking a look at his deck list, it's really an interesting build, because even though it's an heavy combo deck, I think we are almost at 20 entraps in the main deck.
Oh yeah?
So,
oh yeah, wow.
Yeah.
In general, I really feel like Elf Note, it's a very solid choice for a tournament like this, especially because he has a lot of consistency, also playing the Power Patron cards. It's a combo deck, as you mentioned.
But I do see...
it's the Grifo.
The Grifo, but also the Fuvalos in the end. And there it is, indeed, Fuvalos chained. But we have Ash Blossom from Herman, and that's great news. You could see the disappointment in Joshua. that Fuvalos would have been so good here. But there is the out.
And yeah, here the mine shuffle. There's also the Fallen, and Joshua Smith picks up
Yeah.
his card. I mean,
Wow.
what a opener from Herman.
Oh well. I mean, sometimes, you know, this sort of matchups between two absolute powerhouses can give us a back and forth one. Sometimes what it also means is they won't waste time. They know exactly when they're winning and when they are not. And Joshua is quick, of course, to realize that after that Fuvalos didn't resolve, after his grief also got shut down, Herman was just gonna take it from here. And so in less than 2 minutes, we already have the game 1 winner in Herman.
Yeah, I mean, like with such an opener, honestly, having the Ash Blossom on the Fuvalos and then the Fallen and the Virtues on the mine shuffle, it's yeah, I mean, you can tell Joshua's disappointment, honestly, but sometimes it just, you know, that happens, and game 1 goes to Herman. So pretty game 1, I have to say. And yeah, we're going to game 2 now. Joshua is going to start things off, and hopefully get the chance to redeem himself. Yeah, I mean, nothing much that you can.
Yeah,
you can
honestly,
say,
not
fair.
much to say. Now, again, it's gonna be quite a different game. We have mentioned that Herman is on 20 entraps in the main deck, so it's still going first. You know, Joshua needs to navigate through a lot of interruptions. Speaking of his going first cards, I gotta say his deck is focused, his side deck rather, much more on going second. The going first cards are mostly, you know, just cards to replace, as always, the Mulcharmies and just add more consistency, for example, with the Nadir Servants. But he doesn't really have, you know, those powerful trap cards as in Solemns or other continuous ones. So he's just gonna rely on his engine. Let's see if he can bring us to game 3 or if we're gonna get the fastest match of the tournament. Our players are ready. Let's jump back into action. Let's see. Here we are. Speaking of, okay, I'm trying to take a look, and wow, there is even more coming from the side deck from Herman. At this point, also, what's important to mention, Herman knows what Joshua is playing. I mean, he didn't even, he did see the Grifo as well last, if he didn't, but I mean, they know each other, they are in good terms, so he's perfectly aware, and you can see just smiling to each other. And regardless, I gotta say, Herman, you know, when you play an event like this one with the freedom of saying, no matter what happens, I'm gonna be in Tokyo, it changes a lot. You know, you have much less pressure on you. If I'm not mistaken, Joshua didn't or is not qualified for the Master Duel World Championship, probably for the first time since it started. And so that changes things up because, you know, the pressure gets you there because honestly, especially for him who has won YCSs, the European Championship has a much different caliber because, you know, you want to get to the World Championship and get another chance at it. But for now, Herman is not really doing anything. We've mentioned that he can go up to even 30, of course that's not going to be the case, but possibly he can reach that number of entraps after siding. And I'm surprised, I think this is the first time in my life that I see Herman reading a card. I think he is really an expert when it comes even to the more underdog, let's say, strategies around. But I guess he doesn't want to leave anything to chance, and let's see if this result, I would be shocked. And it seems like it will.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
With that amount of M-Trap Herman is playing, honestly, it's surprising.
No,
This is
absolutely.
resolving, yeah.
This is shocking to me. Like, of course, interacting with the Grifo is almost impossible, but wow. I mean, he has so many outs to this. Maybe it just doesn't feel like this is worth it against Joshua's deck, and he takes a different approach, siding out a significant number of entraps and just relying on field breakers. If not, that's quite unfortunate, because again, he's really playing a significant number. Ooh, and then a DS Servant. Yeah, maybe we have another one, or regardless. Now this looks incredible for Joshua. Let's see what he has picked up. Is everyone playing the pot in the side deck for going second? Let's see, check. Yeah, here comes White Dragon. Maybe not, it seems.
Yeah, this is also something that we saw in yesterday's match when Josh summoned the Zwarsoul. It's a very nice addition from Chaos Origin as well. It's just gives you another line of play.
Yeah, I mean, whenever he has had success or winning tournaments, he has always done it with, I would say, more of a grind strategy rather than, you know, playing cards that shut down the opponent. So we know that he thrives, and now he will get back to Nadir Servant, which explains why it was discarded in the first place. And I mean, this is solid. Again, he doesn't really need to do too many flashy things. He always knows that he can cut off Herman from a couple of cards and then get another turn where he can do even more explosive things. But yeah, the big surprise here is Herman not doing anything at all to interact with Joshua. Good news is, regardless of who is going to lose this match, they are still in the competition. As a reminder, yesterday we saw around 2,300 players almost making it to the European Championship. And we went through 9 rounds of Swiss, which are going to be followed today by 6 more rounds. And then, for the first time since these new rules, for the WCQ European Championship, we're going to have the cut to the top 8, which means that every single match from then on will be a match that basically gives you an invitation to Tokyo. Because 4 players out of the main event are going to qualify. And they are going to join the 3 that qualified on Friday through the playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see, especially because, yeah, I mean, before with the top 64, you really had to arrive to the top 8, and now it's just in and out from there. So it's...
yeah, it's going to be a huge spectacle, but for now we start things off, and Herman, unfortunately for him, picks up this Fuvalos a bit too late. You can still get a draw at least. Basically what you are saying is that Cartesia, you know, at the very least, it's gonna give you a draw if Joshua uses it, but unfortunate, as always, to pick that up now.
Yeah, he used the Mind Shuffle in Chain, send the Archfiend, send the Light and Darkness Ritual. Well, I mean, Joshua's opener is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really good. And again, it's not about per se shutting down everything, but just about the resources that you're gonna get for next turn. Yeah, here we see Lucina. Gonna be interesting to see also how Joshua is prepared against this deck in general. Definitely something that you would take into account going into the event, but maybe not, you know, especially as we have seen for the deck breakdown, not a top represented deck.
Yeah, it's for sure not among the top contenders.
But yeah, I think this
it?
is it. Just as game one was quickly dominated by Herman, we have mentioned it, and you can see it, both our friends laughing off, and it's gonna be 12 minutes to have already a decider. 1-1, and we've mentioned it. I mean, it depends a lot on the decks, how they line up against each other, but when you have two experienced players, they don't want to waste time. They know what, you know, what this means. They know when they are in a position that still gives some hope, and they know when it's better to just pick the cards up and go to the next game. But now the pressure is on Joshua, because he will be facing off against this heavy combo deck going second. The good news, which I already anticipated when looking at the side decks, is he has prepared a lot for going second, as his deck contains some powerhouses in the forms of Evenly Matched and Lava Golem. Both of these cards can be extremely helpful, and he is already on a lot of Mulcharmies in the main deck, but he goes up to 6 after siding. So again, really relying on his engine and on the possibility of picking up these crucial field breakers.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in general Lava Golem and Evenly Matched are two very solid choices for this weekend. We have seen some players, honestly, playing them, such as Francesco Simoncelli as well. They're very good cards, generally good going second, and I mean, the Lava Golem against Power Patron in general, and then of course, like, it has a very, very good advantage. And yeah, I mean, for Herman going first, as mentioned, he's playing a lot of hand traps in the main deck as well, so he's maybe side them out, some of them. He has Solemns in the side deck, which, you know, he can bring in. But it will be very interesting to see how this one unfolds, because essentially both of our duelists went through their combo, nothing that they could do, and then it was just, you know, pretty much over. So yeah, I'm not sure honestly how this one could have fallen, especially because Josh has very good options for going second now after side decking.
A lot of interesting cards for sure. On the other hand, Herman, as you would expect, heavy combo deck, doesn't really need to side a lot. He's gonna tweak his deck just the right amount, adding Cold by the Grave to prevent those Mulcharmies, but outside of that, not really gonna bring a lot of you know, cards for going first. And let's just see again a match for the ages. It's gonna be the last game between Herman and Joshua. Let's see who can advance with the next one record, and having really good hopes of advancing to the top 8 and getting a chance to go to Tokyo. Who is gonna take game 3? Let's find out. There it is. Joshua did open a pretty good end in game 1, going second with the Fuvalos and the Grifo, but Fuvalos got stopped. And I think he has opened it up again, because I do see a Mulcharmy. And now it's Purulia. Do we have an out from Herman? We do! Ash Blossom again to stop the Mulcharmy. And now the question is, do we have anything else from Joshua?
Yeah, Josh doesn't seem very happy, to be fair.
No.
It's quite disappointed from this. May not be having any other form of interrupts, and it's just gonna see if Herman is gonna be able to pull that off. I think it's just a couple of spells, Fallen, and a trap card, which may be the Mind Shuffle. So
unless it's the Evenly. That's the only other
unless
thing.
It's the Evenly, yes.
The Evenly would be really good news, but it could be one of two things, let's say. Very good or very bad whenever you see a trap card after siding. But yeah, now Herman, as you would expect, knows his combo. Even though we still have 35 minutes, he's not wasting any time, playing as fast as he can. Now we see Tinia.
Oh, it also has the Vidolium.
Yeah. It is a power patron deck at the end of the day.
Looks as though it's gonna be a full combo from Herman here. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna see what kind of interruptions he will be able to set up. A lot of options in the deck. He has some very cool combos that he can do in general with this deck, involving even TG Hyper Librarian. And I guess, again, you could be familiar with what Joshua is playing because he was on stream already. So he might know that he needs to try and play around evenly. Playing around Lava Golem, it's sort of impossible. But, you know, at least I would say if you can, you play around the trap card, because that is doable. Somewhat.
And yeah, this is the newest addition from Chaos Origin, the Elf Nocturne Pride, which essentially is one of the main reasons why the deck became so good. Level 10 Synchro Monsters, which is very easy to access.
Yeah, it's gonna bring back the Sterlitzia.
Very, very good card that has changed the deck quite significantly. Just one card, essentially. Yeah.
Crystal Wing up there, offering protection from monster effects, but not quite from Evenly Matched. Let's see. At least we finally get to see this deck in action. In game one, Joshua picked up his cards immediately as soon as his Fuva loss and then the Mind Shuffle didn't get to resolve. While now we are gonna see this. If it's true that in game 1 and 2 it does make sense to pick up your deck as soon as possible if you know you're done. In game 3 there is no award, I guess, outside of having free time for getting a coffee. So you might as well just, you know, letting it play out, especially because you could always be top decking cards such as Pot of Slot and then getting Lava Golem evenly matched. You know, we have mentioned how these latest pot card just makes going second a lot more feasible for decks, just like it was with Pot of Prosperities, but without the burden of banishing cards from the actual deck. And this will be a huge snipe. Let's see what the Omega pulls out of the end. Of course, Herman hoping to get a Lava Golem. What is it going to be? Not quite. It's gonna be Engine.
He's gonna now use the Elfstone Welcome Home. Bring in the Fortuna.
Yeah, just a bit of confusion with the banishment.
Take the Rhapsody of Madness. Yeah, that is gonna be very, very difficult to navigate for Josh. It's
yeah, again, the name of the game is Lava Golem and Evenly Matched. These are the cards that can allow Joshua to get back into the game, possibly. Wow. And we see Magna. I mean, this is just such impressive stuff from Herman. Fortuna now is gonna get sent. And it seems like now we're gonna get another couple of pickups from Herman, who is not stopping at all just look at the amount of plays and look at the speed at which he's going. Even though, again, there are 30 minutes, he could take his time, reflect a little bit on his action. He knows where he's going, he's super confident, and now he sets up yet another interruption in the dragster. And that is huge, because the dragster can actually negate the evenly match. So at this point, it goes down to Lava Golem being pretty much the only hope for Joshua. There are a couple of things that you can do, but look at this, having the Magnamut, we can search the Harmonia in the end phase. Incredible stuff from Herman, and I think that was the Mind Shuffle, and we pick up the Fuvalos off the top. Looking rough for Joshua. Yeah, just gonna use the Fuvalos. Herman doesn't really care. And it's indeed the Mind Shuffle in end, not the evenly matched.
Yeah, that's it. He negated it, and it's over.
That is it. Herman takes the match convincingly. I mean, sometimes that's just how it goes. What can we say? I mean, we have mentioned in the pre-match discussion that these are among the best European players that the game has seen since its dawn. Both, you know, qualifying to the TCG World Championship in the past, then winning the Master Duel World Championship, Herman being part of the current championship team. But again, sometimes, you know, especially when there is an heavy combo deck as Herman involved, it can get down to just who goes first. I gotta say, maybe not exactly against Joshua, because I also want to give credit to Herman. It's not just like he's playing a deck and he's 9-1 for a reason, that whenever he loses the die roll, he loses. No, he's playing 20 entraps in the main deck. Like, he has a lot of ways for playing the game as going second. So it's kind of more surprising that in game 2 he didn't really pick up anything for that. But I think we can also sum it up by saying, if you see Ash Blossom twice when you go first, to stop them will charm me. I mean,
no, that makes the difference, especially with such a deck when you can really need to put your combo off, and then it's just a matter of not letting your opponent draw cards. It's just so good. So I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes it could be, you know, dependent on the die roll. Yeah, I mean, they were pretty much 3 straightforward games in forms of we saw their combos, no interruptions at all, and then it was just, you know, pretty much over. So yeah, congratulations to Herman for advancing with the X1 record. Joss is still in with the X2. So if you really want to try his chances to advance into the top 8 now, he needs to win 5 straight matches. But yeah, I mean, I feel like Afnod is very consistent. It's a powerful deck, and then piloted by someone such as Herman. Honestly, the deck is scary.
Yeah, I mean, he showed us what he can do. In game 1, we didn't really get to see it because, I mean, Joshua rightfully so picked up his cards. In game 3, we saw what it is capable of. He set up an interruption for monster effects, an interruption for spell and traps, and then a couple of end drips with the Omega, and then he had another available with the Tinia alongside the other. And I mean, that just spells doom for pretty much any deck of the format. And we'll see. I mean, the road is still long. For Joshua, there is still a chance. He needs to win out if he wants to have a, you know, maybe the possibility of sneaking in. And now we have 5 more rounds remaining of Swiss. Let's see. I mean, the competition is fierce. Again, even just making it to the day 2 was not easy. Just to complete and give you guys an idea of how much Herman enjoys the game, he was attending on Friday the Genesis tournament, and he qualified for day 2, so he even had the chance to play in that event. But of course, going you know, X1, rightfully so, decided to play it out, and then is currently X1. But I think that, of course, we want to hear it from the hero, and we want to see what he has to say about this unique deck. So thank you guys, but now let's hear it from Herman.
Thank you very much, guys. So I am here with our round 10 winner, Herman. Congratulations on that one. A very, very top-end duel between two incredible duelists on that one. I kind of want to just bring our attention to the first kind of clip here. Very straightforward. What we're going to be looking at is the chain of events, so to speak. So we see that Joshua has utilized his Griffo, and then we've also chained the Foolos. You have then responded with the Ash Blossom. How important is Ash Blossom or effective against a card like Foolos when you were trying to build this field here?
So my deck can build a pretty good field in 2 draws, but obviously it's better for me to try to negate it and try to go wide. So like, if I negate it, I get to summon way more monsters. So it's a pretty no-brainer.
No-brainer with that one. So the reason that I bring this up is that the next line of play, and keep in mind that this is all during your turn, is that we see Joshua activate the Mind Shuffle that has been set off of the set off of the Griffo, and then you instantly utilize the Fallen and the Virtuous, pretty much ending that game there very, very fast. Were you expecting that those chain of events would have led you to get a very quick round of duel number 1 out of the way, and then allow you to get prepared for the next one?
Yeah, so I think that when it happened, I felt like I pretty much won on the spot, because not only is my deck good at setting up like the board, it also attacks the opponent's hand. So he's going to have no cards to really play with for next turn. So, yeah.
Very limiting on the resource. So then we're going to go jumping ahead straight away to game number 3. And again, we see the activation of the Perulia here, and then instantly the Ash Blossom straight away. Now at this point here, because Perulia is a little bit more effective against Elf Knights, would you say?
I think it's about even. So there's some hands that Perulia doesn't really do anything against. Like if you hard open like Terminus, for example, it's just 1 draw, you do basically everything. Or if you, for example, hard open Regina, because if they go Perulia, you can chain Regina, that summons from deck, and then you can get like the entire end board just accessing from deck and grave. But here, my only starters were cards that have played pretty bad into Perulia, as I was forced to negate it.
Absolutely fine. So then the next one I want to bring our attention to, now this is the brand new card we received in Chaos Origins. So previously, just before this, you had activated the June Pride. Now, how important has June Pride been in the evolution of the Elf Knight deck for you?
So my deck is more focused on making level 8 synchros than the usual decks are. So before Chaos Origin, I was not really allowed to make the Crystal Wing because of how the Elf deck works. You need to have like a level 7 synchro and then make it a level, like tune it with a level 1 tuner to make the 8s. But because of June Pride, I can effectively turn a level 6 and a level 1 into 2 level 8 synchros, because June Pride summons level 1 from deck and it summons level 7 from grave. So it basically is very efficient synchro summoning.
So speaking of how effective it is to produce your Synchro Summon, we'll just have a quick look at your end field here. So as you can see, we have the FA Dawn Dragster, very well insulated for a card such as Evenly Matched, which a lot of Light and Darkness decks are putting into play. We also have the Crystal Wing, which again is a very, very good insulator against the high-leveled monsters of the Light and Darkness ritual monsters themselves. And then you also have the Trap card. Is this your ideal end field for this deck?
Yeah, but there's also some hidden parts of interaction that you don't know about. For example, I try to summon the Tinny as early as possible to have a higher chance of taking a card away from my opponent's hand while it's more high value. Because if you hold Tinny longer, they play their high value cards first. But if you use it right away, it really like changes like the pace of the match in their turn, which makes it so that Elbnos is a very hard deck to beat with just if you don't hand trap them, it's very hard.
Yeah, it kind of makes it a lot more harder to kind of do. So congratulations there to Herman. He's going to be moving on to round number 11 with an X1 record. So don't you go anywhere. We're going to jump over to the Genesis feature match as well. So you can see Revs utilising a very, very interesting Red Dragon Archfiend up against his opponent as well, who is on Blitzkrieg. But don't forget to go anywhere, because we're going to have so many more rounds of Swiss leading into that top 8 card, and maybe we're going to have Herman coming back here later on to possibly be crowned as the European champion. So we're going to be heading over to Genesis right now.
And was trying to resolve it, so we really just gave up on card advantage. We have baited out the red zone now, though. We have played through, even though we didn't really play through the King's Resonance, but at least it's out of the picture for now. Yeah. So there's not much more.
I am wondering what else Ryan can do here. Obviously, there are cards in hand that we might not know. We did see the Skullmaster in hand already, so we know that that at the very least is something Ryan can do, but I'm not 100% sure what we are going to be able to do here, actually. This could be a bit of a tricky situation for Ryan to be in. We see the banishment here of the Crimson King, summoning the classic
OG
Red Dragon Archfiend to the field as well.
That's what this is all about, and this is how I love my support. Still makes you play the original, still makes you play the original card. And yes, there's a lot of fancy new synchro monsters, but still in that beautiful ultimate rarity, which I pulled myself back in the day at the sneak preview.
No.
Yeah, I have a personal relationship to that card. It's still in there.
Oh, that's such a nice card to pull as well. We have the Crimson King coming back here as well, sticking to the field very well. And we see the summon here of the Whisker effect to summon itself and Grain as well.
We're snowballing the search first. Now you mentioned the Grain and the Whisker, and we are getting rid of the Crimson King. Maybe now finally for good.
It does seem to stick to the field, as I say, but we do still have the Scoremeister in Ryan's hand, which might come into play here at some point. And I don't think there's anything else other than the Red Dragon Archfiend, which is, you know, it's no slouch in and of itself, but I don't know if there'll be enough here.
This is impressive on Zen's end. It really felt like Ryan, with those multiple trap cards, would be able to have this locked up, but Zen, with a multitude of good interruptions going second and good cards to play through his field, is looking like he might be able to do this. And I mean, Blitzkrieg, going first, of course, yes, it can set up a good field, but going second, it shines as well, just chaining the Whiskers sometimes and just destroying multiple cards, bringing more cards onto the field in the process while doing so. It's ridiculously good.
Yeah, very powerful card indeed. Again, this deck is just like almost fantastic in Advanced Constructed, so the fact that it's so good in Genesis is in no way surprising.
No surprise, no.
We see the Breakaway coming out here as well. I imagine activating a continuous trap from the deck, as we don't see the other requirements being used. So we see the alternate being activated from the deck here, seeing how this will get played through here as well.
Both players now with a continuous trap card on the field. Ryan, the one that has already used his red zone though. So Zen, the one capitalizing more, using the effect now, putting one card back into the deck to search for another Blitzkrieg monster quickly from the deck.
And then if that does hit the graveyard, we will have the Skullmaster to meet it. We have another. Oh no.
Is it the same one? I mean, did we somehow recycle it? Or is
I don't think it is. I think the other one's still in the graveyard.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Oh, that's a darn shame. Goodness gracious me. We see that second Thunder King, the Thunderstrike Kaiju, hitting that playmat right there in front of Ryan, dashing the Red Dragon Archfiend's hopes and dreams down into the graveyard. But we see here, I believe, an attack over the Thunderstrike Kaiju.
We do. So a little bit of relief almost for Ryan here that we're finally in the battle phase and this turn is going to be over soon.
Yeah.
But still, Zen really working through this field entirely, probably leaving Ryan on very little. But if he does leave him on the red zone, that is some decent follow-up to have, as red zone, of course, also has that special summon effect. So if somehow possible, I would really prioritize getting rid of that red zone as well there somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. I find that Blitzkrieg is good at doing it. We saw this in the first round of Advanced Constructed yesterday with the Blitzkrieg, I think it was branded. It's very good. I don't think it's necessarily amazing at finding game in the first turn it plays. However, it's very good at dismantling the opponent's field and setting up its own field. So if effectively it's just trying to say, I'm going to put myself on my turn one and put you back on the back foot here.
That's true. So Ryan, how good is our follow-up? There is a good amount of Resonator cards that do have graveyard effects. Oh, the Torrential Tribute for turn.
Just a bit late, unfortunately, here. Would have been just beautiful in the last turn. But there we go, what can you do? Considering his plays very careful here, we know the Scoremeister and the Torrential Tribute in hand here. I don't think we know what the other cards are. Oh, there's a Power Vice Dragon there, though, so we got something.
So Skullmeister is so nice to have as just a card that you are able to search for free, essentially, on your opening combo. As we see here, though, against Blitzkrieg, not really that impactful. It's only against the Alternator graveyard effect, really, and that card never got into the graveyard there.
I guess it's worth leaving in as a one-off just to search if you can. You know, it's one of those things, it's not the most impactful thing in the world. If you can search it in your combo, you don't need to search something else. It's just an extra point of interaction you can use.
That's true. So Now we have resolved the Power Vice Dragon, but there we are going to use the effect of the Alternator now too. Ryan thinking about that. Is there anything you can do right now? That was the hand gesture. Can you use any of this right now? Nah, I'm good. You can do whatever you like, my friends, right now.
Absolutely. I think there was another Resonator in Ryan's hand, though, so I don't think his turn is necessarily over here.
No, definitely
But
not.
it is... I mean, we do still have the Whisker available. We see the Power Vice Dragon being destroyed. There's so much that can be done here from the Zen side of the field, so it is a difficult situation for Ryan. I don't think it's curtains yet necessarily, but it's not easy.
Yep, and that was Amy Blitzkrieg that was added to the hand there, and when that is added to the hand, you can immediately reveal it, target one card on the field, and we target that Power Vice Dragon to destroy it, and then special summon the Amy Blitzkrieg right after, and Whiskers is also waiting in hand there still. Oh, setting a monster on Ryzen, the classic 2005 move, setting a monster, but also setting the Torrential Tribute, so
that's actually a really
better
good
be
point.
careful, be careful. Don't play into the Torrential Tribute.
Very good point here as well, as you say. I don't know what the other was.
No. It's gone.
Devastating. Oh no, we wanted to see it happen.
Yeah, I was ready for it. I was so ready.
I think we still have the Scoremeister in hand, but I don't know that'll be enough in this situation. This is a very tricky situation that Ryan finds himself in.
Not the TT, the Torrential Tribute. Okay, yeah. Count that deck. It may as well be the last time you're able to, Ryan. 4,000 life points remaining, and then with a bunch of monsters on the field, only facing that one set monster, the Red Zone, and then Skullmeister in the hand. But yeah, we're breaking that set monster away there right away.
Very good, very good.
And now, destroying the Red Zone too, Ryan. Are you sure? Before that, he says, may I be able to use the graveyard effect of the card you have just destroyed?
Yeah, we
Don't
do.
be too quick.
We do have something at least, but I think we have the Whisker negating that straight away. Because why would you not at this point? It's you know your opponent is on very limited interactions and there's not much that can be done. The Red Zone's gone. The negated effect of that Resonator in the graveyard, and
Vision
all we
Resonator,
have,
yeah.
Vision, thank you, and all we have here is the Scoremeister in hand, which at this point I don't think is doing much.
That's true. Then only really needing to get those monsters into attack position and then storm in, because of course all of his monsters that were summoned from the hand are also still currently boosted by his field spells. So that is, in my opinion, already more than 4,000 attack points, but still Zen keeps on going, gets another Whiskers onto the field, and that will be absolutely. Oh yeah, the Crackle too, sure.
Good.
Bring them all in,
Why
the
not?
whole family.
Why not? Let's go for it. Just check his graveyard. Is there anything else that could be done here that this might be curtains for Ryan?
And Ryan, last card in hand, Skullmeister. That is the fist bump, and that means Zen wins this round number 9 here in the Genesis Championship. The first round of the day. Everyone restarting essentially, fresh and after a good night's of sleep, and fighting for that top 8 here in that Genesis Championship. That was a fun match to get into the action today.
It was really good. Good display of, again, as I mentioned at the start, it's the nuke on the block versus the tested opponent here. These very powerful strategies that both are expected to do well this weekend. But we see the Blitzkrieg coming out on top there, if only quite closely, I would say.
Yeah, very, very close. And also, in a lot of situations, you see that the going first deck post-siding in Genesis is very heavily favored, but not here. Zen actually was able to overcome that disadvantage, winning going second with the Blitzkrieg strategy, which may as well be one of the most powerful going second decks overall in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now, and Zen proved that nicely here. But with that match coming to a conclusion, there's not much more to say for the moment, but please stay tuned, everyone, because we are going to see, of course, round 10 of this very, very soon. So more Genesis action coming your way in just a bit.
かつて偉大な3人の賢者がいた。魔導の真髄を追い求めた彼らは異界の門を開く大儀式を行った。世界は魔力に満ち、神秘が人々にもたらされる。しかしそれは同時に混沌の時代の幕開けでもあった。地上には魔物があふれ、そして強き力を求める火の魔人が現れた。世界は燃やし尽くされるかに思われた。だが三賢者は死闘の末魔人を打ち倒し、人々は滅びを免れた。それから長い月日が流れた。それは賢者たちの関係を変えてしまうのは十分な時間であった。
こうして火の魔人を封印した三賢者様によって世界は守られたとさ。本当にこの話が好きね。大好き。これから行く里は三賢者様の召喚師アレイスター様が守ってくれているそうよ。そこでならずっと暮らせる？きっと。やったー！早く着かないかな。よしよし。
俺は聞いたことあるぜ。三賢者の一人は暴走しちまって他の二人に封印されたって。だからただの噂だろ。
ほう、新しい住民か。我が名は大賢者アレイスター。お前らはこれから私の下僕として死ぬまで奉仕するんだ。
下僕だってふざけるな。そうだ、なんで俺たちが。
我が召喚獣でお前らを守ってやる。代わりに私のために働け。嫌なら壁の外に放り出すだけだ。
そんな。あなたは賢者様じゃないわ。賢者様はそんな意地悪な人じゃない。
いいか、おとぎ話のような賢者なんていない。大人は皆薄汚いのさ。
嘘つき。
そんな体ではろくに働けないだろう。せめてこいつの餌とな。
やれやれ。こんな雑魚が召喚獣だって。
ほう、抵抗する気か。行け。
現代に召喚魔術を操る魔導士がいると聞いて来てみれば、ただ魔物を刺激しているだけだったなんて。
なんだお前は。
アレイスターの名前もその本に書いてあったのかい？
そいつを始末しろ。
見せてあげるよ、本物の召喚魔術。その一辺を。
もっと私の魔力を食え。私を守れ。
その魔導書作ったはいいけど欠陥品でね。魔物は刺激できるけど一定以上魔力を注ぐと壊れてしまうんだ。
お前まさか本物の。
今終わらせてあげよう。冥界の檻よ、
京極より我が元に来たれ呼吸とす。放て呼吸と。許してくれ。
あんたどうしてくれるんだ。あいつがいないと俺たちはどうやって魔物から身を守ればいい。そうだ、あんたが俺たちを守ってくれるのか。
知らないよ。自分の身くらい自分で守るんだね。何の用？
私今は何もできないけど、いつか強くなってみんなを守るの。
行き場をなくした魔力が体内に滞留していたんだ。珍しい症状だね。
あれ、息が苦しくない。
手をかざして。イメージするんだ。暖かく揺れる炎を。この結晶はもらっていくよ。
私、賢者様みたいな魔法使いになれる？
それは君次第だ。昔底抜けのバカがいてね。世界から争いをなくしたいと言って異世界の扉を開いた。けれど結局新たな火種を作っただけだった。君みたいなのがいればゾロアも少しは報われるかもね。借りは返させてもらうよ。エンディミオン、サンドリオン。
後を頼む友よ。
またあの夢か。
防衛線を形成しろ。町を守るんだ。
サンダーフォール。
エンディミオン様。
魔法都市エンディミオン。魔物であふれた世界において屈指の安全を保障する場所。 治めるのは偉大な賢者の一人、神聖魔導王エンディミオンである。しかし長い平和は間もなく終わろうとしていた。古に封印されし炎の魔人が復活しようとしていたからな。魔人の名はゾロア。兵長、兵たちに出征の準備をさせてくれ。戦いの時は近い。
はっ。
お仕事は終わりましたか、エンディミオン。
アルテミス、あいにくまだ。
ではお茶にしましょう。夫婦の時間も世界と同じくらい大切でしょ。久しぶりね。こうやって二人でゆっくりするのも。恐れているのでしょ。禁じられた谷へ。あなたがかつて封印したゾロアに再び立ち向かうことを。
当然だ。相手はかつて世界を滅ぼしかけた魔の神なのだから。
否定しないのはあなたらしいわ。
入念に準備してきた。奴に対抗するために魔法石を開発し、この国を作り上げた。私に鼓舞は必要ないよ、アルテミス。
ええ、出会った頃からあなたはそういう人だった。なんだか懐かしい。
この際だから聞いておこう。君は若き兵を死地に向かわせるこの愚かな王になぜここまで寄り添ってくれるのだ。この戦いで間違いなくほとんどの兵は帰還できない。かつての友アレイスターはもういない。私がこの手で封じたからな。サンドリオンには頼りを出したが答えてくれるかどうか。再びゾロアを倒せる可能性は、しかしやり遂げねばならん。どれほど犠牲を出そうとも。
まったくあなたって本当に不器用なんだから。すぐにそうやって自分を悪者みたいに言って有罪です。本当に昔から変わらない。兵士たちのことが心配でつい先頭に立っちゃうところとか、友達のことをすぐにかばうところとか、表では軍備のためと嘘吹きながら魔力を持たない人間に魔法を使えるようにしてあげたいって頑張っちゃうところとか。だから私はあなたを好きになったんだけど。
アルテミス、
一人で行くつもりでしょう。ゾロはかつての友のもとに兵たちに戦いの準備をさせているのも自身が不在の間に国を守らせるためなのでしょ。
女神に隠し事はできないな。
ええ、お見通しです。あなたをずっとそばで見てきたんだもの。私に心配させたくなかったの？
いや、軽蔑されたくなかったのだ。あまりに非効率なただのわがままを通そうとしている。世界を危険にさらそうとしているんだ。許されることではない。
かつてあなたたちは異界の扉を開いて世界を魔力で満たした。それは良いことばかりではなかったかもしれないけど、私はあなたに出会えたわ。綺麗な空しか知らなかった私に土の安らぎを教えてくれた。あなたが世界を救ったんだもの。一度ならわがままを言う権利はあるわね。
ありがとう、アルテミス。この町に住む全ての民よ、聞いてほしい。間もなく魔人の封印は解かれる。 奴が復活すれば世界は混沌に逆戻り。故に兵たちに命じる。皆命を懸けてこの町を守護せよ。魔人の討伐には私一人で行く。これは賢者としての責務であり、私のわがままだ。君たちが背負う必要はない。どうかこの愚かな王の最後のわがままを許してほしい。必ずや魔人を倒してみせる。はっ！ありがとう。
いってらっしゃい、エンディミオン。お土産期待してます。
ああ、行ってくる。
Here at the EUWCQ, when you take part in the public events that are separate from the main event, you get to earn some amazing points. And what do points mean? They mean prizes here at the prize wall. Now, you can exchange those points for all manner of exciting things, from field centres to deck boxes to incredible game mats, including this amazing participation mat that people are getting, featuring the extended art cards. Now, this is a really, really cool thing to get your hands on. So maybe you drop out of the main event. Maybe you're not even here for the main event. Maybe you just want to focus on our public events. Well, you're going to get your hands on some exclusive goodies here. So if you guys are in the venue, make sure you guys are locking in and getting those points in all of our public events so you can go home with some wonderful, wonderful swag. But if not, stick around, because we've got loads more great coverage of our main event coming your way. Now, one of the best parts of coming to a YCS or even the EUWCQ is getting to walk around an amazing venue like this. However, some of you watching at home are just seeing our coverage. You're just seeing our feature match, and we don't want you to miss out. So why don't we take a walk around this amazing venue and show you what you guys can expect at some of our in-person events. Now, on these very tables, as you can see behind me, this is where all of our participants this weekend will be having their duels. On each of these tables, thousands of people are going to be vying their way through our main event to see which of them is going to be crowned our European champion. Now, in order to even sit down at those tables, you're going to have to come here to our main event stage to sign up. All of our participants this weekend who are taking part in that main event have to sign in right here. But perhaps you aren't interested in the main event. Perhaps you want to come and take part in our public events, some alternative formats where you guys can earn points. And what do points mean? They mean prizes. And this is where you can exchange points from those public events to get your hands on some incredible prizes. Now, we've got a separate video going into exactly the kind of things that you guys can get your hands on here. But if you guys are taking part in those public events, you can earn points for some incredible prizes. Let's keep having a look around. It's not all about the trading card game. We also have some amazing merchandise that you guys can find here. If you guys have been to some of our in-person events lately, you would have seen Fine Chaos with their amazing t-shirts and accessories, which you guys can find here in the hall and also available online. But also we have the amazing Gatherers Tavern, where they're showing off this range of amazing bags and deck boxes, which you guys will also see with the commentators, sharing a little bit of the stage with them. You guys can take a roam around and look at their new products, including the new range of scapegoat stuff. But let's take a look at the most exciting part of the weekend. And that is, of course, where the magic happens here in our feature match and coverage area, where we have not one, but two different feature match areas going on, not only for our main TCG format, but the Genesis format as well throughout the weekend. And of course, down at the other end, you can see where our commentator duos will be throughout the weekend. But I have my favorite bit, and that is this area here, the new exclusive lounge. That is where my home throughout the weekend is going to be, right next to our amazing analysis zone that you guys will see after our feature matches. But that is just a brief look into what we've got going on here at the EU WCQ. But make sure you guys are tuned in for the whole weekend, because we've got loads of amazing coverage coming your way.
And welcome back to Leo and myself. And we're sitting down a little cozy here in our lounge area, as we want to provide you, of course, with a plenitude of live coverage here from the EUWCQ this weekend. And yes, we have seen one match so far from the points playoff, but there's plenty of decks in the room, there's plenty of decks in the current meta game, and we're going to talk about the options for this weekend a little further, not only for the playoff itself, but also, of course, for the entire of that big event of EUWCQ, which will be starting with their first day tomorrow. So, Leo, what would you say? We don't know the numbers just yet, but what is going to be the most represented deck out of them?
I think it's going to be Cool Tune. People know how to play it already. It's been out for quite a while now. Actually, not that long, but, you know, they got their reps in, right? Yeah. It's very consistent. There is a lot of room for outplay potential, and the feeling that running a deck with like 20 hand traps, this secure feeling, it's like a warm hug by your favorite blanket on a cozy winter evening. That is, if you play 20 hand traps, you play Harmonia, you play Ghost Ogre, Ash Blossom, Ghost Spell, everything you want. Yeah. You go into this tournament, you lose the dice roll, and you know, my deck has
I will be fine.
Yes, I will be fine. This is not that bad. And then you're playing versus a super big combo pile and you only see one Ghost Ogre, then that's of course a little bit disappointing in that regard. But still, the feeling of security that a lot of hand traps in a consistent deck gives you for something like a playoff, I think that's nothing to underestimate.
I'm with you, and I also want to know where you're buying your blankets, because that sounds very, very nice. And then second of all, I think a big contender still to qualify, and also just in pure representation that we're going to see a lot of, is going to be branded in different variants. I think pure branded certainly something we should expect and we will see plenty of, but also branded Draco Tail. Even though that deck, the Draco Tail cards, they have been hit on Forbidden Unlimited plenty, they're back into the action. We saw them perform well at the national championships again, and that success is going to carry into this format as well. You have something to say about that, though?
I mean, we have Jordan Gallagher in the playoff. We don't know what he's running right now, but I would imagine there has to be one Draco Tail card at least in somewhere. He has been the undisputed king of the Draco Tail deck, and he has shown so many different types on so many occasions that he's just an absolute beast with the deck. But I want to say something about the branded cards, and that is with the release of Chaos Origins, people originally were very hyped to play branded with the new Chaos cards, so like splash it or at least put a small branded in the deck.
For sure.
If you're playing pure branded and you're facing the Chaos deck, if the Chaos deck doesn't brick, I think you're in for a rough one there, because cards like Black Chaos, phenomenal card, not only a good starter, but also unaffected, that without targeting banishes 2 cards, is so hard to play against. And then you have the Skull Archfiend that summons itself from the graveyard and then just takes away your fusion monsters from the graveyard that you worked so hard to get there. It is such an abysmal matchup.
It really is, and one deck I think that also struggles against that, with that deck now being around. And I gotta ask you the question, because you are now the striker head of course of our coverage team. Sky Striker, is that a deck we should expect in terms of raw numbers? And if we do see it, which I think we definitely are going to see to some degree, how successful is it going to be in the end? Is it a deck to bring?
I think we're still going to have some Sky Striker players, because Sky Striker never falls. Okay, so we got that Sky Striker propaganda out of the way. But I think that the deck has a little bit of a better matchup against the Chaos decks than people give it credit for.
Okay.
Because you can just present them with something that could potentially out the Mind Shuffle and then chain an anchor onto the Black Chaos. So you basically put them in a little bit of a theoretical chokehold there. Because if you're playing SP Little Knight or an Azalea to get rid of the Mind Shuffle and the Black Chaos is on the field, they're like, yeah, okay, fine, I'm not responding. And then you chain anchor. So if they use Mind Shuffle to push the Black Chaos Magician back to hand, they're going to lose the Mind Shuffle in the process and on the Black Luster Soldier, or they're just getting the card negated in the resolution, and then they're still going to lose the Mind Shuffle. So you're taking them out of that loop, and if you have something else to follow it up with, if they have something like a Griffo in hand to get another Mind Shuffle onto the field, you are still going to be able to respond with a targeting effect that takes out Black Chaos. If it's negated, you can also get rid of the Lemnis Gate, because then you can also get rid of it with non-targeting effects. So honestly, the deck doesn't put up that much. And if you don't put up that much versus Sky Striker and you're getting out of this I can't out this card mode, I think you have plenty of options to win the game on the spot, because the damage you're putting up with Sky Striker is a lot. A different matchup I'm more worried about is actually the Blitzclick deck. I don't think it's going to be everywhere in the main event.
Not necessarily.
Playing with Striker into that matchup is so tough.
It's
and
hard.
It is. First of all, Whisker is a crazy card. If that thing summons itself in resolution, summoning like 2 other monsters or the Whisker itself, destroying 2 cards on resolution, and then also having the monster negate, you get infinite value. So at that point, the game might be lost. However, the hideout in the Sky Column gives you a level 6 Earth token. That is so incredibly useless.
What a Striker is going to do with it? It's actually even hindering it, right?
It stops you from activating Engage, which is already a problem. You need you can't send it for Droplet, because you have to send to the graveyard for cost, and that's not happening with a token. So you need to find Fallen the Virtuous to pop.
That card actually is a breaker into Sky Striker fields, because you're like, the moment you activate that, you're like, okay, buddy, your Widow Anchors, not really afraid of them anymore, because you can't even activate them as soon as I give you that token.
You need to Lemniscate it, or zero it, or Fallen the Virtuous. It's so
beautiful.
As a breaker,
probably zero is best in that case.
The thing is, as a breaker, you're forcing out something, and then you can get it back later. And then maybe at some point, then you can still make a token. It's so good. It's something, if you have broken the field a little bit already, you can top it off with the hideout in the sky, because then afterwards, after you've taken out all of the cards, token.
So we addressed now the new cards from Chaos Origins quite a bit, and those new, you already talked about the Black Luster cards and everything. Do we expect that to be a relevant force for this event, possibly being in the top 4 ultimately of the main event?
I think a Chaos deck we might find. Chaos is incredibly strong. Blitzkrieg I hope we will find, because I absolutely adore the deck. It is very, very cool. I'm not too sure about the others, though. We also have a new way of searching Habakiri now.
There always is Habakiri at the end of the day.
So we got basically a new pre-prep that is just searching for Habakiri by revealing the ritual, not the mirror.
Sure.
Because the ritual is actually written on the Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi. So there is some things you can do. I would like to see a crazy Mitsurugi Chaos deck. Although Chaos is already running quite some bricks. And
it's fine, trust me.
Is it though?
It's a dangerous game to play for sure.
Yeah, then if you're adding a mirror, a Saji, and a ritual, then
Is there any crazy deck that you think could just come from like real rogue status into top 4 here this weekend? Is there something maybe that usually by players is only considered to be a local stack, but actually will have the run of a lifetime here this weekend?
I mean, a deck that has been used. Okay, chill. Elf Note has. I don't think that would be a rogue deck. It's roguish.
It's on the edge.
I think it's a. People are going to be mad if I say it was a local stack before, but I don't think the deck was at that high level yet, and I think now it is very resilient to hand traps. It's
crazy.
Able to play through boards, and the board you put up in the end is crazy.
I mean, we considered the Power Patron deck, which we saw in the round 1 feature of the playoff by Leonardo, as the combo deck. But Elf Note combo is even stronger, combo is even bigger, combo is even better, if it goes through uninterrupted, of course. I think like it is a little more vulnerable to interaction compared to the Power Patron deck, But if it does not face the interruptions that is presented by the opponent, then it is putting up even bigger fields than the Power Patron deck.
It's like cards like Effect Veiler, which we also saw in the playoff already. They don't really do a lot because then...
Be quiet, Leo and Basti. It's time for a feature match. We're about to get into our round 10 feature, and we're going to have Marcello and Alberto taking you through it as your casters, as we have Zio Mundry versus Florian Duron. And we're going to waste no more time to kick this off. Let's get through the Swiss round and let's see who's going to get into our Top Cup very, very soon. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome back. I mean, again and again, we keep seeing more and more players that we are familiar with out of the two. Gotta give credits without taking anything away from Florian and Zio Mundry. Absolutely having a couple of extremely good seasons. And at the start of today, he was one of only 4 players still undefeated. He went 9-0 in day 1. But then, in what was a very close match, he lost out to Francesco Simoncelli, who is on 10-0. But regardless, you know, being on 9-1 is still an incredible result. And looking at the deck, it seemed like he most likely, and it could be interesting to ask him, prepared it alongside Dinka, because you know, it's a very interesting spin at what is you know, the Light and Darkness Ritual, but including the Azamina package.
Yeah, I mean, the Azamina package, honestly, it's a nice addition. Most of our duelists this weekend have preferred to play the Light and Darkness Ritual with Branded. It's just a different approach to the deck, but I really feel like the deck is consistent. He has a different type of speed and solutions. And talking about Florian, instead it's on Mitsurugi. So
yeah, I mean, that is a bit of a shock. In reality, when we looked at the deck breakdown, Mitsurugi was up there. It was like top 4 most played deck at the event. Of course, Mitsurugi associates with a lot of different ways to play the deck nowadays, but our duelist Florian decided to just rely heavily on the engine, doesn't really play anything else next to it. You know, a lot of consistency in the deck, but a lot of possible upsides. Most importantly, Dimension Shifter is there.
Yeah, Dimension Shifting is there, and it always has a huge impact on you know, every single matches. But you know, so far I think so good because both of our duelists is sitting on an X1 record. So
yeah. So regardless, they both have incredible chances at advancing to the top 8 and getting that special 1 ticket, you know, match to go to Tokyo later on this August. So let's find out who can advance with an X1 record. Let's start things off in round 11. Let's take a look at this die roll. Whew, it's a 12 from Zio. I mean, great feeling, of course. You feel you are so close, and we've mentioned it. We've seen Joshua and his spin on the deck, which was a lot more closer to a grind, let's say, sort of scenario, while Zio is much more of a combo deck, we could say. Yeah, this Black Chaos. Setting up. Mind Shuffle. There comes the Azamina, possibly part of the deck with the Sinful Spoil engines, which get things going. We had a little bit of a taste yesterday although it wasn't with Zio, of this sort of deck and how it can rely heavily on Link Monsters, and especially on Cross Ship. You can get you know, a lot of bonus effects because you're able to access both fusions and ritual monsters, and that way you get pretty much both effects. I was on the analysis and I remember Leo was shocked when he found out that Cross Ship is not just choose one, but is apply all of the effects in sequence. So that is a crucial combo piece here, because again it allows you to summon back one and then draw two and discard two when you have both the ritual and the fusion. So we could expect to see that later on, but for now, as we've seen, Fuvalos is there, so Link climbing suddenly doesn't feel ideal.
So they also Zio opened up with a second copy of the Mind Shuffle, so that's essentially their reasons why, you know, a second copy is in every single duelist deck, because otherwise it's just too big of a risk to play one.
Yeah, obviously unfortunate, but we take it. And I'm not sure how you maneuver through the Fuva here.
Yeah, the Fuva here is annoying. It's just a matter of, you know, how much you want your opponent to draw. Maybe one card could be okay.
But this is the big difference again with choosing this version. You have a lot more upside, but you definitely suffer more from Fuvalos.
Yeah, something here we don't really see often. As mentioned, Zio is playing a little bit different version of the deck with the Dark Magician called Magician's Apprentice, which searches the Shining Sarcophagus.
Yep. Again, it's mainly a way to link climb, which in this case is going to be a bit of an issue, but what this allows you to do is pretty much escalate from, again, this Cross Ship. We have seen a combo with Firewood Dragon, which you can go for with the protect code Toka. And then the cool part about it is that you can send even an Enchop like Ash Blossom from deck to graveyard, and then you can get it back with the Firewall, because you're able to use it twice. For example, sending a Dark with the Magician Soul. If you don't have already access, you can then get back that card with a Firewall, and then by making the Abao, you can summon back the Firewall, because the effect is not related to the name, is once per copy on field, so you can recycle it, and that's the goal of the deck. But this is not what's gonna happen here, because the Mulcharmi is there.
Yeah, that's a big issue, especially because you cannot really let your opponent draw too many cards. Here, I think Zio is just trying to understand if and how he can extend this. It's too big of a risk just giving your opponent draws. Yeah, here just going for the Deception of the Simple Spoil. Getting the hell out of Azamina. He's gonna use it, and Florian is allowing it, so it's gonna be the first draw of the Fuvalos.
Yep.
With the Sylvia being summoned.
Again, this is one of those rounds where we can assume that they know what they're up against, and we see another interruption. The Dominus Impulse, Zio not happy with that. could have been even picked up now with the draw of the Fuva. And this is a tough decision. Do we negate it? Is the big question that Zio is contemplating, but no, we do not.
Oh yeah, he's using the Archfin here.
Yep.
All right, to shuffle them back.
We give another draw with the IP.
I think he's really trying his best to maneuver through the Fuva Lost, trying not to give his opponent many draws. Not easy, but is he playing this? Oh yeah.
Yeah. One off. Again, related to the Shining Sarcophagus, but I think we are now done. So Florian picks up his card. And let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it looked as if, okay, there's going to be an Ash Blossom being activated. From Florian, we didn't really quite catch what
I guess
there was on. Might have been on the Mind Shuffle's effect.
Yeah, I would assume so as well. Could be that it resolved. We were on the side camera for a moment, or maybe Zio is thinking about it. So I'm trying to take a look at the end. There is another Ash. Maybe the Ritual, Mitsurugi Ritual. Let's see. Asking for a bit more about the Shining Sarcophagus, because it does have an effect during your opponent turns as well, which is that if they special summon from the graveyard specifically, they can discard a spell to send basically the monster to the graveyard, which can be relevant against, yeah, and this is the translation for it. Since Mitsurugi Rituals monsters, they are often summoned back from grave. So, I mean, regardless, you don't want to leave anything to chance at this stage. Might as well take the moment to read it out.
I mean, the card is nice. It's just, I think, a very different way of playing the deck. In general, it has a different type of compartment.
I think I saw Drawn and Lock in the end from Zio.
Oh yeah?
I'm pretty sure I did.
Against
that would be
bad.
That would be brutal. Let's see if I'm right. Regardless, now the deck, if it wasn't known, is revealed to be Mitsu indeed. And I'm not even sure if you are happy about it or not, if you're Zio. Definitely not, again, super expected, but the draw is great news. Here come the extended art version. Oh, no, yeah, got it mixed up with the BLS.
Yeah, when he gets summoned, he gets back one spell from the graveyard.
Inspired by the OG Dark Magician of Chaos, and it is Drawn and Lock indeed. Wow.
This one hurts.
Yeah, this can be so impactful, shutting down all of the searches that we know very well the Mitsurugi deck is capable of when the ritual monsters are tributed. Yeah, this Fuvalos was really good, but Dio, as you mentioned, navigating it pretty well, and now we're gonna see the IP right away. Wow. Yeah. Going to resolve just for an SP. Doesn't want to take any chance. It's also possible that Florian declared or attempted to enter the battle phase to force out the IP. But yeah, I mean, I see a preparation in the end which cannot be activated. Then there is an Ash which is also pretty useless. Abakiri can be negated.
And Impulse that you know of because he put it back.
And here comes the ritual indeed. And yes, we are gonna negate that, which leaves the last play being Abakiri. The rest of the end is not gonna help Florian here. At the same time, you need to recover that from grave. Yeah, that's the only play you have. Anything else doesn't do it. So depending on which effect, because we don't know that, which of the two effects of the ritual were activated, we're gonna find out now which else. I hope it's going to be the summon from deck, but no, it's not. It's gonna be the summon from hand that's left for us, and this means that whatever we are gonna tribute now is not really gonna be helpful because of the draw. Really shutting down the plays from Florian.
Yeah, the Roll Lock is the card that the deck suffers the most. It's just, you know, completely blocks you off the entire strategy.
I don't really see it. If, you know, we can just attack over. Sure, we do have some protection because we have Ash and Impulse that we could use later, but we attacked
the Black Chaos. Yeah.
Yeah. We do have the Impulse plus Ash Blossom as last lines of protection. At least the last card in hand is decent for next turn, if there is gonna be a next turn for Florian. But this will be an upfield battle because Zio now is free from that Fuvalos.
Yeah, the issue now is that, of course, he has access once again to the Azamina, then there's the Mind Shuffle can be activated.
Yeah, I honestly don't really see it. Archifiend is what we start things off with. Let's see if Florian wants to interact. All three back, the Archifiend gets summoned. We still have 4 cards in hand, and now we can go back into the deck for the Shining Sarcophagus.
And yeah, here comes the cards that was added back with the Black Chaos, the Future Silence.
Here comes Gadget Trio, the one-off in deck. Can we say Gadget is about to top the European Championship?
Well,
or
it's nice to
or is
see
that
it,
considered false information?
It's nice to see a Gadget car in 2026.
For sure. I mean, it's not so much of a Gadget car, but we take it. And here comes the Sinful Spoil part of the deck once more, using that Gandora G. Yeah, which Florian just gonna take a read at. Yeah, I think we are now gonna finally see the impulse.
I mean, Zio knew he was there because he put it back with the Archfiend from before, so
shouldn't matter all that much.
the thing is, Florian is left with one card in hand, so it's
yeah, the Ash has been used as well, and now we only have the pre-preparation of rights in hand. No more interruption. Zio is free to do whatever he wants, and there is a lot that he can do. As mentioned, although we didn't see it because of the Fuva loss, his deck is heavily relying on Link Masters. And I think we're gonna get to see some of that in action here. Yep, Celine. Bit of a Link climb here. We do have access code Talker in the deck as well for an easy game. And I think that's what we're gonna get here. There it is. Game goes to Zio, surviving what was a devastating Fuva loss, but then answering back with the Drawn and Lock bird that really completely shut down the deck from Florian.
No, I mean, if the Drawn and Lock is there, it's just for Mitsurugi. There's nothing you can do, honestly. It's just he tried. It's he had double Ash. There was impulse, but it was just too much, I guess.
Yeah.
You know? So it's 1-0 for Zio, which is showing us also why this deck is performing so well. We talked about how Light and Darkness Ritual is performing this weekend. So it'll be very interesting to see, you know, the different decks that advance to day 2, the different, you know, strategies that our duelists brought to the event. And, you know, not only with the branded strategy, but also, you know, these kind of new ones, I would say.
But now we have mentioned that Florian is maining the Dimension Shifter, rightfully so. But with his side deck, he finds similar effects, which are extremely important also because they shut down Drawn and Lock. And that is 3 copies of Dimension Fissure. So,
card is good.
Yeah,
card is good.
Card is really good.
Yeah.
And if he's gonna get it, of course, that's gonna make things much easier in the upcoming game 2. On the other hand, what do you think we could see from Zio going second?
Well, going second, you have the Ash Blossom, which are generically good. There's Pot of Slot. Pot of Slot, I really feel like it's one of those cards that no matter what, I think it's just side again. The card is just too good. It solves so many issues of consistency, and I really feel like that with Chaos Origin, you know, the set brought so much, you know, new additions and cards that themselves are just way too good, and the card has to be there. So I really feel like this could be the cards that Zio could bring in. Yeah.
Yeah, for the most part, that's probably gonna be it. We do see Sphere Mode and Lava Golem. They are all right, but the thing is, if you're staring down a Mitsurugi field, especially when it's composed mainly of engine, as it should be, they also make the Mitsurugi cards trickier because they are tributed. So definitely not super ideal, but let's see if we are gonna get a game 3 or if Zio is just gonna walk around with this one easily. So our duelists are ready. Let's not waste any time and go back to game 2. Opening ends here. Oh, and here comes that shifter.
Here it is, prep. Is there any response from Zio? There is good. What an opener from Florian.
Yeah.
This may be, maybe the first time we see Dimension Shifter on stream this weekend.
I think so as well.
I mean, we've mentioned that the card is it's just there every single time it gets activated. The card is way too good. There's nothing to do about it. Florian is just not really concerned about the shifter being activated and losing some of his mid-rookie cards here. It's just
and again, also what it does is not only shut down, and I think that's it. We just pick up the cock immediately. Wow.
Unexpected, wow. But I mean, like we mentioned it with Joshua and Herman first round. I feel like when you are so far in the tournament and you understand that maybe you cannot come back into the game, it's just better to pick up your cards. You go to game 3. There's plenty of time.
I totally agree. I mean, if you look at the clock, there are less than 30 minutes remaining. I assume we would see at least 5 to 6 minutes, if not more, from Florian, and there is really no need. Like we know, you couldn't draw because of shifter. Your graveyard would be shut down, and then they would have a full field. So I totally agree with Zio. Of course, it's not the best spectacle maybe to see, but it's fine. And now that means we will go to game 3, and we will get to see his deck once more, navigating through Mulcharmies and finding some interesting one-offs in the side deck.
Yeah, there's interesting cards that Zio is playing. There's the Quackimero Guardian, which is a card that has always been there in the Mitsurugi. There's of course the Celtic Mystic, which we showed previously with Joshua, which is essentially a graceful charity. It's just the deck is good either going first or going second. He has a lot of different options. Of course, like the #1 enemy is Dimension Shifter once again here. So of course,
seeing it back to back would be wild to say the least. But yeah, gotta see. Of course, Shifter, Mulcharmies are all problematic cards when it gets to Zio's deck going first. On the other end, from Florian, we see some of the popular options, no evenly matched, but he is on, of course, free pot of slot that are aiming to find Lightning Storm mainly as his preferred field breaker. So let's see how this one will play out. Our duelists have only one more round, only one more game to see who can continue with the next one record. Let's see who will be the winner. Big moment, especially for Zio. You started thick off, you went to sleep, undefeated yesterday, losing the first round, and now another chance. If he loses again, that would be brutal. You don't want to start things off 9-0 and then lose twice, but at least he's the one going first. Are we going to see a Mulcharmy? We do not see any Mulcharmies in the end from Florian. I think all we have is Ash and Impulse, I assume, from the looks of it.
And yeah, here there's also the Gulgulet that has been sent for the Bellstar, and you can also get him to search a Dark Lord card. So yeah, now Zero here is going for the Deception. And then also Fusion Summon, the newest card just released from the Chaos Origin. The newest fusion, which, you know, it's a great addition, the Dark Magician of Destruction. Yeah, gets to send the Black Chaos and then also has access to the Magician Souls. Very, very good opener here from Zio. Fun doesn't have any response at the moment, it seems.
Yeah, again, you gotta be quite careful on when to activate this Ash and the Impulse. There are a couple of decision points that are important, whether you want to try and shut down the Azaminas or, you know, at the very end, prevent the Ritual from hitting the field. But here comes Ash Blossom. That's it, it's fine for Zio. Oh, and we present the deck. So we can assume maybe gonna fetch. Let's see. Important decision here on what to do.
Yeah, goes for the Magician Soul, also gets rid of the Forbidden Droplet. So, wow, I mean, got rid of an Ash Blossom, got rid of the Droplet, but drew into Grifo.
Makes sense, honestly. Yeah. Droplet going first is not exactly premium, and especially against Mitsurugi. If they just have access to Abakiri, you can't even Droplet the Sagi. So, might as well. And got rewarded, because now we access the Light and Darkness part of the deck. The Impulse will help out Florian to slow things down even more. There it is. Probably gonna see it right here. And yes, we do. Impulse. There is a little bit of a thing going on from Zio. Big moment. And that it resolves. What can we do from here?
Still has way to continue though, because once again, there's the Dark Magician girl.
The one-off, just like in game one. And that's really good. Accessing this last part of the deck, I think we just added the Gadget Trio. Yeah, there it is. Gadget Trio making yet another appearance. And now Florian is defenseless. No more Entrops. And here starts the lane climb with the Crush Sheep. Only to revive though, no Ritual, because it was shut down. But still good enough to bring back the souls.
Can also tell Zio speed things off just a little bit, is, you know, regardless of 20 minutes speed, still on the round, but here, once again.
This is what we have seen with the Protector Cloaker. You can go into the Firewall line. Here we see Gandora G. I believe, discarded the Ash, so there is this option of getting the Ash back from the graveyard with the Firewall and then bringing it back with the Abao. So that's one possible line of play. And definitely Ash is really, really strong against Mitsu. Let's see whether that will be the case. And it is indeed. We do summon the Firewall. And now the Protect Talk can go back. As they now are co-linked, we can add something back. And this is where if you don't have access to the Sinful Spoil part of the deck, you can send it with the souls and then get it back in this moment, the Black Witch specifically. Right here, right now, we are thinking about just getting back the Ash Blossom, calling it a day. No, we do indeed extend plays, as we can always get back the Entrap later on. And having a read at his own cards now, making sure it doesn't make a mistake, because if you didn't catch it earlier on during the match, we attempted to search out, but we were out of Asamina targets, and so Zio was already ended. A warning, and this is a great play, because Ash Blossom sure is good, but as we have seen in game one, Drone Lock, Bird is really the card that shuts down the deck, and now we have the option of accessing it. Yeah, you can see Florian having a read at it, because he knows where this is going. He's like, no, you're not gonna get that back, right?
And this under Ash and Impulse, pretty impressive stuff here from Zio.
Comes the Celine.
Using the Archfiend, let's see what is going to give his opponent back on top. Okay, on the bottom, yeah.
I think this is the part in which we go for the Abao, which allows us to then access Firewall later on and recover the Entrap. There it is. Firewall Dragon coming back.
Yeah, using this Helene. Get a Magician Soul, then it's very well played here by Zio. He's just considering his options and how to go and extend this even further.
Change of mind at the very last second. Okay, no, we do go for that. It's gonna be just the Charmers. Looks like it. Yep. Need to co-link the Firewall to get back the draw. And now it is. Yeah, we get Summon back a couple of monsters. Recovered the draw, and what an opener this has been from Zio. There is always no need to do it right away. And yeah, it's gonna be end of main. The bow comes back, and look at this. What an amazing play. We can get back both the Ash and the Droll if we want. And yeah, I think that's gonna be it. Zio going for Firewall, getting back Droll, and is it gonna be just Ash, or are we gonna get back some engine? That's the question. Looks like it. Yeah,
I think it's a matter also of what he's holding in hand, because I think he's left with one card, right? So it's
so these are the cards of choice. Doesn't feel like Ash is needed. But I mean, does it change much that you know Droll is there? Of course, when it's a surprise, it's much better, but I don't know. You can see Florian really trying to stay focused and finding an opening on how to break this impressive field. And we start things off with Fallen and Virtuous.
which I think it's okay. Yeah, I mean, of course, like this may hurt, but not the end of the world considering Zio's hand. It's also curious to see that he didn't take back the Ash Blossom, which could be the case. He has the last remaining card, could be another
yeah, I think you can definitely take that angle of no, I'm just gonna stop all of your plays, and for sure Ash would have been good here, because look at this pot.
Does he have it?
For 8.
I mean, if he's thinking about it, I mean, if he has Ash, yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, makes sense. The second copy was in the end. Parovslav here would have drawn 8 cards. But here comes the pre-preparation of rights, and although we take the +1 very happily, that's most likely gonna be the last card we are searching for the turn, because Troll and Lockbird is gonna come down from Zio. Yeah, it's Abakiri indeed. Do we have Cold Buy? Do we have any way to play around? We do not, but at least we're gonna activate the prayers to get yet another search, possibly going all in on the Murakumo. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, you might as well hope that there is nothing else, or that Zio just makes, you know, a mistake and allows you to take this game back. But yeah, now the problem is we need to have access to our engine already, because if we don't have Ritual, basically we can only use the Ritual spell we search for. And yes, this is where we're gonna start things off here. Is there any response? No, there is not. Does this resolve? Do we clear the field? Ooh.
Oh, there's the crown.
The crown.
Wow, what an opening here from Zio.
Yeah, that's brutal. When Florian thought that there might be an opener, that wasn't the case. There is still the option of, since we recovered the prayers, to go for prayers and then try again with the Murakumo. Is that really going to be enough? Yeah. And yeah, that's great recognition. No need to risk it at all. We can get rid of the last card thanks to the Abao. And this looks like it will be game over as we go to set. The Fallen and the Virtuous, but now we are a bit hopeless. Gotta say, Zio only on one card in hand, but not for long. Very good show by both. About 9 minutes remain in the round.
And yeah, now with the Black Cows also being added back here, it's just, I think, a matter of understanding if Zio can seal this one out with 8 minutes remaining.
Dark is gonna steal the Mitsurugi from the graveyard of Florian. And again, we have seen that this deck can go for Access Code Talker. Of course, you have to be careful because there is a way to play around it with the Fallen, but now we're gonna force it out with the Abao. And that pretty much means that we can have game here easily. Black Chaos. Coming. And yeah, I mean, this seems just a matter of math at this point, and not particularly complicated one either. Yeah, we need a Link 4, and that seems like it will be the access code. It is indeed. And that is the game. Access Code Talker winning Zio both of his games, and he advances, moving on with a 10-1 record. Luckily for him, he doesn't spoil the perfect run that he had yesterday, and he is now just a few matches away from having a chance at going to the World Championship. What a deck.
Very interesting deck, to be fair. I mean, as mentioned, he worked on this deck with, you know, Inkabui, so I mean, he's no stranger to bringing innovative, you know, strategies. But I really like it. I mean, of course, he can really suffer from Fuvalos. We saw in, you know, like in game 1, he really had to hold off, and anyways, he was able to seal the game. I really feel like in general the deck, if it's not stopped, it's unstoppable, just because it has so many different resources and, you know, very small engines within the deck that, you know, it worked out incredibly well. And then, of course, the combo with the Firewall and Abao Q, it's just great. Depending on the type of matchup you're playing against, you just send to the graveyard what you need and you take it back. And then on the other hand, on Florian, it's just, you know, couldn't really do anything else, honestly. Especially in game 3, he had Ash Blossom, he had the Impulse, but it wasn't enough.
No, I'm a big fan of, you know, these sort of strategies. Whenever you can come up with them, you know, Curious was one of the ways you would do it, and then either use Griffon or the Firewall itself to get back whatever card you sent. And this is a similar sort of strategy where the deck is already solid. We saw, I mean, with Joshua and other players, how the Light and Darkness engine can compete, even going second just out of raw engine. But then when you add this layer of Link monsters and then the protection from the Azamina's fusions, you can get these sort of scenarios where you can pretty much search a lot of these interruptions. The Droll Lock won Zio game 1, and then he was able to search it for game 3 just like that. So, you know, it's definitely an interesting take on deck. Gotta be proven how good it is going second still, because there could be some skepticism, as we saw in game 2. It wasn't close. Of course, we did see Dimension Shifter, which shifted the outcome maybe of that one. But regardless, we're gonna wish best of luck to both for the rest of the event. Even though he lost, Fernand still has some really good chances of making it, X2 at the moment, but we still have 4 rounds of Swiss remaining, and then we'll see. I think X2 might be the magic number. I don't know if everyone is gonna make it. I would say more yes than no, but it's also gonna depend on double losses and some other criteria out there on who makes it. But regarding, it's gonna be an exciting day of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because again, if you don't know, we are gonna send 4 more duelists to the World Championship later on in August in Tokyo. And that means that every single quarterfinal will be a match that sends one person to the World Championship, and that's exciting.
That's exciting. I mean, absolutely. I mean, we said it. It's just a match when you go to the top 8 to advance into the World Championship. It's either in or out. But so far so good, because Zio is advancing to an X1 record and is now ready for Mike with an interview.
Hello everyone, and I want to congratulate Zio for the win. Can you tell me how it feels to win in the stream?
Feels awesome. Feels awesome. It's cool. We still have 4 more rounds. I have to go, I think, 3-1 now to be safe.
It's more local.
One more step.
It's more local, right?
Yes, one more level. I go the steps, one and out.
One step at a time.
One step at a time, yeah.
And I would like to ask you about the deck choice that you made.
Yep.
Why you brought Light and Darkness with Azamina?
I think it's the better version besides from the branded version, because I was expecting a lot of Kill Tune, and they play a lot of soft hand traps like Baylor, Imperm stuff, and I didn't want to pass to one hand trap. I want to, like you saw, we even put Shining Sarcophagus Engine in it to push even harder through like soft hand traps. I think you saw it in this match. He had I think both games where I played, he had Ash Impulse, both games, and it didn't actually really matter. Even my game 3 hand was not that good.
I want to ask you about this, because for example, in game 1, it was the interaction that you had been under Fugalos, and you chose not to negate the Reacher spell, the impulse on the Reacher spell with Ilya Silva. What was your mind behind that?
I really liked to took it there. It would have been worse for me if he kept it for IP, because this Dark Magician wouldn't have done anything. So I took it, this -1, I call it. Because I had everything for the just 2-card draw under Fuva, and the Sylvia is the Omni Negate is so much more valuable than this. But I thought that
it was a good spot, and not to utilize Ilya Silva on an impulse that in a scenario that you don't feel that it was such a huge problem to for a ritual spell to be negated.
And my Black Dust Dark is also alive with this board, like you see right here, because the Witch is on the board, and I just need to bounce a level 7 or higher. So in his turn, I could have searched the BLS, so this didn't do anything, so I took it.
And I also want to ask you about some tech choices that you have made. First of all, regarding the Dronle Lockbird in the main deck, how do you feel about it? Obviously, against Mitsurugi it was great, but can you tell me how you feel about Droll in the main deck?
I think it's very important. There's Chaos doesn't like it, or the roller deck, I don't know how we call it in the future, but the Chaos deck doesn't like it, and it's not that bad versus Q-Tune either, when they start Mix or Rico, for example. And Branded got that new Synchro that searches. And they do some stuff sometimes when they send the Devour and want to do it in the end phase and then the draw. This negates also the Devour in the end phase. I think it's main deck mandatory right now.
I can see, and I think I agree with you definitely.
Yeah.
And the next tech choice is the Crown. How do you feel about it in the current meta state?
The Crown?
Yeah.
because I have more rounds. I don't want to tell.
Okay. Why
we use this.
But I understand that you think it's a good choice, right?
It's a good choice.
Okay. And I hope that we will see again why it is such a good choice for you.
I hope so too.
And regarding the next clip, I want to talk about Dimensional Shifter that was activated in Game 2. What were your feelings about it?
I don't know if you saw it in the stream, but I had like double witch and apprentice, totally dead, and the chaos ritual. I want to spare time because this deck chaos takes a lot of time. Like you saw in game 3, I wanted to have more time when I start to play it clean. So I conceded because there was no way after I saw the pre-prep.
And I think it is one of those skills in the Yu-Gi-Oh! That you really need to be experienced enough to understand in which scenario you are behind and, to concede the game and go for game 3, for example.
That was a no-brainer. I want to spare the time there.
Regarding the next one, I would like to ask you about this sequence again that you had, as we talked in the first place, that you had Us on Deception and then Impulse on the Ritual spell. However, you had one of your deck choices that I was talking about, the Dark Magician Girl.
Yeah.
Can you tell me more about this combo and how do you feel?
Like I already said, it pushes. It pushes even faster. And the ceiling from the Azamina variant is to link climb, to do like really, really unfair stuff. I think you saw it in game 3 especially, where I set up the draw and the end board, which was, I think, if I played it correctly, not super poly able to get the draw almost for safe to my hand. And it does more unfair stuff, like I already said, with those like soft entrance.
It feels like it works to utilize the Dark Magician Girl engine in order to provide more pushes and have more ways to push through fields, right?
Yeah. Also,
and extend your plays.
Also, when you play, if you have Apprentice and Witch, it's very good. You start with the Apprentice, you get the Shining Star, and then you do Shining Star stuff, and then you can send the Shining Star for Witch. So it's like a free discover Witch as well.
Okay. I see. Thank you very much for this interview. I hope best of luck to the rest of the tournament. Yeah. And please stick around for more Yu-Gi-Oh! Content.
There's Regina, and Regina is distributing something on resolution, and that card then does its own thing. So
I've gone through that loophole a billion times at this point, where actually was trying to stop one of the elf mode monsters on the field, and every single second. Oh yeah, we only have one card remaining in hand. What could it possibly be? Surely it's not Regina, and it was always Regina.
And sometimes it's also like, if I let this resolve, I lose the game.
Yeah.
So I have to throw my Effect Veiler here or my Infinite Impermanence, and then they have Regina, and then you feel so stupid. It's like you took off the blanket and then you tripped over it.
That's true. But okay, so that is definitely something that you wouldn't necessarily expect, but could definitely be there. For me, I gotta say, I've been playing that deck quite a bit over the last couple of weeks, and we also had it in top cut of German Nationals, so maybe not necessarily considered to be like a rogue deck necessarily, but I think Radiant Typhoon, even though it lost to Chant, that deck is still out there. And I think we can maybe have a crazy run by Radiant Typhoon this weekend.
I feel like it also came back after it lost 2 Chants, right? But people had to adapt. Running Manifestation now, which is also a pretty strong card.
Yeah.
Actually, if you send your Phonics most of the time or your Vortex, that is also pretty nice.
True.
But the deck is really, really strong. However, it does have some choke points. I don't think it helped the deck that everyone and their moms is running Fallen and the Virtuous. That is a card that if you chain it to the activation of the mandate
or the mandate even, yeah. That's true.
It's tough.
It definitely is tough. But yeah, I think we have a well-rounded meta game where like definitely at least from the top of my head, 8 to 10 different decks are capable of qualifying this weekend, because it's not only about winning the entire thing. Of course, all the glory, it's very cool to win the whole thing. But basically, where it matters is that you win your top 8 match. You really want to make sure to go into top 4 this event, this weekend. EUWCQ always is that special setting of the most important match, not necessarily even being the finals, but rather the top 8 match where you just have to make sure that you're actually qualifying for the World Championship. And we've seen it plenty of times. The moment where all the pressure falls off and they win their top 8 match, afterwards they're barely able to play anymore because they have just they're so happy and they're like, yeah, let's play top 4, no biggie, let's do it. But I really don't care anymore, to be honest.
What I remember when you say that is especially the game of Juhu versus Jessica Robinson.
Oh yeah.
And she dusted him on his entire hand. He was
okay, I'm done here. Yeah.
You know what? This is the handshake. Alrighty. I'm very happy this didn't happen top 8.
Yeah.
Because this time around, again, remind yourself, we're sending 4 players to the World Championship. It's going to be 4 from the main event. 4, not 3, 4 players. So we are sending a full roster of 7 again. And I have already asked you what your opinions were, who's going to make it. Did you finalize your 4 players? You said 2 people that you don't know that well, 2 people that aren't household names. Then Dinkabui again, of course.
I threw that into the conversation, of course. How could you not? Definitely always a good shout. And I mean, we also saw Joshua Schmidt walking by the stage, not in the playoffs, but definitely trying to qualify for the World Championship again for the regular way of just making top 4 at UWCQ. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes it. And then, I mean, all of the playoff players, really. Like, we've seen it plenty of times that they fail to qualify to the World Championship in the playoff, which really is not that big of a fail because it's already a huge accomplishment to be there in the first place, and then it's only 3 out of 16, so odds are better than the main event, but they're still not necessarily great immediately. So then having that backup plan, having their way through the main event, we have seen it multiple times already.
How many times did we actually see it? I think Julian actually did win both.
In NA,
basically.
yeah.
And I think Jay Quincy did it once in Europe.
He did.
And then I don't remember anyone else
so
off the top of my head.
The actual qualifying then in the end has not happened as often, I want to say.
But they have huge runs.
Yeah, they always, like, we saw it super often that the playoff people also ended up in top cut, which is also no surprise because the way they got into the playoff is by making top cuts in plenty of those tournaments. So it just adds up, it lines up perfectly well. And I think, therefore, we have those definitely as forces to be reckoned with throughout this weekend. And I do think we're up for some treats.
I mean, it's not only that they just play well generally in tournaments. I think the preparation for the playoff players is different than the preparation of, I want to say, regular players of the others. I'm not saying that they are not preparing a whole lot for this tournament, but if you are in this top 16 playoff, you better take some vacation days from work because you are preparing for this tournament. These players have put their entire lives into this season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the entire last year, and they wouldn't want to waste any chances of getting to Worlds.
Absolutely, I do agree. And I mean, also one thing to note, all of those playoff players and also our national champions, they're starting into the main event tomorrow with a 2-round advantage as they do have that 2-round bye. And I mean, that's such a nice start because, I mean, first of all, yeah, they are likely to win their first 2 rounds anyway. So you could say it's not that big of an advantage because the first rounds they're playing against maybe lesser experienced competition anyway. So for most of the people in the playoff, you would already sign them up for a 2-0 start in any kind of tournament. But using that time that you would be already sitting at the table playing through your combos and playing through all of those cards and transferring that over to sleeping longer, such an advantage when you're having such a long day of playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Especially since we have moved away from timed top cuts to untimed top cuts. It is increasingly more obvious that fatigue plays a role. I'm not even saying that this is a bad thing because that's just another set of skills that you need to bring to a table. If you are playing those deep runs and at some point it will get to you, you will be able to think less fast, you will still have to play at a reasonable pace even though the top cut is untimed, not the timer is untop cutted. You are going to make more and more mistakes. I think we've seen this in plenty of finals now after 2 long days, sometimes 3 long days of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Totally.
People were getting fatigued and they were slipping in some smaller mistakes in those final matches, or in my case, bigger mistakes actually. But this gets to you, and having 2 rounds off in the beginning, sleeping longer, I think that really helps.
Yeah, I think, Leo, at some point throughout this weekend, we should also be sitting down and chat again about your run at the French National Championship, because, I mean, this is also, of course, also the meeting of all the winners of the national championships, as that is part of their pricing. When you won a national championship, you actually got travel and accommodation here for this very event, here for this weekend. So even if you didn't plan to attend the European Championship up until this very point, and then you just out of nowhere win nationals, you're like, oh, now I just get to go for free, and I get to meet up with all of the other national champions. They also get the 2-round bye treatment. So I think it's cool to talk about that process, to talk about nationals a little further, as all the nationals basically led up here to this weekend and led up to this cool and very exciting tournament that we are playing. I mean, I say tournament, but when I say tournament, I realize in my head it's so many tournaments that we're playing throughout this weekend, because there is the points playoff that we are currently already inside of, that we have started with. Then already running, by the way, on a second stream, which you should also be checking out, the Genesis main event as well, which has started with their first day here today on Friday as well. So that is already up and running as well. And then tomorrow, of course, the main event with the advanced format is going to get underway as well. So we have all those different events, and I'm not even getting started on public events at that point.
Yeah, that is true. Public events, a lot of fun. But let's talk about Genesis for a little bit, because what's going on in Genesis? I've been talking a lot about Blitzkrieg so far for the main event, even though it's probably not the biggest contender of the tournament.
Good shout, though. Will be in Genesis, I'm pretty certain.
What's your favorite deck from Genesis, or what's the tournament favorite deck?
Okay, good that you rephrased the question, because obviously if you just left it the first way around, I would have said Sharks again, because Sharks always is the answer, you know? But, you know, if you are asking for a clear tournament favorite, I want to say Blitzkrieg is probably one of them, but you already led with that one, so I will ignore that for the very moment. But I think another pretty powerful contender is Elf Note. I think Elf Note in Genesis, equally as it is in the main event, but in Genesis even more so, is a super strong contender that may be able to, in the end, take it all down.
Yeah, big combo piles, big combo decks are definitely something to look out for in Genesis. Another deck that has been a fan favorite back in 2015.
15, okay. What is it?
Tellarknight.
Tellarknight
are making a comeback, especially combined together with Constellar. So you have the whole different Tellar package, basically. And they've received a bunch of new crazy support cards, especially like the Castor. You are able to put up such a big field with just any level 4 package. This is why hero cards are finally seeing so much play. You have Miracle Ejector, and you have Elemental Hero Stratus, and then you have the Dusk as well. So you have this big level 4 package of monsters, and you can just get started so easily with any one-card starter that gets you into rank 4 exceeds, really.
And you know, the crazy thing about Genesis is maybe there also is something that is so far undiscovered, as it is a new format that is not even around for a year. Maybe someone was just waiting for their opportunity here, had something cooking basically since the release, but was like, I'm going to not show that anywhere, and I will wait for the European Championship to there, where it matters the most, play that deck before anyone could put any points on them, so I can play it freely there for that one big event, because at that event here this weekend, at the Genesis main event, actually, yes, we're sending people to the World Championship in Tokyo through the main event and through the playoff. It's not the World Championship we're sending people to from the Genesis event, but they get to go to Jump Festa as well, the first two of the Genesis event, which is also pretty cool. So try-harding on that event, certainly worth as well.
Definitely. So, Basti, you were talking about Sharks as your favorite Genesis deck. What would you have cooked up in Sharks? Give us the details. Give us the goo.
All the searchers in the world. I definitely want to make sure to include 7th Tachyon, 7th Ascension, just have the most highest percentage ever possible to find my starters that I want to see in the deck. And then just good old Kraken control action, you know? You don't have to step out of your comfort zone. Just keep it simple, keep it easy. Maybe back it up with a couple of hand interactions, because the Shark cards aren't priced very highly. So
now there's one very highly priced card. Which one is it? Can you give me a guess which one it is? It's rather obvious, but not too obvious.
Rather obvious?
I'm gonna give you a hint. It's 81.
Bahamut Shark.
Yeah.
Was rather obvious, you're right,
True.
Maybe not necessarily because of the Shark deck itself, but it was kind of one of the most powerful Shark cards there is. But yeah, as you've heard here, there is plenty of things going on here throughout this weekend, and we will be guiding you through this beautiful weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! Action here at the European Championship, live from Brussels. So let's see what's next.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the EUWCQ. So we are about to get into our round 12 feature match and another powerhouse lineup that we've got for you. We've got the Master Duel World Champion Hermann Hansen versus previous European Champion and 250th YCS winner Samir Bashar. This is going to be a great feature match, and we're getting closer and closer to finding out who our top 8 cut is going to be. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand you over to Dale and Mike, who are going to be your casters for our round 12 feature match.
What more to ask about round 12 of the European Championship than this clash of the Titans? We have from the one side Hermann Hansen against Samir. I mean, I'm very excited. How do you feel about this?
Well, I mean, if Herman's going to do it, he's not going to be doing it the easy way, let's put it that way. Already facing Joshua Schmidt 2 rounds ago as well. Now he's back facing another absolute powerhouse, as you already mentioned, in Samir. Samir, again, not a stranger to these top tables, especially being able to utilise one of the more powerful strategies for this season already. And I just think it's going to be an exciting match back and forth.
And I mean, it is one of those matches that you really need to tune in, because it really writes history, right? It feels like those matches that you go to YouTube, for example, and watch again and again and again, because it will be, I'm pretty sure, one of the best matches that we have seen during the whole weekend.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing 2 very accomplished duelists, and you're going to be able to see one of the highest levels as well in kind of how everything is crafted, back and forth as well, being how certain interactions are being played out. And there's always that question of when do you interact with your opponent, and players of this caliber will know exactly when that is, and it's definitely a very, very good way to learn the game as well, depending on what level you're trying to come into, whether you're an existing duelist as well, trying to take that next step, or if you're a new duelist coming in, you can see the power that goes with these duelists.
And I think that we are kind of ready for our duelists to showcase their true potential, and let's not waste some more time, and let's go directly to the table.
Duelists are ready and waiting. Let's see what we're going to be getting off of this one. It looks like the dice roll has already been conducted. See which one of our duelists is going to be going first in this round 12 here at the EUWCQ, live from Brussels. And it's just a set and pass by Hermann.
And I want to talk about how do you feel about this matchup, meaning that Elf Not Power Patron, one of those combo decks of the format, facing Chultune, that is a hand-trap heavy deck, will be quite difficult for utilizing the full combo. However, we see that Hermann just sets 1 card and pass, and we will activate normal summon Rico and activate Harmonia in response to it, sending a copy of Omega or revealing it.
Yeah, so as mentioned,
reveal.
Yeah,
Yes.
reveal on those. Mentioned in round number 10 as well that Hermann's build does contain about 20 hand interactions. So this is obviously on those risk and reward sides. But that does also mean for Samir that if nothing has actually entered the field of play by Hermann, you could expect that there's going to be a lot of interactions, and the first of those is going to be one of the more premium ones in the form of the Fragilis Harmonia.
and now Rotary has been added to Samir's hand, and I wonder if we have another name in order for her to utilize her effect.
Yeah, just kind of contemplating what possibly could be that set card now as well by Samir, and if there's more reactions from Herman here. We're going to be revealing, I could imagine, the Rotary and another Rico. We're going to be getting the Rotary into the field of play here. Is there going to be a removal? There is a removal with the Fallen and the Virtuous. We saw how powerful that card was for both Herman and Joshua in round number 10, and now we're going to see how effective it is against Samir. Removing the Cool Tune monsters from the field seems to be the best way to stop them going much further. And an Ash Blossom in response to the Titaniclad during the end phase, and a draw for Herman of his turn.
I mean, for quite fields that Herman could not able to establish and just setting one card, he starts to trying to find his engine by the sense of Titaniclad that was sent through the effect of Fallen and the Virtues. And I want to talk about this card. I feel like it is amazing during the whole weekend, and it feels like it is every deck, right?
Yeah, it's one of the highest premium cards here, but it looks like Herman did not get a starter card from the Elf Note strategy for the draw for turn. We're just going to be attacking with the Harmonia as well, doing a decent chunk of damage to Samir's life points. Passing back over to Samir. We know he has that Rico in the hand. Is there going to be another interaction from Herman here as well?
How many cards does Herman has in his hand right now? It is 4?
So he would have gone through 2 during turn 1, drawn for turn, so yeah, currently 4 cards.
So can assume that maybe he has at least one interaction, right? And Rotary will be activate the effect, revealing Ghost Bell and someone in the field.
Yeah, so this is quite an interesting one as well, because usually you don't want to be revealing your hand interactions on this, but we are going to be able to resolve. We're going to be able to get into Trackmaker. If this fully resolves, we will be seeing exactly what Herman has in the hand. Going Chainlink 1, Cool Tune Rotary, Chainlink 2, Cool Tune Trackmaker. Is there an action from Herman here to either stop the Trackmaker more commonly than trying to interact with the Rotary here? And it doesn't look like there is. We're going to...
Oh yeah, because Samir needs to add first with the effect of Trackmaker, and later Herman reveals the hand to resolve Rotary, because Rotary goes Chainlink 1.
Yeah, and that is a very interactive hand, quite a bit.
Magnamut, Ash Blossom, Harmonia, and 2 copies of Harmonia.
Yep, double Harmonia here.
And with 1 in the field also? 3 copies of Harmonia.
Yeah, I feel that Herman, because obviously there was that point there where maybe Herman could have interacted with the Trackmaker as it was the Chainlink 2 with the Harmonia, but very well held there because of the pure fact that you want to try and maximize the advantage from Harmonia on that one. So when you are revealing your cards, you ideally want to resolve the destruction effect of Harmonia and then a return effect with the Malong as well that could be sent from the extra deck. And we're going to synchro straight up into the possible Zalen here as well.
You're correct, Zalen has been summoned in the field, and I believe right now Samir can control pretty well with all the knowledge that he has from Herman's hand, and if also Q is utilized as a synchro material, it can also have some access to the top deck.
Yeah, and we already know that there is not much extension here. I suppose the only saving grace for Herman on that one, if the top deck is manipulated, is that we do have that Magnamut that could resolve, but also take into account that we know all 3 Harmonias are already out of the deck. So the Magnamut might not even be able to resolve, depending on what other dragons we could use. As of yet, but you can imagine there might be a Fallen and the Fallen
we have
Balbaz
Harmonia in the graveyard, right? So we can just
oh yeah, it's very, very true. Yeah, add that back. But you kind of want to manipulate the deck.
The deck,
yeah. If Samir was to attempt to, because you want to put Herman in a bit more of a disadvantaged position there and give a card that he's probably not going to get much use out of off of the top here. But we probably, off of the 7, we have access, but I believe we need another Synchro Monster in order to grab B2B to put the aggressive push here. We are going to utilize the Magnamut targeting the Cool Tune Trackmaker in the graveyard, resolving the Magnamut, and then attempting to activate the effect, which will resolve, and chaining the Harmonia from Samir himself as well. That is going to be very effective here.
And we can also negate the effect of Magnamut with Zalen also.
Correct.
Right now.
Is that...
Yeah, I believe that's it.
Okay, so Herman gathers up the cards, has seen more than enough here. Very well done by Samir. A little bit unfortunate on Herman's side that there was a lot of interaction, but as we mentioned, that's kind of the risk and reward of the type of build when you have so much non-engine and not waste to completely bridge. But, you know, we might see what's going to happen in game 2.
And this is what I really like about Kultune, that in the hands of a very experienced player like Samir, obviously, it feels very scary when you provide those players the knowledge of the hand and also they can manipulate the top deck. It feels like it is one of those scenarios that you really want to face, right?
Yeah.
And I wonder right now what's the options from Herman's side, breaking from the side deck. I don't know if we can have a look on it.
Yeah. So if we take a look at the side deck for Herman on this one, we do have a Harpy's Feather Duster, we've got Solemn Judgment, Called by the Grave, Mulchummy, Perulia, but you can probably imagine that apart from the Solemn Judgment, they might not come in, maybe the Called by the Grave as well if you're going to be going first. Then on the other side of that, we have Dominus Impulse, which can be quite effective, depending on what we want to try and achieve with that, but you need to remember the attribute restrictions sometimes. But another interesting card we have here is Retaliating Sea.
You believe that he is going to side it in, I guess, Kultune?
I think it's very risky to do it. Yes, taking away the graveyard can be quite effective because a lot of the Kultune monsters need to go to the graveyard in order to perform or to get their additional effects, and Rotary to get their knowledge and Q to get the knowledge. But I feel that going first is not going to be that applied, especially because when you need to rely, you will build your field, they then need to activate Kultune Synchro, then you can activate the Retaliating Sea, and it seems like a step too far, definitely for going first. I feel, if anything here, we're probably going to stick with our own strategy. I can imagine that if he is on Mulchummy for Warloss in the main deck, they're definitely going to be coming out, and I think we'll definitely see Solemn Judgment, Called by the Grave, and then his decision of one more card to come in at the very least.
And I believe that is one of those scenarios that Elf Note Power Patron, if they can actually find a play, and in order to not just set one card and pass again, it feels very scary to let such a deck go first. And from Samir's side, when playing Kultune, I think that you really need to find those hand traps, and I think this is why you bring such a deck in this event, in order to be able to face any combo deck and feel prepared, meaning that you just don't wait for a Fugalos or Perulia to be drawn. Instead, you have your whole deck being prepared for a combo deck, having all those hand traps in the main deck and in the side deck in order to face any potential threat of a combo deck such as Elf Note Power Patron.
Yeah, exactly. We saw how powerful and versatile the Elf Note Power Patron strategy is in round number 10. We saw that the ideal end field is a Crystal Wing, sometimes backed up with an FA Dawn Dragster, and then also you have the Elf Note Trap card, which allows you to ultimately revive a monster and negate, and then you add Tania into that one as well, which gives you a bit more hand restrictions for your opponent, being able to take one more card away from it. And as you've worked your way up into that one as well, you've possibly also gone through a Cypher Lord Omega, so you're really limiting your opponent's resources as they try to build, and it looks like our duelists are going to be ready for this one, so we're going to go straight over to the table, and we'll see what has come in, what has come out, and who is going to be taking game number 2. Okay, over to the table here. I would be very, very shocked if Herman decides not to go first on this one. So we're going to see if the opening hand is any better for him on this one. Calling standby main phase and being instantly hit with a Mulchummy Warloss from Samir straight away. And we're going to start off with the Power Patron Portal Terminal. Very good card on these. The Power Patrons themselves actually add another layer to the Elf Note strategy, but they can also add to the many other decks that the Power Patrons can float into alongside like your Archmages and your Doom Z's as well. But this is going to get us direct access to Midius of the Pure, which is kind of a very good premium normal summon, and it's going to get instantly met with the Effect Veiler, one of those hand interactions you previously mentioned.
Yes, it is one of those reasons why you... And I think that Herman just passed turn to Samir, right?
Yeah, it did look like that.
And it is one of those scenarios where you want to bring Kultune. Synchro Overtake will be activated. And I think that Samir right now is in a very good spot, meaning that Herman probably has side out a lot of hand drops maybe going first. and we can definitely see that he might have some issues with his consistency right now, as we saw in first game. And Samir, I think that showcases why Chulchun it was a good choice for this weekend.
Yeah, exactly that. So we're going to get direct access to the Cool Tune mix, being able to add a Cool Tune monster that is not a level 2, so one of the more powerful ones being Rotary, but also Q, and met instantly with a Droll and Lockbird from Herman here. Does limit a bit more resource.
But is it enough though? Droll and Lockbird, it is a good card, but Chulchun can play pretty easily around it, and we have not yet utilized our normal summon.
Yeah.
And we have added Q, so we can just normal summon Q, special summon, even Ash Blossom at this scenario.
Yeah, I definitely think that this could get a bit, and we're going to get the Harmonia. So this is definitely a premium spot to be hitting or utilizing your Fredrolis Harmonia here, because this is where you're going to be able to, yes, the Q will resolve, but you will have the option to get rid of the levels that could be the most effective. So you usually end up getting rid of Q, because Q is the level 3, and then you're probably going to be seeing Samir try and summon out maybe another level 2 to get access to that track maker, but it also stops the Q being able to manipulate the top deck of Herman as well.
And we have been under roll also, so I don't think that we will go for track maker here.
Yes.
It is quite a spot, to be honest, because under draw you are very limited in this scenario against Harmonia, and Herman has 2 more cards in his hand.
Yeah, maybe we do just go for a remix and maybe recycle that Effect Veiler, but even then that's going to be kind of limited depending on what else Herman has in hand. You can imagine that apart from the top card here, there is no access to an Elf Note monster. We might have seen that. So Samir just having a look, and we're going to go for another for Q.
Can we do that?
I don't
or we
think,
need
yeah.
it with different name.
I think it's different name. Yeah, except Cool Tune Q. I mean, if we still want the level 3, we go for Rico here. That does open up the option for RS and also the option for the remix here, which I think might be what we go for with Samir. It does also give the option to destroy one of the monsters that Herman has. So we're going to go for the remix. Going to get rid of the Fredrolis Harmonia, which is pretty good here because it does put a tuner into Herman's graveyard, making the remix strong enough to deal with the Medius de Pure.
So as you mentioned, we have Summon Remix and just want to utilize the effects to get Veiler in draw phase probably in our hand. And I believe that a good play in this scenario and this simplified game state will be to special summon also Q from the graveyard in order to activate the effect, and special summon Ghost Ogre so we can have one more interruption.
Yeah, so we're going to normal summon down the Fallen of Albaz. We are going to attempt to contact fuse with the remix. This is going to force Samir to utilize remix here. The options to come back, you're probably going to be looking at maybe a Rico, just to make sure you don't give your opponent an attribute that could be that effective in this one. So we're definitely changing that remix. You don't want your opponent getting direct, easy access to Mirror Jade. We also need to keep in mind that the graveyard effect of Medius de Pure is very, very effective.
So as you mentioned, Rico has been summoned through the effect of remix, and I believe that Veiler was added to the hand, or it was something else, because I can see a 2-star card. So we may add Mix for a follow-up.
Possibly here. It looks like the Rico is going to get instantly met by the Ash Blossom. I feel that maybe the Effect Veiler could have been a bit better if that wasn't the card added back.
But I believe, yes, that we have already another copy, and this will seal the game for Samir.
Yeah, Effect Veiler putting in a lot of work there. Unfortunately for Herman, wasn't able to really get going like we saw in round number 10. But we are going to be seeing exactly what else could be coming from this. He's definitely not out of it. There's still a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh! To be played. Samir takes one more step closer to that top cut here at the EU WCQ. So take me through kind of the risk and reward. So if you play, as we kind of saw here, we've got 20 non-engine cards that don't gain you access to your engine. Do you feel that there is a limit that you should be working towards, or was from a deck building perspective?
From a deck building perspective, I truly believe that the 2 pilots that we just saw are two of the best European players of all and deck builders of all time. So I'm truly believing that they had a direct plan on what to do. The only issue with Elf Node Power Patron, in my opinion, it is that it is one of those decks that you can't expect to not be so consistent when you play it in a 2 days event. However, I believe it is one of those decks that you can also expect to work pretty well, because your opponent may not have a very good knowledge about your cards, especially with Power Patron, which may confuse some players. And I believe that you can get some people off guard and do not expect those combos that you are going to potentially do.
Yeah, exactly that. And as you already mentioned, these duelists are two of the highest caliber duelists, so they'll know how to shake off something like that. And usually kind of what you need to do is put it down to luck just wasn't on my side for that one. The heart of the cards kind of wasn't there, but then it will come back later on as well. So Herman will definitely be back. He's not going to be going anywhere. And then from Samir's side, how do you kind of power through in regards to keeping your feet on your ground on this one? I mean, he's very well accomplished, but just for the other duelists out there, when you find yourself in this particular position, 4 more rounds of Swiss, the possibility of taking that step into the top 8, do you go off and decompress and take a good breath of air, or do you constantly keep running through your future plays?
So to be honest, I used to always listen to music to calm me down, and I feel this is the best advice that we can offer, meaning that if you start to overthink, this is the scenario that you might make some misplays and do not because you feel all the pressure at the moment. And I think the best thing to do is just calm down, relax, understand that each match it's different. In a match you may misplay, in the other one you may play like the best Yu-Gi-Oh match of your life. So you just need to understand that it is one step at a time and just let it be. And you know, if you even make a misplay or whatever happens, just trying to relax, breathe some air, and everything can happen.
Yeah? What type of music did you listen to? I'm curious.
So it was like, you know, those rock music that it is though alternated in more relaxing, you know, classical style.
That is beautiful. So always relax those nerves, get ready to go again. So we saw a lot of very interesting cards on that one. We've already mentioned how important Fallen the Virtuous has been so far this weekend as well. We've seen Fedrolis Harmonia also putting in a lot of work. Is there another card in particular that you can think of that you have seen a lot this weekend that you feel can kind of change the tide of a duel?
So Fallen the Virtues, for me, it is one of those cards that really showcased an amazing experience during the whole weekend. I feel like this card gives so much potential, even with a second effect to special summon if you control an Ecclesia in the fields or graveyard. And it is one of those cards that I'm really looking forward to see how it will manage to do in the top cut. And obviously I think that you are going to talk about Harmonia.
Yeah, I think Fedrolis Harmonia is such an incredibly powerful card, but also a very, very good card in general as well. So we see all of the different access and the different kind of synchro monsters it allows you to utilize in your extra deck as well for their graveyard effects. But who better to talk us through how good Fedrolis Harmonia is, or how good just the cool tune strategy is than Samir himself. So we're going to throw it over to Marcello and allow him to take it away.
Thank you, and yes, indeed, I'm joined by a legend of the game. You know, it's always a pleasure to have you here, Samir. So, first of all, you always bring a lot of energy. How are you feeling right now?
Me, I'm good feeling, but I'm much stressed because the objective is go to the world again.
Of course, of course. I mean, you have been there. I think the European Championship is a special tournament for you, always having a lot of success. Could you be, you know, the first time we see a double champion for the European? How do you feel today?
It's crazy because if I double champion Europe, I can speaking all time. I can best of 3 of European champion tournament.
Yes, exactly. True. Because we did see you back, you know, a few years ago, and I think it was also the same year of Herman, no? That you went to the World Championship a few years ago. So you know, he's always a very good player. As you've mentioned, when he lost, you know, he also has a lot of sportsmanship. He said, I'm already qualified for Tokyo, so he was like, and I think, yeah, he is, even though it's for Master Duel, so it's always tough to play against him. Did you prepare for this Elf Note deck? What do you think?
Yes, I'm prepared for F-Not deck, and I really know the better timing of each card, because thinking it's really good deck for explosivity. It's a culture alternative thinking, F-Not.
Yeah, absolutely. But you decided to bring, sometimes you bring, a lot of spice. This time around, you're playing the most represented deck. Why did you bring Cool Tune today?
Why I chose Cool Tune for this event? Me, I chose Cool Tune because thinking this format is diversity, and thinking Cool Tune it's a better deck versus all diversity on much player playing a lot of on-trap. It's crazy. 20, 27, it's just crazy. On me thinking the better deck for navigate versus the on-trap situation in majority, it's Cool Tune.
Yeah. Let's see it then. I have a few clips from the match, and I think this was demonstrated by what happened, because Herman is playing a lot of hand traps, like 20. He bricked, he bricked. So, exactly what happened here. He started with this set of Fallen and Harmonia, and it was able to stop you. So what were you thinking right now?
Me, I'm thinking it's strange situation. I show my hand because my beginning for explication is 2 Ash, 2 Reiko, and 1 Bell. Me same.
So also not.
It's really strange for me. Same, and I draw other on trap thinking I draw. On me thinking, I accept if I feed draw this because I want Herman use the resource. Me thinking it's Fallen on Virtuos, I deduction, and thinking it's better for me because I have 2 Ash.
Of course.
Cancel, and I can reuse my Ash again next turn.
And I mean, you did well to at least slow him down, because you understood, that you were both kind of top decking.
Yes.
And the end was revealed right in the next clip, and it was triple Harmonia, which is wow. I mean,
just because I have 1 Harmonia, but this is my last card in my hand. I draw 6. Because with Harmonia, I can better Magnamit or Doteka directly if my opponent risky declaration.
And in the end, as you've mentioned, you resolve the rotary, then he reveals the end, and it's basically second and third Harmonia, the Magnamut and the Ash, and as you said, you drew the 1 off Harmonia, and sometimes 1 beats free, because as we saw, the 1 only Harmonia got you, in this ending of game 1, the game. I mean, I think you are the type of player that always thinks what to play around. Do you think for you, Cool Tune gives you a lot of advantage because you have full knowledge, no? You look at the end, you look at the top deck.
Yes, exactly. Because you full knowledge, it's crazy. Yeah, it's just crazy. You have full knowledge, but the exchange, this deck, not the better for the explosivity. You trade the information versus the explosivity.
Absolutely, but information is really important.
Because branded, it's very important in Yu-Gi-Oh game.
Exactly. But now we switch, you won the game 1, which is great, especially because you lost the draw against him. And the second game, again, quite different, because you have this Fuvalos and the Veiler.
Exactly.
What do you think about the Veiler usually in this matchup?
Me thinking it's really good card because Elfenot I have a free optimal route. Because I have Fuvalos resolve, it's just crazy.
Of course.
But the Majors the Pure, it's crazy if you negate, and if you negate the Regina, the win, sorry, I didn't show the name.
Worries.
If you negate the Regina specifically, it's same, it's really good, because you want the Elfenot level 1 didn't touch the table. Donc Veiler really like this.
On the other hand, as we can see, you had the overtake, but then you are met by the Drone Lockbird.
Yes. My beginning for explication, I have 2 Veiler. This, Synchro. Fuva, yes, sure. And Duel is Genesis. Yes, and because draw is strange for me.
Of course.
And me, I chose mixed decision because thinking it's better versus draw.
And you played around it really well, because here you were able to then continue playing. There was the Harmonia, which was annoying on the queue, of course, but again, I think you played well here to try and play around, the Balong.
Yes, I was thinking for Malong. Me, I thinking it's better move. It's special summon Q, and after thinking, I cannot because I want traffic the top deck.
yeah, of course.
Because I not necessarily the Reiko effect.
Yeah.
And finally, Reiko it's my second choice, donc I accept it.
Yeah, it's fine anyways. You couldn't summon the Q, but it was fine because the remix clears everything.
Yes.
And then we didn't quite see because it was off camera, but so you had already the second Veiler, so you had that back something else, right?
Because I have already second Veiler in my hand, and the Medius, I know the timing on Fallen Alba's cost.
Yeah, I mean...
I cannot necessarily use Veiler, just trade. And if you're playing the Fusion branded special summon,
good job. Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't lose. It's okay. It's okay.
And I mean, at that point already, he was on only 3 cards. He uses 2 for the Albats. He doesn't do anything. Then the last card is the Ash for Herman to stop it. And I think he was hoping because you didn't add back the Veiler for the remix. Maybe there is a chance.
And thinking after that, it's reason why I didn't add back Veiler. It's because I want a starter because I have already a Veiler again. Yeah.
But yeah, when he saw the second Veiler in your hand, that was just the game. And
it's just the game.
I mean, sometimes it's like this. Sometimes you get a tough opponent, but the game lines up. And I think this was a perfect example of what you said, that your choice is because of consistency, not breaking, with a lot of these end traps
and me playing less on trap of the
exactly.
I cut really a little the on trap because thinking better player playing more on trap for the go second, and me thinking it's better optimization for a little less because my go first is more strong, and my go second, the go first of the opponent is little less and can lose more anytime versus one on trap.
No, I think it makes a lot of sense, and you just showed that at least you're gonna get better when you go first and just have more consistency, more push. So, good job again. Always again a pleasure to have you. Best of luck. We'll see. There are still a few rounds, so we'll wish you, and hopefully we'll see you later on. But thank you guys for being with us. But now we will cut back to more Yu-Gi-Oh! Because there is the Genesis Day 2 going on. So let's just go to a different Yu-Gi-Oh! Match.
Changing the name of this search. It's already changed to a spellcaster from Genie of the Ring effect. Now it's also called Prince of Fairies. This means we can use it as fusion material. Because the equip spell can use the opponent's monster called Prince of Fairies. It can't if it's not a spellcaster. It is now a spellcaster. So we're going to equip that to the Match Guru, I believe, from the graveyard.
Is there a way to get rid of the column?
Yes, if we summon Teller here, if you summon Teller using an opponent's Prince of Fairies as material, it destroys all the cards your opponent controls. So
that is a big effect.
Yeah, I was thinking about this in terms of the just in a vacuum, the field spell 1-card combo, not remembering, of course, the opponent's materials are our own materials here. So this is a lot more than I had once thought. We do see that Teller of Fairy Tales hitting the field and activating the effects to destroy that column. I'm not sure how much further we can go from here, but oh wait, no, we have the quick play spell. I don't know that we can find game from this, but
we used a battle phase already.
We did. I got excited.
But yeah, I get that, but I think just clearing off everything that your opponent has and having an Omni Negate on the field with the Teller on no cards in hand as well is pretty much telling the story of this game. Lutz cannot find a way to get his Blitzkrieg engine going in Game 1 or in Game 2 so far, and Henry is threatening with a few Fairy Tale monsters, the Wicked on the field. Next to the Teller is 1 card in hand for Lutz. What is this miraculous card that he just so desperately needs? Is there anything that can get him out of this sticky situation?
I really don't know. I'd love to see if it's at all possible, but goodness me.
Nope, it is not. And Lutz offers the fist bump of sportsmanship, gives up the game, shows the Angelecki problem, but he had other problems to deal with.
There you go, absolutely correct. We do see both these players at this point in the day are obviously very well versed in their decks and also knowing how their opponent's decks play as well. Very good to see they knew where to hit each other's interactions, how to use them, what to do, and did their best. And it was a fantastic game to watch, I have to say. It was really good fun.
Yep, it was very nice that we finally on stream see the power of the Fairy Tail deck.
Yeah.
Fusing with your opponent's monsters is absolutely massive, especially if you can then go for a complete board wipe. Also very nice use of the hand traps for Henry, He's really showing why playing a engine with basically no points is a massive advantage if you can still manage to put up a field. But this was it for this round for the Genesis Championships. You can still go over to the mainstream, watch the content there. See you soon.
暗くなってきたし、そろそろ帰ろうよ。まだまだ。申し訳ございませんでした。これでみんな友達だね。よかったね、二人とも。でもどうしてあんなところにいたのかな。迷子になっちゃったのかな。一緒に遊びたいって。よーし、それじゃあ私が。
ヒータは僕と修行。ヒータはまだ霊力のコントロールが不安定だからね。あの大岩を動かすには修行あるのみ。ほら行くよ。よ
ーし、一緒に遊ぼう。でもこの子これからどうしよっか。私が育てるよ。そうは言っても
この子だけであんなところにいるのは変だと思う。
家族とか仲間が近くにいるんじゃないかな。家族。明日大岩に行くついでに探してやろうぜ。いい？ウィン？もちろん。よーし、そうと決まれば明日に向けてとっとと飯食って寝ようぜ。君の家族見つけてあげるからね。よーし、昨日の特訓の成果を見せてやろうぜ。任せて。ペッパッ。
ヒータ
行くぜ。
いっけー。
ダメか。
どうだった？こっちも全然。こうも動かないと何か仕掛けがあるのかも。
困っちゃったね。どうしたの？なんだ？マジかよ。
You can see more of those chronicles later on, because now it's time for us to do a quiz. And I believe it's the first time both of these casters have taken part in one of my famous quizzes here on the show. Guys, welcome. How are you both doing? Dale, we'll start with you.
I'm actually excited. I've always wanted to take part in one of these.
I've always wanted to quiz.
I've always wanted to quiz, but now now that I'm up here, I feel like I'm going to get absolutely trounced.
To be fair, some of these are a little bit easier than some of the ones I threw at Basti and Leo yesterday, because some of those were...
I don't want easy.
You don't want easy?
No,
How are you
no.
doing, Charles? Enjoying your time so far?
I'm doing very well, thank you, mate. Yeah, I'm doing fantastic. I'm excited for a quiz, likewise, like Dale. Yeah, I want to see if I get completely destroyed by someone who probably knows a lot more about the game than I do.
Well, we're about to all find out together. Let me explain to you guys exactly how this game works. So what you're going to do is I'm going to read a question. You can interrupt if you want, but you have to answer at the moment that you interrupt. You're going to basically say buzz. So you're going to buzz in to answer these questions. So I'll say something like, what country is this year's EU WCQ in? And you would say buzz, and then you would say
Brussels.
That's the city, so you got it wrong.
You didn't let me finish.
Well, I said country.
You started out wrong.
Brussels, Belgium.
That's not the country. That's
the city within the country.
Okay. See.
So Charles, it would go over to you, and you'd say
France.
Okay, so no points there across the board. So, are we ready for our first question, gentlemen? In an instance where both of you buzz in at the same time, I will make you rock, paper, scissors.
Okay.
And to just tell you how I do this, it's 1, 2, 3, go. So you go on
1, 2,
where
3,
4
go.
would
Sure,
be,
cool.
rather than 3. Some people do it on 3, and they're wrong. Right.
All right.
Question 1. Now, I know you guys have been doing some Genesis casting this weekend, so this one is relevant to Genesis. How many points is Delinquent Duo in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Buzz.
Genesis?
100?
Correct! Now, keep a memory of your scores and how many points you have, because I will forget. I'm a bad quizmaster when it comes to the scores. Next, which deck won at the WCQ Europe 2025?
Buzz. Vanquish Soul.
Correct. God, you were being very humble earlier, saying I'm going to get stopped, but at the moment this is going in your way. Don't worry, Dale. Plenty more questions.
Do they get easier?
They do. This is an easy one. Where will the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2026 be held this year?
Japan, Tokyo.
Very good. Oh, that was an interesting way of putting that around this time.
That
Was that
was
because
funny.
you panicked? I panicked after the Brussels thing. Okay, guys, next. What link materials are required to summon Saryuja Skulldread?
Buzz. For monsters with different names, but you can technically link summon him with a link 3 and a link
I'm going to need a number.
4.
Do you know, I'll give it to you because it's 2 or more.
Yeah.
Well, that's not right then.
But you can get different effects.
Because I was going to say 2 or more.
But you can get 2 effects. If you get 2, you get
Yeah,
one
but
line
I was
of
going to say
effect.
2 or more because 4's just not correct. You can do it with 4 because a link
4 is more than 2.
He's not wrong there, but I suppose what's written on the card is
2 or more.
2 plus monsters with different names. So do you know what? I'm going to not give you that point because I think under technicality, but you don't get the point either because you didn't answer it. So that's that.
You
That
didn't pass
question
it
is
to me.
null and void.
Can't believe this. I'm going home.
It's it's too late. Right, next question. What colour bow is on the monster Mathmasian's beard?
Buzz. Green.
Incorrect. Guess another colour.
Buzz, black.
No. It's red.
Oh,
That was
Okay.
my second guess.
When is the release date for Magnificent Monsters?
Oh, Buzz. September 9th.
No, but it is September.
Buzz. September. I think it's 2nd or 20th, depending on where you are in the world.
2nd or 20th. Those are quite far apart.
I think it's because different places have different release schedules.
I can tell you that it's both wrong. Would you like another guess? I'll give you both one more guess because I'm looking for a specific date in September.
I should get this one. Ah.
I'll buzz in if you're thinking.
No.
So you went
No,
with,
no, it's fine, it's
you
fine.
went
No,
with
no.
2 and 20. Are we counting both 2 and 20 are null and void?
Yes. I want one number though.
Official release date 7th of September.
And what's your one?
19th.
Okay, both of you are wrong. It was the 3rd of September. That is going to be the release date.
I was very
You were
close.
all very close. When you said 2, I thought you were going to go, oh, it's either 2nd or 3rd, but you said 2nd or 20th, which was a rogue
I just remember
choice.
the number 2.
Okay, well, do you know what? You weren't right.
Thanks, mate.
Okay, next. What is the level of Nibiru, the primal being?
Buzz.
Oh, that was technically you, Just.
I'm going to get strong now. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, such a confident Buzz.
Oh, 9.
Incorrect.
11.
Yeah.
Correct, Charles. So is that now 4 points to you?
Apparently 3 according to the screen.
Oh, wait, we have quiz count. Oh, we've got numbers
Let's
now.
go.
Thank you very much, production. That means I can look down there and pretend I know. Okay, next. What is the original defense of Baron de Fleur?
Buzz, 2,500.
Is incorrect.
2,400?
Is correct.
Let's go.
Another point to Charles. That is now 4-1. Thank you very much, production. I'm so glad we've got numbers on screen. Okay, next. How many points is Clown Crew Bianca Viso in Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis?
Buzz, 5?
Incorrect.
7?
Is also incorrect. It is 1. It is 1 singular point. Okay, next question. What is the original attack and defense of Five-Headed Dragon?
Buzz, 5,000. And 5,000.
Very good. Excellent stuff. Charles, sort of sweeping this at the moment. So, Dale, there are still more questions. You might need to lock in a bit here, I'll be honest. Next, what colour eyes does Fright Fur Sheep have?
Buzz, red.
Incorrect. Guess another colour.
Brown.
No. It's green. I was going to give you a clue to try and help you out and be like, look at your waistcoat.
This is so bad.
Do you know, there's still time. There's still time. Okay, what is the level of XYZ Slidolphin?
Buzz, trick question. They don't have a level.
Do you want to give me a number, or do you want to be a smart aleck about it? I'm just reading the questions that they're giving me.
What's the name of the monster?
XYZ Slidolphin. Slidolphin? I've only ever seen it written down. Slidolphin.
Rank 3.
I'm going to go Slidolphin. I'm going to go 4.
It is 4. It is 4, I'm afraid.
I knew it wasn't 3 because I play Goblin Biker and it's not 3.
That's true. Okay, which monster has this card text? A hunter that relentlessly pursues its target by order of the Machine King.
Buzz, Mechanical Chaser.
Very good, Charles. This has been an absolute sweep. Tell you what, I might have to go and grab one of the Germans who did this yesterday, and they won, and then we'll have to do a quiz off.
I'm down for that.
We'll see what happens. Okay, we've got a couple more questions here. At this point, this is a lost cause, but we'll play the game anyway.
I believe in you, Dale.
What type is the monster Fiber Jar?
Buzz. Rock.
Incorrect.
I want to say Fiend, but I know it's not, so Machine.
Plant.
Well, you didn't get to a second guess, but it is Plant. So you were right, but you don't get a point.
No, I don't need it. It's fine.
Oh, gosh. Okay, right. What attribute is Madolce Pudding Cess?
Buzz. Earth.
Very good. And final question, considering this has been a near whitewash. Which monster and character are on boosters for Chaos Origins?
Yugi, Yami Yugi.
Yep.
And Dark Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos.
You had the right idea, but the words were wrong.
Buzz.
Okay.
Yugi the Pharaoh, Atem, what do you want to call him?
Okay. Spoiler alert.
Dark Magician of...
No.
No, sorry. You know what? No, I've done it.
It's Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos.
Very good. Okay, you've redeemed yourself there. You get 2 points, actually. I'm going to give you 2 points for that one. Thank you, production. Although, as you guys can see from the bottom of the screen, it has made little difference. Congratulations, Charles. You have won your first ever quiz on the coverage here. How do you feel?
Elated. I'm going to go. I'll send this out to my wife, who doesn't exist, to my mum, who does exist, thankfully, and to Ed here for giving the quizzes and telling me the answers beforehand. He didn't. I'm joking.
That's not true. Don't listen to a word he said, Dale. I'm not going to allow any of these lies and slander. Dale, I'm sorry. Did you enjoy the quiz?
Yeah, that was fun.
We do have other quizzes available. Some other quizzes are available. So we might get you back in for an alternate format one, where it's a different kind of one, maybe like a higher or lower, or what card am I thinking of?
Please don't.
Here's a hint. It'll be a dinosaur.
Miscellaneous Saurus, 67 points, Buzz.
That was pretty good. We actually did have a dinosaur deck on the Genesis stream earlier, and I watched the entire thing. It was really exciting. So make sure if you guys are watching and you want to check out some of the Genesis feature matches we've got going on, be sure to tune into the other stream that's also on YouTube. But stick around, because we're going to get back in with another feature match here for the main event as we near the end of the Swiss rounds. How many have we got left? What round are we about to have? 13?
I want to say it's 2 more.
Yeah, round 13.
We're about to have round 13. So we got 13, 14, then 15.
3 more.
3 more. 3 more rounds of Swiss, and then we get into that top 8 cut, and we're going to be hopefully showing all the top 8 matches on the first and second stream, so that we can see all 4 of the duelists who are going to make their way to the World Championship, guys. So stick around. We'll be right back with even more coverage.
準備はいい？食った食った。大丈夫だよ。回復薬もバッチリ効いてるよ。ここまではいい感じだね。この調子で行こうぜ。私たちできるよ。よし、今度こそ成功。霊力持っていかれる。みんな意識を集中して。ダメ、抑えられない。このままじゃ。ギガギガブブみんな私たちも今度こそみんなで力を合わせて絶対に成功させる。いくよ、大霊術一輪。また失敗しちゃったね。マジか。でもすごく綺麗。みんな来て。どうしたの？もしかしてまた？未熟者たちへ試練を与えん。おいおい、振り出しかよ。みんなと一緒ならきっと立派な霊使いになれるよ。しょうがない、やるか。今度こそ絶対に成功させようね。大丈夫、僕たちパワーアップしてる。よーし、とりあえず飯だ飯。エリア、とびっきりおいしいの頼むぜ。ちょっとは手伝ってよ。わかってるって。 私も何か作るよ。サンドイッチみんな待って。サンドイッチ好きなんだよな。もうしょうがないな。
So firstly, what is your favorite extended art card?
I'm a big fan of Super Polymerization. I think that Super Polymerization already has been a classic card for like so many years. It's one of my favorite cards, and having it kind of pull out of the art box and do it, it's almost like it's reaching out over the table almost, and it's just like, no, let me have those monsters. Let me just take them all. Thank you.
My favorite one is definitely the new Dark Magician. So cool.
Wake up your elemental heroes.
Chaos Dungeon.
Summon Skull.
It's Mirror Jade, of course. I play Branded, so I love this card actually.
I'd probably say Mirror Jade. I think Mirror Jade pops really well. Yeah.
The new Ritual Sorcerer.
It has to be Super Polymerization. I think it looks really fun.
I like Impulse. I like Chaos Angel. And it's not yet in TCG, but probably the Toon Rise Dragon.
And regarding the event, what deck do you expect to win?
I'm going to go with the deck that I brought, which is Cool Tune. I think that the information that you get from seeing the hand is so much better than anything else that you can be doing. Branded is a close second because it's very strong. It's a very strong engine. It's very difficult to stop it. But Cool Tune, having access to that private information, just makes it so much better than anything else you could be bringing today.
I think that the Ritual deck is really strong. I think that it has a lot of potential with comebacks in the later game, so I think this will win the event.
I want to say it's probably Q-Tune, but I would like to see some special deck win like Blitzkrieg or something. That would be amazing.
I think it's Q-Tune, but Blitzkrieg and Ritual of Light and Darkness with Azamina is also good. I guess one of the three.
Kulchin, obviously. It's obviously it's Branded. White Albert is the best card of the year. So
probably Radiant Typhoon. Yeah.
Some version of the Light and Darkness deck.
Well, I hope Invoke does, because I think it's a really fun contender for the tournament.
Honestly, Kultun have a chance, but probably Branded or Kultun.
And lastly, my favorite question: what is your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh memory?
Give me a second, that one. It was probably one of the first regionals I went to at home. I was taking like my own brew of like Branded with the patchwork stuff, even before the Chimera. This is like first year Branded came out. It's the first time I went away with any of my friends, and I ended up topping that event. It was only 100 man, but it was like the first time where I've gone away, I've done well, and I've gone, oh, let's keep going with this. Let's keep going with this Yu-Gi-Oh thing. And so here I am 4 years later, still here, still doing it.
When I was first after Swiss in 2018 at the European Championship, I think that was a really cool moment. I unfortunately lost in the first round of the top card, but I remember being first after Swiss was a really cool moment, and I am looking forward to being first after Swiss again. Maybe, we don't know.
I can't pinpoint a favorite one, but just going to my first ever locals back in the day when I was 9 years old, which was like about 20 years from now, was such a good time back then, yeah.
YCS Dortmund this year, this is my highest place. I was top 128, and it was special for me.
The ban of Mystic Mine, I think. I did the national 2 years ago. It was an English one. And I played Snake Eyes, and it was my first big event with my family also. So it's an important memory for me.
There's too many come to mind. Like, I've only been playing the game for a year, and like I've met so many good people playing the game. Like every event I've gone to, it's been amazing. So yeah.
don't know, being on my first national championships, I think, and finding my friends there over and over again, because losing yourself between the tables.
I got runner-up at a Charma sealed event, and I think it's just so fun to win a sealed event, or rather get second place.
I think it was the French national the last years at Caen, and yeah, that was my first event ever. Like it was my first local. It was the French national in Caen 2025. So yeah, that's it. I think that's my best memory.
Thank you very much.
I am joined by Dale. Dale, what have you got for us?
So as most of you might know, in the brand new booster pack Chaos Origins, there was a cover card and a very nice upgrade for a lot of the decks, and one of them is the Ritual of Light and Darkness, utilizing two very iconic monsters and then upgrading quite a lot more. So as I dig into the good Ojama Green right here, who's holding on to all of my new cards, we're going to go through all of the new cards that were received, some of the upgrades, some that you might look a bit familiar with as well.
And I think so you don't have to dual wield the cards and the microphone. I will hold the microphone for you actually while you show the cards. Show me your favorites from the new deck.
I mean, I have to. You can't really say no to the new extended artworks. So with the extended artworks, what I love about these two is when you put them together. So you can put them together, you create a bit of a pattern. So you'll see that the sword and the kind of like magical spell blast kind of complete a good circle. So this is the first core boost set we've got with the extended art cards. Very, very beautiful. And both of them have really powerful effects. So what you do is to be able to get access to them, you can utilize a card called Mind Shuffle. And again, the artwork on this one is really, really nice. It starts to utilize the Black Luster Soldier and, of course, the Magician of Black Chaos on this one as well. And the idea is it gives you a nice way of being able to ritual summon monsters technically without ritual summoning them. So you're allowed to return a level 7 or higher monster on your field, which can very easily be a card like Harmonia.
You'll see more of Chaos Origins in a little bit, because now it's time to get into our round 13 feature match here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European World Championship Qualifier. Up next, we have Andrea Nuska versus Themis Gizis, and we're ready to kick things off for our anti-penultimate round. That means third last, I think. I've never actually checked, but that's a word that I knew was going to blow Marcello's mind. And Marcello and Alberto are going to be your casters for this round. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you for the shout out. Indeed, please surprise me with even more in the next rounds. And oh my, do we have a match for you guys? I gotta say, in particular, some extremely familiar faces for both me and Alberto, because in this round, standing on an X2 record, on the one end, we'll see Themis, which I mean, I think has been a pillar of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Greek community for years and years, former national champion and having a lot of success, but missing, you know, that step, that win, that big, you know, invitation to the World Championship, and he's gonna go for it. But on the other hand,
there's actually someone from our locals in
yes,
Rome, Andrea Nuska, Il Nuschevole.
Il Nuschevole, as we know him, is you know, quite the character. On the one hand, we saw in the last round Samir, and he is that sort of character as well. You know, maybe different resume in the game, but you know, very positive, always bringing a lot of energy, absolutely in love with the game. You know, spending a lot of time playing and trying different decks, and always, you know, trying to take a little bit of a spin on what he brings to the table. But in terms of matchups, it will be also an interesting one, as he has been playing branded for, I don't know, honestly, at this point, I think
for the
ever
longest
since
time. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's now 4 years. Something like this. And so he is definitely an expert on the deck, but on the other hand, we'll see if it will be enough to stop Themis. I mean, what else should we say? Our players are ready. Let's start things off. Here it is. Andrea rolling first. It's a 9. Pretty tough to beat. And yeah, that's not quite enough. So Andrea will be starting things off here. Let's take a look at how his opener is. Oh, and we see the Purulia in the man deck from Themis. Not the end of the word, but it can be somewhat annoying. Really depends on what kind of opener Andrea goes for. Taking a look at his deck, gotta say, definitely less spicy than what we are used to seeing his deck, but it does have an interesting inclusion, I would say. So actually, he does. So let's see. But for now, it's you know, the usual suspects. Branded, one of the most represented decks this weekend, right after Cool Toon.
Yeah, table 1 Francesco Simoncelli, which we previously saw on stream, is currently the only player undefeated in the entire event with the 12-0 record. So
yeah, impressive stuff. Yeah. He already made it to the World Championship, and I think he's now only one win away from having a second chance.
I mean, I really feel like the deck has always been incredibly consistent over the last few months. It's always been about Kiltoon or Branded. Due to Chaos Origin, I really feel like Kiltoon... We didn't see much of Kiltoon, actually, in between yesterday and today.
And here is a little bit of a difference. Andrea is indeed playing the Mercurier. Not a default choice. Ooh, and we do have the Magna. Look at this synergy here from Andrea. Ardro in the Magna mode, and that way we can trigger the Mercurier. Great stuff. I mean, of course, this means we are gonna give some draws. I believe we have already given 3 draws.
But yeah, it felt like maybe he needed to commit.
Yeah.
A little bit scary, honestly, but you know, here Andrea's just giving time his chain links.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, it's gonna be great. Great field. In terms of non-engine, what are we working with? Do we have some field breakers for Themis? Let's take a look at his deck list as well. We do see this Warsaw.
Plays a lot of end-traps.
Oh,
a lot of end-traps, which we didn't see.
Yeah, we didn't see.
But no, field breakers are all in the side deck.
Ooh, okay. So yeah, if he doesn't find anything and he's just throwing into a lot of end-traps at the end, that won't be the ideal. But yet another draw.
Wow.
Wow. Andrea really not scared of giving a lot of draws to Themis.
Oh, this is the one-off copy of the Farah that Andrea is playing. A nice addition. But I think he's not using it. I think he just revealed it and then he's just not going for it. He just revealed it in the...
Now we're gonna use the fall and the Virtues right away. Debating a bit, it seems, between the Rin Run, checking the graveyard. Yep, we do. And okay. Yeah, we can see that Andrea, again, playing the game for a long time, but maybe not too familiar with playing on stage. And now we are moving to the end phase. Ash Blossom coming from Themis, as you would expect, getting some. And then we are gonna get back Ecclesia and Cartesia. But I believe we stopped the search. And now we are just gonna add something with Magnamut. Let's see what the card of choice. Yeah, makes sense. It's just gonna be the Albion. I mean, the field definitely not so impressive. Ooh, and we also see the Grifo. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with that many cards being drawn by Themis, honestly, the Grifo here is helping out him a lot, putting in place the Mind Shuffle, which also gets activated, and then having stopped with Ash Blossom. The Albion, of course, Andrea doesn't have access to the Fallen.
Yeah. There's gonna be a huge difference. Themis also quite prepared for this matchup, doesn't want to waste any time. We are starting to see at the top tables, you know, players taking a lot. There have been a couple of double losses which can change the map for who makes it to the top cut, and that's definitely what they want to avoid the most. And this is one of the matchups, I guess, anytime Branded is involved, that really makes you know, playing with the clock crucial. If the situation gets too complicated, too narrow, it's a really good skill to understand when to pick up your deck. But for now, we are still quite early into the round, and Themis is on a lot of cards thanks to the Purulia, and can now try to have a go at cracking this field.
Well, the thing is that Andrea played under Purulia regardless, which, you know, led to a field which is fine. Not, of course, the greatest, but it's fine. But, you know, it really also depends on what time is picked up, because essentially here it's... okay, there's the Black Chaos coming onto the field, and this is already something that is going to put a lot of pressure to Andrea.
Yeah, pretty sure he's familiar with the card, but just don't want to leave anything to chance. A lot of cards in the end from Andrea as well. And we are activating the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, it seems. Yep. No response from Themis. So we get back our Spring Guns kit. It's gonna be tricky to navigate this, but as we can see here, the Quem, which was a crucial piece of interaction, is now dealt with. Now we add back the ritual spell. So Andrea, maybe, you know, not too familiar with this matchup. I had a brief talk before the round, and what he told me was, as long as I avoid light and darkness ritual, I'm happy. And yeah, as you can see, he's now looking up in the air, trying to think about what he can do. And
I think it's the toughest matchup for the branded deck, because that's the same thing that Francesco Simoncelli also told us. It's I really feel like it's, if you can do it with branded, it's just along the line. You just go maybe close to time as well.
Yeah,
it's difficult. It's very difficult just because of the amount of resources that the deck has, and sometimes it just can be too much. And here also
this a bit of a, you know, misstep from Andrea on the positioning, not playing around the anima. You really have to pay attention to the smallest details when it comes to this point. And this is where we are gonna force out action from the Italian player. Using this Rindbram. Themis is gonna use an impulse. All right. Yeah, that's big. We take away this War Soul, Synchro, and we can now activate our first ritual spell of the match, taking it back right away.
Look at this.
Of course, Themis bringing the extended art.
Oh, and there's also the Wanted. Yeah, Themis deck is just a dream deck, I think.
Yeah, pretty much. Everything, you know, very, very shiny, we could say. And here comes the last part of the deck, because he is also using some Zaminas cards, just like we saw with Zio Mandri. It seems like this version of the deck is having a lot of success, really, you know, pushing this additional combo lines.
Here also using once again the Archfiend from the graveyard to bring him back onto the field, and then putting Sonkar back is just getting way too much.
Such an impressive turn, and it doesn't seem like there will be much of a chance for Andrea in this one after all. Decided to play through Purulia, and I guess he got punished for it. Here a bit of a decision from Themis on what to link with, but we have mentioned it. The difference with this build is that you can link climb very easily, and here comes the Spark. Nice surprise from Andrea. We thought he didn't have any interactions at all, but he was actually waiting to get a chance.
Yeah, it seemed as though Themis was just, you know, just moves away from getting this game won, I feel like.
I think he... Yeah, he was just going in a bit of an autopilot mode, assuming that there were no more responses, and we have seen now the deck can access, you know, access God Talker, to repeat, and close the game like that. At this moment, we still represent a lot of damage, regardless, so we might not need it. having a go once again. Ooh, yes, we do commit fully to this link. It's just gonna be the transcode, or what are we going for here? Yeah, it is indeed.
Yeah. The protect code talker.
Doing some math. Now going, weirdly enough, for the draw. Would have liked to see that maybe before. But yeah, with this, we can bring out Ilya Silvia and then use it right away for the access Scott Talker, and that does it. Andrea knows it very well, and game one goes to Themis. It seems like it was just missing, you know, one piece after the spark caught him off guard, but, you know, very well played by Themis. What can you say? That Purulia gave him the additional cards that were needed to just completely break this without any non-engine.
No, I mean, I feel like Andrea took the decision of committing. It's, you know, it just gave Themis few draws, which, you know, were impactful, and at the end of the day there was also the grief of being activated, putting on the line mind shuffle, and I think it was just way too much. Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise that the deck is performing so well. Then it will be very interesting to see, you know, also why players are relying either on Light and Darkness Ritual as Amina or Branded. But it was a very good showcase from Themis. It's just, you know, we mentioned it before, has always been very successful player throughout the years, always playing, you know. And then here it will be interesting to see how Andrea is going to approach this, because he told us he was afraid of this matchup.
Definitely so.
And let's see if he can put things to 1-1.
I mean, he does have some interesting cards in the side deck. Of course, the Diabel Z, which is, again, this sort of anti-spell fragrance card. Notably, you know, Mistaken Arrest is also quite popular going first. But overall, you know, you just try to play your game and set up a few spell and traps in the back to protect it. But as you also touched on, although Themis in the main deck is focusing on end traps and has a lot of Mulcharmis, in the side deck is almost exclusively siding field breakers. So this won't be easy for Andrea. And game one, I feel like, was really the important one once you win the die roll to keep your hopes alive. But regardless, these two are amazing duelists, currently sitting on a 10-2 impressive record. Let's find out who can keep this streak alive and who can have a chance at going to the World Championship. Let's go back to the table. Here we are once again. Let's see if Purulia is... There it is, once more Purulia for Themis. But let's see if this changes the way that Andrea plays after committing heavily into the card in game one.
Yeah, the thing is that in game one, it really gave them too many draws, and if this is going to be the case once again, Andrea may be in trouble. Yeah, Purulia, very, very powerful hand trap here in this case. Let's see how Andrea started things off in this game too.
And yeah, we're going to give at least one draw here with the White Dragon. Understandable. Oh, and we do follow it up with the Ice Spirit. Yeah, setting up the graveyard really, really well. Albion, Shadow Dragon. Gonna give an important draw to Andrea. At this point, engine-wise, we are in a really good spot. So we really try to find those cards. Mistaken Arrest, Solemn's to slow Themis. Was it the Solemn?
It's a trap.
I think Solemn Accusation, maybe. So it did pick up one of those cards. And this resolves, so this is also pretty big. Let's see whether it's Quem or Aluber that we go for. It is Aluber. Is it gonna resolve? It does. So this could be the first branded fusion. We have a lot of outs. We have Impulse and Ash.
Oh,
no,
it
does resolve. Great news.
Great news from Andrea from a situation where Polulek would have been impactful. And
the good thing about the play from Andrea, where he activated the White Dragon and then chained the Ice Spirits, is that he didn't give the draw for the Purulia. So right now we are still denying Themis from this, and here we see the Diabel Z that I was talking about. I mean, really good stuff. Solemn Accusation, it seems, at least I'm pretty sure that was the card that he picked up. Plus, here, access to Diabel Z if he wants.
Just considering his options now and going for the Mirror Jade.
Mirror Jade. Make an appearance. And yeah, that's pretty much gonna be it. But we have a lot of interactions, as always, with the branded deck during the end phase.
Yeah, it's gonna resolve here, going for the Quem.
Yeah, Quem's such a good card. Sending the Ecclesia, which we can get back. And now we can use the Fallen and the Virtuous, accessing this super important card in the Diabel Z, because differently from Anti-Spell Fragrance, since it's already set up, it makes quick spells completely useless. You cannot use them at all. And on top of that, if Themis is to set one of his spells, there is a chance to snipe it off, because you can destroy one of them.
And
so
this is far better from game one.
Yeah,
sure.
this is a
far
great opener, and I already see Wanted. And this is gonna be a bit of a mind game, because as you can see, Andrea's thinking, because if you know that they're gonna destroy one of them, you know, it's a mind game. Do we set a useless one and then the really good one, or do we do the opposite? So let's see. Andrea's thinking. And we do not go for it.
What does Andrea have?
And yeah, it is the Solemn Accusation indeed, which is, interestingly enough, depending on which effect he goes for, yes, gonna shut it down for the rest of this match, most likely.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. You just get rid of it and don't think about it anymore.
And now, let's see, because I'm pretty sure there is a Wanted, which is not, you know, functionable at the moment. And do we have a way to play the game? This seems really tough with the Mirror Jade plus Quem. And yeah, now I do totally agree with this. We did. And wow, Andrea with the read, not using it on the first set, but on the second, which was the Arpis Fed Duster. And I think, is it a second Accusation set?
Is it?
Not sure, but I mean, we will find out. For now, Themis who will try and play the game once more. Getting access to the Light and Darkness tree tool. Now Andrea again reading the card. Doesn't want to make a mistake at this stage. We're about half the way there in terms of time. And yeah, I think it is a second accusation.
I think Andrea as well just wants to make sure of solemn accusation text and not make any mistake.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to understand if he can do that. The card is not once per turn, so he will be able to shut down the ritual. But you can only use it on the activation, I believe, not on the effect.
Yeah.
So now we have to set, we're gonna use it, and here comes the second solemn accusation from Andrea. And yeah, also Themis checking that it's not once per turn, and it is not.
Yeah, just needed to be sure about that.
Yeah, and we are paying only 1,500, it seems, this time around.
Okay. Interesting.
I mean, regardless, you know, I guess he just doesn't want to take a risk of losing for damage. Getting rid of it is important, I would say. But regardless, for the rest of this turn, we cannot use it. So I guess Andrea's thinking I will win next turn if this is all that happens. But for now, we are gonna continue threatening to deal with some of the important graveyard and especially the Albat's names. Okay, then there is a final change. We deal with the regular Fallen of Albas, and that is extremely relevant because of Quem. And now we try and attack. I guess this seems like an easy decision given the importance of the Diabel Z. But in his mind, Andrea is like, yeah, he does go for it. And that is important because we do know that there is indeed the wanted. This resolves, and yes, Themis has seen enough. There is no reason to waste any more time because 21 minutes remain. So that means we are gonna see a game 3, and rightfully so. I mean, we had seen it from the get-go. The opener was much better than the one in game 1, mostly because of help from the side deck with those solemn accusations.
I mean, the opener was far, far better. There was the High Spirits paired up with the Fallen of the White Dragon for sure that helped Andrea out, and then of course the double copy of Solemn Accusation, which was huge, honestly, on the Azamin, and then of course on the Light and Darkness Ritual spell. I'm also thinking this is what Andrea needed to win a game, because Themis really tried his best.
I think it's a good showcase of why he considered this a bad matchup. He really needed that help from the side deck, and you know, still Themis could have a close one, but now is, you know, where he will be a bit of afraid of this deck going first, because we have seen the Azamina's package, so we know that Themis can also search out cards with these incredible Firewall combo. When it comes to the side deck, I guess there are some tools from let's see, because he has a lot of options. A card that is definitely interesting in there is Santa Claus. You know, we have seen a lot of these sort of effects between Lava Golem and Sphere, but he is relying, of course, given the importance of the normal summon, on the Santa Claus, and we'll see whether he will bring that in for this matchup. On the other end, what do you think Themis is going to do with his side deck?
I mean, Themis is going first, so it's. I mean, in general, I really feel like the deck. It's consistent. He has a lot of different, you know, starters. Well, for side deck, Themis has a lot of going second cards. Going first, I think he will bring in the Celtic Mystic, which I think is a nice addition to the deck for sure. And Pothos Lord, honestly.
Yeah, no, going first. Definitely
doesn't
not.
make sense.
So yeah, probably just that. I guess Talent is always a card you bring in, but you know, already the call by is in the deck. So I think, as you've mentioned, he is the one playing the heavy combo deck, or at least in his version. Regardless, good luck to both. About 20 minutes, 90 minutes remain. Let's see who will advance with the next two score.
Here we are.
Grifo.
Themis starting things off pretty strong with the Grifo, putting Mind Shuffle onto the field. Archfiend is going to be sent to the graveyard. Then the Ritual Spell as well. Pretty solid stuff from Themis. Getting, I think, the Black Luster Soldier. Is Andrea thinking? No.
No, I think Andrea is outside of the Mulch armies. Andrea is mainly on field breakers. So again, the trend should be that he waits for his own turn to have some action. Oh, and we do have a Fuva. Do we have any response from Themis? This is huge. We've mentioned it in the match with Zio Man that this version of the deck, although it's more explosive, it opens you up to Fuvalos. Definitely way more, because the entire line of the Firewall Dragon does not work, and this will not work for Themis here, because he does not have the out to the Fuvalos. And this is great news for Andrea. So, as mentioned, Themis needs to find a good way to play around the Mulch army. Right now, having access to both his extended art cards. And now he's gonna give the first draw to Andrea.
Let's also keep in mind that, you know, of course there's 15 minutes remaining on the round, but it's something that, you know, we gotta be careful of. And as we mentioned at the very beginning of the match, if it's true that for Brandon this is a very tough matchup, it's also true that, you know, those few matches usually are winnable only when time is approaching, just because it takes a lot of time for the deck to deal with all the different disruptions. And regardless of the Fuva loss, I really feel like Themis is putting in the work. Two fresh draws from Themis.
Yeah, this, if it wasn't for Fualos, would have been really a dream opener. But I mean, it's definitely not the first and most likely not the last Fualos that Themis has faced. And going all the way on to round 13, still with a chance to make it to the top cut. Calls for a plan to play around the most popular Antrop of the tournament in the main. And yeah, that is it. So it's gonna be a pass. We cannot commit. And here comes the question, do we see the side deck field breakers from Andrea? There are a lot of them, but I think it's quite the heavy monster hand from what I've seen. Let's see. I see a spell, but I think it's only one. Yeah, it seems like it's a lot of monsters. And oh, here comes the card we were talking about. Santa Claus. I mean, the OG Kaiju, we could say.
Yeah, it definitely deals with the Black Chaos. Let's see now, Andrea, how we can pair this one up.
Ooh, Quem. Art drawn. Not too ideal, but it can work. Yeah, and here you see why the choice of that card rather than Lava Golem or Sphere mode. Normal summon being crucial to Andrea. And the card of choice is the Cartesia, but we do have the ideal opener with the Fallen of the White Dragon. Sending Titanic Lot. And now that will allow Andrea to also use the Quem to revive the Cartesia.
Themis here is going for the Mind Shuffle. In chain.
Yeah, into Black Chaos. Then gets rid of the Black Witch. So as mentioned, we can go Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2, and Themis. Considering his options, we have seen a previous game in which Themis broke the field just through engine, and now Andres trying to do the same.
It's a very nice interaction here from Themis, bringing up to the field the Doublestar and putting onto the graveyard the Archfiend.
Yeah.
So we'll also have access to that if needed.
But as you've mentioned, about 11 minutes remain. And let's see. Gotta set a wanted, just more follow-up for later on. Let's see. 10 minutes are not enough to maybe reach the natural conclusion of this game, but they're gonna try their best to make it so. And here comes one of the side deck options, as we can see on screen, these Adzamin Adapters.
Pretty nice addition here to Tammy's deck, something that you don't really see often, but also here comes the Black Cluster Soldier. And look at this, it's...
Yeah, it's gonna be the Cartesia chained from Andrea.
Black Cluster Soldier is going to be activated on the Albion,
but that's banished. Oh, and we banish the Titaniclad as well, giving up on the end phase effect in order to play further, and we have discarded, so we've drawn into both Quem and the Spring Gun Skeet. That's gonna be a good discard, allowing us to summon back something. It's gonna be tricky. Lot of moves available. And yeah, seems like we decided to negate the Lubellion. And now the Spring and Skeet is gonna bring back the Ecclesia.
And the Celtic here is going to be summoned. That's good.
That's really good. Also to find some possible end traps, and the entire end is revealed from Themis, drawing 3 fresh cards. I think that's a drawn and lock bird in the end from Andrea. Definitely quite late to the party. Now that he has a full end of cards, I believe there are 6 end in the end from Themis at the moment. So the follow-up is looking incredible. Here comes, as we have seen plenty of time again, this new Sworso. Let's see which of these two amazing players from the Mediterranean communities, Italy against Greece, it's gonna make it. 7 minutes remain, but now we're gonna freeze the timer just because there has been a question about text and just clarifying, you know, some translation, some language issues, and then play is gonna resume. We are gonna see if time hopefully will be available and enough to finish up this match. And yeah, here the question is, as I'm gonna bring it up for you guys on screen, the lock for the Lubellion, because it does lock you into fusions, but the effect has been negated, and so this is what they are discussing, because that means that you wouldn't be able to go for a synchro. But that is the case since the card was negated. We are now free to continue, and time is unlocked.
7 minutes. 7 minutes is going to be very hard.
7 minutes are rough. I hope we don't get that result of you know, one of the players pretty much, you know, having to choose whether to just go for the double loss or I don't know, out of sportsmanship, if that's what we want to say, conceding. I definitely wouldn't like to be in that position myself. So let's see if it becomes clear that one of them would be winning or has enough time to close this one out. Because again, for how good of an attempt Andrea is having, if he doesn't win this turn, which seems quite difficult, Themis will be playing back with 7 cards next turn.
Oh, there's the impulse that has been drawn by Themis.
Wow.
Let's see if now Andrea he has a way to continue. Because we know they drawn a lock and another card, right?
Yeah, draw land. Is it Cartesia? And yeah, I think we just move on to the battle phase. Attack over. And yeah, it is the Cartesia. And unfortunately, we had to banish the Titanic Lad. We don't have an Albion. And so that means our effects in the end phase are pretty much just limited to getting our monsters back, which means 5 minutes for Themis to fight back. And he has a lot of extremely good cards to do so. The face down is the wanted that was set by the Witch. And we start things off with the Grifo, which rightfully so, Themis plays around the draw. He doesn't really want to get the last mind shuffle before getting the draw from the Santa Claus.
Oh, and there's also the Domino Spark here being picked up by Themis. Yeah. Oh, they're just going to check if how that works.
Yeah, because impulse locks, you know, and so Santa Claus being a line monster. It's all up because the text, if someone is way once during the end phase, yeah, if it triggers during the end phase, then that's not a possibility.
And yet now play is resumed and the Black Chaos comes onto the field.
It's gonna be rough. I think it's what we were talking about. 3.5 minutes remain. Andrea not exactly in the position to make this work, but on the other hand, he's the one who has the possibility of going for it. We are not sure what's gonna happen. Hopefully we get a winner out of these two amazing duelists, really giving it their best. Let's see if this Fallen of Albats will resolve.
Yeah, getting rid of Themis monsters, and here Just the Black Chaos is left onto the field, brings the Dogma.
Wow.
We kind of knew it.
Yeah, of course, we've mentioned it. I mean, whenever Branded is in the picture, I mean, it's not just, of course, Branded, but, you know, Branded is known for being a deck that grinds it out, doesn't really have those flashy openings, except when it goes first with the Diabell Z, maybe, of winning in one turn. And so that means that also due to the nature of not playing entrops, you let your opponent play, and that takes away a lot of minutes. So it's not often that we get these photo finish endings from Branded. We see the Drago Stapelia from Andrea. Playing so fast.
And yet here now, Themis chained the Mind Shuffle to Drago Stapelia's effect so that the Black Chaos can effectively banish two of Andrea's monsters.
And yeah, what an ending. Only 50 seconds remain. Wow. This is incredible, but now we are gonna freeze the time. Just to ask back, they are not allowed to continue playing in this moment because of these Mixosia materials. They're trying to go back to when it was made. And I think that is probably it. Yeah, I think they just now realized that the game is over for Themis because, as mentioned, the judges informed them that the Mixosia was made using two spellcasters, and rather than going back and fixing it, a bit of an act of sportsmanship from Andrea, who was like, oh wait, yes, I did do that, it's fine, I'm just gonna give it to you. Anyways, there would have been 40 seconds remaining, so definitely not something for everybody, and you gotta give credit to both in the end. Maybe not the exact ending anyone hoped for, but we do have a winner, and that is Themis. So best of luck to him that now has only 2 rounds remaining. So, or just a couple of more.
I mean, the deck is powerful, is super consistent. I think it's the deck of the weekend for sure. We have seen in action a lot of times this weekend, either with Branded or either with Azamina cards. I really feel like overall, we mentioned this also at the beginning of the match, the specific matchup against Branded, it's very, very difficult. It's just, it takes a lot of time, and, sometimes it just gets along the line of the last few remaining seconds. And on the other hand, Andrea, I mean, I think he survived as longer as he could, and just trying to understand how he could, try to win this one out. Congratulations to him. So, still a very, very good run. But for sure, Themis, with 2 more matches remaining, has a chance to advance into the top 8 by winning both of them. So.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was really an amazing match, and I wanna, give credits to Andrea, because I think it can be heartbreaking to go all the way, 10-2, and then lose out on the possibility of going to the World Championship, because most likely at this point only X2s are gonna make it to the top cut. But as we've mentioned, we know him very well, because he's from our local community, and he's absolutely, honest and very, very, artworm person, and so as you could see here from we could say how real he is. He just didn't realize it in the heat of the moment. There were like 2 minutes remaining when they were playing it out, like 100 moves at the end there, and rather than maybe possibly going back, getting a warning and stopping everyone, he was just like, okay, Themis, you go and get the win, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the future. But for now, good job on the performance, and now that means we do have a great chance, possibly one in a lifetime chance, for Themis. Really, as we've mentioned, a pillar of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Greek community. A lot of amazing results, but I think the crown on top of this, long career would be going to the World Championship in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I really feel like it's the result that he's missing at the moment. He has a chance still in with a very, very good deck. We really feel like, this deck could make it to the finals. Honestly, really, it's just unbelievable how Chaos Origins are really changed and shifted the meta game quickly. And not only brought a lot of nostalgia with these cards, but also, this strategy is incredible. And it's great to see a player such as Themis, to perform and to advance this far into the tournament. And we wish him, of course, the best of luck for the two remaining rounds. And on the other hand, Andrea, of course, can still compete to advance, to the top 64 and get some prizes. But, I mean, generally speaking, it will be also interesting to see the numbers when we get to the top 8 and check effectively, the number of decks that, our duelists will be playing, and, compared to day one as well.
As you have mentioned, another Italian representing branded, Francesco Simoncelli, was the only 12-0 in this round. We don't know, of course, since we were casting, if he won and guaranteed a spot, because I'm pretty sure with 13-0, even if you lose out, you will make it to the top 8. But, dreams are alive for that, for Italy and for Branded, to have yet another player invited after Danilo Siracusa won his invitation on Friday. We've invoked out of all decks. I think that was the surprise of that tournament. But on the other end, we already have another representation from Germany and then the UK, and we'll see these 4 other duelists joining at the World Championship, what decks they will play, where they are from. But for now, the focus is on this round, and so we'll go through a little bit of what has happened with Dale.
Wow, thank you guys. What a duel we just witnessed there. 2 incredible duelists going head to head. Congratulations to Themis, and a little bit of commiseration as well to Andreas, but very well played there. Bit of sportsmanship as well to kind of pass over. But what I want to bring attention to is a couple of things that happened in that duel, and trying to narrow it down, a lot was happening. So we're going to start off with the first clip. So this is just going to show the power of Perulia in the main deck. So as we're trying to get ourselves started, the idea with Perulia being in the main deck is something that's a little bit different from a lot of duelists, and Themis himself decided to main deck it, and we're going to be seeing it right here. Now, ultimately, that ended up getting 4 cards of advantage against Andreas, and what I kind of want to bring back to attention on that one is we saw in duel number 2 that Andrea actually learnt from that and decided to, under Perulia, give his opponent 0 draw. So it's actually quite a good thing to keep in mind. Moving on to the next clip. So in the next clip, we just want to show the power of Black Chaos. So we can see the field that Andrea has presented here. So we're looking down at a lot of monsters. Unfortunately, none of these monsters directly are going to have huge interactions apart from the Quem and the Grand Grignol, which we see that Themis expertly got rid of with the Black Chaos. Always setting up the light and darkness ritual in the graveyard to make sure that the Black Chaos is completely unaffected, to give you another line of protection and give your opponent less to interact with. The final piece of interaction that Themis did during duel number 1, we're going to see the power of Dominus Impulse. So as Andrea tries to utilize the Rinbrum in the graveyard to bring back an Albaz, we're going to see the power of Dominus Impulse completely shutting that down. Moving into that all-important Game 3, where a lot happened in the time we have. So we see that Themis themselves decided to go with Debitors. So this is the other spell card that you can utilize in the Azamina setup, and this is under Mulchummy Forwalos. So deciding to utilize the Debitors coming in from the side deck actually gives you a bit more of an edge, because it means you don't need to run through your Hallowed Azamina and give your opponent that draw under the Forwalos. Moving on to another clip on this one, something quite exciting, as Christmas came a little bit early for Themis, and Andrea giving a nice and early present with the Santa Claus. So the Santa Claus is a card of choice that a lot of duelists are choosing to use against the Light and Darkness ritual matchup, because it is the only Kaiju-esque effect that allows you to remove the Magician or, of course, the Black Luster without utilizing giving them a level 7 or higher. So the Kaijus are level 7s all the way up to level 11s, but then when you also look at cards like the Lava Golems, that is also a level 8. And the reason that is quite important is that the Light and Darkness monsters can, or the Light and Darkness duelist, can return that level 8 back to your opponent's hand and then still get access to their Light and Darkness monsters. Moving on to the penultimate clip on this one, we're going to just see again how Dominus Impulse, as one of the last interactions, was utilized to stop the branded opening, ultimately making sure that Andrea could not push that much further, as we have also utilized the Mind Shuffle here to play around the targeted effect of the Dracus Depelia, making sure that your Black Chaos can also resolve, getting rid of 2 monsters as well, ultimately being the Lubellion and the Dracus Depelia. So our duelists played out a very, very good grueling duel there, back and forth for the full 50 minutes. It is now on to Themis to try and get his place here in the top 8, and we're going to be back very, very shortly with last rounds of Swiss before we get into that all-important top cut, so don't you go anywhere. Heading back to the studio now. Or you can consider stuff like the Wanted Witch Sinful Spoils, return those to the hand, and then you can bring down and special summon one of your monsters, ignoring its summoning condition. So it's very, very powerful.
That looks awesome, but can you tell me more a little bit about the effects of those ritual monsters? Because what makes them so good in the combination with Mind Shuffle?
Yeah, so what makes them work really, really well together is the Black Chaos is kind of the card you want to utilize going first a little bit more, because on special summon it will allow you to target one of your spell cards in your graveyard and add it back to the hand. Any spell card. So you can start to recycle some of the more premium cards in your deck, or you can start to recycle some of the more utilized cards in your deck as well. And then the benefit of that one is it also has an effect, so if you do go second, it's not completely ineffective, as it allows you to target one of your opponent's monsters and banish it. Then we flip it over to the Blackluster Soldier, and the Blackluster Soldier is more of the aggressor, because this one on special summon lets you target one of your opponent's monsters and then banish it. But then it also has a very, very good strong battling effect that allows you to declare a second attack. So once you make your first attack on an opponent's monster, you gain 1,500 attack to the monster, to the Blackluster Soldier, and then you get to attack again straight away. So that will then be able to be a 4,500 monster, and that usually ends up attacking directly. So you've got your aggressor, you've got your defender, you've got your resource manager as well.
That is pretty strong. But how do you get cooking? Like, there's a trap card that really enables all of your combos. How do you get there?
So to get to the trap card, again, utilizing another classic card, you're going to be going for the Griffo. So the Griffo is Karibo featuring, of course, Griffle. And this card allows you to discard it during either player's turn. And in doing that, it allows you to place one card that mentions Light and Darkness from the deck and set it on the field. But it can be activated that turn. So that's how you can get access to your Mind Shuffle, and you can utilize the Mind Shuffle straight away on your opponent's turn or on your turn.
That is nice. And there's another card that gives you access to Mind Shuffle. I think that is a breaker for some of the matchup. Why don't you introduce us to Black Chaos?
Yeah, so speaking of Black Chaos is, of course, another kind of familiar card. It is the utilization of Black Chaos plus Black Luster Soldier. This card, again, going first, allows you to discard it to place a continuous card face up on your field, so that's going to give you direct access to your Mind Shuffle. But then as an aggressor going second, it also has the ability to be special summoned by returning one of your ritual monsters from the grave or field back into the deck to then special summon it. And then it also has another built-in effect that lets you non-target banish 2 of your opponent's cards.
It's pretty nice. Ever broke a field with that?
Yeah, I mean, a non-target banish 2 is actually quite interesting, though, because it has to banish exactly 2. So if your opponent only has 2 cards and they were to activate one of them, for example, the other one is safe.
So every new deck, every big meta competitor needs to recycle some of the resources. How do you do that with the deck?
Well, the best way to recycle it is one of Yugi's best ace monsters, and that, of course, will be the Skull Archfiend of Chaos, also looking like Summon Skull. So this card, not only does it allow you to recycle your materials, but it also gives you the ability to get your ritual monsters directly from the deck. So if it is sent to the graveyard by any means, you can send a Ritual of Light and Darkness ritual spell from deck to the graveyard, and then add one of the monsters that is specifically listed on that ritual spell. There go, get into your Black Chaos or your Black Luster Soldier. If that wasn't enough, it also has the ability to shuffle 3 cards from the graveyard, yours or your opponent's, as long as one of them mentions Light and Darkness Ritual or the Banish Zone, back into the deck, and then summons itself to the field. So, unlimited resource.
Yeah, I would like to take your Albion and your Dragon that devours the Dogma from your graveyard and just shuffle them back real quick before they activate in the end phase. Thank you. But there's a bunch of other cool cards in the deck.
Yeah, so one card that's actually not directly linked to the Ritual Light and Darkness, but might as well be, is the generic Ragged Records of Rites. So this is a brand new spell card that kind of seems a little bit familiar, like pre-preparation of rites and preparation of rites before it. So this will allow you to add any card from the deck that mentions the ritual spell that you reveal. So in this scenario, we will reveal the Ritual of Light and Darkness, and with the rest of your monsters, even your Griffo or your Summon Skull, they all mention the Ritual of Light and Darkness, so you can add any of those from the deck to the hand.
It's pretty sick, but I'm seeing some hats there, you know? I like to wear something on my hat most of the time. So what are we doing with those?
Well, this is the magical hats. Again, looking very, very familiar from how Yugi used to play this. So this is a quick play spell card that, again, you can get access to off of the back of the Griffo. This will allow you to be activated the same turn. And when your opponent activates a card or effect, you get to target one monster that mentions your Ritual Light and Darkness. And then you get to, you get 3 spells or traps from the deck, all with different names. You special summon them as face-down tokens, and the effect your opponent has become activated becomes destroy a card your opponent controls, or a set card your opponent controls. So that ultimately, when you put the monster you targeted that mentions Ritual Light and Darkness face down, shuffle them up, and then your opponent gets to destroy one of those, and your hopes are it destroys one of your spells and traps, which sometimes can have some utility with a card called Waking the Dragon.
Oh my goodness! Don't tell me you're playing this card. I would have gone for the Black Goat last, but I think when you're talking about a ritual deck, there needs to be some kind of an easier way to ritual summon your monsters, because just having the ritual spell, the monster, and something like level 8 in your hand, that just doesn't always cut it. So how are we doing that?
Well, that is where the Light and Darkness Ritual comes into play. So this card, not only does it allow you to use your hand and field as traditional ritual spells might do, but it also allows you to use your graveyard as well. And that's how we loop ourselves back to the Griffo, because the Griffo can be required for the entire tribute resource, even though it's only a level 1, whether that be from the hand, the field, or the graveyard. And then this card also has the ability to target a ritual monster in your graveyard, or a monster that mentions Light and Darkness Ritual, and you can add this card and that monster back from the graveyard as well. So just absolutely endless.
Yeah, that is full circle. Woo, I got an arm workout in there. But this deck is absolutely fantastic. I expect to see a lot of it in the upcoming days of EUWCQ. But right now, it is Friday. We're finding ourselves in the middle of the points playoff. Who are we going to send to the World Championships? We're going to be back with the action with round 3 in any minute. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! European World Championship Qualifier. Thousands of people are going to be vying their way to our main event to see which of them is going to be crowned our European champion. Let's take a look at the most exciting part of the weekend, where the magic happens here in our feature match and coverage area, where we have not one, but 2 different feature match areas going on. And of course, down at the other end, you can see where our commentator duos will be throughout the weekend.
Who are we going to send to the World Championships?
Stick around, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way.
he is a household name. He's a staple in Top Cuts. He is Tom Kleingräber. Raised near Dortmund, Tom was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! From a young age, but quickly his real home became the top tables at major events. His first Top Cut he entered with 16 years in 2015 at the German National Championship. After that, he continued to top the same tournament 9 times in a row. But not only on the national level Tom made a name for himself. Whenever a YCS or an EUWCQ occurred, he showed up and amassed over 20 Tier 3 event tops. A pivotal year in Kleingräber's career was 2023. In the cold April of London, he maneuvered his Kashtira deck to great success. In one of the biggest tournaments of all time, attracting 3,600 players. He defeated shooting star and deck-building maniac Dinkabui in the semi-finals to face off against former W.
You'll see the rest of that spotlight a little bit later, because right now it's time to get into our round 14 feature match. This is the penultimate round of Swiss today. And then we're going to get into that top 8 cut. Remember, we're going to be taking the top 4 to the World Championship Series, but we are also going to be making one duelist, the European champion. Now coming up, we've got Marco Donna and Danilo Siracusa, who on Friday through the world qualifying points went undefeated and has already secured that world championship place. That's going to be very exciting. This is going to be a great duel. And so with that, I'm going to hand you over to a great duo. Marcello, Alberto, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. And we have yet another round for the Italian casters to commentate on, and so we got an all Italian round as they are doing our nation, quite some pride. And as Ed mentioned, Danilo, what can you say about him? Ever since we have seen this new rule and the new top 8 structure for tournaments. He has made it twice to the top cut of the YCSs in Europe, which is already impressive on his own, and then rightfully so, I would say, qualified through the playoffs as the only one undefeated. And we've invoked. That really was the shock on Friday.
Yeah, we can say it's currently 15-2 because,
yeah, fair enough.
Throughout the whole weekend, it's just lost 2 matches, and as you mentioned, I really feel like so bringing a deck such as Invoked to the worst qualifying playoff.
Yeah.
It's something that you have to be proud of. It's a strategy that maybe your opponents didn't think of. And then he also decided to bring at the main event, showing that
Yeah, it wasn't a fluke. It wasn't just one of those decks that sometimes for playoff you can see, adapting to just the really low field. And instead, no, it's working out again, and he is again on an X2. Looking for yet another top cut appearance. I gotta say, when you play without nerves, we have talked about it with Herman. I can talk about it from experience. It's quite different feeling. Your opponents are playing the most important tournament of their lives, and you are not even supposed to be here. You can't take it off. That is a lot of pressure down and off from your shoulders. But now we'll get a very interesting match. But before we jump into the match real quick, I've talked about Italy. I want to see what other countries are doing so we can bring the breakdown for this round. And wow, we are standing at the top. So we were definitely, I think, the 3rd most represented country, but we managed to, surpass Germany and France. We'll see how much of that will turn into reality once the top 8 hits. But, Greece is also quite surprising considering the number of players that showed up. Of course, Themis being one of them. And maybe we are not at the World Cup, but we might make it to the World Championship of Yu-Gi-Oh! At least. Regardless, though, me, Alberto, and our lovely tower of GOAT arty bags are ready. So without further ado, let's go to the table. first time for me actually doing commentary on the Invoked deck. I've seen it as a spectator, I'd say, so I'm really curious to see what Danilo has in store for us. And I think they already rolled the dice and he is gonna go first. And he does indeed. A lot of new tools for the Invoked deck. Last time it was extremely relevant. It was I think back when I went, so almost 10 years ago. And you know, it's good to see these sort of decks still tweaking and adjusting, receiving support. And I gotta say, he is the one though that is making it work, because I took a look at the top tables and he's the only one with Invoked. So sometimes it's the pilot more than the deck.
But I also feel like, you know, once again, we talked about Chaos Origin this week, and then, you know, Alistair the Reminiscent, just, you know, it was there. It's just, you know, one of those starters that essentially maybe had Danilo thought about this and bringing the deck to this weekend, European World Championship qualifier. Yeah, let's see if here his opponent Marco, especially, I really feel like when you play against such a deck, well, you really need to be careful where and how to activate your interruptions, because, you know, otherwise you could be punished.
Yeah, definitely. This is not something that you have tested for. It's something that caught the attention of many, of course, on Friday, but then, you know, is that really enough to adjust, learn what the deck does and learn how to play against it? I really doubt it. So this is why I think Danilo has been so successful, and we'll see if it will be enough. It's only 2 more rounds remaining, and if one of these 2 duelists manages to win them, they are more likely guaranteed to be in the top 8.
Yeah, Danilo was thinking in response to the activation, it looks fine, and then here he goes for the OG invocation.
Yeah.
Which is great because, as a reminder, the card can also banish the monsters from your opponent's graveyard as well to perform a fusion summon.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's one of those cards that I guess lived through the test of time, as you can also activate it more than once per turn, and definitely doesn't look like a card that is about 10 years old.
And here brings another card which was released on the Chaos Origin, the Baron.
Yep.
Very nice interactions here from Danilo. When the card gets special summon, you can add 1 essentially Gamma Summon or Spirit of Artifice from the deck to the hand. And then you can banish a monster from either graveyard.
Now we get Artemis on the field. This was also a tool that used to be relevant for exactly for this reason, because we can access the Alistair Link version of the card, which requires different types and attributes. It's really incredible to see this deck doing so well. Now we go over just summon, you could say, one of the boss monsters of the deck. Taking a look at the extra deck, and this is one of the most powerful interaction that the deck offers.
Yeah, is the Hyper Invoke Aeon that Danilo brought up to the field. It's once again another card being released from Chaos Origins. I mean, we have mentioned it, I don't know, plenty of time this week, and it's just how good the set is, essentially. It's just way too good.
I don't know. Exactly, because, you know, extra deck manipulation is usually nowadays involving giving cards back, while the Hyper Invoked Aeon doesn't give the cards back, they are just banished. And so, you know, free cards of your choice that, you know, can just be game winning against most strategies nowadays.
Yeah, because essentially you just get to look at your opponent's extra deck, and it's great, you know. And because here you also bring up to the field the Oceanus.
Yeah. Or as our colleagues call it, Oceanus. Then we revealed that it was actually, you know, Latin based. And this is also a really good card that again turns this deck, as it has always been, more of a defensive deck, I would say. Even though you have the option when going second to push a lot of damage, you have this sort of cards like the Caliga and, you know, in this case, Oceanus, to just take a defensive approach and just shut down the game.
I think here they're just checking with the judges how Viracam was used to link summon Artemis.
Yeah, because it requires. And now we are gonna rewind the game back, as you're seeing, because Artemis, the Link 1 monster that I'm gonna bring up on screen, requires a spellcaster monster. Indeed, and instead we have used the Viracam, which is an illusion. So yeah, I mean, a lot of rewinding. Luckily, it seems like it will be possible to do so. Of course, Danilo is gonna receive a warning, and so hopefully, you know, in case that hasn't happened before, penalty won't be upgraded. It doesn't look like it will be. I mean, sometimes, you know, can happen to the best. But yeah, that's a lot of effects at this point. I guess we can go back to us in the meantime while we waited for the judges to solve back the situation. I mean, again, as mentioned, they are just trying to go through the plays. It was a lot of action, we could say. And, you know, if possible, they will try to just go back to the starting point of, you know, this impressive combo by Danilo, but, you know, just a crucial, let's say, mistake can lead to a very different outcome. In this case, it was, you know, this Viracam being summoned and then used for the Link 1, Artemis, which requires a spellcaster monster, and instead the Viracam is an illusion. So, you know,
they're just rewinding here the situation a little bit, just because there have been a lot of different plays in this turn, so they just want to make sure that that is rewindable indeed. But yeah, I mean, just to mention that there's, you know, with the release of Chaos Origin, there are also a lot of different cards that have been released recently. So, you know, this may happen, you know, just small details that, you know, thankfully have been spotted by our judges at the table. in general, I really feel like this has been a very particular weekend, thanks especially to the release of this new set, because if on one hand it's true that we have seen a lot of Light and Darkness ritual decks at the top tables, including, you know, also on our future matches area, playing with Branded or Azamina. On the other hand, I also feel like that thanks to Danilo, especially, there will be, you know, duelists actually trying the Invoke deck and seeing how powerful the deck is, especially because, you know, it proved us, you know, on Friday how powerful the deck was just, you know, by being undefeated. And here, in general, I really feel like, you know, it's also a recognition of just when, you know, going X2 with the last remaining 2 rounds, you know, showing that the deck is consistent or strong. And yeah, on the other hand, I mean, I really feel like he really had a very good meta call, you know, for this event.
Yeah. I mean, again, let's say that he has done his job, his homework for this event, no matter what. His goal coming into here, just for everyone else outside of the trophy, of course, was qualifying to the World Championship. For many, that's an even bigger goal, the one-in-a-lifetime experience that I think anyone playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Dreams of. And so Danilo has already achieved this. Of course, anything more than that will be, I think, taken gladly. But if he is to lose out from here on, I don't think it matters much, since he will already join, you know, the World Championship in Tokyo, which will be at the end of August. And you know, now it's Marco who is trying to do the same. And as we've shown, you know, Italians are doing really well on top of the nationality breakdown. But it's going to be interesting to see how that changes again in the top 8. Because as a reminder, we will be showing the matches that are decisive to go to the World Championship, but for now it seems like as you know, based on what was the schedule of the event, I think this might be confirmed, or whether if not we can, you know, I guess as we did for the playoffs, we saw every single match that was sending someone to the World Championship, and that's what we are trying to replicate for today. So for anyone who might have missed it, we are having 2 ongoing live streams, and the secondary one has been dedicated for today to the day 2 of the Genesis event, which just right before this match concluded the Swiss round. It was the top 8, and now we're gonna have to find out, though, who will be the winner of this round. Our duelists are ready to resume play, so let's go back to the table.
All right. So let's see an alternative way here for Danilo to continue this combo differently. All right, he's gonna go for the Aleister this way.
Yep. As you can see here, we are gonna get to access the extra deck of Marco regardless. I mean, the deck was already revealed anyways by the Harmonia, but yeah, here most likely just gonna banish the same targets, it seems. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, having access to your opponent extra deck and banish 3 of their extra deck cards is just phenomenal, honestly, especially playing against a deck such as Power Patron.
Now we see again Invocation. And yeah, just like it was before, play was stopped. We access Oceanos. And as we were saying, this card also has quite a phenomenal effect, because when it is in the extra monster zone, any monster sent to your opponent graveyard is banished instead. So a sort of one-way dimension shifter or rather different dimension ground, let's say. But let's see what Marco can do.
Start things off with Terminus and chains Droplet to it.
Yeah, this is the big difference between Shifter and Oceanus. Since only monsters are banished, you can activate Droplet. Otherwise, that wouldn't be possible because it is cost to send cards to the graveyard. So now Marco taking back his graveyard. And immediately making use of it.
Yeah, for sure, Forbidden Droplet is one of those cards that, if main decked, it has a huge impact, especially against the Oceanus. If it's true on one hand, this weekend it's been maybe the approach focused on playing more hand traps rather than field breakers in the main deck. But here, Danilo also has an answer to the Vidolium.
Yeah, Invocation's Ward is activated, allowing it to quick fusion summon. And again, we banish 3 more cards, and you can see why Danilo made it this far. I mean, just being able not only to set up this sort of, dimensional fissure effect, but then banishing 6 cards from the extra deck of your choice. It's just incredible. Wow.
Yeah, Marco's extra deck now looking way thin, and the Deep Protected Talent gets hit by the last remaining card in hand, the Ash Blossom.
And yeah, I think that's a pass and a concede from Marco. Danilo takes game 1. Took a little bit longer than expected, but as we could see, luckily, thanks to our judges, we were able to just go back to the, original and correct field state, give a warning, and proceed play. And I mean, Danilo just showed us, like on Friday, impressive things from this invoked deck.
I mean, we mentioned it plenty of times, like thanks to Chaos Origin, the deck is an incredible valid choice for the event. It's very scary, especially against those combo heavy decks that, rely on the extra deck as well, So having a look at it, banish 3 cards, and then also having the access once again to banish other 3 cards on top, you're just essentially left with some of the pieces which you then go through once you are, quite away with the combo. So like at this point in time, I really feel like Danilo is in a very comfortable position. His opponent now, of course, will go first, so maybe we had the chance, to pull that off a little bit. We didn't even see a single F-Note card in this game. But if it's true that Danilo's deck, if consistent, it's also true that it can play a lot of different hand traps. So.
Indeed. So now he already is maining quite a few, and of course there is also that shifter lurking in there. But outside of that, we do have plenty of more. As expected, we have Pot of Sloth, and we really have a lot, because we can go all the way up to closing, close to 20 end traps. So it depends a lot on what matchup he's expecting, and since he is facing off against Elf Note, we have seen in the match between Urban and Samir just how important end traps can be to completely shut down a strategy that in and of itself can also be somewhat breaky depending on how you build the deck. But regardless, I think Marco is gonna try his best to stay in this, to earn himself the bubble match to make it to that top 8. So even though he's with his back against his walls, he really wants to tie things up. Let's see if we are gonna see a game 3. Let's find out who will be the winner of the second game. Marco opens up, and we do see Purulia from the get-go. We don't see a response, it seems. Oh, and it's also Fuvalos. Wow. I mean, sometimes it's just your day. Gonna be very tough for Marco.
Summons the Regina here, then brings on the line another piece onto the field. He brings the Fortuna. And then gets to search the trap.
Yeah, Rhapsody of Madness.
Goes for Terminus, and there's the Ash Blossom. What an opener for Danilo.
I mean, feel bad for Marco. Danilo really seems unstoppable with this deck today. And yesterday, and the day before that, for what matters. But
hours of practice to draw hand traps, I guess, sometimes. It's just, you know, putting in the work. And here, Marco, let's see how he decides to go for this, because, yeah, Danilo will get the chance to draw.
Oh, is it really just SP?
SP? Is that it?
Okay. Oh, we give another draw, though. We've already given plenty of draws to Danilo.
And yeah, he had the Elf Note Power Patron to the hand. That really felt like was what Marco needed to do, and then another draw for Danilo. That's could easily get out of control, because
you cannot really stop. This is gonna be so many draws for the already qualified Danilo.
Yeah, Strelitzia gets Regina.
Yeah, Marco communicating a bit. No language barrier here, as they are both Italian. But I think at this point we have given at least 6 draws. Yeah, Danilo hand is full of cards. Yep, gonna take few extra cards, placing synchros in the spell and trap zones, and just trying his best to, you know, go for his combo. Hoping that it's gonna be enough, but not yet. A bit of a misstep here.
Yeah, because he used the Witness of the Ancient and the Arc token.
So in the end, it's gotta be the Chang Ying that is summoned.
Does Danilo have any response to this Strelitzia? That's the Ghost Bell.
I mean,
but he drew
exactly.
a lot of cards.
He drew a billion cards, so we can expect some interactions to be among them.
3, 6, 8.
8?
Yeah, 8 cards.
8 cards, which seem a lot at the moment, and gonna go up to 9. It seems in a moment. Yes, turn is passed. Is this gonna be the last turn of this match? Danilo facing off a decent field for sure, but 9 cards, and start things off with the field spell. The meltdown, which actually has a pretty good obscure effects, I'd say, because outside of getting you the Alistair, what it does is it offers an important protection effect when you fusion summon. First of all, the fusion summons cannot be negated, but most importantly, your opponent cards cannot activate when you fusion summon. So that is huge. But oh, look at this super polymerization. I mean, again, out of 9 cards, you're gonna see a lot of options. We have seen okay, taking a bit of time to decide what to go for, and in the end, the card of choice is the Oceanus, which can use a dark or water monster as material, and conveniently Chang'e is water. So what this does now is that every monster sent to the graveyard will be banished instead for Marco. Again, asking a bit of clarification, trying his best to stay in this game, and going for the Regina. Can he survive the assault?
And there's the Ghost Ogre also from Danilo.
Yep. We've mentioned that after siding, exactly for this reason, you know, to help those Mulcharmi find options, he is playing those cards. He's playing Ogre Bell, and you know, a lot of entraps that work well with the Mulcharmis, and that you can activate, most importantly, during your own turn as well, which is what's going on here. Yeah, we are still on 6 cards, it seems, in the end. Play resumes, 27 minutes remaining. Trying to take a look at the end. I think I see the Crowley in the end for Danilo. This is the Aiwas, Divine Spirit of the Law, activated to just add another Alistair monster. But not only that, it's an extender that didn't used to exist, because it grants you an additional normal summon. Pretty good card.
Also gets to use the invocation here, once again using,
yeah, possibly materials from the graveyard or your opponent, and gets to resolve it. Is it gonna be the Bay Baron? Yes, it is. Bay Baron, it's the field, and this allows you to either grab the Viracam or the Gamma Summon, and yeah, it's gonna be the Viracam indeed. Then you can banish another resource. Yeah, in this case it's gonna be the Power Patron. I mean, the old Invoked Fusion required only one other attributes, while you have this versatility with these new ones that they have two attributes you can choose from, which not only makes them easier to summon, but they make invocation better and super polymerization better, because you have these additional options of what to go for. Now we are seeing the other Alistair, the Reminiscent.
I think here Danilo just trying to understand how he can overcome this. I think he will soon enter battle phase, and he does by attacking with Oceanus. And then let's remember that every monster that should be sent to the graveyard is being banished because of the Oceanus. Such a great here card that is really putting Danilo in the driving seat.
Yeah, and Danilo seems like it will be the end of his turn. Play passes back to Marco. Finally able to play through the Mulcharmis, but does he have enough? Needs to navigate through this Oceanus. And here comes Effect Veiler, and there is enough. There goes the Handshake. Effect Veiler shuts down Marco, and the match goes to Danilo. What a victory. Such a convincing show of what it and was definitely an underrepresented and underestimated deck. He showed everyone at the playoff why it worked. I guess many just thought it was due to the nature of the playoff. 16 players, only 4 rounds, and although he was the only undefeated one, now we have 14 rounds later, and he still is only 1 match away from making it to the top 8 of this here European World Championship qualifier.
Yeah, that will be unbelievable, honestly. What a performance so far from Danilo. So 16-2 record comprised of
if you add the one from Friday, I guess so. So impressive stuff for sure. I mean, gotta give credits to Marco. It didn't look as if he was, part of this match all that much. Game 1, we saw how, strong of a field and how unique of an interaction the deck offers, because thanks to the new support and in particular of the hyper invoked Aeon, we were able to rip 6 cards free during our turn and free during his own turn from the extra deck of choice. It's not even random. You literally look at the extra deck and take 3 cards away, which is really strong.
No, I mean, the deck itself, I think it's unbelievable, honestly. Just, the work and the hours that Danilo has been spent on it, it's rewarding, especially because the deck, it's, very synergetic. It has can afford a lot of hand traps, And then at the end of the day, the new fusions and the new additions then to Chaos Origins really make the deck one of the best contenders, honestly, for sure to make the top cut. Then we will see if then Danilo can advance even further. It will be unbelievable to make another top 8 appearance this season.
Honestly speechless, yeah. What can you say? Like, it's a deck that's very well built, I'll tell you that much. Outside of the surprise factor, he has a lot of end chops, so even going second, he can be quite comfortable. Yes, super polymerization, so he also has some field breakers. And on top of that, going first, I don't know, there is something scarier than this. Like, shutting down the graveyard with the Oceanus, and on top of that, again, the extra deck part is really, really strong. Like, many decks nowadays are playing even 15 different cards, and if you shut down, you know, the most important ones, you are all but done. And, you know, I think really anyone watching this match should be scared. I wouldn't want to be the opponent, you know, facing him in the next round. But regardless, that will create a very interesting scenario. Because you know, I'm gonna go back and have a chat and ask about you know, what at least for us happened you know, quite a few years ago, where if you qualify twice for the same tournament at the World Championship, you know, you can't go twice, so one of them has to go, and I'm not quite sure whether it will go, you know, to the main event or to the playoffs. So I'll try to get an answer on that. But regarding best of luck to everyone, and for now I want to hear it from Danilo because he's having an absolute incredible season. So let's hear it from him and Mike.
Hello everyone, and I'm here with Danilo, one of the usual suspects, I believe, of the Yu-Gi-Oh community. First of all, I would also like to ask you, how does it feel that you managed to advance for the World Championship?
I'm still metabolizing it, to be honest. It's crazy. I'm super happy.
Yeah, it's a huge achievement, and congratulations again.
Thanks.
So I want also to ask you, how does it feel to be so close to the top cut of the European Championship?
I was not thinking about it at all, because since I got what I came here for, I'm just playing for fun and enjoying the game without having to worry about anything, which is something I wasn't able to do in so long, and it feels like amazing just to play for fun. So I'm just playing the game to play the game, and whatever happens, happens.
First of all, I hope you're the best.
Thanks.
And I think this is the correct mentality to achieve, to even win this event. And also I wanted to ask you about the deck choice. Why Invoked?
We just wanted a deck that beats Kultun, Branded and Chaos fairly consistently. And we found literally the Monday of this week, the deck. We found a couple tech choices for the deck that fixed the issues that most people found within the deck, like the Crowley line. I'm gonna explain it eventually, but it's just really good into the really good decks. The moment I'm not playing the really good decks, then it's kind of annoying. I would say it's worse.
Okay,
for
I
me,
see.
but yeah.
And secondly, I would like to ask you if you were afraid, since people saw your deck choice on Friday, if you were afraid in the weekend, or because you had already achieved the...
Yeah, I didn't care too much, to be honest.
Because now you play it just for fun and
yeah.
like... Okay, so I would also like to have some insights about two of the newest cards in the deck, if the technology helps us. I would like to know more about the Eon and the Oceanus. It is one of those cards that I believe, as we can see there, that I think that has changed a lot the deck, right?
Yeah. Both Oceanus and Aeon are the two main win conditions of the deck. Most of the deck of the format rely on extra deck and graveyard effects, mostly monsters. So it's just really good into everything except Mitsurugi. Mitsurugi, it's really rough. Thankfully, I didn't play a single one of them.
Okay, so as I understand correctly, nowadays Invoked mainly wants to summon those two.
Yeah.
And just depending on the matchup, trying to prioritize one or another.
You have options. Like, against, as I said, in the bad matchups like Mitsurugi, instead of going for Oceanus, you would go for Kaliga. And post-siding, I have Gamma Summoning, which helps me summon again Kaliga once my opponent is able to out the Kaliga. So I have plans for every situation or most situations. But main win condition is still Oceanus, and look at your opponent actually twice.
I see. So thank you very much for this interview. I hope you're the best for the rest of the tournament and for Japan. And we stay tuned for some more Yu-Gi-Oh content.
Typhoon. Is there what could be the reason for that?
Points.
Oh. Well, that's a pretty smart explanation there, Leo. Gotta give it to you.
I mean, sometimes decks also profit from destroying their own cards. There were times where in Sky Striker you were playing Mystical Space Typhoon over Cosmic Cycler just because you could use it on your own Area 0 or on your own Sky Striker Mobilize Engage just to get drawing or get to summon out a ray from your deck. But I do not know if that is an application that you're having in the Dark Lord deck as well.
Possibly is. Sadly, there is no Heralds for the trap cards in his side deck. That could, honestly, that seems like a pretty fair side. Just bringing in Herald of Purple Light as well, because that can then just against trap card related decks be super strong, as you can negate those powerful trap cards that Charolampos is trying to control the game with. But we do not have that available to us here in Rio's list.
So Mystical Space Typhoon has 0 points to its name. Yeah. Cosmic Cyclone has a whopping 1 point.
There you go. We didn't have those extra couple of points anymore. We were on the total already, and therefore Mystical Space Typhoon was the only thing we were left with. And then also there is Final Bringer of End Times in his side deck. Time for game 2 here in this top 8 encounter between Rio and Charolampos, where we saw the Greek taking down game number 1.
Can Rio fight his way back? Drawing 5 and starting the game is a good start if you want to do that, but there's of course this one incredible combination of cards that a Labyrinth can have to beat you, and that would be Arias plus something like a Daruma Karma Cannon or a Dogmatica Punishment. Some huge interruption.
All right, let's get this started. Players are ready. So here we have it. Ooh, interesting card in the multiple interesting cards in the opening hand of Rio, to be honest, because there is a real good starter there, Leo. Though, like, you were already being like, is there even a way to start? But yes, there is. Maybe the best starter of the deck, the Prohibited Power Patron Patrol Terminus or Portal Terminus, which is now sending the card to the graveyard, which has absolutely no relevance to that resolution, because we are just looking for a Dark Fairy here, which all of our Dark Lords are. So back to Jehuti we are.
Jehuti is the best one-card starter in that deck, so you get quite the reasonable setup here.
Look at all of those Heralds of Orange Light still in there.
And we really love those forbidden cards, don't we?
Of course we do. They're crazy. Which one is it going to be here?
Love that we just decided which token we are going to use. And that is Cyrus on a token with a Roid.
It is.
We have seen
Leo here
before.
That is a cool tech card here in his deck as well. That is super duper polymerization, and we are going to use it in the way here, targeting the Golgolet to not only summon the monster out, but then also send the card to the graveyard and special summon the Evening Star on top of that.
It is such a good way to cheat out those difficult to summon cards and using them as fusion material.
Pretty strong. Good to see that that card has found a home in this Dark Lord deck now as well. Of course, I mean, it is a fusion deck at the end of the day, and it is a super duper polymerization, so we may as well.
Costs 2,000 life points though, so I mean, that didn't stop players from playing cards like Instant Fusion that there was a life point cost, but this one I feel like 2,000 is more of an investment than 1,000.
You
heard it here first.
Yeah, no, for sure. I do understand what you mean. That is the Sanctified Dark Lord that we are searching there as well, on top of things, immediately setting it onto the field. And that means that we can send the Dark Lord monster from hand or face up from the field to the graveyard to negate one effect monster until the end of the turn. But we get, Leo, you talked about the life points. You can gain back life points with the Sanctified Dark Lord ban.
Perfect.
Yep.
So immediately
comes in handy.
Navigating your way out of the misery that you set yourself up for, which was going down to 6,000 life points. So Rio is just toying with his opponent, giving some hope. But we all know that in modern days, Yu-Gi-Oh! Life points is more of a resource than ever.
Ooh, and he draws the Mystical Space Typhoon there, which we discussed is a little worse than the Cosmic Cyclone. But it really is not bad against Labyrinth at all. If you have a way to just target destruction, one of those spell and trap cards, and mostly trap cards in that case, is super, super strong.
I mean, just going first, I think he has 2 Final Bringer of the End Times and a Mystical Space Typhoon.
Yeah.
Need to check if Final Bringer of the End Times is a hard once per turn card.
It is.
Yes. So that is just popping 2 spell and trap cards in the end phase. That is absolutely massive.
It is, especially when some of them sometimes are being brought out by, for example, Chandelier or Stovey Torby, which is a huge investment to even get that 1 card onto the field. So having these ways here is real, real good. And I think it was insanely important for Charalampos that he did win game number 1, because post-siding, there is just a lot of ways to deal with his trap cards here in the format and also in the deck of Rio.
But there's this one blowout card from the Labyrinth deck, and that is the Equation Cannon that we talked about briefly earlier. And that card can change games immediately. However, if you have a lot of interruptions, if you have a lot of ways of changing the number of cards on the field, you can make your opponent with the simultaneous Equation Cannon.
You can. You can, for example, use a Mystical Space Typhoon on your own card or on the simultaneous Equation Cannon. Then all of a sudden it is a different total, and maybe you've been outplayed by that.
But also the Final Bringer of the End Times,
Totally.
that gets rid of 2 cards. So that is immediately demathing the math. That is absolutely phenomenal. So you have different ways of beating the Labyrinth deck here, and even the strongest of cards.
I mean, Leo,
that is
first game, Labyrinth 2 set cards. Now second game, Rio with 4 set cards. Who's the real trap card player here? To be fair, not all of them are trap cards. We discussed that at least 2 of them are spell cards with Mystical Space Typhoon and the Final Bringer of End Times. But still, ooh, that is end phase, right?
It should be end phase, so that is a possible...
We're playing around possible set Mystical Space Typhoon and Final Bringer of End Times, but if we kept one of those Final Bringer of End Times here in our hand, that would be a perfect moment to use it here in the end phase.
But also I find it very, very interesting that he waited until the end phase with the Absolute Backjack discard, because the Absolute King Backjack allows us to find a trap card in the top 3 cards of our decks, and then we can actually immediately activate it. So that is basically, if you find the right cards, if you find something like a Daruma Karma Cannon, that could just stop the opponent's turn.
That's true. I'm with you on that. Interesting to see that he has decided to hold that until the very end of the turn.
Oh, do we have a Karma Cannon?
Oh, he just drew it. Or what?
No,
it is the Karma Cannon.
And that is going to get rid of the tokens completely, because this puts every single card when it's activated on the field face down, every single monster card, and the cards that cannot be flipped face down, like Link monsters, which does not matter in Genesis at all, those cards will be sent to the graveyard via game mechanic. So that was always a really cool way to out something like the big Ed Ignister arrival.
This is massive. Rio now setting that fusion monster, as you explained, also getting rid of the tokens and then setting his last remaining monster. But there is, in the end phase now, the Final Bringer of End Times, getting rid of his Jehuti, getting rid of the Welcome Labyrinth that Charalampos said. So it was good to get that.
Oh, that hurts.
Karma Cannon going, but still we have another Mystical Space Typhoon, we have another Final Bringer of End Time, so not sure how much that ends up going to matter.
It is so good for him that he drew 2 Final Bringer of End Times, because if he just had 1 and he set that 1, he couldn't have destroyed this Welcome Labyrinth, and that was the way for Charalampos to actually start playing. And now Rio is starting to diminish the back row. This card is going to destroy another card on the field. Gulgulet is also going to be let go, so you're going to get a Forbidden card. This destroys the simultaneous Equation Cannon.
The Equation Cannon. We can just work through this step by step. There is not going to be any back row left for Charalampos when it goes to Rio's turn, I'm almost certain.
Yeah.
Because we have another Mystical Space Typhoon, as easy as it is. We have Final Bringer of End Times. Look at this. Oh, but we do hit the Annihilate Retro Light, and Annihilate Retro Light, actually, when it is destroyed by the opponent's card effect, you can set another trap card from your deck. That's mental, that's crazy. How did we hit that one?
I mean
we
we're going to
destroyed
hit
two
every
of
single
them,
one,
yeah.
so I think the chances of that were rather high.
So it's actually, maybe it's good that we hit it before we activate the final bringer of end times, because now the card that is being set with this can at least also then be destroyed with the final bringer of end times.
Yeah, so we can choose, is this going to be something that is dangerous for me, or will I be able to ignore it and destroy the other card I do not know about? So sometimes in Yu-Gi-Oh! Information is just everything.
He's not sure. Oh, I think he's considering Dominus Spark. A card, yeah, it ends up being Dominus Spark, a card I was surprised that he even had the points to bring that into his list here. And now Charalampos himself even checking, can I maybe activate this card immediately? But no, the card is not that crazy.
It is crazy, but you're right, not that completely crazy. Now, Charalampos knows that Rio also does not have that many monsters in hand. So a Dark Lord has just been searched. I think a Morningstar it was.
Yeah. And yeah, Leo, we've been mentioning it plenty of times throughout this weekend. Chaos Origins, quite a set, right? Another card from that set here with the Annihilate Retro Light.
Yeah, there were so many insane cards coming out in that set. It is really, really fun to watch how it affected the metagame. Now, Rio says, okay, the card that you just openly said...
card, okay.
Oh, Ice Dragon's Prison is actually very big.
It's huge.
And I mean, I think if Charalampos knew that there was going to be another removal for my back row, I would have said 2 Ice Dragon's Prison, because this card is really, really strong versus the Dark Lords.
Let me see whether he would have had that chance. In his deck, there is a grand total of 2 Ice Dragon's Prison. So yeah, he probably would have had the opportunity to do that. But clarifying what kind of resources are left in the graveyard there.
So the Dominus Spark would actually be able to trigger the Chandrigly in the graveyard and the Welcome Labyrinth, because it just needs to remove a monster from the field. A trap card needs to remove a monster from the field, and that basically every single Labyrinth card under the sun can trigger and use additional effects.
Back to Rio, and we do go in with the banishment of the Dark Lords, and that is not banishing anything, but instead adding a Dark Lord monster from the deck to the hand. The reinforcement of the army for the Dark Lord deck, as easy as it is searching for another X-Shell.
And we can discard the X-Shell and the Morningstar to get 2 more draws, 2 fresh cards, while gathering more resources.
I think in Genesis, a lot of the decks have a problem with draw power, and they are not really good at drawing cards. This deck, though, is doing that very, very, very well. Oh, we're dancing, Leo. That is the Dark Lord dance.
Question now is, do we have even another... Oh, wait. If we summon the Evening Star, it cannot even be targeted by card effects. So Dominus Spark actually a little helpless against that.
That's true.
So we have 2 Fairy Dark Monster that are level 6 or higher. So that does work. And it looks like we are going to summon...
Yeah, just Evening Star again. Yeah. There it is, of course. Once again, pretty much the only fusion monster that time and time again Rio has gone into. And you can't target it, as he just explained it, very first sentence of the card.
Yeah, that is a strong boss monster. I love it when decks have these really characteristic boss monsters.
Oh, but now maybe we're going to see something else now, because the Evening Star is being used to copy the Dark Lord dance. So we are fusion summoning one more time, and there is the first Dark Lord still sitting in the graveyard. So that could be a real big fusion monster that we're about to bring out here.
Are we summoning the first Dark Lord? There it is.
Yes, let's go.
So, what can the first Dark Lord do?
Well,
Win the
no
game.
fairy monsters at all can be targeted anymore next to itself, and therefore the last remaining card there for Charalampos, the Dominus Spark, not able to do anything anymore. And oh, Rio likes that. His friends and the crowd applauding him, cheering him on. He is still in this, and he is going into a game 3 here against Labyrinth, where we saw that he has all the tools available in his side deck, and he's of course also in game 3 are going to be using those mystical space typhoons, those final bringer of end times, and maybe even more than that. So he is feeling confident to make things happen here.
But you can see in Charalampos' deck there is Magic Deflector, and that is a card that really plays well around those quick play spells. So it is much easier to dismantle a field of Labyrinth cards, of set cards, when it is still the end phase of that turn.
Yeah.
So if you have to already set already activatable trap cards, use Mystical Space Typhoon, that isn't really hitting the spot that much anymore.
Magic Deflector is big. Chain to a Mystical Space Typhoon or chain to the Final Bringer of End Times, that can be very, very tough.
The good thing for Rio is, of course, that his engine does not really have a lot of equipped field continuous or quick play spells.
Absolutely.
It's rather just the non-engine. So that is a trade-off I think he would be even fine to take if you have a Mystical Space Typhoon and, for example, a Final Bringer of End Times, because they are quick play spells. You use the first one, then Magic Deflector gets chained, and then you still get rid of the other one. You can still use that, and then you're going to still, after all, get rid of 2 of the trap cards.
Yeah, but if we have both of them, I think there is some argument to be made that the Mystical Space Typhoon may be used first, already without having a monster on the field. So, you know, and when you don't have a monster on the field, then all of a sudden the Final Bringer of End Times cannot be activated anymore. So maybe Rio has to already in his head consider the factor that there could be Magic Deflector and therefore already go, for example, for a normal summon of the Jehuti, as we have seen plenty of times by him.
Charalampos is now siding his cards out, and we are getting ready for that last game.
All right, we're about to be ready, so why don't we go into game 3? Here we are, both players smiling. Understandably so, with them already making the huge accomplishment of reaching top 8 here. And that also comes, of course, with some good pricing. They already have secured, even if they lose here, a complete set of Blazing Dominion, excluding the Starlight Rares. On top, also a complete set of Battle of Legends Glorious Gallery. And then another, or Gallery, rather, Gallery. And then 24 booster packs from recent sets as well.
So let's see, are we going to have a set 4? Are we going to play with some engine? What's it gonna be? That is a Ariane, and Ariane is a pretty nice start. Okay, we took it back and then we summoned it again. So I think what we just did is clarify that we are actually going to main phase.
No, I think we're still dancing. I think that is still the aftermath of the Dark Lord dance that was activated in the last game. So it's like you gotta do it in like a fancy way.
You're bouncing the cards without having Big Welcome activated. However, Big Welcome would be a pretty nice...
We're not using it.
Wow.
We're not using the Ariane.
We're just sending it with Ariane.
Okay. Oh. What's the upside of that? Yeah, you can send from the field. I'm just wondering what's... I mean, it doesn't matter really, but we are just sending the Big Welcome Labyrinth from the field here instead of just sending it from the hand straight away. But Ariane is resolving. We know in Genesis the hand interaction is not very strongly represented, so that will oftentimes resolve. But now Charalampos is thinking himself, what am I even going to bring out with this?
Yeah, and I think it's most of the time just Ariana.
Yeah. Gotta be.
Because, and now bear with me, you can overlay them for a Ring 4 Exceeds.
And what could that be?
That would be...
Exciting Knight.
Yeah, that was actually my last Labyrinth deck, the card that I got out, because then you bridge into the Fiendsmith engine. I do not think that is going to be possible.
Well, will be hard. There also is the...
King Backjack.
Oh, you can do that?
I don't...
That's crazy.
I did not know that was possible.
You can special summon level 4 lower Fiend monster from your deck in defense position. That is absolutely possible.
Oh, and we are
very
using...
strong.
Wow, we're using the Big Welcome. We can't bounce anything from our opponent's side.
That's crazy. Triggering the Ariane with that as well to special summon a Fiend monster.
From hand.
Or set a spell trap.
And draw a card, but I think that we have the Ariana in hand already, so we just added ourselves a free Absolute King Backjack. That was so sick.
What a crazy loop that was from Charalampos. He took his time to find that move, but actually insanely well executed, because now we can just search for either the Chandrili or the Stovey Torby to then discard that Backjack. What a play from Charalampos here in top 8. He is ready to take it all down, and he's ready to be the first one to finally beat Rio here in this tournament.
I didn't know that Labyrinth was a combo deck, because this was really sick. You're setting up these immediate interactions. Also with the Stovey Torby, more resources. You are going straight for the Welcome Labyrinth. We have another Big Welcome in hand. Another option would have, of course, been the good old Labyrinth. Maybe playing around the Herald of Greenlight.
Maybe. He's the absolute king, Backjack, and he will be able to look at the top 3 cards. Oh, one more. And Olympus carefully is going to put them back in the same order that they were in. Interesting.
Okay, if someone likes his top decks, that's fine.
Good enough.
More and more cards. Oh, only 2. I think the entire hand was very much red, but you're keeping 1 card in hand. What does that mean?
Maybe it is transaction rollback, and transaction rollback really is not a trap card that you want to set, but rather want to discard when the Stovitobi comes back. That would be an explanation.
I think versus specifically the Dark Lord deck, there is a good argument to be made to actually
they have
do
trap
so,
cards.
because
Yeah, you're
they
right.
have some nice removal in their trap cards, and sometimes they just get sent to the graveyard so that Evening Star can copy it. But we're starting off with the Searcher for the Dark Lord deck, the Banishment. Getting an
the
Ixchel.
Dark Lords and Ixchel. It's always Ixchel, isn't it? Like Ixchel left, Ixchel right, drawing 2 cards has been always the most powerful thing to do in Yu-Gi-Oh! Pot of Greed says hello, but in new ways here in the Dark Lord deck.
I mean, Ixchel is also super old. I think the card is from 2017.
Ooh, let me fact check that, Leo. Let me fact check that.
Because I remembered playing versus the deck when I played Paleozoics at a tournament.
Yeah. So Dark Lord Ixchel was first introduced in 2016, actually.
Oh, even older.
Pretty close, yeah. Pretty close, though. Good call. All right, we do get the Gogolet into the graveyard. And looks like we are aiming for Dark Lord Dance. Yep, still dancing time.
But what does Lampos have? Because he has had struggle interrupting his opponent in the first game. Honestly, it looked like Rio was going to push through it. But this time around, I think he has a lot more non-engine. That's really what you're aiming for.
Yeah, it is. Definitely. And what will... Oh, we're preemptively activating the Welcome Labyrinth here. That, in my opinion, can only mean that we're trying to get the lovely Labyrinth already onto the field.
Yeah.
And we probably also have then the big Welcome Labyrinth set up. And the top card that we were ready to keep, and absolutely understandably so, is the Ice Dragon's Prison, which now can be set and most importantly also be used this turn.
Ice Dragon's Prison is so incredibly good versus decks that have the same typing. So you can choose a card from their graveyard, a monster card, special summon it to your side, and then if your opponent has a card of the same type on their field, you can banish both of them. So if your opponent wants to use cards from the graveyard, target cards in the graveyard, or has resources in the graveyard, you can steal those resources, banish them, and also take monsters from the field.
It's insane. It has been one of the craziest Labyrinth cards back in the day, and it still is to this day, at least in the Genesis format. Okay, we're going to get that Arias into the hand now as well with the big Welcome Labyrinth. And we're taking a step here. Chainlink 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. That's where you know that Labyrinth is having a good time. Drawing another card with the Ariane.
Oh, I think we're cutting the deck one more time. It has not... we just resolved that we just cut that deck. That is fine. But very, very cool interaction also by knowing that he can get to an Arias later in the turn, keeping that one trap in hand. So even if it is a transaction rollback or you found something cooler that you might want to activate, Arias is going to be able to allow you to.
Lovely. How many cards in hand? 6, 7. So we are getting the Gogolet out of the hand, which is not necessarily the one we were trying to aim at, because I saw there's, for example, the final Bringer of End Times in his hand, which could be used against that just discussed Ice Dragon's Prison.
Gogolet, not the card that you want to snipe out of, but the final Bringer of End Times. Yeah, you're right. It actually, but it is not targeting, I don't think. So even if you destroy one of your monsters, if you have 2, like with Jehuti, you can still get rid of the other card.
I think they are targeting. Let me double check though. Let's see.
You can banish one monster from both players' fields.
Oh, you mean the Ice Dragon's Prison? Oh, yeah, you're right. But the I was thinking rather of the final Bringer of End Times, because
that does target.
Would be targeting a monster you control or a card your opponent controls. So you can like, yeah, you can still get some value out of the Ice Dragon's Prison. I see what you mean, yeah. As long as we do have 2 monsters on the field. And we do have that now. So there's a little gift now from Rio, because he is summoning that Dark Lord over to his opponent's side, giving him over that Dark Lord Nastin.
It is also crazy that he has found a Daruma Karma Cannon in the process of this turn. So Arias is going to have huge impact, unless the other card that was set before, that is set in the middle spell and trap zone, is also a Daruma Karma Cannon.
That's true.
We keep just resorting to this Minerva. And I mean, wait. You cannot use Ice Dragon's Prison now since the gift.
Oh, why is that?
Because you
there's
can't
no zones.
summon a monster for your zone.
You're right. That gift looked weird in the first place. But actually there is no free zones, but there still is the Stovey Torby on the field able to possibly clear one zone.
You can always use the Stovey Torby as chain link one. It reminds me a little bit of Sky Striker Ace Ray when you have your main monsters.
Totally, it's basically the same, just without link monsters.
you tribute it away and then you can play all of your cool cards.
Of course, Stovey Torby, for the people wondering, is not only able to use its effect in the hand, but also while on the field. Does Charalampos see that though? Oh yeah, he does, of course.
Pretty sure.
He is in the top 8 of this Genesis Championship. He's one of the 8 finest Genesis players of all of Europe, so obviously he will see that line, but...
Let's say Daruma Karma Cannon, but that is a lot of monsters.
And we're chaining the Stovey Torby, understandably so, of course.
That does make sense, but I think Daruma Karma Cannon is not even once per turn, right?
Nope, it's not. Absolutely isn't.
So the other one from hand can be so incredibly strong later on. I think even though Rio has so many cards in hand, the pushes of the deck are somewhat limited. So if you have to play through a Ice Dragon's Prison plus a Daruma Karma Cannon, if Charalampos takes his time with the interruptions, he's going to be able to stop his opponent. I cannot see a way in which you win through this field.
Are we still chaining? Oh yeah. We're also immediately activating the effect of Arias here. And I like that because getting the Arias into the graveyard as quickly as possible, of course, also possibly enables us later on to use the graveyard effect of it to bring it back onto the field. But let's not do that very early because we want to make sure that our Ice Dragon's Prison can resolve before that.
I felt like the Arias was a discard for Stovey Torby. Just happened very late. Because it would have resolved as the first thing, right? Because it would be the last piece on the chain link. So I think we might have another Arias in hand.
Maybe we do. Final bringer of end times now. And this is where the Ice Dragon's Prison is not getting any value at all because there is no other face-up monsters on the field anymore. And therefore, yes, we're getting to special summon. Congratulations, that's an X-Shield for free for Charalampos, but we can't banish anything with it.
That is huge. So Rio, with this final bringer of end times, getting tremendous value out of this. Even though you can chain almost all of these good trap cards, sometimes that is just not enough. Because right now, this doesn't really do a lot. It just takes away one of the resources from your graveyard.
I'm wondering, didn't Minerva also have like an effect when being destroyed or something? Yeah, if this card is in its owner's possession, is destroyed by an opponent's card effect. So we gave that up our own here, so that won't trigger.
Oh, wait a second. I think Rio also has a Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion in hand. That would have been another way to play around the Ice Dragon's Prison.
True, but we didn't care now.
Yep, we go for the Dark Lord Dance.
Let's get that party started.
Oh, we can also fuse the X-Shell.
Of course.
If you guys want to see how the rest of that duel concludes, you can check out the other stream that we're doing on Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU on YouTube and watch that live as we move towards crowning our champion in the Genesis format. But it's time to run it back one more time for our final round of Swiss in our main event here at the EU WCQ. Our round 15 feature match, Luigi Albert versus Brandon Wilson. And I'm going to hand you over to Mike and Dale, who are going to be your casters for this last round of Swiss. Boys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed. That is right. 15 rounds of Swiss, and we have got all the way here. This is the final round of Swiss, the last chance to book your spot into the top 8. And we've got 2 decks that have yet to be featured. So on one side, we've got Doom Z, and on the other side, Mike, we have
Yami Finsmith. And I'm really curious to see how those decks have adapted to the current meta state. And through the Chaos Origins newest release, we saved the meta a lot. I want to see how these decks have made it to the last round of this event and potentially to the top cut. But I think what's the better way from our own players to showcase us how this deck can work. So let's go straight back to the game.
And our duelists are ready. As you can see on the top of the screen, we have Yummy Fiendsmith, and on the bottom we have Doom Z. Both these duelists with an 11-3 record. One could make it into that all-important top 8, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this one is going to get us started.
And how do you feel about Yummy Fiendsmith in the current meta? I think it is one of those decks that had received a lot of cards that are not good in order to bring Yummy into a big tournament. For example, the Invoked Eon, one of those that can come to the mind, or even Kultions.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting pick on this, but as a duelist like Luigi on this one, obviously got to be very, very confident with your abilities of the deck, and evidently showing this here with round 15. The deck still has a lot of usages, and I think outside of the decks like Invoked, when they have kind of like a natural aggressor against you, it can still catch a lot of duelists off guard if you're not prepared for it, and a lot of duelists kind of put it to the back of the mind. But then even looking at Brandon's strategy here as well, Doomsies is a deck that's kind of fallen back into the shadows a little bit, but still has an incredibly powerful and high ceiling.
Yes, I think right now Doomz, it is one of those decks that really showcased a very good national season, right? And even in Greece, it was won by the Doomz strategy. However, I believe it is one of those decks that have taken a step back, and all the Light and Darkness ritual decks from the Chaos Origin have saved the meta a lot. However, we can see that Doomz is right here, one win away from getting another top cut in a major event like the European Championship.
Yeah, exactly that, and standing in the way is going to be those little critters, those sweet treats in the form of the Yummies, and Luigi's with the Fiendsmith kind of backing them up. But Brandon currently just playing through that Ash Blossom as if it was relatively nothing, and able to kind of continue to push through with a little bit more of the brand new Power Patron cards here. So utilizing the Power Patron portal terminal, and this is going to allow us to get a little bit more advantage here, utilizing even more of the Power Patrons and the overall kind of art that they have provided to all of the decks, like we've already seen this weekend. The Elf Notes, Art Mages, and of course the Doomsies themselves is very, very interesting.
If you had to choose one Power Patron card, which would have been?
Does Medius the Pure count?
It can count, yes. I can see your point.
To be fair, I'm quite a big fan of the new rank 5, the Clefairy. I just love the colours on the card as well. I don't know what it is about the combination of green and red, but it really makes the card stand out. And then how it elevated the Doomsy playstyle as well was absolutely incredible, and we're seeing that being utilised here by Brandon, just being able to get that additional destruction, that additional search, and then even be able to push a little bit further.
In my opinion, though, I will stick to the green, and I will go for Jupredo. I think it is one of those cards that really gets people off guard because they do not know how to deal with it.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's got loads of different effects as well that can really help out different strategies.
And right now we can see that Brandon will use one of those quite popular strategies in order to access these brigands and go for the Guardian Champion Sargas and find eventually access to the Therion King Regulus, one of those hard negates that we have not quite seen in the current meta state, and it provides so much.
Yeah, I really do like how the Therions in general was just a very, very fun deck to play, and it got utilised in loads of different ways, and Regulus has been one of the versions of the deck, or the Therion cards themselves, that has really kind of kept its position as just this incredibly useful card for a lot of strategies. When you try to take into account how good the Spriggan's champion Sargus is as well, this just gives you direct access for any XZ's focused deck that can utilize machines as well. And like you said, it gives you another layer of protection. When you're backing it up with the Drastria as well, it can be very, very effective against your opponent.
Do you believe that Brandon had a view on Luigi's strategy and he knew that he's playing against Yami Finsmith, for example? Because in most scenarios we will see Doom Z to prioritize Doom Z Distraction, for example. One of those key cards that Doom Z have been quite popular during the national season, as we just mentioned. However, it is not quite the option against Yami.
Yeah, I completely agree on that one. It's interesting to see later on. Usually, if this was round one, you might not consider Yummy Fiendsmith as a direct opponent, but like you said, during the later stage of the tournament, you're probably going to be sitting next to players around like this. Definitely quite noticeable with the sleeves that we have on the deck as well. We're going to be revealing that Yummy Marshmallow in the hand, entering the field of play, and this is where we might see a response from Brandon to probably try and keep his opponent off of a Yummy monster, possibly trying to work our way into the rank 8 for the Dunzis themselves, being the Drastrius, and trying to absorb a little bit later on as well.
This is one of those effects that really helps you deal with the Yami strategy, because or even Crown. It is one of those cards that we have not talked a lot about it during this weekend. We talk about the Harmonia, we talk about the Fallen and the Virtues, but Crown has showcased such a big impact to the current meta scene.
Yeah, it's definitely putting a lot of work here. The Forbidden Crown, just having all those multiple effects can really control your opponent's kind of field state. And Brandon here has gone very, very fast through his plays. But yeah, again, Luigi just hasn't stopped. This is where the Fiendsmith started to come into play, because even though the Yummy factor has been kind of limited and kind of shut down a bit more, we're now going to be playing through. Is there any more that Luigi can do after getting rid of the Fear King Regulus? And it looks like there's going to be a Cookie.
But we are going to deal directly with Cookie, as you have already mentioned, exactly like you predicted, with one of those big Xyz monsters of Doom Z, Drastrius. And we're going to activate the effect, and things looking very good from Brandon, I believe.
Yeah, I think Luigi's definitely seen enough there on that one. Understandably so. I think it's been very, very powerful. A great start from there from Brandon, straight out of the blocks. Tried to play through with the Ash Blossom as well, got past that one, and ultimately it just kind of sat up right for Brandon, backed up with the Forbidden Crown. Yeah, it does still show the power of the Yummies and the Fiendsmiths as well, because they're able to go through a couple of interactions. They're just a bit more premium on Brandon's side.
And how could you approach going second right now against the Yummy Fiendsmith? What will be your strategy? Because Doom Z had a very good going first strategy. However, going second, you really depend, for example, cards like Tupredo, as we just mentioned before.
Yeah, I feel that you might want to consider some of the cards in the side deck. It looks like a lot of duelists are on a kind of combination with Kaijus and the Santa Claus sometimes, as previously mentioned, with the Light and Darkness deck. That's one of the more premium tribute one of your opponent's monster effects that could possibly be coming in, because once you try and take away what could either be a High Wave King Caesar or the fusion monster for the Fiendsmiths, they are kind of very effective monsters to try and stop you building a field. So we might consider cards like that to get rid of them without response from our opponent. But then you also need to take into account what else that could be backed up by as well.
For example, you would prefer cards like Field Breakers, like Kaiju, Santa Claus, which is also quite relevant in the current meta scene, because Mind Shuffle cannot take it back to the hand in order to activate the effects to ritual summon. And another case, I believe it would be definitely Purulias, which had showcased such a huge impact during the weekend. And I believe that we are currently having Purulias in the main deck or not?
So yeah, Brandon doesn't actually play Purulias on this one.
Any Purulia at all?
No Purulia at all from this one. It looks like we do have some Field Breakers, as you mentioned though, Lightning Storm and Harpy's Feather Duster, but both of those are currently only one-ofs in the side deck.
But I think that our players might be ready, or no, they're still siding.
Brandon's still going for it on this one. So let's flip it over to Luigi then. So if you're Luigi, you now know exactly you're up against the Doomsday strategy. What type of cards do you want to be putting in? Are we going to be doing a very one of the most simplistic things with the side decking right now is if you're going first, you take out your more charmies, whichever ones you are playing, and then usually we're seeing them being swapped out for cards like Judgment, Solemn Accusation, more cards that can solidify against field breakers themselves.
Exactly, and my strategy for building a field, it would be not to prioritize cards that had a big impact, for example, like Caesar or something that can be kaiju. Instead, I would acknowledge that Doomsday probably would run those lava golems, not lava golem, those Santa Claus, those kaijus, and I would prioritize to have a field from Yamis in order to have a lot of resources to deal with any card. But I think we are ready and we are going back to the game.
Only one way to find out what cards have come in and what cards could possibly have come out, and that is to see Duel 2 of round 15. Brandon, one duel to the good here. Luigi starting us off straight away with the Fiendsmith. Utilising the Fiendsmith package on this one as well. Fiendsmith Engraver getting access to what could possibly be assumed as Fiendsmith Tract. I do wonder if there will be a draw and lot bird in response from Brandon here, or it looks like there might even be a response directly to the Fiendsmith Engraver.
And I believe it is one of those scenarios that you really want to see when starting to play with Yami Fiendsmith, because Engraver not only enables the Fiendsmith combos, but also provides access to the Yami if you don't have any name in your hand. And I believe we are going to some clarifications right now. And we haven't added yet, right?
No, nothing's been added as of yet. We're just waiting to see if either Fiendsmith Engraver is going to resolve. It could possibly be that the target is in Luigi's hand. That is something to obviously wait and find out for. But on this one here, you've started off with a fairly decent card. It does open you up to be a little bit more fragile against a card like Draw and Lock Bird, which is a lot to consider. So we're just going to bring it over to us while we take a look and let the judges kind of look over that game field. So Draw and Lock Bird, starting off with you, Engraver. Draw and Lock Bird seems to be a bit of a threat because once you add your Fiendsmith Tract, that kind of doesn't allow you to play a little bit further through. But is there the quick play spell card for the Fiendsmiths in there?
So let me check, because it is one of those strategies that players used to utilize in order to play around Draw and Lock with the Fiendsmith engine. However, I don't see it here, and I believe it was the right call also for this event, since it provides one less body, which is quite important, especially in the Yami Fiendsmith. And if your opponent has the draw, he might consider not to add it against the Yami Fiendsmith, because if you start with Yami, it's quite odd to have a draw, for example. But I think that our players are already ready, and we will go back straight to the table.
Okay, heading back to the table here on that one. We're just shuffling up from Brandon. I believe it might have been an accidental additional card drawn for turn, but luckily for us, the judges were able to kind of rectify that, get that sorted out very early on. We're going to continue off by adding the Fiendsmith Tract. No response here on this one, so we're going to activate the Fiendsmith Tract. More times than not, we're probably going to be activating and getting hold of that the Fabled Lorry. Discarding the Fabled Lorry, using this effect to bring it back to the field of play. So a decent start here for Luigi, because as soon as you get that Link 1 on play, that starts to facilitate your Yummy packages.
And it will be very important if Luigi has a name and he has the cookie, and he can now advance to his Fiendsmith place instead of trying to establish Yummy Capsaway.
Yep. So that's we're going to be seeing the access to Fiendsmith Lacrima, sending the second Engraver from the deck to the graveyard, and now this is how we start to work our way into that Snatchy Yummy.
And right now we can see one of quite popular combos that used to dominate European events during the previous season, and we can see that Yami are still here, are still possessing a threat, and actually they might still be able to make it through the top cut of the European Championship.
Yeah, very well piloted here by Luigi at the moment, going straight for that Cupsy Yummy. Backed up by the Synchro, we've got Marshmallow in the graveyard as well, and we're going to be getting that final piece in the form of the Yummy Lollipo Yummy as well. and we still have access to the Fiendsmith package, going straight into Fiendsmith sequence to perform a fusion summon.
And we will not go for Lacrima, but instead we are going to fusion summon directly into Desiree.
Yeah, very good choice on this one. You preempted it as well by not prioritizing the High Wave King Caesar, but being able to get access to a monster that can negate certain cards on the field and then have its own inbuilt protection once it ends up equipped in the sequence from either the field or the graveyard at this particular position, does give it a line of protection from targeted effects. And we're also going to try and add what I can imagine being the DDD High Wave King Caesar to this field as well. So pretty much predicted yourself that we're spreading out our interactions rather than having it filtered all into one card or another.
Yes, and I really like the fact that Yami provides such a good resource management in order for us to play around any potential threat, and also that we are summoning our monsters in defense position, respecting the Lightning Storm.
Yeah, Lightning Storm is a very, very popular card this format right now, being able to kind of deal with either your spells and traps or your opponent's monsters, so it's going to be very, very effective here. And this is quite an impressive end field from Luigi here. One set card, no interactions from Brandon at all. You might feel that Brandon has more field breakers than anything, and we're about to see after the draw for turn if there's anything Brandon can do against this field.
And SP Little Knight also provides an additional protection from Evilly Match, another card that has been utilized a lot during this weekend, because if we find a way to bait Desiree, then, or even crown Desiree, we can actually find access to Evilly, for example, but then SP Little Knight is there to protect some of our monsters. So
yeah, utilizing Yummy Surprise here in response to the Forbidden Crown, which now means that you can negate the Forbidden Crown, because remember, you cannot respond with monster effects to the Forbidden Crown, but we did see Luigi respond with a Yummy Surprise, and Brandon is going to follow this up with a Pot of Sloth, drawing a good chunk of cards from his opponent's very impressive field, but it kind of comes back as a bit of a detriment, giving Brandon lots of draws to try and work their way into either those Santa Clauses, the Kaijus, or maybe just some other form of field breakers.
I really love Pot of Sloth. It is one of those side cards that have entered the meta scene, and whenever I see it resolve, the players have so much skill expression, meaning that they need to understand which cards are very useful at that scenario and find a way to, trying to play in any field. And I have seen some players also play Pot of Sloth in the main deck also, which is quite interesting, and I think that it makes perfect choice.
Yeah, it does give your opponent a big dilemma to kind of deal with, because getting as much advantage as you can do, being able to re-sculpt your hand, can be very, very important when you're facing down a field like this, and that's exactly what Brandon's done here, been able to kind of reset the hand and get some additional cards as well, and it's going to be backed up by a Droll and Lockbird from Luigi. Quite effective here, and there is the Santa Claus trading off for that DDD High Wave King Caesar.
So we talk about that Doomset may prioritize to play cards, for example Santa Claus or Kaijus, to deal with the current meta scene, and this is why I hoped that Luigi would go for a Yam-based field in order to have a lot of resources, and even if Santa Claus and Kaijus are there, he can play through it.
Yeah, Brandon's going to be following this up with a Doom Z change on this one. Very, very effective card. One of the more recent cards for the Doom Z strategy. This is going to allow us to destroy a Doom Z card in the hand, deck, or face-up field. And then it will allow you, if this card is destroyed by card effect, you can also add, but we are under Droll and Lockbird. The other is you want to trigger off your Doom Z monster effects that trigger when they're destroyed. And we're going to be able to utilize that with the Doom Z 7. Ilara able to push a little bit of field presence in response to Luigi's now.
And I think that Ilara, it is one of those stars that you want to resolve, and when the effect activates, and it is like the Farkizan when it is destroyed, which I find kind of funny, it gives you access to your Doomset engine. But right now we have only utilized, from Luigi's side, only one Desiree and the surprise, so we have so many things to do and to deal with, and Capsi Yami Way is still there.
Yeah, so getting access to that Doom Z Raiders, one of the best spells in the art type for them, and it looks like we are going to be able to trigger off the Yummy cards here, and this is where we're going to get access to Snatchy and possibly Cupsy, Lollipo or Cookie. We have the whole family, and it's going to be Lollipo.
And I think that Cookie Yummy Weight is one of those cards that you really want not to face when you're playing Doom Z, because it can really shut down your strategy. So I believe that right now Brandon has quite an options, but Akroki also being there to play around, potentially to Predator, for example, it provides so much resources to the Luigi, and I truly believe that the key of this matchup is just to have access to your resources and keep just special summoning monster when your opponent just try to destroy them, and have all these resources going on and on and on.
Yeah, well, that's one thing. Oh, Ash Blossom as well to stop the Doom Z Raiders from resolving. But that is one thing that Yummy is incredibly good at, and then backed up with the Fiendsmith is that they can be very, very resourceful. So usually if Brandon is unable to kind of break this field apart, it's probably going to be Luigi's game taking it to game number 3. But Brandon does not seem to even have a drop of sweat. He is absolutely calm as can be. He probably has a lot of interactions in the hand, and there is your favorite Jopredo.
Finally, the card that I was talking about, it is one of those cards that you really need to read a lot of times. So basically, when this card goes face up to the extra deck, you can destroy one card on the field. And this is quite an option because it doesn't target, and it can, you know, make scenarios that you really need to focus on.
Yeah, very effective here on this one, because not only is it a Power Patron card, it's also a Doom Z card, so it can get you access to multiple cards, and it looks like Brandon has seen enough. We're going to be scooping it up. We're going to be going into game 3. Tried to do the very best he could there, maybe a little bit shaken from the start. Sometimes those mistakes happen, but now there is back into Brandon's favour a little bit. We know what our opponent is on. We know what they're going to try and do to try and break our field apart. And I feel that this is where we're going to start to see those solemns, whether that be the accusations or the judgments, to solidify the field, as the Yummy are going to try and trade off one card for one card every single step of the way.
And right now I want to see how Brandon will approach this matchup, because as we talked before, since Doomsday Destruction is not one of those cards that you really want to prioritize right now against the Yummy Fiendsmith, it may be quite an option to go for, as we saw in game 1, a more field that has negation rather than trying to stop your opponent from adding, because in the other hand Luigi will suspect that the trap might be there, and just to play around, for example, he can cut for some copies of Engraver, for example, and just leave a minimalistic Fiendsmith engine just to have access on it if he wants to, and prioritize cards that can provide him utilize advantage without adding from the deck.
Yeah, I think it's exactly that. Kind of having a more varied end field, utilising the hand as well, can be massively advantageous in certain matchups like this. So if you are on Luigi's side, what cards could we possibly be considering to bring in here? Do we still favour the field breaker approach, or do we feel that we need to do the exact same as Brandon did there and consider cards like Kaijus and Santa Claus?
I believe it is the meta set right now that if you're playing Kaijus, you definitely want to bring it against Doom Z strategy, because all those equips will be on a certain axis, so you can play around it. And in the other hand, I'm really not, favorable at all in order to let Doom Z make the combo, and I would prefer just to stop it right away with hand wraps.
Yeah, I think one of the premium ones against them, Drone Lobber, can be quite effective. That can kind of stop them getting a little bit of advantage, but the deck is actually very, very versatile to play around it, so it might need to be a combination of hand interactions, which is actually kind of easy for the Yummies to do if they see them. And it looks like our duelists are pretty much ready to show us exactly what they've got. So final round of Swiss, we're going to be heading straight over to the table. Let's see which one of these duelists could possibly be making their way to the top 8 of the EU WCQ. Okay, so I would be very surprised if Brandon is not the one to start us off here. It does look like there is Ooh, some very interesting cards in Luigi's hand here. Very much spell focused, but that is something Brandon to worry about a little bit later on. And we're going to start off with Doom Z Change. It doesn't seem to be any type of interaction from Luigi right now. Very few can actually interact with Doom Z Change. And we're going to be sending the Alara, and as we saw previously, Alara will then try and get us access to another one of our Doom Z cards, mainly going to be that Doom Z Raiders.
So the main focus right now for Brandon would be to find access to Adrastea, the Quake spell that provides so much to the Doomset strategy. However, I believe that Luigi may have some hand trap also compared to this full hand of spell cards.
Yeah, so the Doom Z's very own Power Patron is the Power Patron Doom Z. Quite a good one for the strategy on this one, is it does give you the ability to kind of utilize your own cards to help you move yourself into the XZ strategy a little bit more. And it looks like Luigi is considering a possible interaction here later on, depending on how familiar we are with the Doom Z strategy.
I think that it is a correct spot right here to activate the Veiler. However, we had to play around with the effect of Drastia.
Yeah, done very well here, because we do get the destruction effect of the Power Patron Doom Z. That if it is destroyed, you get to add any Doom Z card from the deck to the hand, which is very, very effective here. We do have the Drastria a little bit earlier than we probably like. We might want to have liked a bit of insulation, trying to get ourselves into that Therion King Regulus that we saw in game number 1. But we are not going to try and use the Drastria, and it instantly met with an effect Veiler, but I think we're just confirming that it going to be chained or couldn't be used?
No, due to the spell, it cannot be targeted.
Perfect. Going straight into the Glyphero. Such a good card, and this is how we're able to start off with. Probably not the most ideal start with your Doom Z Change, because you kind of want to have your Alara as your normal summon, you want to have access to the Amalith as well, but this is still a very, very good way to get there.
So this is why Veiler is quite odd against Doomset, because they have the target protection, and if you have Veiler, you need to utilize it quite early in the turn. Because if they find access to their spell, it's quite difficult for you to find a good spot to activate Effect Veiler.
Yeah, I suppose this does make it very interesting, because Brandon now knows that there is an Effect Veiler to possibly try and play around. So maybe if we do want to try and go for the Merrymaker into the Sagas to then work our way into the Therion King Regulus, at some point that bridge, maybe at the Saga stage, will get stopped. So there's a little bit to consider here. But we are going to use the Power Patron Field Spell. Just get Luigi having a good old read of this one. So this can actually facilitate a lot of access to some of the Power Patron cards, but also the very important Gepredo as well, in order to give as much advantage as possible to Brandon as we try to build here.
And I want to see how he's going to, make his fields in order to play around firstly the Effect Veiler that he already knows, and any potential threat from Luigi's hand, because community right now, I think it has come to the mind that you don't only utilize field breakers, you don't only utilize hand trap, but you kind of play a mix of those two.
Yeah. And I think we're just revealing the Effect Veiler here to confirm that that is now going to be used. That's probably a nice weight off of Brandon's mind, I guess, that it has been used now, because now we have the ability to make the rank 4, work our way into Sagas if we wish to, without a bit of response here from Luigi. And we do already have the machine in the graveyard being the Power Patron Doom Z as well.
Yes, this is what was not very... This is why I was not a very fan of Veiler against Doomset, because in reality you don't find a good spots to utilize it, because when you are able to activate the Effect Veiler, it's quite late.
Yeah.
And we will go for Dugares.
Dugares the Timeless.
Are we going to use the effect to draw?
Yeah, I think it's quite important for Brandon now to remember that we will have to skip our next draw phase. Something quite important for Duelist to remember on that one, that there are drawbacks to Dugares depending on which effect you choose to use. But we still have ways to push a little bit further forward. We have used our normal summon for the power Patron Doom Z as well. So we're going to see exactly what we can do with Luigi and continue to push further forward. Using that Geppetto in the scale now.
And we will activate the effect since it is phase up on the extra deck to add a power Patron card. And this is what I really like about Geppetto. It is not only that it provides consistency, but also it provides an going second strategy, and it feels like it has everything that a card is designed to do for a deck in any case.
Yeah, exactly that, and the fact that we're also able to possibly get access to a Varudras if we wanted to does give you another alternative to the Fearonkin Regulus, but could also give you an addition to that Fearonkin Regulus. As mentioned, trying to get multiple forms of interaction is always going to be a lot more beneficial in a format where you do have cards like the Lava Golems, the Rasphere Modes, the Santa Clauses, and the Kaijus running around. And we do see a rank 10 here, and it is going to be the Varudras, providing us with a very powerful Omni negation here to deal with one of the cards that Luigi could possibly use, and that is all. Ooh, interesting. There is a couple of combinations in cards in Luigi's hand, and we're starting off with a Dark Ruler no more, trading that 1-for-1 with the Varudras, followed up by a Fiend Smith Tract.
So, comparing, I was still thinking about Tract, if it was correct to keep it in the deck despite the fear of Doomsday Distraction. However, if we are siding cards, for example, Dark Ruler no more, which is one of those cards that was utilized for Varudras to be negated, I think it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I think Luigi's done very well here. So it does mean that Brandon will survive a turn, depending on how much resource we have to come back with. As you could probably imagine, Luigi is going to be able to pick this field apart piece by piece. So a very, very good start there from Luigi. We're just kind of confirming if there is a graveyard effect of the Varudras to make sure that we don't misstep in any way.
And right now we'll activate the effect of Engraver to be special summon from the graveyard. We will activate the effect of Requiem to be equipped and activate the effect of Engraver to destroy the Varudras eventually. And what is also important is that, yes, under no more we cannot deal damage in order for us to win in this turn. However, Brandon has activated Dugares, so he doesn't have another draw phase. And now we will access Camellia and Camilla to one of my favorites, Kagari, in order to activate Sky Striker foreign drones, and finally found our own way into the Capsi engine.
Yeah, very, very well done there from Luigi. No interaction from Brandon at all possibly means that there are no cards in Brandon's hand, or if there are, they are of no use to Brandon to try and disrupt or stop Luigi building this field here. So we're going to be going with the Cupsy Yummy on this one as well, backed up by a Yummy Surprise, and this is where the Yummies are really going to start to show what they can still do. And how the Fiendsmiths can very much elevate them as well in consistency and just overall effectiveness.
I mean, at this scenario you just only need to clear the field that you have already done and just try to establish a field in order for Brandon not to be able to advance his plays with any cards that are left in his hand. And I believe that the quick spell, it is not in the graveyard, right? Of Brandon. He didn't access his Adrastia, so he doesn't have these resources in the graveyard.
No, unfortunately not for Brandon on this one, and we do just see Luigi playing with pace and confidence here, working our way into the sequence. Sequence is probably then going to follow up, and we'll see a repeat of what we saw in duel number 1 to make sure that we can solidify what we need in order to stop any possible threats that may still be coming their way. And we're going to go into that Lacrima. Lacrima will ultimately end up bringing back the Fiendsmith Engraver, and we're probably going to see both of those be overlaid into a DDD High Wave King Caesar, giving us another line of resistance against anything Brandon might be able to recreate.
And in comparison to game 2, that Luigi went first and was afraid of cards like Lightning Storm, right now we can see that he summoned the monsters in attack positions since obviously Brandon would not have put any of Lightning Storm going first.
Yeah, so continuing to go that little bit further. Here is the SP Litanite. We're going to get rid of that Doom Z Raiders. Very, very powerful card. You do not want to be leaving on the field. We're going to use our High Wave King Caesar to deal with that Dugares, the Timeless, and that should be enough. One set from Luigi. No draw from Brandon here. Let's remember not to draw, and we're going to go from there. He can remembers Timeless correctly. Is there enough in Brandon's hand to fight back against the field that Luigi has presented?
I liked how Luigi worked step by step to destroy Brandon's field and try to take piece by piece. And right now I think that Brandon is in a very quiet spot because he has access to his Doom Z engine. However, you have so many resources and so many things to do in order to deal with it. And for example, High King Caesar can deal directly right now with the field spell.
So I just think they're confirming the interaction on this one. So with the Null Power Patron Realm Vidara, just confirming if that can be activated or if High Wave King can
you cannot activate it because it says when a spell trap or monster effect is activated and it was already on the field. It is a spell effect. It is not a spell card activation.
Correct, yeah. So they're just confirming that that is going to be able to resolve. So if we do get to resolve this one, you're going to reveal a Power Patron monster in your extra deck, which we currently have one face up. And then you banish face down a card from the hand, then add to your hand or special summon a monster from the deck that mentions that revealed monster's name. So revealed in the Geppetto, we're going to get access to the Geppetto Power Patron, getting access to our Power Patron Geppetto from the deck here on this one. Just confirming if there's any form of interaction here from Luigi. We don't have as many yummy monsters in our graveyard to bring back as of yet. And they're just trying to confirm the understanding on that one as to whether or not, just confirming that the High Wave King Caesar cannot react.
And I hope that there's no issue of another previous warning about Luigi and it can extend to a potential game loss.
Yeah, I think the judges will do everything they can to maintain the current game state, which will be ideal for everyone involved here. I think they're both in agreement, or all three are in agreement here, and they're able to kind of continue on. So just waiting for Brandon to confirm that the null is being utilised here. We're going to be able to banish face down one card from our hand. We're going to get access to, I believe, the third Geppetto now, because two were used for the Varudras in the previous turn. And then we've already shown how powerful the Geppetto is. It can kind of work its way into the access of any Doom Z card you want. And that's going to get responded straight away with the Cupsy Yummy Way. Getting us access to our Cupsy Yummy and, of course, our Snatchy. The Cupsy Yummy going to be putting in a decent amount of work here now for us. So getting the ability to draw a card as well can be very, very important. And we're going to get access to the Yummy Surprise, returning the Geppetto, and that is the fist bump from Brandon there. Very well done from Luigi, taking a Yummy Fiendsmith strategy all the way to 15 rounds of Swiss, and now what he needs to do is wait to see if he's made it into the top cup.
Yeah, it only depends right now to luck and to tiebreakers, but I believe he has very good chances in order for him to manage to make it to the top 8 of this European Championship and probably contest for one of those tickets to the World Championship and even the trophy. So, what do you believe about Yami? Would you expect if I was on Friday and I was telling you that Yami would have gone X3 in the European Championship?
I would have been quite surprised. I think as we agreed that with the introduction of Chaos Origin, a lot of the strategies kind of work against how Yummy wants to play. And with the current limitations on the most recent list, Cupsy and Snatchy being a little bit less consistent to gain your easy access to be there for the grind game. Once you do get cards like your Magician of Black Chaos, or of course your Blackluster Soldier, banishing those cards, or even just Black Chaos itself of banishing them as well, it can be very, very hard to kind of come back from there. But Luigi's kind of shown you that through all 15 rounds of Swiss, the deck is still there, still very viable, and it definitely kind of gives for any Yummy duelists out there a bit of hope in regards to keep pushing on with the deck that you love.
Yeah, and this is the issue that we were talking before, that Yummy also has a bad matchup not only with the Chaos Origin strategies but also with the Cultion strategy, because for the second effects of, for example, Clip, the Trackmaker, all these cards can potentially provide some difficulties for Yummy to play without, for example, the Snatchy, for instance. And I believe it is one of those scenarios that it is truly believable that when you find a strategy that you truly believe and you know that it is good and you know how to play it, you can bring it to the European Championship. And obviously, as Luigi just did, find it all the way through the Swiss 15th round of Swiss to an X3 record.
Yeah, exactly there. And congratulations to Brandon. It's kind of the journey to the top 8 is over, but it's still a massive, massive achievement. A 15 round of Swiss at the European event. Like, this is the pinnacle of the European area, and then we work our way onto Worlds. So very well done to them. But congratulations to Luigi. Once we are ready to go, we're going to send it over to them and get all of the thoughts from Luigi very, very shortly. But any kind of final thoughts on this one?
So my thoughts are, this deck is truly unbelievable, and I still think that it can bring it home. However, everything is on luck right now. He may also be on the top 8, we never know, but what a better way to hear it directly from him.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Luigi. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What a match. How do you feel?
It's a very difficult. Dice is very important in this matchup, and my main in good first and very midly, and game 2 and game 3 very hard. GG for my opponent, and
I mean, it was a very tough match, I have to say, because you lose game 1 and then you come back.
Yeah.
So I just have a few slides because I know it was a very hard, so you maybe want to take a break. I just want to show you essentially game 1 you only have Ash.
Yeah.
So he goes for the full combo. Pretty much the game is over in 5 minutes, more or less. So there was really nothing much that you could have done. So what did you think? Like, okay, I can still do this.
I rest focus for next game. Game 1, I play for information of card of my adversary, and I have no breakboard and scope for game 2. I have many time.
Yeah, because as you mentioned, game 2 essentially. I mean, I'm very happy that we saw some Yummy Fiendsmith in action, because this was the first time this weekend for us showing Yummy Fiendsmith on stream. Yeah. So it was great because there was no interruption from Brandon. Yeah. So this was very good, especially for you. At a certain point, we were a little bit worried because he drew 7 cards with bottom slot.
I have no fear because Ash and draw in my hand. Only fear is my opponent play droplet, and the draw is very game changer, I think, in this game. My board is very hard to break under draw, and Yumi is very anti-action card game, and very...
And then, I mean, in game 3, essentially, for a minute we thought, okay, maybe Brandon has a good start, because I think you only had Veiler, right?
Yeah, I forgot.
You forgot, I know.
Domsburg.
Yeah, it's not really good. I know. So essentially, here Brandon goes for the combo. Yeah. He especially manages to go for the Varudras, but passes. So it didn't have a great hand, you know?
Yeah, and I have there with him. For me, it's a limit happy for this little board, because I have a clean board with Fiendsmith and no entrap because bridge in the Yumi, Gel literary board, no draw for my opponent, I have Caesar, I have...
You have Dark Lurer, you also had Lightning Storm, so I think the hand was very good.
Yeah, very good.
And at the end of the day, I mean, it paid off because essentially it's what led you to win the game. So yeah, I mean, essentially this is the moment where Brandon didn't have anything left essentially on the field. So 12-3, you were telling me before this, this is your first...
It's my first European Championships and my first day too on a major event, and very happy. And
so perhaps we will see you on top 8, hopefully. We have to see, you know, with the other matches, double losses, we have to see a little bit, you know, how it goes. Still incredible result, I have to say. So congratulations, it was great to see you on stream. So hopefully we will see you again. But you know, congratulations for the result and for being with us. Guys, don't go anywhere because Genesis is live. So let's go back to the Backup Future match.
Yeah, usually you can see, for example, Richard was being super quick with deciding because you have your pre-made plans, right? Of course, you can't take a sheet of paper to the table where it says this on there, but you can just have your pre-made plans in mind, citing patterns that have to be memorized before the tournament. But sometimes you're playing versus different odd strategies, perhaps, and there your choices aren't as clear anymore. Maybe you have a side deck plan for Sacred Beast, maybe you have one for Blitzkrieg. But what are you doing if you're playing a combo wombo? Do you side in everything? Do you have enough cards to side out for everything?
Yeah, very good point. You do have to sort of think what's going to hit the most general things here. And I think it can be difficult to make those plans and get those correct plays in order. But I think that does come down to deck building. You have to make sure your side deck is prepared for everything in that situation.
And honestly, that is incredibly hard in tournaments like this, because in Genesis, every single deck is basically different, right? There's so many different decks. We've had Dark Lords on top of Swiss facing Labyrinth. Side for all of those.
Absolutely. I think we do see the players shuffling their decks after siding here, and we are ready to move on to Game 3.
All right, who's going to advance to the finals? There's a lot on the line because the top 2 players,
Jonas and Richard here, are going to be having a rather difficult game for this Game 3. Just a last bit of pile shuffling there for Jonas and getting ready before we move on to this game proper.
Sorry, I had a small coughing fit. The last 2 players standing in this tournament are going to go to the Japan 2, to the Jump Festa, of course, other prizes as well, but this big journey is definitely something you do not want to miss out on. So whoever wins goes to Japan. Will also receive full sets of some of the latest additions to the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG.
Absolutely. I want to go to Japan. Why can't I go, you know? Because I didn't enter.
Play better.
I'm trying. But we see them a last shuffle here before we get started on this last game of this match.
Very sure that Richard is going to start 60 card decks. Sometimes they just are unstoppable, but sometimes they also have no way to play. Which one's it gonna be?
Yeah, very good point. It is the issue with 60 card decks full of engine like that. However, it is just kind of 2 separate engines, so it's not as if it's 60 cards of like a little bit of this, a bit of that, comboing a bunch of stuff. It's just this and that, and it's all of everything. So it's actually kind of a lot of different ways you can start playing here.
It does sound quite consistent, actually. Starting off with a breakaway, that on its own does very, very little. However, Alternator with another card together is already sounding a lot better. So we are, for costs, shuffling the Whisker away. Oh, I am seeing some side deck cards in the hand of Jonas. That is one powerful side deck card, let me tell you.
Absolutely. And we're adding... Oh, that's how that works. We add the Haman to hand because it's a Thunder Master we can add off of Alternator. That's really cool. I've just realized that that's how you make that work. It's been a long day. So we see that cool combination here, that bridge. Haman's effect to add the Sacred Beast released from the deck to the hand here as well by revealing and discarding, I believe.
Yep, and the release is going to resolve. Not enough points for some cards that could stop this easily. So this card, love the artwork, by the way.
All the artwork is phenomenal, I have to say. It looks so, so good. I think my favorite's got to have to be Uriah, because it was amazing. We see that resolving, as you say, and we're moving into this revealing, or adding the 3, I should say. So we're adding the Creator of the Martyr, and the Summoner of the Martyr, and Raviel, and discarding 2 cards here. We have a 7th Ascension and a Trap. I think that's a Typhoon.
It is a Typhoon, and if you're about to full combo, I don't think you need a Typhoon.
No, not at all. And at this stage, you'd expect to be able to full combo because you played through a good few points where you would expect to have met some form of interaction here, actually. So we're going to go here for, just thinking about what he's going to move for here. Got a few ways that we can play, considering either the Martyr or the Raviel, it seems.
But you could also see, I think, a little bit of fear in Richard's eyes when he activated that Alternator and shuffled back the Whisker, because I think a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit would have really done some damage there.
Absolutely. I think we needed to access the Sacred Beast engine here, and thankfully we were able to. And we do see the Crackle being revealed here from Jonas' hand, destroying that Martyr and stopping it from being able to stick onto the field here.
We're getting access to the Sacred Beast Thunderclap. That card, obviously, as we've seen time and time again, is going to replace itself. Or not replace itself, but it's just going to activate more copies of itself. So this card, the primary way to summon out a Harmon.
Yeah, I think it activates 3 Sacred Beast spells from the deck, so it's the other 2 and the field spell as well, which is why it's so, so powerful in this strategy, because that field spell is insane. Again, this deck just pluses and just keeps gaining advantage off of every single play. It's so hard to stop them once they start going, because they just have so many cards and so much advantage to be able to keep playing the game.
It's so crazy. How many free cards can you get of basically nothing? Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beast. Also an incredibly powerful field spell. But speaking of incredibly powerful field spells, there is a card in hand for Jonas that is going to see the daylight now. That is Vados. We have had Crackle. We have Vados. We're summoning it over to our opponent's side of the field. We're giving him a big body that is, luckily enough, not a level 10 monster.
Yeah.
But we are taking away the Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beast. Oh, and that, of course, is going to trigger the Crackle that we have used before on the Martyr. So we are actually setting up our own turn already. Also, I think we could use Alternator, unless it's only on your own turn, to search for a Spell and Trap card. For a quick second, I thought you could search Whisker. That would be completely broken.
That would be kind of insane. I think there are those synergies between the decks. I think there are these little synergies here and there that just make both decks work together so well, and surprisingly well, I'd say. I don't know that anyone really had this combination of cards on their radar, and yet here we are in the top 4 match here. Ricard with a single loss, 12 wins to 1 loss, and clearly it works phenomenally well.
I think right now Jonas is looking at the second Vados in hand, and he is thinking to himself, or he's reading, can I do this? Can I do this twice? Can I actually do this one more time this turn? Because if a Hideout in the Sky Column is being activated, that is also a little bit troubling. That is the biggest problem with playing against these double engine decks. That is, if you stop one engine and you would have completely out-hand trapped it, sometimes they just throw another starter of a completely different deck at you, and then they combo off there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does seem Vados is only once per turn there, so I don't think we're going to be able to get the second usage of that card out here.
But setting up a Vados already on your opponent's turn is kinda massive, because this card, when it gets removed from the field, it is going to blow up everything.
What level is Vados? 10?
9.
9. For Rudras would have been really cool to use someone with Vados there.
Yeah, that's what I meant, because this is luckily not level 10, because giving it over to your opponent, that would be basically an issue. If this card is removed, you also, everything on the field is going to blow up, and that is so, so strong.
We do see the Breakaway being added to Jonas' hand here as well.
Yeah.
Back into this Blitzkrieg strategy that has proven itself to be so powerful this weekend, both in Genesis and also put up a very good showing in Advanced Constructed as well.
That is true. We had some pretty strong players for quite some time. Oh, and Uria is going to pop the Alternator. Alternator is going to activate. You can get a hideout in the sky. This one is now protected from Kulum just because, or from Vados, because it can't be Vados twice. You cannot use this card more than once per turn. I'm still quite curious to see how strong the graveyard effect of Vados ends up being.
Yeah, absolutely. It may cause some real issues here. If it destroys the entire field as well, might even cause issues for both of the opponents in this situation.
I mean, we are already setting up an out to the situation rather early with the hideout or with the breakaway that we have added, so we can add back Crackle to hand and destroy the Vados. But of course there is Varudras, the final bringer of end times. So this one is also now protecting from potential hand traps, and not only that, also from the breakaway in the next turn.
Using the Kowloon City, the hideout in the sky Kowloon here as well. I keep getting the name wrong on that one.
That is super fine.
Going to be adding the, I believe that's the Surge, I think that's going to be, but just considering which one we're going to go for here as well.
It looks like Surge.
Yeah.
She reminds me of Ray a little bit.
I see that, yeah, I can see that. Still just considering our move, and yes, seems to be the Surge be added to hand here at this moment in time.
So, Surge is added. We have resolved that now fully. Now I think we're going to start perhaps with destroying the Crackle. Exactly, we want to take away resources. We want to take away the breakaway pop that is possible. Of course, you have started the turn with breakaway. Player like Richard does not forget about his potential triggers, no matter how many minutes they have been away from you. And now, Grain, of course, even if your Sacred Beast combo gets stopped, quote unquote, because honestly there is a Varudras.
Plenty enough there at this point, yeah.
He put down a Varudras through the Crackle plus Vados combination.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see that Grain using the effect and adding that Whisker to hand as well. Again, this is such a difficult matchup here for Jonas to be dealing with. He's done his best to try and interact as best he can during this turn, but at this point I believe he will be starting out with a 4-card hand in his opening turn, which is going to be rather an uphill battle to get through this field here.
This deck is completely insane. Don't get me. I think you should run this in the main event, because we have had successful players with Sacred Beast, and we have had successful players with Blitzkrieg already in the main event. So I think a bunch of those we're going to see in top 64 later on. Now Whisker is being summoned from hand, only summoning one, and he is popping the Vados, and now of course Vados can trigger, so Richard can negate it with the Varudras. Now chaining one is Grain, of course, as a trigger, because it's on his own turn, and then the Whisker also takes care of it. You don't want to detach anything from that Varudras just yet.
Oh, that's really a very intelligent play, to cycle your own resources in a way that maybe your opponent wasn't expecting here as well, because I'm sure that Jonas was waiting on that Vados being an issue here, but destroying it yourself and dealing with it in such a way that actually you seem to plus off of it is really impressive.
And 2 more set cards. This is through 2 hand traps to Vados and Crackle. This is basically more than the full Blitzkrieg field. That is higher than the ceiling of Jonas' entire deck. He has Whisker, he has a Surge, good setup. He has Varudras and 2 set cards, one of which is very likely to be breakaway. Does Jonas have anything to answer this with? And most importantly, where are you even starting? If you have a Lava Golem, probably Varudras and Whisker.
Yep.
There it is.
Bang on the money there, Leo. Getting rid of those 2 massive threats from the field with that Lava Golem. Yet again, a favorite in this game, it seems, of both players.
Because you don't really need your normal summon all the time. That is the beauty of that deck. Now Jonas is using the breakaway, and the question now that I'm asking myself is, we're activating Alternator, is Alternator going to immediately search us something, or are we waiting for Jonas to commit into the field and then possibly search something like an Emi? I think we've revealed the Grain, and this one is then going to search for the Emi. So we are going to pop the token And that seems like, oh yeah, of course, we pop the token, so we use the Surge. Surge is going to get us Whisker. Of course, we can chain block that with a breakaway from the graveyard. And then, after everything, we just have the same exact setup that we had before the Lava Golem, minus the Varudras.
That really is impressive. It turns the Lava Golem into essentially just a Kaiju, which is, I guess, not nothing, but it has taken down the impact rather drastically from what we were expecting it to be.
This deck is hilarious. The Blitzkrieg cards, they are just so incredibly resilient whenever your opponent throws something at you. Because I think in this format, there's also not that much destruction protection.
I don't think so at all. It probably exists, but I don't think we have anything here at this current moment, at the very least. This is more than an uphill battle at the moment for Jonas. This is seeming very difficult. Both players dealing the best they can in the situation, but it's not going to be easy.
It's looking like it's an up-mountain battle for Jonas, if you can say that, because he has to play versus the infinite engine of Blitzkrieg, and the big question is how many interruptions are there still? Alternator is a fantastic card, but it also has some limitations.
Yeah, that it does. Activating that from the deck with the breakaway here. Really trying to see how Jonas is going to pull it out the bag here.
Jonas with a phenomenal run at the, I think, last Austrian Open in Vienna. Was one of the top 4 there. Very, very strong player from a region in southern Germany.
Richard checking his graveyard here as well. Just making sure it's not missed anything by the looks of things. We're seeing Jonas considering, as he's searching his deck, what would be best to go for. I believe that could be a Surge being added to hand here by the looks of things.
Yeah. Basically everything starts with the Surge. Now the big question. Oh, Grain popped the Alternator. Now that is rather interesting, since we have already used Breakaway. So how useful is the Grain Surge anyways if we are prioritizing this over summoning the Surge first? However, we could use Alternator. The last one we have used in the first turn of Richard.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we are able to get the effect of the Breakaway out here as well to add back to hand maybe. But we are getting the Surge here to summon itself to the field.
Do like that we haven't used Breakaway immediately, just because we can chain block later.
Absolutely, 100%. We see that destroying the Lava Golem here, just summon itself to the field and gain hopefully some effects here. I think we are using the Chaining 1, Grain, Chaining 2 Breakaway by the looks of things here.
Very smart move of Jonas to target the Lava Golem with the Surge effect, because otherwise, if there is a return stroke set for Richard, he could just chain that. If he targeted Emi or Surge, the card wouldn't have been destroyed, and then there wouldn't have been a summon from hand of a Blitzkrieg monster. Therefore, it wouldn't have been a Surge summon, and then you can just pack it up anyways.
Yeah, absolutely correct there. Adding an alternative back to your own hand for Richard there here as well. And I think to negate that Grain, because I don't think that cares about chain blocking.
No, I think he has just okayed the... Oh no, yeah. Right.
Yeah, I think that is just negating a card on the field and not activate the last activated effect, if I'm not much mistaken. So that is... We have another Vados here. Whether or not this is going to be enough remains to be seen, but it does at least hit the field.
Now Richard still does have a Whisker in hand, and now it is possibly the right timing for Richard. There's still priority on the side of Jonas with the trigger of Surge, and Richard actually lets that go through. If Jonas decides to bring out his own Whisker to destroy the Vados on the side of Richard, Richard can answer with his own Whisker to make sure that... Oh no, I think Jonas could chain block this. I think this is a commanding spot for Jonas actually, with another Vados on the field, because if Richard sets up a Whisker to take care of the Vados effect... Oh no, he has used the Breakaway already.
Do we maybe just let the Vados resolve and then Whisker afterwards?
That is also an option, yeah. But then Whisker has nothing to bounce back.
I see.
We have another Other than the monster in hand, perhaps a Thunder Monster.
Yeah.
But Charles, I don't know whether we can actually chain block the Vados in our graveyard.
We have our own Whisker here for Jonas inside of the field here as well. Added to the hand off of the Surge there.
The Surge.
The Surge. Very good.
Jonas showing, hey, if I stop your crazy engine of the Sacred Beast, I actually can play the Blitzkrieg Mirror like it's a normal one. And let me tell you something, I am a master of the grind game. So Jonas now access to another breakaway perhaps, right? Or we are searching for the Step Leader because we do not have that one in rotation yet. She gets another hideout in the sky.
Absolutely.
Activating that one. And what we could now do... Is he... Maybe I'm tunneling too much into the idea of chain blocking the Vados, because it also basically destroys every card that he has set up.
Yeah.
But
I think it is an interesting thought process to try and figure out how to make it work, but it is also, can you chain block it? And even if you can't, is it the end of the world? Is that what you want to negate here? Again, I think it might be the case of using the Whisker afterwards, maybe. Yeah. I could be wrong on that.
The thing is, you can now add Emi, affect Emi, pop your own hideout in the sky, and then you could Whisker to destroy... Oh, we have popped the breakaway, the set breakaway. Emi is a very, very versatile card. And we have already triggered all of our monsters here, so there is no more extra effects to be gained from this. And now this is some Emi on Emi action, taking out the defense position Emi.
Yeah, absolutely.
Only 300 should have summoned an attack position. Are we ever Whiskering here? And of course, yeah, there is a Kulum on the side of Jonas, so he can actually just in the Surge Mirror attack over the Blitzkrieg Surge.
It's very interesting. I'm a bit quiet because I'm just trying to figure out like what. This is a difficult game state for I think both players to navigate well, because that Vados is there almost literally like a ticking time bomb, and I think both players are having to really try and figure out how best to play around it, because I think both of them could use their advantage in this situation.
I think that is so interesting here, because Jonas just basically says, okay, I'm just going to set a card now, and you know what? If you are extending too much in your turn, I am going to try to destroy the Vados and take care of this situation myself. Now Richard on the other side also kind of does have some agenda, but I need to read the Vados again, because if this is an optional effect, then Richard has no agenda over the Vados.
We do see that Whisker being activated here during the end phase, I believe.
Optional.
Optional, interesting. Destroying the breakaway to summon itself to the field and get that hidden hideout in the sky column and the, I believe, breakaway back to hand by the looks of things here.
So, how can Jonas actually still... Does he have access to a Crackle? I think the only monster he has in his hand is... The only monster that he has in his hand is the Whisker. And getting that Whisker alive is not that easy. Of course, now we got in a little bit of a destruction effect from Emi. So we actually search for the return stroke. However, in the end phase, that does not help us that much. But now we are using the Whisker ourselves to pop the Whisker of Richard.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, Emi on Emi. Now it's Whisker on Whisker, just getting that sort of the mirrored versions of themselves destroyed during Jonas' end phase here. Richard starting off his turn. I think we all thought it might have been curtains for Jonas here, but he's done a stellar job in pulling back from where he was at the start of his turn as well.
I mean, it's still going to be hard for him to interact with his opponent, because I think he can just turn that Vados into attack position and attack over the Emi. That makes the Whisker effect much less threatening, because if you activate any monster effect and then Jonas just says, hey, you know what, Whisker, bounce back my Emi for cost, Emi is going to trigger, summon itself back, destroy a card on the field. That is going to trigger Grain and Surge and the Breakout as well. If you even want that, you're going to get access to another Whisker that is going to be live immediately as well. You can summon that Whisker, pop something, for example the Vados, when your opponent tries to extend more into the field, and then you can trigger Vados and Chainlink to Breakaway.
Yeah, we see as well here the Sacred Beast released from the graveyard effect, adding that Hamon, Lord of Striking Thunder from the deck to the hand, activating the effect to reveal it, to add, I guess, another one of those cards to the hand as well. Why would you not? It's add 3, it's very powerful. We're going to be searching for another Sacred Beast released to add to the hand here.
Richard hasn't really found his way through all of these Sacred Beast cards, so it does not feel like the engine is really running right now. However, even if he gets 2 level 10s onto the field, Varudras has already been gone through.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting place for Richard to be in at the moment. It might be that he's trying to bait out interactions on the Sacred Beast. It is they kind of force interactions because on the field they are really, just them in and of themselves, are a very powerful presence.
Yeah.
So if you have to interact to stop that, you might run out of interactions to stop the Blitzkrieg cards.
Sometimes I forget that having a monster with 4,000 attack points is...
It's pretty good.
Yeah, the game is so centered around the first turn and setting up a good field and then perhaps winning with that sometimes just having battle phases is something that you overlook.
I mean, they do also have powerful effects as well. So you got that to remember, where you can just leave them on your field at the end of your turn, and that's enough sometimes to get you to your next turn, because they themselves are no slouches in that department. Adding the Martyr, the Raviel, and the Hamon to hand and discarding one of the...
Thunderclap and a Hideout.
And a Hideout, yeah.
Because Hideout, of course, you can just add back if you destroy something with a Blitzkrieg effect. And that already should be a warning signal for Jonas, because that means that Richard is planning on destroying some cards, no matter what happens.
Ooh, we see the search here coming out for the Thunder King. The words Thunder King, the Lightning Strike card you'll be added to the hand.
Wow.
Going to be able to quickly remove the favorite threat here for Richard.
Thunder King, the Kaiju is so strong onto the Whisker, so that is going to take away the interruption, and most importantly, it is going to really stop Jonas' engine from working. However, I do think that the Blitzkrieg monsters, I really need to fact check this before I say this, we've seen this before, also trigger on destruction of something else.
I believe at least some of them do, if not all of them.
Yeah, if another card is destroyed by a card effect, something like Surge, they trigger. So Richard has to pay a lot of attention on what he does with his own Blitzkrieg cards before he pops off and then pops one card, destroys one card on accident, and then Surge says, hey, I'm going to get a Whisker back. Whisker is going to destroy 3 cards of yours, and then I'm going to trigger my Vados in Chainlink 1, the Breakaway that I still have in the graveyard on Chainlink 2, add that back, get more resources, you destroy everything on the field, you have overcommitted, and then it's Jonas' turn again. So he has to be incredibly careful of how he uses his Blitzkrieg cards.
Yeah, very true here. We see the, I think, is it discard 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, adding that Raviel back to the hand here. Again, just 4,000 attack. It's not nothing. It's something to be respected, I have to say.
And he just summoned it because of the Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beast.
Yeah.
And that is already setting up quite some damage. This one actually even runs over that Thunder Kaiju. So we are in a sublime position to just attack. But I think that he can actually just play a little bit more.
Send 3 monsters here to summon the Hamon, Lord of Striking Thunder as well. Then tributing to off the effect of Raviel to remove the field. And that is it for Jonas, it seems. We saw the handshake.
Infinity of the Sacred Beast, Raviel, Lord of Phantasms, actually gets Richard to Japan to the Jump Faster with the effect destroying 4 cards, destroying everything on Jonas' side, getting up to 8,000 attack points with a Sacred Beast that is true Yu-Gi-Oh! Poetry.
Absolutely. Again, the GX fanboy in me is very happy to see these cards doing so well in any given format, and piloted expertly by Richard here. An absolute pleasure to see this game get played out from start to finish. We are going to throw it over now to a short break before we move over to the next match.
TS competitor and European champion Samir Bashar in the finals. Tom could not overcome Samir's creative sprite deck and his double copies of Kurikara Div Incarnate and lost the first big finals of his career. Still living on the pressured planet Radzov, Tom entered the German nationals that year and naturally, almost like a tradition, made Top Cut, where Dinka Bui awaited him again, this time in the finals. This match was a back and forth in Game 1 and 2 with both duelists displaying the absolute world-class level gameplay. But in Game 3, an Eradicator epidemic virus infested the planet Radzov and took Tom's entire hand turn 1, making him unable to play the game and forcing him to concede yet another big final. But these losses never broke Tom. He rose from it like a phoenix from the ashes and continued to perform and dominate competitions. Fast forward to 2025. The EU WCQ took place in Berlin and Tom was dedicated to reach the final goal of every Yu-Gi-Oh player, reaching the World Championships. He piloted a combo-heavy strategy in Mitsurugi Raziel Fiendsmith and made it to top 8 with only 2 losses in Swiss. Then he was facing Giuseppe Frossi in the deciding qualifier match. In an absolute nail-biter, he kept his composure and defeated Giuseppe in Game 3, going second in dramatic fashion. He finally reached his goal of qualifying for the World Championships. For Paris, Tom prepared with his friend and competitor, Johannes Bauer. They both made the incredible deck choice of Lunar Light, which they piloted to great success. Nobody expected this deck at the World Championships, so getting to summon out Lunar Light Liger Dancer felt like an instant win condition versus many decks. Going through Swiss in a breeze, the German finds himself in the top 8 of the World Championships. His first opponent of Day 2, Felipe, piloted the Yummy deck, which could in Game 3 not overcome the offensive pressure of Lunar Light, combined with the defensive effect of number 41 Baguska, the terribly tired Tapir. In the semifinals, a prize card secured, Tom faced a fellow European, Rosalie Angelica Torkilsen, who also brought in a unique deck choice, the fan-favorite strategy of Sky Striker. While Rosalie was aware that her matchup versus Lunar Light is not the easiest, she managed to set up a strong enough field in Game 1, but folded to a Drolan Lockbird and Liger Dancer in Games 2 and 3. Finally, Tom finds himself on top of the very mountain he's tried to climb for so many years, the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships final. His opponent? Julien Cajon, the unstoppable French force from North America. After the first incredibly sweaty 2 games, Julien goes first again. Full combos with his Vanquish Soul K9 deck and uses his Vanquish Soul Heavy Borger effect to find the one card that stops Tom Kleinegräber from becoming world champion. Drolan Lockbird. He cannot clear his opponent's field and forfeits the game, finishing as the world's runner-up in 2025. Tom Kleinegräber's story is the proof that you need that dreams can come true if you just work hard enough. If you want to become the next champion, find your next official tournament store and start playing.
Here at our live coverage, we have a little bit of a tradition where all of the casters take their pick on what they believe is going to be the winning deck for the weekend. Now, it's quite a wide meta at the moment. There's some usual decks that we're seeing. I'm going to choose something a little bit aside from what I assume the others are going to pick. I'm going to go for Sky Strikers because I've always liked the Sky Striker deck, but also I'm taking that away from Leo so he can't pick it because I know it's a deck he loves very well. Let's see if I'm going to be right at the end.
So my prediction for the European Championship, it is branded. I think it's one of those strategies that can definitely be more surprising to an event and in a tournament, and I definitely believe that you have to respect the Albaz and always count on him.
My personal pick for the deck that could win the European Championship has to be Magistus Fairy Tale. Now, that is a deck that had a lot of favor earlier in this format, and I think could really take some players by surprise. It plays so well through hand interactions and actually doesn't care that much about field breakers all the time. I think it's a really powerful pick and could take a lot of players by surprise.
So my prediction for the tournament is going to be Blitzkrieg. I really feel like the deck, it's super consistent, and on the other side it can catch really our players off guard. I really expect a lot of Branded, a lot of Kiltun, and the deck is very good at going second. He has a very solid strategy, and I really feel like we will be seeing some, especially in the top cut. So that is my prediction, and hopefully we'll get to see more Blitzkrieg in action.
The deck I think is going to win is Ryziel Blitzkrieg. I think it's rather new, so people don't really know what it does, where to interrupt it. And it has some really niche applications in the meta. So I think Whisker and the gang, they're going to take it down.
How about Radiant Typhoon? I know that deck hasn't been super popular lately, but hear me out. Going for a big combo on the first turn, possibly going through double Enter Bloodnir and maybe getting 2 cards from your opponent's hand out of the equation, into a field with a lot of breaking cards. I could see it happening. I know it's not the most likely, but in my heart I kind of want to see it happening. So let's see whether it turns out winning.
The deck that I believe is going to win this event is going to be the Light and Darkness Ritual deck. Very, very explosive, being utilized from the brand new Chaos Origin set. I feel that it has a credible balance of power and control, and hopefully we're going to be seeing one of our duelists using that as the winning deck.
So since I'm picking last, the deck that's going to win the European Championship, my very generous colleagues left me what I believe will be the most represented, Cool Toon. So I'm just going to go with it, and let's see how it goes. Thank you.
So those are our caster predictions, but which deck do you think is going to win? Let us know on social media or in the chat, and we'll all find out together. Stick around, we've got loads more great coverage coming your way.
I would like to ask, how do you feel for the next YCS being in Paris?
It's really cool. I've never been to Paris, so I'd love to go see the city and play the event.
I feel like it's very interesting because France has a lot of players in general, and for us, like me, Spanish players, we have it near to Spain, so we can travel probably to it. And being the last World Championship there is like a special place for next one.
I'm really hyped. I look forward.
Very excited because I'm French, because it's at home, so very excited to play it.
That's fine because it's near from Germany. We can drive with the car. Yeah, it's good.
Secondly, if you were to win YCS Paris, which giant card would you choose?
The giant card that I think I would choose might be a giant card Sunseed Genius Loci. I spent a lot of time playing Plant, so that card's like, I really like that card. So
probably choose Mycelensaurus, the dinosaurs, because I really like dinosaurs. I'm good dinosaurs player, so.
Diablo Star.
I would choose the Black Luster Soldier, the new. Yeah, this is very nice. Yeah.
Many people will hate me, but I would like a giant shifter.
Thank you for staying tuned. We are back. We are currently in the process of sorting out our top 8 contenders. And as we all know, guys, whoever wins these matches will be securing their place at the World Championship Series in Tokyo later this year. This is a very, very exciting moment. Charles, are you excited to see how the top 8 is going to go?
Of course I am, Ed. It's very exciting to see these matches play out. These are the best of the best players in the world before we get to the World Tournament. So it's very exciting to see how that's going to go. I can't wait to see it myself.
Neither. It's going to be very exciting. Now, Leo, any thoughts on this top 8? Because we've had a glimpse backstage at who they are. We'll be revealing them to the world very soon. How are you feeling about it?
It's crazy. There's one person I've traveled a lot with this year. I've played tournaments with. Some of my tournament opponents are also there. It's absolutely insane. You have seen me be a little bit distracted watching this. The top 8 players actually being brought backstage. Everything is going to be prepared for all of those matches that we're going to show. And every single year at Euros, when the top 8 is determined, it is absolutely breathtaking. It is the tension is so crazy high. Of course, the players are already proud of their achievement, but there is this one make or break game. You are going to see happy tears, you're going to see sad tears, and no matter if the outcome is positive or negative for your player, they're going to feel alive, let me tell you.
They certainly are. And so just to let you guys know exactly how this is going to go, as you know, we have that second stream happening on YouTube as we speak. Right now, we're about to have 2 of the quarterfinals happening at the same time. So 2 of the top 8s, 1 on here, 1 on the other stream. You will see all 4 of those matches so that you can see the 4 duelists who are making their way to Worlds. After that, during the semi-finals of the main event, we will also be showing on the other stream the final for the Genesis format. Then, before the grand final here for the Europeans, so we can crown our European champion, I will be giving the trophy to our Genesis champion, and then we're going to get into that amazing grand final. A little bit complicated, but now you guys know how it's going. So right now what's happening, because we've got these top 8 coming in, there's a lot of admin that needs doing with taking pictures and stuff, getting some graphics ready of our duelists who've earned their way here. And then when that's all ready, we can then announce who the top 8 are in a very cool, dramatic style, and then get into those feature matches. So we appreciate all of your patience. To kill some of the time in between waiting for these things to get done, we're going to do the quiz off, because both of these guys won their respective quizzes yesterday and today. Oh no, that was a horrible bald joke you've just made there inadvertently whilst trying to be subversive. How does that make you feel?
That's hilarious.
How does it make you feel?
And now I'm in your head.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say another joke, but I realise it might just come across as unkind. So, guys, I have assembled questions that we've done over the last few YCSs. So they're throwback questions, but there's no way you'll remember any of them, so they might as well be fresh.
That's what you think.
That's true, yeah. Maybe you've been while you guys were busy commentating, I was studying the blade. Okay, are we ready, guys? Remember, it's buzzing, and if it's the same time buzz, I will be asking you guys to rock, paper, scissors it. I will also say, I'm sorry if I get progressively sweatier through this quiz. It is 32 degrees outside. I am wearing a wool suit. It is the only one I own. This has been a nightmare.
It's a wonderful suit, to be fair.
It is, but not in 32-degree heat. It has been agonizing. But let's get the real heat in this quiz, guys. Right, question 1. What is the attack of Dark Arm Dragon?
Buzz.
Oh, exactly the same time. Rock, paper, scissors time. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
2,800.
Is correct. Woo! There we go. And remember, we've actually got the points on the bottom of the screen this time. How exciting is that? I know, right? Isn't that cool?
Sick.
Isn't that cool?
Love it.
All we had to do was add numbers to the bottom of the screen, and it's a whole production revolution. Okay, guys, next question. Remember, there's actually going to be... We have a lot of time to kill between these, so there might be quite a few questions.
Okay.
So don't worry, there's always time to win. Next question. What attribute is access code talking?
Buzz.
Oh, exactly the same time again. It's a rock, paper, scissors. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. Oh...
I forgot the question. It's
Too
2003. Attribute is dark.
Very good, very good. You were hoping he wouldn't get that.
I really was.
Okay, next question. Which cards must be banished from your GY to special summon Chaos Sorcerer?
Buzz.
I think that was you narrowly.
It was.
A dark and a light monster.
Correct.
Woo!
Don't worry, Charles. Plenty of time. But lock in.
The 3.
To be fair, you trounced Dale, so there's a chance that maybe this is payback. What are you doing?
I'm focusing, locking in.
Oh, was that locking in?
Yeah,
I thought you
you
were
told me
hitting
to
the
lock in,
griddy
I'm
or
doing.
something. Okay, next. What monster type is Albion the Branded Dragon?
Buzz.
Oh, that was Charles.
Dragon.
And?
Monster type?
Yes.
It's dragon.
And you know how there's like spell, trap, monster, effect monster?
No, you said monster type.
Yeah, this counts as the type.
No, he's
Fusion?
correct, but
You've really confused me there. You've lost
You
me.
were right with dragon.
Yeah.
What else is it?
Oh, dragon fusion effects.
Very good.
There we go.
God, I thought that was simple. But I'll tell you who's simple.
You have the quiz card, Ed.
Yeah, I've got all the answers. Next, which deck won the 200th YCS?
Buzz. That was Sky Striker.
It was indeed
No,
Sky
I'm gonna
Strikers.
try
Very
that
good. Do you know
Nico
what?
Schlierkamp in the finals versus Dinkabui, who invented a crazy Burning Abyss deck. I remember I was there, I scrubbed with True Draco, which was a terrible idea in hindsight.
Which one was the 200th YCS?
Utrecht.
Oh, of course.
I think I'm outclassed here.
Good times, eh? Okay, guys, next question. Remember, still all to play for. Which summoning mechanic was introduced in Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains?
Buzz. Link summoning.
Correct. You panicked there for a second. You weren't
Well,
sure.
I was waiting for the year. That's why I didn't say anything.
Nope, don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay, next. What level is Fiend Smith Engraver?
Buzz.
Charles?
6.
Very good. 1 point for Charles. Okay, more questions. What was the name of the first player set that Droll and Lockbird appeared in?
Buzz. Starstrike Blast.
Very good.
Take that one. No idea.
Good grief. Okay, what is the attack of Max C?
Buzz.
Charles?
Oh no. It's 100.
No, it isn't.
No.
Outrageous.
Outrageous.
Go on.
It's 500.
Correct.
I actually attacked at a YCS 4 game with a normal summoned Max C.
I believe you.
What is this, your diary?
You said we needed to kill some time.
That's true.
I'm giving you content.
Do you know what? That was me shutting down a very good Max C anecdote there. You're right. I'm sorry. Right, next question on this page. What are the names, and this is actually relevant to some of the stuff we've been watching this weekend, guys, on the stream. What are the names of the original 4 Charmers in the Spirit
Buzz.
Charmers theme?
4 Charmers. It is Win the Wind Charmer.
Yep.
It is Heater the Heat Charmer.
Very
the
good.
Fire Charmer.
Key to the Heat Charmer.
It is also the Earth Charmer.
Very good.
And Ariel the Water Charmer.
I'll give it you. It's Area, but yeah. Do you know what?
Thank you.
Amazing. You get a point for that. Congrats. Okay, next one. Which monster is attached to Union Controller in the card
Buzz.
artwork?
It is XYZ Dragon Head Cannon. Or, say, if I'm wrong, say
It's
it.
not.
Ah.
Do you want to try and
Can
guess
you
this,
repeat
Leo?
the question?
Which monster is attached to Union Controller in the card artwork? You were in the right realm.
I know, I can see it.
It's Y.
No.
It's X-Head Cannon.
Well, you didn't get it.
But he said it wrong
He
as
got
well.
it wrong because he said why.
Yeah, but then he was going to say
But
the
that
wrong
just means you
thing.
both got it wrong.
That's fine, but I know what it was.
Okay, you just want this on the
it
record.
matters to me.
How does the card even look like?
It
looks like
enemy
it's got X-Head Cannon
It
on
looks
it.
like enemy controller attached to X-Head Cannon. It's a really cool artwork.
Yep, see, there we go.
Great.
Killing time with card descriptions. What rank is number 11 Big Eye?
Buzz. 7.
Very good. Another point there. I actually can't see the score. What is it
think
right
it's
now? What is it
6-3.
right now? Oh, it's 8-3.
8-3.
Don't
Oh,
worry, there's
heavens.
plenty more time.
I wanted to stop at 7 and let you catch up a little bit. That would have been hilarious.
Don't
right?
pretend this is through some sort of divine intervention and that you decided to do this. Okay, next. What is the level of barrier statue of the
Buzz.
torrent? I think that was you, narrowly.
I think it was.
It is true.
Love the card.
Correct. Okay, now this is one for people who've been in the venue a lot because they would have seen this.
Okay.
What are the colours of the 4 scapegoats?
Buzz. I got it wrong yesterday,
Yes,
and
now
I will get it
can
wrong
you
again.
fix that mistake today?
No.
Oh my God, dude.
I refuse.
Right, Charles, here's your chance. Scoop up some points.
See, okay, here's the thing.
You have been sat with them on your casting desk all day.
Okay.
No.
Don't tell them they're right there.
Blue, pink,
Can't
orange,
believe
yellow.
I just did that.
Blue,
Yeah.
or red, I don't know, yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep, blue, orange, pink, and red.
Thanks, mate.
That was the most incompetent I've ever been.
Really?
Pointing to the answer. To be fair, he is looking that way.
That is also true.
That was me coping that I didn't just make a horrible mistake.
I didn't see them.
Do you know what? We're adding a little bit more tension and not making it a whitewash.
Yeah, see?
Like you versus Dale. I gave Dale 2 extra points to make him feel less bad. And it didn't help at all. Okay. In the spell card Unity, whose hand is at the bottom of the pile?
Taya.
It's incorrect. This is a tough one. At the bottom of the pile.
It's Joey Wheeler.
No, it isn't. It's Yugimoto. I'm afraid.
Who's that?
I've never heard of him.
Yeah.
Never heard of him personally.
Spiky-haired teenager? Don't know.
Was that your nickname at school?
Bit insensitive, mate.
Sorry, mate. Okay. At YCS Bologna 2025, what deck won the Genesis public event? This is basically going to be a punt. Can you name a deck that was good in the format last year?
Buzz. Radiant Typhoon.
Incorrect. I might give you both 2 guesses, but we'll go back and forth.
No. Don't give him 2 guesses. I'm going to say... Blimey.
Come on, mate.
I want to say Radiant Typhoon too, but Memento.
No, it was Lunalight.
What happened to 2 guesses?
He said he didn't want to do that.
I did.
Okay, give him another one.
Lunalight.
Give him another one.
Gosh darn it.
That's correct.
I was going to say Monarch, to be fair, so I'm going to get it
Okay,
wrong.
so don't worry. No points. Next, what link materials are required to summon Super Heavy Samurai Scarecrow?
Buzz. 1 super heavy samurai monster.
Is correct. It is indeed correct. Okay, next question. How many eyes does Eldritch the Golden Lord have?
Buzz. 4.
Correct, Charles. A point for you.
Yay.
Right. More questions. What is the typing and attack of Yummy Snatchy?
Buzz.
Charles.
Yummy Snatchy is Beast, and it has 1,000 attack?
No.
I knew it wasn't.
It is Beast, but that's not the right attack.
600 attack.
It is correct,
I'm
so that's
distraught.
another point there
Do
for
I get
Leo.
half a point?
No.
Go on.
No.
Go on.
No.
Go on.
Come on, lad.
Go on.
No. What kind of trap card is Dimensional Prison?
Buzz.
Leo.
It's a normal trap card.
It is indeed a normal trap. That's a point for you. Which 3 decks are in the legendary 5Ds
Buzz.
decks?
It is the Synchron deck, the Red Road Dragon deck, and the Blackwing deck.
Correct. Okay, what's required to XE summon Ryziel Detonator?
Buzz. It is specifically to Ryziel monsters.
Very good. Very good indeed. Although...
Level 4 Ryziel monsters.
Okay, there we go. Thank you for correcting yourself. That's an extra point for you. You're starting to catch up.
To be fair, all Ryziel monsters are level 4.
I
Some
know,
of them
but
are
it
rank
specifically
4, actually.
says that in here.
So you can't use the rank 4 ones. So there.
He's
I'm
made
being
you look a
mean.
right mug there, mate.
I'm being so horrible to you, Leo, and you've been nothing but nice to me all week.
I'm used to it. I've been working with Busty for 8 years. At this point, that's nothing new.
Okay, guys, let's get another question in. What are the synchro... Let me start this again. What are synchro materials that are required to summon Bramble Rose Dragon?
Buzz.
Charles. In fact, no, that was
Yeah,
two.
that was. No,
Let's rock, paper, scissors
I thought that was Leo, to be
rock,
honest.
paper, scissors it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so you blew that. We had a rule.
And I still went
You
scissors.
didn't capitalize.
So just, yeah, you didn't
even-
capitalize on the mistake.
I was focusing too much on remembering the shape for scissors.
I understand that. Okay, again.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, go.
What was the question?
Oh, for God's sake. Okay, so it was, what are the synchro materials required to summon Bramble Rose Dragon?
Bramble Rose Dragon requires... Is it not just a tuner and non-tuner?
There's specific kind of tuner.
Oh, a plant tuner.
Very good. I'll give you the point there.
Robbery!
I'm trying to make this interesting, all right? Otherwise, you're
You're still
VARing me.
so far in the lead.
Okay.
It's fine.
How far... Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
How many more questions we got? Enough?
We have Yeah, we have enough to make this still possible.
Okay.
It's still mathematically possible. Okay, next. What is the official app for Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron.
Very good. I love that that's a question on here.
You gotta get it out there.
We've got to get it out there. We've got to tell people about it. Next. What monster is featured on the cover of Burst Protocols? Oh, I think that's a rock, paper, scissors again. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. Ow.
No idea.
What? After all that?
I believe it's Boralen Dragon.
It's not. It's Boral Shroud Dragon.
Oh, but that's nearly right.
Yeah, you're right. It's nearly right, and you nearly got a point, but you didn't. Okay, next. What attribute is Doomsy 12?
Buzz.
That was you.
Wind.
Very good. Okay,
It was 50-50 on that, to be fair.
How many questions have we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 questions left. You are in the lead by 4 points. It is still mathematically possible. Let's see what happens.
I'm scared.
If you call the coin toss wrong when activating Time Wizard...
Buzz, all your cards get destroyed.
I just had a fly into my face midway through that. That's not enough.
All your cards get destroyed and you lose half your life points.
Very good.
That's not fair. I got that.
It is fair because he got the answer right and you didn't. Nuh-uh. Okay, fine. Yaha.
Oh, I have no no rebuttal.
Didn't expect that, did you? You activated my trap card of the nuh-uh. Okay, what kind of trap card is Torrential Tribute?
Buzz.
I think that's a rock, paper, scissors. 1, 2, 3, go.
Did I get it?
Yeah.
I'll close my eyes. Normal.
Very good. Normal trap.
I was going to say a good one.
Well, that would have been wrong.
Okay, what monster type is Ghost Ogre and Snow
Buzz.
Rabbit? Oh, that's another rock, paper, scissors. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Is it a zombie effect monster?
No.
I'm such an...
It's a psychic type.
Very good. Okay, Charles gets a point there.
Yeah,
You can summon it off E-Telly.
knew that.
You did, but you blew it. Right, next question. We only have 4 remaining. Which monsters do you need to XE summon? Number 39, Utopia
Buzz.
Beyond.
Utopia Beyond. Oh, Beyond. Oh, no, I got excited. Is it 2 level 4 monsters?
No.
With names?
No.
Okay.
Actually, and this is not a total guess because I forgot which of the Utopia cards this is, it's 3 level 4 monsters.
No, it isn't. Do you both want another guess? We've got to get some points on the board here.
Can we get a hint? Can we get a rank of the monster?
It's 2 monsters.
Okay. Is it 2... Is it 2 Xyz monsters?
No.
It's 2 level 6 monsters.
Very good. Point for Leo. Right, we have 3 questions remaining. What fusion materials are required to summon Starving Venom Fusion Dragon?
Buzz!
See, I do know this, but if you don't, I'll take it.
2 dark monsters.
Oh, very good. You almost blew that there. Right, next question, our penultimate question. How much attack does a monster gain when equipped with Mage Power?
Buzz, well, it depends, because it depends on how many spell and traps you have in your spell and trap cards.
Yes, and how much do you get for each? Huh?
800 per.
Incorrect.
That's 500. 8 is
Is that
the
you don't
Unity
understand?
card.
Oh. Is one of the 2...
Correct, Leo.
Gemeinsam sind wir stark.
It's because of any Dush.
I don't know what's being said. I hope none of it's offensive.
He meant Gemeinsam sind wir stark, which is the German name of the card of which I forgot the English name.
Oh, you were shouting Yu-Gi-Oh card names.
And I said, I speak very little German.
I was really worried I was caught in a scandal for a hot second.
Don't worry, not with me.
Okay,
not
guys,
today.
the final question. And
Close one.
This question is worth 8 points.
Yay!
No, it's not. It's not.
No, please.
This is for the sake of it now at this point. What is the defense of Archfiend Emperor, the First Lord of Horror?
Buzz, 2,500?
Incorrect.
Of course, it's 0.
It's not. Do you want to try again? You've got nothing to lose at this point except the quiz.
7.
7.
I didn't know what it was.
The first monster ever with 7.
I'm trying to look for people in the audience who are giving me hand signals, but
6.
I don't think we can talk about the hand signals they're giving.
I think it's 6.
7.
There we go.
It's 2,000. 2,000, guys. So with that, Leo, you have been crowned the official quiz winner at this Euros. What are you doing? I mean, and the crowd goes wild for this amazing win there. Well done, Leonard. You have done a great job. The disrespect.
It's more offensive than the first time.
It is actually worse this time. Right, guys, don't go anywhere because our top 8 duelists are almost ready. Thank you for your patience. I now have the privilege of announcing the top 8 cut here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European World Championship Qualifier 2026. I'm going to read them out in order, then I'm going to tell you the 2 feature matches that are going to be playing simultaneously on both our streams. Your first top 8 contender from Germany, first after Swiss, with the second chance at a World qualification, it's Tim Greffer! Your next top 8 duelist in their first Tier 3 event top from Ballymena, Northern Ireland, it's Daniel Moody! Next, from Italy, second place at Euros and also third place in Worlds in 2018, it's Francesco Simoncelli! Next, from France, narrowly missing Worlds in 2024, but with regular tops, it's Guillaume Maron! Big cheers from the crowd here. Next, from Germany, top 16 at the last Euros, it's Paul Robert Goss! Next, having already secured Worlds through the World Qualifying Points playoffs on Friday, from Italy, Danilo Siracusa! Next, from France, a regional topper. Please give it up for Florian Duron! And last but certainly not least, top 4 of the German nationals and top 32 of the previous YCS Utrecht, from Germany, Alex Beemans! Those are your top 8 duelists for the 2026 European Championship. Now I can tell you, on our main feature, we have Tim Greffer and Alex Beemans. And on our other stream on YouTube, you'll be seeing Guillaume Maron and Paul Robert Goss. And then, after those 2 matches have concluded, you will see the other 4 duelists in their 2 top 8. Because remember, the winners of these matches will secure their place at the World Championships in Japan later this year. It's going to be incredibly exciting to see what's going to happen. But to take you through this feature match on this main stream, I'm going to hand you over to Mike and Alberto. Gentlemen, take it away.
After 15 rounds of Swiss, here we are again with Mike. It's a pleasure to be here with you because one of our 2 duelists will be going towards Japan and the tension here is palpable. We have such a crowd seeing our 2 duelists, but don't also forget that on the other YouTube, there's also the backup future match on the same channel in case you want to see the match between Guillaume. Mike, how you feel?
I mean, I believe for my personal view at least, this is the most important match of the whole tournament. This is where all the pressure comes on your shoulder and you have to think about, I am 1 win away from the World Championship.
I mean, can you imagine, especially because Tim on Friday had the chance to qualify through the World Qualifying Playoff. He didn't make it. I had the chance to talk to him because he made top 8 at the French National a month ago and he said, no problem, I'm going to do it through the main event. First after Swiss, he's going to be playing against Alex in a Kultun mirror match. Honestly, I cannot wait to see our duelist in action. We will soon find out who will be advancing to Tokyo, Japan. I would say our duelists are ready. Let's go into the top 8.
And I think in these scenarios of a Kultun mirror match, the dice roll plays a huge role because you want to go first in order to trying to establish your field, and obviously you are trying to find all those scenarios that utilizing the correct hand wraps in the correct order. So as we have seen, the dice roll has been completed, and we are just making sure that the cards have been drawn correctly, I believe, from Alex's side.
And yeah, I mean, talking about our 2 duelists, honestly, I mean, Alex entered into the top 8 with an X3 record, so he was one of those players getting in. Still, very impressive result on the other side, team of very, very experienced players from Germany. He's always been here on the competitive scene over the last years, I would say, and just missing out on an opportunity like this would be just a shame for him, especially because on Friday, as mentioned, he was on the World Qualifying Points playoff to make his chance, and here, okay.
And Fugalos has been activated during the draw phase in order to play around the Kultun synchro, since we didn't have at the point a monster in the field in order to chain in the Fugalos for at least providing one synchro without providing a draw. And a start from team with normal summon Ghost Ogre in order to enable JJ Kultun, and I think it's not the best start.
Yeah, I mean, in general, when you see the JJ, you really wish to go for one of your Kultun monster. I feel like, especially this weekend, this is the first Kultun mirror match we're going to be seeing. It is definitely a deck that throughout the Swiss rounds, I think we only see it a couple of times. The deck is still super consistent. It's in the top cut, is well represented as well. And of course, here the Harmonia paired up with the Impermanence. What an opening from Alex.
Yeah, Harmonia, Impermanence, and Fugalos.
And Fallen. Okay. Is there any other response from Alex here? Doesn't seem like it.
So just to clarify things, the effect of Rico to add was activated, Harmonia was changed to the effect of Rico, then Impermanence in order to also negate rather than destroy with the effect of Harmonia was activated, and team has answered with Fallen and the Virtues in order for Rico to leave the field and Imperma could not resolve properly.
Well played here by team, which may feel like he did start with a kind of a slow hand, because as mentioned, he went for Ogre. With the JJ, you usually want to go for a Kultun monster. The good thing is he already put an Entrap in the graveyard, which means that later on with the remix, if that's gonna be the case, he can also take it back. And with Rotary, I think he revealed another one. Didn't get
Ghost Bell.
Okay, the Ghost Bell. Okay.
And now we're going to provide the first draw to Alex in the form of probably the Kultun Trackmaker. And now we will be able to look at the hand with the effect of Rotary and also add a card with Trackmaker.
This is going to resolve. Let's see here how team wants to play this one out. Let's of course keep in mind that he can also go through another extra normal summon. Let's see if he wants to go, for example, for the Q. It really depends on the last remaining card in team's hand, but also he needs to keep in mind that Alex activated the Fugalos. So let's have a look. Q, Kultun Synchro and Ghost Bell, not bad.
And I think it is one of those scenarios that you are in a quite a spot, because if you stop right now to comboing off, since you are under Fugalos, Alex has already very strong engine pieces in his hand, so you need to commit a little bit more. However, Alex may draw more hand traps in order to stop you from advancing your plays. So I think team is in a very bad spot. However, he's here for a reason. He has been in this scenario again, so I'm pretty sure that he's going to find a way to drive through this.
He searched for another Kultun Synchro, which make me think that he wants to take this one a little bit slower, which I think makes sense, especially because, as you said, he can't really stop. But stopping doesn't mean that he necessarily have to continue in his turn, meaning that, of course, with W Kultun Synchro, he can continue this in Alex's turn. It feels like a little bit weak. Okay, here in the end phase, he's going to search the Fallen and the Virtues. He has follow-up for sure. It's not going to be easy because Alex hand is nice, actually. It also depends on what he's going to draw. And yeah, seems like play is back.
Did we add two Kultun Synchro?
Yes,
with Rotary and
exactly.
Trackmaker?
Yes, and yes, 2 copies. And the Fallen and the
Virtues. And the Fallen. And we don't know in the hand, right?
Because no, we don't know that.
We revealed Bell, but we use it as synchro material.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
So normal summon in Q as a straight up move from Alex. And we know in his hand a Ghost Bell and also a copy of his own Kultun Synchro.
Let's also keep in mind, just as a reminder, that the top 8 doesn't have a clock. So both of our duelists will be playing without, you know, maybe playing also with the time, meaning to be careful about that. And here comes the Kultun Synchro being activated in response to Q's effect. Let's see if Alex here wants to chain his own one, if that's the case.
It's definitely the card that you want to have in the mirror. And we have the Magnamut. So probably we want to have Magnamut on the field. And we are going to use the Ghost Bell on the effect of Magnamut that targeted Albion in the graveyard.
Well, Magnamut last card in hand is not bad. It's
yeah, I mean, even if he stays in the hand,
yeah,
for the next turn. And we can add in this scenario, for example, Rico and go to Zalen.
Yeah, you can
maybe.
go Rico, go Zalen, or Mix. Let's see what he had. Yeah, okay, he had
go
Mix.
Loudness. Yeah, and also that, and we can activate the effect Mixed to destroy the Q, and have Loudness Gore to activate again the effect.
For your information, in case you're also following from home, on the backup future match that you can follow on our YouTube channel. So Paul Robert just won game 1, so the pressure is on Guillaume now, who needs to come back from the branded player. And here, in the meantime, we have, I think Tim's just reflecting on this.
I think that we are debating about how to resolve the effect of Mix in both fields.
Yeah.
Because from the side of Alex, it was activated to add a Kultun monster that is not a 2-star, and from the effect of Team, it utilized the effect that when it is sent to the graveyard as a synchro material, Team can target a monster and destroy it. So we activate the effect of Mix, probably targeting Q or the copy of Mix, because if Alex decides to add, for example, Rico, he will not be able to access easily, at least, an RS. So I believe in this scenario it's better to destroy the Mix that is on the field.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, right? Because
Yeah.
you just get rid of it. Oh, okay, it was the other way around. At the end of the day, I feel like this is still fine.
So we activated the effect of Mix to destroy Q, and we also activated the effect of Trackmaker, that when it is used as a synchro material, you can return one card your opponent controls to the hand. So Pegasus will be activated in the graveyard. So it says the effect that you can ban this card, then target one card your opponent control and shuffle it into the deck when a card it is destroyed by card effect. And nice call from Alex that sent Pegasus to the effect of Harmonia. And I believe right now we need to find access to Rotary, and we have also Rico, which is quite important. However, since Team has still had the Fallen the Virtues, he can destroy the Rico even after the add, and I believe that we will need the field spell or to utilize the copy of Kultun Synchro that we have in the hand,
yeah,
and try to Synchro Summon right away.
I mean, as mentioned, It really feels like team needs to find a way to deal with Alex's, because essentially with the Fallen of the Virtues and the other Cultun Synchron on the field, we know the Magna Mode in hand. It may be not much. It really depends on also last card that we don't know of from Alex's hand.
I believe that the unknown card was the Rotary, right? Or the Rico, one of those two.
One of those two.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think his hand is Cultun Synchro, Mix, Rotary, that was just utilized for another copy of Trackmaker. And since Alex has not summoned his own Trackmaker this turn, he will activate the effect to add also effect of Rotary to look at the hand and add a card, and also the effect of Rico to destroy one spell trap in the form of the Fallen of the Virtues. Fallen of the Virtues will be activated to target Trackmaker, and we will send Cultun Synchro in order to utilize the Trackmaker for a Synchro summon.
And yeah, here also going to be chaining the other copy of Cultun Synchro to Alex's one. I mean, yeah, I think it makes sense, right? Because you cannot really wait. Yeah, you get to search the queue.
Do you go here though for Zalen, or you prefer to break something like, for example, your own Loudness War?
I mean, it feels like the Loudness War may be a good one.
Or also this, which is very nice play from Alex. So Cultun Synchro does not require you to add a monster in order for you to Synchro summon. If you have already a name, you can just add, for example, JJ Cultun the field spell, and then advance to a Synchro summon and bring Loudness War in order to also play around the Fallen of the Virtues.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the right move, no? To go for the Loudness War indeed. It's just
And right now the effect of Trackmaker will be activated, that since it was utilized for a Synchro material, I believe, and the effect of Rotary was activated also to add the... It was no, this Cultun Synchro. And we add Cultun Synchro and the Rico to the hand. The effect of Trackmaker was of Clip was activated to banish the RS, and JJ Cultun is activated to provide also an additional normal summon. Rico has been summoned, and we will activate the effect of JJ Cultun, probably to special summon from the deck. We have not still accessed our battle phase, right?
No, we've not. That's the thing. I mean, I feel like at the end of the day, I'm just thinking whether team may have played this out differently. But regardless of the way you play it, I think it's never gonna be sufficient. You know what I mean? Like you have a couple of interruptions, but for the way the game is shaping, I think it's already something that you're still in this one, to be fair, given Alex's end.
Yeah, let's not forget that he had Fugalos, Impermanence and Harmonia.
Exactly. I mean, here there's the Gultun Synchro, so most likely he can seal this one out. I think he added the Q, so now he's going for the level 5. We are still, remember, we're still in battle phase. Yeah, going for the remix, and it's just...
Is
yeah, the RS and the RS.
Yeah,
still enough. Yeah. So yeah, Alex's take game 1, but I mean, as mentioned, I really feel like his end was way too good. It was just the Fuvalos paired up with the Impermanence and the Harmonia. Although Gospel. Yeah, I mean
Q and Gultun Synchro.
It was way too good, honestly. Yeah. I feel like Team tried, as you mentioned. I think it would have been just you know, letting your opponent draw too many cards. If you play under Fuvalos, it's just too risky in the mirror match, especially because you didn't really have much, you know, gas going on. At the end of the day, I think it makes sense to just slow things down a little bit. You put 2 cool Synchro and the Fallen of the Virtues in the end phase. And you hope that somehow this can work out. Then, of course, there's also the top deck being drawn by your opponent. I don't really feel like, you know, for the way the game has been played out, it could have been different.
Yeah, I mean, Team committed to one only draw to activate the effect of Rotary and have a look at his opponent's hand. However, it was one of those scenarios that since he had both Q and the Gultun Synchro, you needed to commit some draws also to under Fugalos. In another way, for example, if he had only Q or only Q Synchro, he could have just stopped there and just passed turn, since he had some defense on his own in the form of, for example, of Gultun Synchro that could access Loudness War or any interruption in the form of, for example, Mix to destroy a monster, and also Fallen and the Virtus, which is very important when facing Gultun. However, when you have both a starter and an extender, things are not very good for you.
No, I mean, absolutely. And now it's going to be all about the side decks and see how our players are going to be playing this one out. Let's see, because essentially one of our 2 duelists is 1 game away from going to Japan. Team really wants to come back into this one. We will soon find out because our players are ready. Let's go into game 2.
And right now, I believe that Alex just wants to do exactly the same that he already did, while Team just hopes that his hand can be a little better, because let's not forget that he started with JJ and normal summon Ghost Ogre.
Yeah, that was a little bit underwhelming, to say the least. Usually use the JJ, top it up with other Gultun Synchron cards. That was not the case, but let's see. This time around, Team start things off with the Rotary, revealing Veiler.
Do you believe that there's another name in his hand and Veiler was just a bait?
I mean, okay, there's the Duelist Genesis. Yeah, okay. I would have been shocked, honestly, if there wasn't. I mean, sometimes it can happen. That's why I also really like the interruptions of playing the Visas Arbitrare in the extra deck, so that you can go for the reframing. Yeah, now here gets the Gultun Synchro. It really depends if here Alex also has any interruption.
And I like the fact that he activated the effect of Rotary first, because he could play potentially around Fugalos also, because if Alex has changed in the resolution, for example, in the effects to activate Fugalos, or even draw in the effect of Duelist Genesis, we could change the effect of Gultun Synchro and provide us, for example, for a Synchro Summon, and in the form of actually find, for example, NRS.
So here is going to, for the track maker, gonna be also using the Rotary. And I think here Alex is thinking whether to respond or not.
So I believe it is chain link 1 rotary and chain link 2 trackmaker. And I think we're going to utilize the Ghost Ogre.
Okay, interesting.
It is one of those cards that during national season didn't see a lot of play in the Cool Tune strategy, only as an one-off in order to play around Fallen of the Albas, for example. But right now, due to Chaos Origin that has enabled new strategies like the Light and Darkness Ritual, which Ghost Ogre is very, very good. And it is one of those scenarios that Ghost Ogre has been again in the meta, and people are kinda trying to see in which matchups is really good. And I believe that against Yulhyun, it can take you off guard, right?
You know, I also really feel like during national season, Ghost Ogre was one of those cards that, in my opinion, should have been at least in either the main deck or in the side deck. There were some players, I remember also during Fresh Nationals, there was a different trend of playing 2 JJ, so that really changed in like a month. But Ghost Ogre really feels like in general one copy is at least okay in the main deck so that you can have access if needed to it. And as you mentioned, like with the shift of metagame, especially with Chaos Origins, it really feels like a good card to have in the main deck, you know? And then of course adjusting with the side deck just to provide you a little bit more of gas.
And we have summoned Q that was answered by Ghost Bell. And I believe that team is quite in a difficult spot right now, but we have the JJ Cool Tune to answer the 2 interruptions, and Ghost Ogre would be very good against it in this scenario especially. So we activate the effect of JJ Kill Tune to tribute summon the Q that was negated through the effect of Ghost Bell, and we summon Recall that add Mix, I believe. We will utilize the additional normal provided by JJ Cool Tune in order to normal summon Mix to add Q in the hand. And do we go here for a Mix maybe? So I think right now team is debating about which synchro to synchro summon, and he will go for a Mix in order to gain more resources back in Alex turns and also have a look at the top deck. And it is Fugalos and a Mix.
Sometimes also the Fugalos, it's true that, you know, may not be the ideal card, but there's of course the use of the extra deck and other summons during your own turn that, you know, so it's not obvious, you know, to banish the Fugalos, you know what I mean? In fact, team is thinking about it. It's not too obvious, that's the thing. He knows Alex's hand, he knows that he has starters, so the Mix, it's okay, but yeah, I mean, it's considering it, and indeed is banishing the Fugalos. Because as mentioned, there's occasions in which the Fugalos can be at least a +1. Most of the time it's gonna be maybe a +0, meaning that you draw a card, and then most of the time it's just a +1. So I think it makes a lot of sense to just get rid of it.
Yeah, it is one of those matchups that even as a 6th card, Fugalos can be utilized and provide 1 to 2 draws or even more when facing Hulkin, for example. And Prosperity is one of those cards that post side deck seem very scary because it can provide all those trap cards that you may have entered from the side deck, since you are going through all the engine already and you're just trying to dig into your deck and find all those answers from the side deck that you have side in during the game 2.
Here, Pot of Prosperity from team. Let's see what is going to reveal. Maybe some hand traps. Okay, there's a lot of variety.
And we have a lot of options. So right now I believe that team is looking for a non-engine piece like Fallen the Virtues or Harmonia. And I think those are the cards that he's debating about probably.
Yeah, tough spot for him. You can tell that he's really thinking deeply about this choice. Not gonna be easy. He's debating where to take the Harmonia.
I believe his choice is between Harmonia and Fallen the Virtuous. It is one of those scenarios that if you make the wrong decision, you are going to think about it for the rest of months and thinking.
If not for the rest of your life, I would say.
If not for the rest of your life.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I really feel like if there's one match where you are playing the match of your life, is this one. Also, like with the change of how the tournament is structured compared to last year, like the top 64, of course, you get prizes for it, which is great. But at the end of the day, you're just from the main event into top cut, just immediately. And you don't even have time to realize it, that it's either in or out. So, you know, winner takes all. And I feel like also the only player, you know, in the room who already qualified is Danilo. And I feel like he is the one who has the less pressure. That's how it is. He's playing with no pressure. He's already qualified. He's in top 8, which is great. I think it's his 3rd top 8 in the season.
I had the pleasure to make an interview with him after round 14, if I recall correctly, and he told me that it's the first tournament after a very long time that he just plays to have fun. And this shows how much pressure these players have right now in top 8, that they are one match away from granting this invite, this ticket to Japan and to the World Championship.
Yeah, you know, last time someone played for fun and was already qualified, what happened? I won the European Championship. I was actually on your same chair the turn before. So
and undefeated, right?
Yeah, it's still, his record is still there. So yeah, it's still there. So
you're talking about his name is Marcello, I believe.
I think his name Marcello. Yes, we should call him Marcello. We're in Brussels, so I don't know if it counts, but yeah. I mean, no. I mean, at the end of the day, like, of course, now we will have the pleasure, of course, to see Danilo after this top 8, because we will be streaming as well the 2 other top 8 matches where, you know, Danilo will be there, and it will be very interesting to see the invoked deck in action. But to stay focused on this one, I'd say that, you know, the Kultun mirror match has always been very difficult over the last weeks, especially during national season. I remember at French nationals, most of it were Kultun. It was the deck that, you know, after some time shifted through branded. I don't know, I really felt like that at this tournament, after a long time, the trend has shifted a little bit, meaning Kultun is still there, super consistent, very good. But on the other hand, I felt like I've seen so many more branded decks throughout day 1 and day 2, and also Friday, we can include, that especially because branded is now in the Light and Darkness ritual, you know?
Yes.
So, I'm really curious to see if in the end Kultun will take the European Championship. But one thing is for sure is that we have Tim, who I had the pleasure to commentate on when I was in French Nationals, and he lost in top 8. So that would be really a heartbreaking story. So he really wants to redeem himself and fight back into this one, because his opponent is not gonna give him an easy time.
I mean, it is for sure that if you are here in the top 8 match, obviously you're not going to give to your opponent an easy time, right? And I believe right now, team, it is in an advantageous spot. However, Alex has a lot of resources in his hand that team should not overlook. And we are start things off with the effect of Rotary revealing Rico in hand. Do you believe that we are going to try to find access into RS right now?
I think it makes sense here to chain the Kultun Synchro, because it gives you just now the opportunity, yeah, exactly, to take the mix and perform another Synchro Summon, and you go to RS. I think it makes a lot of sense, yeah.
And now we can activate Chainlink 1 Rico, Chainlink Mix to destroy, and Chainlink 3 probably RS to negate Rico. or we can just let it go through and just play around, for example, for a Q-Tune synchro, and let Rico resolve, since we have already activated the effect of rotary in the hand.
Can also do that, yeah.
Yeah, and just wait for the extender, for example, right now with Q-Tune synchro that has been activated.
Oh, okay. There's been the effect Veiler being activated by Tim.
So this also, I think, makes things more linear, right? In order to not think about where to activate the RS, since we have already the Veiler. And I think Alex right now has a rotary that has already been revealed. And
I think it's gonna scope.
Yeah.
Yeah, well played by Tim here, and we're going to a game 3. I mean, I think we gotta give credit to him because I think he really played it out carefully. Of course, getting to know your opponents and at the beginning with the rotary gives you the advantage. It is also true that Alex only had one entrap. So, of course, that gives you the advantage to just go through your combo, set up your Q-Tune synchro, and then, as you mentioned, he also went for the ARS just in case, but you know, that was paired up with the effect Veiler. Game 3 to decide who's going to be advancing to Worlds. So,
do you feel any pressure?
No, not at all. I think it's just going to be easy. You know, a piece of
another
cake.
day local, right?
Yeah, another day local. You know, there's no pressure on our duelists. But you know, like you really got to be feeling the tension. There's a huge crowd here watching not only this match, but also Guillaume and Paul Robert on the other stream that are battling it out. I can tell you in a Q-Tune branded match. They're currently on game 2, so it's very tense. But it's great to see, honestly, that you know, so far we have seen so many different decks and you know, duelists in action this weekend. I really feel like the competition has been great. You know, it's the level is always higher and higher, and they're just showing up this season to be one of the best, you know, we've ever seen. Especially because like there's Danilo, who has had 3 top 8 appearances, which is insane. There's also Tim, top 8 the French nationals, top 8 here. You know, it's really shaping up very well, and you know, can you imagine now being one game away to going for Worlds?
Yeah, I cannot even imagine this feeling, meaning you have all the pressure on you right now because both players are one game away from grabbing this golden ticket, and I believe it is one of those scenarios that both games were very back and forth, a lot of skill expression, a lot of interactions, and I really love the fact that both players are trying to play as safe as possible in order not to overextend, not to make a mistake, always respecting their opponent. And I understand that both players are very, very good at this. They have been prepared the whole season for this moment. It is their moment right now. It is the moment to grant one of the world's competitor, and I believe this is their time, and this is their time is now, and let's go back to the table because our players are ready.
The time is now, and let's see who's going to be advancing to the top 4 and gaining their spot to go to Tokyo, Japan for the World Championship next summer. Alex is cutting things off, and we immediately see a full being activated by Tim.
I think it is one of those cards that you really want to see when you are one game away from the Japan, from the World Championship. And I think Alex has not a response to Fugalos that has been activated in the draw phase. Exactly like game 1, right?
Exactly like game 1, yeah.
And we see normal summon of Q without an effect in order to play around Fugalos, and we are going to activate Duelist Genesis. So we are considering to add the Q-Tune synchro. And are we going to activate it, or are we going to set it? We're going to activate it, and it will be answered with Ash Blossom directly. So Tim looks a lot of confident right now, and he's going to wait for Alex to banish, I believe, 6 cards in any case right now with the Prosperity in order to try to find any answer that can help him from his side deck against team who has currently 3 cards in the hand. However, Fugalos is already been resolved.
Yeah, the Pot of Prosperity here is nice because it's gonna give Alex, of course, the chance to look up the top 6 cards, and depending on what he needs, he can just either set up, if that's the case, a potential Hilton Synchro for the turn after, if he can really fetch one, or in case continue. We will soon find out. This is a very, very important Pot of Prosperity for Alex.
And at this point, what would you want to see? More engine or something from the side deck?
Also something from the side deck would not be bad at all.
Not the best, right?
It's
we have already activated the Duelist Genesis. We have 2 Valor and Permanents, which not the best, not the worst. They're quite there. We have Rico, but I don't believe that we have a Rotary or JJ in the hand in order to grant the additional normal summon. And we're just going to get 1 Valor from the deck to the hand.
It feels a bit weak. It feels a bit weak. It looks as if it was really missing 1 piece, honestly.
Definitely not the card that you want to see.
No, because here, of course, like you can go for the Track Maker, but if somehow team is gonna stop the Track Maker now, it's a lot of trouble.
We can chain block Track Maker and have an Illusion Gate.
I can tell you that, of course, the Illusion Gate, is gonna be banished
immediately.
Without even thinking about it. And the Ash Blossom, is it gonna go on top or on bottom? Because also there is something that needs to be considered, because like if you're gonna give Tim the Ash Blossom, in either case, either he's gonna do it now with the Fugalos or for turn, it can be impactful, to be fair, because now you also want to go for the Kultun Synchro.
Yeah, I believe that Ash Blossom, it will be definitely utilized because Alex, if I can understand correctly, and it is on the top, right?
I think he put it on top.
Yeah. It could be utilized to answer a potential Kultun Synchro, for example, from Alex's side.
You know, it's a tough decision to be taken here by Alex, because like if you're giving back the Ash, which feels right, I'm just afraid that could be helpful for team at some point. It really depends here if Alex wants to extend this.
Yeah, and the problem with Kultun is if they do not generate any info, for example, if Ash Blossom is sent to the bottom of the deck, you have to generate 0 info from your opponent. Yes, and you just passed.
It's just passed. Okay.
And
so
team
we know
right now
the
has 4 cards in the hand, and 1 is Ash Blossom. Do we have a strong? And we have the Q.
Q is a very, very good one to start things off with for team.
Definitely something that you want to see. Are we going to ask her?
Is there an Harmonia? Because he could have taken Harmonia as well. Yeah, there's the Harmonia from Alex, because that was revealed and was not taken by him. So the Harmonia is there.
Do you believe that since Harmonia was not added from the Prosperity, that team has already read behind it?
It is something for sure that he could have considered, just because he took the Veiler, which of course was needed to make the Track Maker, so it was maybe missing a piece. But at the end of the day, Harmonia really feels like one of those entries that in the mirror match really makes the difference.
Yeah, but here we can just summon, for example, Rico and just add the Rotary, right?
I think you just add the Rotary.
Yeah. And you have a Rotary with us in the hand.
It also depends on if team has any other
extent in any case.
But like potentially by not knowing the hand, you could go Rico search Rotary, and then Rotary has easy access, to a Synchro. So he decides to go for mix, which at the end of the day makes sense anyways. But there was the Malong that has been sent by Harmonious Effect to the graveyard, that you can bounce back 1 monster your opponent control.
And yet we go for Rotary, and with Rotary we can just reveal Ash Blossom in the hand. And I think that we are still good to go if Alex does not have any more responses or another name in the form of Mix. So we summon Rotary and we have Mix, Ash Blossom and one unknown, right? In the hand.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Of course, the team revealed the Mix that has been bounced back with the Malong. So that you're not giving your opponent any other resources, but now you go for the clip. Yeah.
And you have the clip in order to activate the effect that it is in either's player in opponent's main phase. If this card is in the hand, quick effect, you can special summon this card, then immediately after this effect resolves, you can synchro summon. And I think that we can access Loudness Score here and utilize the effect of Trackmaker when it is utilized as a synchro material that can return, for example, Rotary in the hand. And if team does not have another extender, either a Qtune Synchro or JT Qtune, he might be in a tough spot. So probably we'll activate Chainlink 1 Trackmaker, Chainlink 2 Clip.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense just because now you're gonna give back the Rotary to Tim's hand, and it's just gonna be a matter of does Tim have any other way to further extend this?
I think there is one unknown card in his hand, if I have counted correctly. It is Rotary, Ash Blossom, Mix, and the unknown.
Yeah. It passed. Oh wow. Tim passed back to Alex, which now he has a huge chance. Let's see if he can capitalize on this. It's just it could be.
I mean,
moves away.
We know that it is Mix, Rotary, so we need to play around to Ash Blossom and any potential friend.
There was Bell.
Oh, and it was Bell. So we have full knowledge right now. We just need to play around to an Ash Blossom, and I think that we're in a very good spot for Alex. So we will utilize the effect of Loudness Score by banishing Q. And we have also our own copy of Clip in the hand. And we are going to access the second copy of Trackmaker, since the one was already banished through the effect of Clip. And it is Harmonia and Ash Blossom. So the effect of Loudness Score by banishing Q to copy her effect was activated, and we put Ash Blossom in the top deck, right?
Yeah, and put Ash Blossom on the top.
Effect of Trackmaker will be activated in the effect of Mix to destroy. And we also have Clip to banish, right?
And we also have Clip, exactly, yes. Let's see what is going to get banished, the back-to-back.
Yeah, it was that was a very good hit. So since Loudness Score can, it is the only card that can be destroyed in the fields of Alex, was targeted through the effect of Mix and has been sent to the graveyard. And do you believe that Tim right now needs to just keep his Ash Blossom in order to deny Qtune Synchro, in order to at least play around the damage that can be populated during the battle phase?
Yeah, because the Ghost Bell that we didn't know of is great, and he managed to hang in there thanks to the Clip, which was in hand. And at the same time, of course, we know that the Ash Blossom is also there. So it's from a potential situation where Alex could have taken advantage, the Ghost Bell itself just stopped the Reco, and I think Alex passed.
He
passed to Tim. He passed back to Tim. And here team knows, oh wow, what a window here. Would you have ever imagined? There's the Ash Blossom, but
and I think Alex has no more cards in the hand, right?
There's no more interruptions, and here you can really feel like team feels the moment.
And we know rotary in hand, if I recall correctly.
We know rotary in hand, absolutely. Yeah. We know rotary. There's Ash Blossom as well, which we are aware of. And Alex is just left defenseless.
So I think that team right now it is some moves away from big round with this golden ticket to the World Championship, and Ash Blossom will be utilized with Trackmaker in order to make Zalen.
And yeah, here I think team just sees the window, because with the back-to-back or now also with the Q potentially, just let's have a look at this top deck from Alex. Yeah, you're just gonna banish the Reco, you're gonna put the Ash Blossom on top.
And deny any form of resources.
You enter battle phase.
And you attack both of monsters, and you just keep it slow, have Alex draw his Ash Blossom, and if I have understood correctly, there are no more resources in the form of Alex, and I believe that team is in a very, very good spot right now.
It's gonna deal some damage here. Alex is just left the top deck with the Ash Blossom, and you can really see team feeling the momentum.
And I think right now team is few minutes away from being crowned with this invite, this prestigious invite to the World Championship and to the Japan. Ash Blossom has been drawn from Alex, he already knew, and I think that he's considering to just set Ash Blossom, and turn has been just passed back to team. Team has drawn a card for his turn, and it will activate the effect of Rotary. Rico will be signed, and I think we are ready to send our first player to the World Championship.
We are just moves away from team claiming this. It's just gonna destroy the monster, and Team Grefe goes to Tokyo, Japan. What a match this has been. All of his friends are cheering him out. What a match, honestly. What a comeback for team. Super well deserved.
Would you believe that a player that passed back in turn 3 with an empty field would finally get this win and advance to the World Championship and also to the top 4 of this European Championship 2026?
If you just think the team was sitting on the worst playoff on Friday and he missed on that opportunity, I was talking to him and he goes, there's still the main event, I'm gonna do it. First after Swiss, qualified for the World Championship, honestly.
A man of his word.
Yeah, man of his word, absolutely. We're gonna tell him, and he kept the promise. And not only that, he's in the semi-final of the World Championship. What a show-off this has been! Congratulations. Of course, on the other hand, also congratulations to his opponent. I mean, what a match this has been! What a performance! What a run! Top 8 at the European Championship. But on the other side, finally, team hugging his friends. It has been an incredible adventure for him. I mean, this season it's been great, you know, qualifying and going to events, opens, nationals, gaining points, making to the Friday playoff. What a match this has been. But also, if you're following our stream, you also saw that there's someone else who's going to worse. Paul Robert Goss has just claimed a 2-0 victory against Guillaume Maron, and so we have already our first 2 names of the main event going to Tokyo, Japan. Wow, so we have a Branded and a Kultun advancing into top 4.
And this is what I was expecting when we saw this event, and we discussed as casters, and we had our predictions. I believe that Kultun and Brand will both be very representative and be here in the European Championship trying to claim this trophy. And I cannot even imagine how prestigious it is for these guys to be not only potential world champions, but also potential European champions at the same time.
It must be an amazing feelings for him, but you know, after hours and hours of testing throughout the whole season, you come to this point, you know, you have been testing a lot with your friends and you have prepared enough for the tournament. And then at the end of the day, this happens, you know, like you're always hoping for the best. But would you have ever imagined that after, you know, missing out on an opportunity, because it's a short tournament, when you go to the playoff, it's just 4 rounds, and then if you don't go potentially undefeated or X1 and you do not make it to the top, that's it. You know, it's just a small tournament. You cannot afford to lose 2 matches, and you're playing among the 16 best duelists of the entire season. You know,
of the continent. Yeah,
it's just an insane tournament. And on the other side, you showed up with the same deck at the main event, and you went X2. So it's an amazing record, honestly. And it's great, honestly. It's been cheered up by his friends and everyone, and this has to be the way it needs to go. So congratulations for Tim and also for Paul, because they're both going to Japan. And so at the moment, 2 Germans will be representing, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! At the World Championship. So great performance by them.
And I want to showcase how important this match is. It is one of those matches during the whole weekend that you are expecting for it. You are waiting for it as a player, and sometimes it feels more, you know, that we have the pressure more than a final, right? Because if you see these guys right now, they are all cheering up. They all want it so much for this because, yes, for a final you're prepared for it for the whole weekend. However, for this chance to be crowned a world champion and be invited to the World Championship, it takes you a whole year.
No, I mean, can you imagine? Like, as you mentioned, I think I kind of agree that this is the match that has the most tension among the ones of the top card. Of course, when you're going to be playing the semi-finals and potentially the final, of course, it's you know, quite you know, it's something. But at the same time, it's something that you really have to think of, no? Like, you really want to go to the World Championship, and at the end of the day, it's, you know, the match you really want to win, and played it out. So hopefully we will get the chance to hear it soon. And guys, thank you so much for watching. Don't go anywhere, because we will be back soon with more content, and hopefully have Tim on stream with Dale. Keep watching.
And welcome back to another round of the top 8, and I believe it is the most prestigious match of the weekend. I will keep saying that because it is not like a final that you wait the weekend for it and you are nervous just for a weekend, but it is all the preparation from the whole year, from the whole season, to grant it this golden ticket and be able not only be crowned the European champion, but also to be a potential world champion.
Yeah, exactly that. We've already got Danilo who has booked his slot, but this matchup is going to be one step closer because getting an entry to Worlds is not going to be enough. He is working to be the European champion. So let's head straight over to that table and see what our duelist is going to be progressing to that all-prestigious top 4 for the European Championships.
So it is one of those matches that I was really wanting to see, Branded versus Invoked. Personally, I really like Branded this format. However, with the introduction of Chaos Origin, Branded has taken a step back as a pure version, since Invoked, for example, has been a great powerhouse, especially with the latest fusion, Eon, which enables so much power and, you know, all the effects are very good against Branded.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And Danilo wasting no time here, starting off with the Magical Meltdown, getting direct access to Alistar, the Invoker, turning back the clock on this one as well. Attempting to try and get hold of that invocation straight away. No responses yet from Francesco, but that does not mean there are none to come later on. Danilo looks as cool and calm as you could possibly imagine. I couldn't even believe how stress-free you feel right now already, but...
So Danilo, I'm pretty sure that right now he's very calm. He already has his ticket for Worlds, and I think right now it just plays for fun.
Yep.
There's no pressure at all at him, and you know what is the scariest part of facing an experienced player? Facing an experienced player that doesn't feel nervous at all.
Those mind games go straight out of the window here, and Danilo playing expertly. But Francesco is studying this field card by card and will interact right at the moment that they need to, considering that we are in the top 8 of the EUWCQ. And Danilo is going to continue to utilize with the brand new Invoked Sword to perform another fusion summon by putting the Alistar Invoker back into the graveyard and using the even newer Seraph to then get into another new Invoked fusion monster, just kind of stretching the power of these new cards.
So we have talked about yesterday, I believe, Invoked Bay Baron. It is one of those cards that provide so much utility into the Invoked strategy, because not only it provides resources, but also provides another way to fusion summon. And the key point of the deck right now, it is to make the newest fusion monsters in the form of, as we also already mentioned, Hyper Invoked Aeon and also Invoked Okeanos. It is one of those cards that you really want on the field, and especially against Branded, it feels like a very bad matchup for Francesco.
Yeah, even extra kind of protection lines coming through here as well. So we've got the Varkrum coming through. Then we're going into Alistar, the Invoker of Madness, setting every piece of the puzzle together to make a field that is going to be very, very tricky for Francesco to break apart. However, again, we still haven't seen anything be used from Francesco, so there could still be some very powerful plays from Branded, because we already know that they like to play a lot of a lesser hand interaction count, and they do just have so many very powerful cards on their own that can trade one for one and build up their own fusion-based field.
And I think right now we are debating which fusion monster to banish with effect to Spell Ignite.
Absolutely amazing seeing how this one's coming through. So we're going to be going into that Invoked Macabre, one of the best ace monsters for the Invoked strategy here. That also sets Danilo up with another line of protection. So we've already got the SP Little Knight that can perform a form of disruption. Then we've got the Invoked Macabre, depending on what type of cards we have in hand, can answer one of Francesco's responses. And then Danilo is going to continue to build.
So we'll activate the effect of Alistar now we are going to grab another copy of Invocation.
Yeah, Invocation, just one of them most powerful kind of premium fusion spells, being able to be used multiple times as well. The recycle capability to make sure you maintain your resources for the long grind state in these games right now. And we're also then going to be able to present another fusion play here using Alistair the Invoker and Alistair the Invoker of Madness. Looking up what options we have here, and it is going to be the...
Okeanos probably.
Or Kaliga. Both very, very pleasant, and as you called it, the Oceanus, a very, very powerful card here. One of the best end pieces you can have utilizing the brand new invoked cards.
Yeah, I mean, against Branded, it is one of those cards that you really want to be on the field. And I think right now, Danilo feels like he's in a very, very good spot, meaning that he grabs another copy of Invocation in his hand. And are we going to utilize... So we're just debating what is set right here, I believe. How many fusion do we have in the graveyard?
So we only have one in the graveyard. We've got one currently banished. And for those of you at home or watching live here, the reason that the Oceanus is so important and powerful against Branded is that while it is in the extra monster zone, any card sent to your opponent's graveyard, any monster sent to your opponent's graveyard is banished instead. And as we all know, Branded like to put a lot of those in the graveyard. Oh, it looked like that might have been a Charmy for turn. Not ideal, but maybe still enough for Francesco to keep on pushing. And we are going to be getting rid of that Charmy to try Charmy full loss here to possibly set up some sort of additional draws if Danilo was to fusion summon or summon from the extra deck or main deck.
And we are going to activate Quem, probably to try to send Mercurier to the graveyard. We can, right? It mentioned Albaz, yes, it mentioned.
Yeah, so a lot more resource here. Danilo currently thinking about whether we want to be interacting with this Quem, but that looks like that is going to resolve.
So we send probably Mercurier here, or we have another target in our mind.
Yeah, I think Mercurial would be the best option here, exactly as you've called it.
Yeah, but what do you add at this point? Because you have commit your normal summon and you cannot afford to add Fallen of the Wild since you cannot activate the effect.
Yeah, it has put Francesco in a very sticky situation. It looks like we're going to be adding Ecclesia. This is actually kind of a good one to have here because this can give you direct access to the Albaz without needing to go through, but you can imagine that an SB Little Knight might be activated at some point here as well.
So we still have Mekaba, we have also a Little Knight to counter the Fallen of Albaz. The only issue is if you wait for Fallen of Albaz to be summoned, you don't play around super polymerization. So I believe that Mekaba may be used here, or are we going to not respect the super poly and just acknowledge that we have a Little Knight there for a reason and just wait for Fallen of Albaz to be summoned? And we go for Fallen of the White.
Interesting choice on this one.
And we go probably for Dogmatic Ecclesia here, but we are going to be locked so early in our turn. And we cannot even activate Fallen and the Virtus in any case under Okeanos.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Maybe there is a super polarization in hand. That could explain it. At least getting a monster that is treated as Albaz onto the field as well can still be very, very useful. That could answer one, if not both, of the fusion monsters. Probably want to be going for... I mean, would you want to get rid of the Oceanus to kind of then give you your graveyard access over the Macabre right now?
Yeah, definitely, because right now Branded is very graveyard dependent, meaning that yes, it can have some place around around cards that banish, but in any case they want the graveyard because you want to send the Albion, you want to activate that Fallen in the Virtues, you also want to have the Ecclesias in the graveyard for resources and also for the Dogma and the Fallen the Virtues to gain the extra effect. So I definitely believe that we will try to, if we have the chance, to get rid of Okeanos.
Yeah, Danilo has put up a very, very impressive field here, but Francesco is not giving up easily. We are trying to pull this apart piece by piece, card by card. Danilo just having a quick look at the extra deck there to see what we might want to be considering. Eyeing up the Invoked Elysium, very interesting on that one. We still have the two set cards. One of them we know is the Invoked Sword. We haven't used the Invoke Macabre as of yet, so depending on what type of card we might have in the hand, this could dictate what we can and cannot stop with the Macabre as well.
I think we have Invocation.
Yeah?
Yeah, because we had it and I think we didn't activate it. So we'll activate the effect of Fallen of the White to get rid of SP Little Knight. And I think that we didn't activate the effect of Fallen to play around SP Little Knight in the first place.
Yeah. That's the reason this duelists are up here on the top 8, both of them playing off. Francesco trying to get that golden ticket to Worlds, Danilo trying to become the European champion here live in Brussels.
And right now we have access to our synchro plays, but still we're losing a lot of resources, and also Macabre is still there, Sword is still there. And I think it is a quite difficult spot from Francesco to be on, because even if you manage at this point to get rid of Okeanos, you still have a lot of things to deal from Danilo's field.
Yeah, and one thing that Invoked have always been very, very good at is that they can regain their resources very, very easily. All they need is an invocation in the graveyard, and that then starts getting you access back to the Alistair. And we already know that Alistair leads to invocation, so it's just a never-ending circle of consistency once this deck wants to get going. So trying to kind of make sure you make the correct play as we go, and we're going to be going into Ecclesia, the Darkest Dragon.
So we will utilize the effect of Ecclesia, and I think that Danilo is thinking right here in the effect. Could it be something different from a spell in the hand of Danilo?
I think, yeah, I mean, if it is, I kind of agree with you that you would have wanted to probably stop the Ecclesia the Virtuous on that one, because that then led to Fallen on the Wire that was able to access and get past the SP Little Knight. But there is a Invocation Sword, so this is just another way that Danilo can perform a fusion summon, which might be why he was eyeing up that Elysium this entire time as well.
And do we have a response to that? You have Branding opening that will be changed to Sword.
Yeah, and it was the spell in the hand, it was the invocation. Invoke Macabre is going to stop that there in its tracks. We're going to be able to resolve the Invocation Sword. And we are eyeing up that Elysium.
Opening is banished, yes.
Yeah. Here is the Invoked Elysium. So this card is incredibly powerful for the Invoke strategy, as it is pretty much treated at every type of attribute. Dark, Earth, Water, Fire, Wind, and of course its own attribute of Light. And it has the quick effect to banish all monsters your opponent controls with the same attribute as the monster that you choose to banish. And that could very easily be the Invoked Elysium, should you wish.
And I really like the fact that Danilo brought Elysium and also managed to utilize every resource from Macabre before it was used as a fusion material, meaning that he also get rid of opening that would be very that would apply a lot of pressure if it had resolve. And right now I think that Francesco has activated the effect of Ecclesia right now, and I think we are debating about Branding opening, because it is for the rest of this turn of this card resolve. So Ecclesia was it is not like Branding Fusion, for example.
Correct.
So even if we special summon Fallen of Albus right here, it is not that we will generate any advantage because we have Elysium on the field to deal with it.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to go for another Fallen of the White Dragon here.
And we have not yet activated the effect to special summon because we played before around SP Little Knight. And I think this might be the time to go for Dogmatic Ecclesia in order to get, for example, Fallen the Virtues, but still we cannot activate it since Okeanos is on the field, and showcase how much pressure this card applies to this specific matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I'm pretty much sure that Danilo is probably one of his new favourite cards right about now. But it's definitely put in a lot of work. You can see Danilo still cool, calm, collected. One set card as well that I'm not too sure if we are aware of what that is of yet. But there is still completely powerful card in the form of the Oceanus, backed up by the Elysium as well, giving us a full field clear when we want to use it.
And Dogmatica, the Dogmatica Ecclesia will be summoned in order to activate the effect, and we will grab a copy of Fallen and the Virtues. And we can still activate the second effect to special summon a monster from Danilo's graveyard, but since we have already been locked out of our extra deck, I don't know how much is going to help us at this point.
Yeah, so I think we've got to try and have a look at that one. I mean, if the Invoke Macabre is still there, that's probably not the worst option to have if you are gonna choose that one.
Yeah, but in any case, you are out of resources. I mean, and also Macabre is light, so Elysium will just banish the whole field in any case, except if we have another monster in the hands.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're eyeing up the SP Little Knight here. Danilo is contemplating where we use the Elysium, and it looks like we are going to use the Elysium here.
So I believe the play might be to take a SP Little Knight in order to deal with Okeanos in any case with the SP Little Knight, but I still find that Francesco is in a very tough end. We have the Pot of Sloth that will generate 2 new cards, and we can actually may find access to the Fallen of the White.
You mentioned
3 cards. We have also Meltdown. Yeah.
You mentioned this earlier as well, that people were some players decided to main deck the Pot of Sloth, and we're about to see that here. Very, very interesting approach, but you can see how powerful it is. That could completely re-sculpt Francesco's hand, and it does also give another push through Danilo's field as it stands.
Yeah, but what are you looking for right now? You have gone through the effect of Fall of the Whites on Summon effect. You have gone through the effect of Quem, Mercurier. You have utilized the effect of Dogmatica Ecclesia to also add, so you are locked out of the extra deck.
But I suppose you're trying to look for cards that could help you interact with your opponent during their turn, because Danilo is all on for whatever card he draws for turn, plus that set card, which I believe was an invocation. I'm not sure if there's any Alistairs in the graveyard that could be utilized by that invocation. So there's still a lot to go for here, and I think they're just confirming the cut to pass over, coming back with the Ecclesia of the Darkest Dragon, and then if there's any further plays here.
We have though Invocation in the graveyard and Alistair in the banishment zone, so in any case we can find our own resources back, and as long as Oceanus is there, it applies so much pressure.
Yeah, very, very well done. A very valiant effort from Francesco here. Still not over though. Currently technically up on life points, so it's not the end of the world just yet. But we are going to be utilising the graveyard effect of the Seraph. Again, getting a bit more resource back to the field.
So in the form of Francesco right now, the SP Little Knight is there in order to deal with Okeanos. However, Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon are also a huge threat for Danilo that can provide a Fallen of Albas or even a Cartesia in the field. However, we need to remember that since a lot of cards have been banished in Francesco's side, resources on his side are starting to be very, very minimalistic right now.
Yeah, still 2 set cards for Francesco. Maybe one of them was a Fallen of the Virtuous that might be able to apply a little bit of pressure here, but we're still trying to work it through.
So indeed Cartesia has been summoned, and SP Little Knight with Okeanos have been banished through the effect of SP Little Knight.
Yep, so now we're resolving the graveyard effect for the Seraph. So this is going to get us access to the brand new invoked monster as well. Now this can be very, very damaging. So this is going to be the Hyper Invoked Aeon. Very, very good card here. Requires 2 fusion monsters with different attributes, very easily accomplished. And on fusion summon, you get to banish cards from the field and or graveyards up to number of monsters used as material. And then if you use 3 or more, which I don't believe we did, we are just going to be able to clear off those 2 set cards. And one of them was a Superpolarization.
So indeed, Super Poly was in Francesco's hand.
I feel that might have been drawn off of the Pot of Sloth, but as you quite rightly pointed out, there was no access to the Albaz at all.
It would have been already activated when Fallen of the White was on the field. And we still have not used our normal summon. We still have Invocation in the graveyard to get a copy of Alistair from the banishment. And not only Okeanos is one of those reasons that this matchup feel very, very one-sided, but also Aeon provides so much pressure on the brand strategy, and I truly believe that when this card is summoned from the invoked players, Branded are very, very much struggling to deal with it. In any case, Cartesia will activate the effect, utilizing a copy of Aluber. Are we going for Gragignol maybe? Or even a Quartetis?
Yeah, Quaratis could be quite effective here, but I think you're right. I think maybe the Grand Grignol might be the more effective of the two. Now that you've got access to your graveyard, you might be able to try and set something up for the next turn. And of course, the effect of the Grand Grignol to tag itself out could also be quite effective in this one here.
I think we are debating our choices. It is one of those scenarios that you really want to bring the cards that it's probably on this scenario.
Yeah.
And Gragignol will be summoned to activate the effect.
Yeah, a lot of cards banished on both players' sides of the field. Danilo's deliberately and unfortunately Francesco's slightly forcefully, but there's still quite a lot to go for. I believe that Francesco still has 1 if not 2 cards in the hand. We're just going to utilize the send from deck to graveyard effect with the Grand Grignol here. And we still have that set card that's been set there since turn 1 from Danilo that we believe is the invocation to help get a final push maybe in Danilo's favor to take this one 1-0.
So we are setting Albion through the effect of Gragignol, probably to try to find access in the end phase for the Fallen and the Virtues. However, we need to remember that Okeanos will be returned, but in the main monster zone, and this is very huge because Okeanos grants the effect to banish the monster sent to the opponent graveyard only when it is in the extra monster zone, which means that Danilo needs to take that in mind, that when Okeanos return, it will not have the effect to banish.
Yeah, very, very well pointed out there as well. So we're just normal summoning the Alistair, resolving the Alistair here as well. As we mentioned, it's just a never-ending circle of resource as we utilize the invocation, and we now can look at our opponent's graveyard, getting rid of the Albion that we've just sent there to set up some interaction, getting rid of the Alistair and going into the invoked Agades here, which can also be very effective to deal with that Grand Grignol should we wish.
So Avkoidis is one of those cards that have not seen play for quite a while. I think it was lastly used in the Invokes Adult strategy back in 2020, if I recall correctly. And it's definitely one of those cards that you really want to have against Branded.
Yeah, it's a very, very nice aggressive option on this one, and it requires Alistair the Invoker plus a fusion monster, and it does give you a bit of field removal here, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing here with Danilo, trying to get a bit more damage on the field. We're going to get rid of the Aluba that was just brought back from the graveyard, and then we're going to get a bit of damage off of the back of the Hyper Invoked Aeon, and then going to be shuffling up, passing back over to Francesco, and it's actually been very, very nice back and forth. Francesco holding in there shows you the resilience of the deck and the duelists themselves, and Danilo is about to possibly pass over.
Yeah, we have talked about this. This matchup feels very one-sided in the form of Invoked. However, as we can see, Francesco is piloting very, very well in order to try and Call by the Graveyard was activated in the effect of Cartesia to be added back to the hand. So this Ecclesia has a lot of limited access right now.
Yeah, very, very held there by Danilo. And just to refresh everyone, the Ocean is in the monster zone, in the main monster zone. Your opponent's monsters cannot target monsters for attacks except this one, and it is an attack of 3,000 and defense of 3,000, so very defensive even in the main monster zone.
Yeah, it is one of those nice to have effects, meaning that when a card has its original effect, that it's the reason why to utilize this card, and also adds a little of spice, you know, on it. It is very, very, you know, well for these cards to have one more secret effect, as we can call.
Other than that, there isn't really much interaction that I can see directly. The only other thing that we have is the Aguirres here, that if a monster is special summoned to your opponent's field, you get to target a monster your opponent controls and you get to destroy it. So that's probably the most influential. And I believe the Hyper-Evoked Aeon does also have another quick effect that will change attributes. I don't believe there's any direct interactions from Danilo's field apart from that. So starting off with the Aluba here, going to be able to resolve our normal summon. We've also got the SP Littonite that currently belongs or is Danilo's, which can set up a bit of spot removal that might be able to get rid of the Oceanus, so you can start opening up attacks on other monsters. So there's still a lot to go for on here as well.
So the key right here is to find access to Fallen of Albas to activate the effect. However, Aguirres is there to counter it, and as long as Invoked Aguirres is on Danilo's side of the field, you cannot access your Fallen of Albas, but if you have a Branded Fusion, I think that this sorting things up.
Yeah, always nice to see the Branded Fusion be activated this one, and it is going to resolve, sending Fallen of Albas. Francesco is just considering the other attribute to send here, and it is going to be the Tri-Brigade Spriggan's Kit.
And I think right now we are going to access Albion, and we are going also to probably activate Kits, or we can wait. So selling one, it will be Albion, and sailing to Kit in order to special summon the Fallen of Albas from the graveyard.
Yeah, very, very well done and navigated here from Francesco. Now we're about to see if there is anything more from Danilo to try and stop this one fully resolving, as we're probably going to be trying to work our way into an Albion Fusion Summon and maybe a Fallen of Albas Fusion Summon as well.
Yeah, I would also like to see Effect of Ecclesia to be activated as a chilling 3 in order to provide, for example, Fallen of the White. But yet again, we are utilizing yes, Kit's special summon defense position, if I can recall correctly. And we are utilizing the Kits and Aluber to summon, as we said before, the Quartetis.
Yeah, very, very good summon on this one as well. The only interesting thing on the Quartetis is it's not really going to affect much in regards to the attack stat changes, so it might have been a limitation of what we had direct access to, but it looks like we're trying to either read in the Oceanus just to confirm that nothing else can be attacked, or we're going to try and remove it from the field.
So if we had sent with Prime Fusion Fallen of the White, we would have Quartetis and then trying to manipulate maybe the effect to special summon later the effect Fallen of Albaz.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to resolve the Fallen of Albaz. We're going to contact fuse with our opponent's Oceanus. It looks like we're also chaining the branded Retribution in the graveyard to get us access to that Fallen and the Virtuous. And we are moving our Ecclesia into attack position. Just double checking the banish zone, double checking the graveyard in case there's anything that can pop out of there to halt Francesco's momentum here. It's definitely looking a lot healthier. Only one card in Danilo's hand right now, and we don't believe that he's going to be interacting with this field at this exact moment in time. But also remember that the Hyper Invoked Aeon is still pretty strong at 3,800 attack, I believe. So there's still a lot you need to consider as you're trying to navigate through.
So I believe that the effect of Fall of Albaz was activated to fusion summon. The effect of Avoides was activated targeting the Fallen of Albaz, and later as a Chilling 3 Spiritual Knight activated the effect to banish Okeanos and the Fallen of Albaz from its player's field. And right now we have access our battle phase.
Interesting on this one. So we do get rid of the Yugeres on this bit, get a little bit more damage, but the Hyper Invoked Aeon is still there, and now it's going to get hit with the Fallen and the Virtuous, getting rid of that, clearing Danilo's field, and we still have a very nice chunk of damage, which I believe, is it close to enough? 5,000 between Albion and Quaratis, plus then another 18 from Albion.
I mean, in any case, even if it's not enough, we still have established quite a field, because we later on Danilo's turn we will have the effect of Cartesia, which is now been under called by the graveyard. But I think that this is game, and we are straight to game 2.
Very, very well piloted from both duelists there as well. Francesco just did not give up, showed the power of what Branded can still currently do. The invoke strategy, again, very, very powerful. That Aeon, Oceanus put in a lot of work on that one, not just in the extra monster zone, but also in the main monster zone, and Francesco was able to overcome it, but Danilo is going to still remain calm. I think there's a lot of cards that could be coming in from the side deck to not only repeat what we saw in game 1, but also solidify a bit more as well.
Yes, and I believe that right now I was talking about how I feel that one-sided is this matchup. However, as we experienced, Francesco was tried and pilot through these Okeanos that provide so much pressure to him from Danilo's side, and yet managed to take that win and be one game away from being invited to the World Championship.
Yeah, exactly that. I think Francesco will have a little bit of nerves settled a bit, nothing too wild, because there's still at the very least one more game, if not two. But on the other side, Danilo is no stranger from high-pressure situations like this. He did it all on Friday as he earned his invite to the World Championship. We've already got 2 of the 4 duelists booking their places for the World Championship. We have 2 more duelists to go, and then we'll be working our way to try and crown the European champion. So when you take all of that into account, what type of approach do you think Francesco is going to do with the branded strategy against this invoke strategy?
So I think that the game plan is pretty clear. Just try to prevent your opponent from summoning Okeanos, or even if he summons it, try to find a way to get rid of it.
There's definitely a card that I see in Francesco's side deck right now that is also quite an interesting one, because it is a very hard one for Invoke Macabre to directly deal with, because the majority of an Invoke strategy, very few builds, if any, can involve trap cards. Sometimes you consider something like an Infinite Impermanence might be an option, but we could see an evenly match change the tide of this one as well. But it looks like both our duelists are ready to get us back under the way, so let's go straight over to the table and see what is going to happen in game 2 of this top 8 play.
And right now we are entering the second game of top 8 match, and Francesco against Danilo, branded first invoked, and Danilo is going to go first once again.
Yeah, very interesting on this one. Danilo taking his time, studying the hand, trying to figure out the plays that we want to be making, because you don't just want to try and do it one card at a time. You also want to try and see the lines and try and consider what could be interacted with. Now you know exactly where your opponent's on. And we're going to do a repeat of the first one, starting off with the magical meltdown. Utilizing the magical meltdown, we're going to get direct access to our Alistair the Invoker.
First time I have seen this play. And I think that it is 10 years old, right?
I think scarily it's probably even older than that.
More than a decade?
I think it's more than a decade. I found out that Dark Lord Ixchil earlier was a decade old. And that made me go, what? So if that's the case, I can imagine Alistair the Invoker is definitely a decade old. I'll tell you what isn't a decade old, the brand new Alistair, the Remnants, that we are seeing being utilised here. And we're going to be banishing the invoked Raijin from the extra deck as well. And it's quite important that it is a wind attribute, because that's what some of the new invoked fusion monsters really want to try and utilise. And we're going to see that here with the brand new Invocation Sword.
And now we're probably going to access Artemis and then utilize the effect to summon Alistair. Oh, Endymion. I like how this is going. Yeah.
Slightly a little bit different from the first duel on this stage. This kind of shows you exactly what happens when you get access to Alistair the Remnants. And now we're about to see a Alistair in the making, I guess, because we also get Crowley the Gifted Magisters, which is also utilized as Alistair the Invoker, which is quite nice as well when it's used as fusion material. So we have all three of the Alistairs in the graveyard right now. We also still have the extra deck Alistairs that could make an appearance, but we do have the Invoke Macabre setting up that line of protection before we go too far, and then getting into another one of the brand new Invoke Fusion monsters to push that little step further. Probably looking to get a hold of the Gamma Summon here to insulate the end field a little bit more than we did in game number 1.
Do you believe that Danilo is going also for the same approach that he went for game 1, or he's trying something different right now?
I think the Oceanus is an absolute guarantee to be aiming for. I think with that, you really do put your opponent, especially the branded matchup, as you've already mentioned, into a much harder position to try and break through. I feel that we want to be trying to get access to other cards alongside, like the Gamma Summon, to give it a bit more interaction with our opponent. So the Gamma Summon itself will allow you to banish an Alistair monster or a fusion monster from your graveyard to then special summon an invoked monster from your extra deck, ignoring its summoning condition, but you banish it during the end phase. Some duelists do like to go for the invoked Kaliga here, because that could really limit your opponent to only being able to activate one effect. And when you back that up with the Oceanus as well and the invoked Macabre, you can really, really limit their plays.
And right now we're going to see probably Eon to activate the effect and have a look in the extra deck in order to banish 3 monsters from it.
Yeah, very, very powerful here. So we're just going to get full information of exactly what is in there. Then starting to look at some of the more powerful cards straight away with that Mirror Jade, the Dragon that Devours the Dogma, getting rid of both copies off the bat and that Mirror Jade. Wow.
I think Danilo acknowledged that Dogmite is one of the win conditions that Branded has against the Invoked, and this is why both copies have been banished. Esfil Knight will be summoned, targeting the Eon. And I think right now we are debating about invocation that will be added back to the hand. It will be reactivated, punching.
Yeah, just getting a bit more resource out of the graveyard, including the Alistair the Invoker and the Alistair the Madness, and it's going to get us into the Oceanus. So a repeat of turn 1, but we've obviously upped the ante a little bit here by reducing the resources in Francesco's extra deck and getting the Gamma Summon. So just adding another few layers to this already protected and quite impressive field from Danilo.
So once again, we can see Okeanos and Macabre on the field from Danilo's side. However, right now it is backed up with Gamma Summoning, and as you mentioned, it is one of those cards that you really want to keep in mind, because if Danilo is going to do what you have guessed already, the invoked Caliga will be summoned, and things are probably going to be very hard for Francesco to deal with.
Yeah, so we're seeing the Invocation Sword being utilised here, putting 4 monsters back into the extra deck, going for another Invoked Aeon. We are going to be pulling apart that extra deck that one bit more here. Even though we're under Maul Charming Frualos, we don't mind about giving our opponent that draw, because if there is nothing in the extra deck for them to go into, we're not going to be able to kind of present much of a threat to the field. So the first one we are getting rid of is going to be that Titaniclad. That second is going to be the Lubellion, and the third is also going to be one of the brand new cards from Chaos Origin that can facilitate multiple fusion summons.
And I think branded when they lose 6 copies of extra deck monsters are in a very bad spot without utilizing any card, because it is branded. You want your extra deck, you want to fusion summon, and if you are going to get denied, not only even with Okeanos that limits some plays of yours, but also with the effect of Eon that enables the extra deck manipulation, things are starting to feel very difficult for Francesco.
Yeah, definitely. Danilo ramped it up a bit, and that's currently why he is sitting here on the top 8, and it's why he will be sitting on the plane to represent Europe at Yu-Gi-Oh! Worlds. Francesco is hoping to join him on that plane, so we're going to be continuing to try and push through, starting off with the incredible Ecclesia the Virtuous, trying to utilize what we saw again, repeat of duel number 1 here. Is Danilo going to allow this to resolve as we saw previously, or are we going to try and interrupt it and stop it straight away? And it looks like we're going to be trying to do that straight away with the Gamma summoning.
Is he going to summon Caliga, as you have guessed? You believe so?
I feel that with this current field, it would be the best bet, because the only thing you would lose is either your SP Litonite or your Invoked Macabre. You can just use one or the other, but the fact that it only kind of controls your opponent for 1 turn, and then you're completely free to do as you need to, it would seem like the most logical choice. My question is, does Francesco know that Caliga is a card? I know it obviously has been around for a long, long time, but it's one of the invoked fusion monsters that kind of dipped in and out of games every now and then. It never really was a mainstay, like absolutely nailed on card, but we are going to be utilizing the Fallen and the Virtuous in response here. Ooh.
Are we going to special summon?
It does look like that. We're trying to get the Seraph from Danilo's graveyard here.
I wonder what the plan is going to be.
Yeah, interesting choice. It is going to be the Caliga.
As you have called it, Caliga has been summoned on the field, and I remembered it from, as I said, in Voxadol strategy, that you had a Winter plus Caliga, now you have Caliga plus Okeanos.
Same, yeah?
Yeah, feels like it. And I believe right now Francesco is probably trying to find as much bodies as he can on his field, and probably trying to... Oh, we have a lava golem, and we're debating on which targets are we going to send to the graveyard.
Definitely getting rid of the Oceanus from the...
Yeah, that was a straight mine, right?
Yeah. And then I guess you've got to eye up which one's going to be more... I mean, it's still a very impressive field, because you either need to get rid of the Caliga so you can use multiple monster effects, or you get rid of the Macabre and run the risk of what the opponent has in the hand, or you get rid of the SP Little Knight, depending on how effective that would be against the strategy. I feel it has to be Caliga. I feel that as you're trying to build your plays as a branded player here, you want to be able to utilize more than one effect, and I feel that they're... Depending on what the card in the hand is for Macabre, you should be able to very easily play through it as well.
Exactly. It was, in the end, Caliga, and I think it is one of those scenarios that you cannot afford to take the risk and try to out it through battle phase, for example, because you never know what Danilo might has in his hand and how he can counter it. and we still have Mekaba on the field.
Yeah, and we did see that in game number 1, we didn't have the monster in hand as we might have expected. We did have the spell. Danilo is being very, very resourceful with that card in hand. We still have the SP Litonite, which can remove a monster on the field that possibly poses a threat. But with Francesco, we now have access to sending cards to our graveyard now that the Oceanus has been removed.
And right now we're accessing, I believe, our battle phase. Yes. So it was again the case that invoked Sorath special summon in defense position, as we experienced before with Kit, and that's why we were not able to bring Alcer in attack positions. But we have not get rid of Ecclesia, and Ecclesia has been summoned, has been synchro summoned on the field, and Francesco right now has access to his whole engine. We're entering battle phase to attack through this SP Little Knight, and I believe that Danilo has not used yet the effect of Mekaba, right?
Correct, yeah. So that is still active should Francesco want to try and use any of the effects on the field. Currently, one of them is only going to be Ecclesia, the Darkest Dragon, as it sits here. We've still been able to give our opponent the Lava Golem. I remember, if that stays on the field, Danilo will take 1,000 life points damage during the standby phase as well. And we're going to reveal Albion, the dragon in the hand here. Albion, the Shrouded Dragon, thank you very much, in order to send from deck to graveyard and then probably utilize for a draw here. Maybe send in the Retribution, I think would be one of the ideal sends, depending on how far we want to be pushing here with this field.
We are going to send a copy of Retribution.
Yeah, so as it currently stands, the Retribution could get you the Fallen and the Virtuous back, but it might be going well. A Branded High Spirits is also going to be an option, and an Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs held back very, very nicely by Danilo there.
Yeah, Danilo waited for the right time to activate the effect of Ash Blossom and as a chain link to High Spirits.
Yeah, that kind of shows you the patience you have when you're trying to look at the best place to interact with cards like that. Because you could have been utilized, I guess, if the Incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous, was utilized. But Francesco played it very, very well in order to kind of navigate around that and still get a bit of resource to the field. Depends on what the next step is going to be, because we do still maintain that invoked Macabra's negation effect as well. Double check in the graveyard here as well.
And the banishment.
And the banishment.
And I wonder how we are going to keep interacting with Danilo's field, because we have commits to Lava Golem and we have not access to our normal summon. We have not utilized the effect of Ecclesia, however we are -6 monster from the extra monster zone, and we can experience why Aeon plays such a huge role on this matchup.
Yeah, I think this could probably be half of the battle for Francesco, is that you're trying to navigate what type of options you'll naturally want to be going to with your extra deck, and half of them aren't going to be there for him to use, so we either need to be able to recycle those cards, which I think will be a very, very tough ask to try and do, or we're going to need to try and push through with what we have here. Currently, we've got the Hyper Invoked Aeon at 3,800 with 3,200 defense points. We've also then got the Lava Golem at 3,000 attack points, and then the Invoked Macabra again with a very sizable defense stat lineup, which could make it quite awkward to completely push through from Francesco. Also remembering that if there is an Alistair in hand, that can boost the fusion monster's attack by 1,000. So we could see Danilo come back in the next turn, which we're about to see now. Drawing for turn, taking the 1,000 life points damage off of the back of the Lava Golem here. That was very kindly provided to Danilo, thanks to Francesco.
And the issue here is that if Mekaba was not there, we could utilize the effect of Ecclesia to special summon, for example, like Artesia from the deck, and been able later to utilize High Spirits in order to find access to Fallen of the White, and finally to start utilizing our Fallen of Alba's fusion monsters. However, Mekaba was never used by the side of Danilo in this turn, and as long as Mekaba is there, I don't know how easily it is for Ecclesia to resolve her effect.
Yeah, completely agree. I feel that we could be seeing a lot of monsters get shifted to attack here and be pushing very, very aggressively to try and take this to a game number 3. There is the Fallen and the Virtuous. What card are we going to try and disrupt? So we're trying to look at the options we have in our extra deck left. I believe there might be an Albion.
Or Titanic Lad. I would love Titanic Lad here.
Oh. Thought he heard you then. He was like,
yeah, he was debating.
Was debating on the options on that one.
Oh no, Titanic Lad has been banished through the effect of Ion.
Oh, is that one of those?
Yeah, it's not in the extra monster zone.
Okay, Albion is the only option then on this one, and we are trying to remove one of Danilo's monsters here. Which one is the biggest threat to Francesco? We still have one more unknown set card here. We must be getting rid of the Macabre, okay, I would reckon, because to try and get rid of the Macabre then tries to unlock the access to your incredible Ecclesia, and then trying to build on from there.
Right now we're trying to generate more and more advantage. We're trying to establish a field and play around Francesco, current interruptions, but yet again, I still believe that... Did we activate Mekaba?
I don't believe we've seen Macabre be activated yet. I wonder if there's a monster in Danilo's hand.
You believe so?
Well, I feel that maybe we held back the Alistair Invoker so that we had a starter for the next turn. We've normal summoned that, we've grabbed that invocation, but there may not be a monster in the hand. Otherwise, Danilo knows that there is a position coming up shortly. Maybe this Fallen of Albaz, where the Macabre negation or another form of interaction similar would stop that, and one of them could very easily be the Gamma summon from the graveyard.
And Fallen of Albaz has been summoned. However, I don't know how many targets we have left in the extra deck, meaning that Danilo banished both copies of Dogma, so Francesco cannot get rid of two Danilo's monsters simultaneously. And I'm currently believing that we are starting to get very sorted on extra deck monsters, which refers to Fallen of Albaz as a material.
Yeah, completely agree. Francesco not giving up on this one as well. The commotion you can hear in the background is the other top 8 feature match as well, currently going on the backup channel. But don't go anywhere, because we still have a very, very good duel going on here. Seeing Francesco trying to navigate the field that Danilo has presented. We saw it already once in game number 1. Danilo is putting up an even bigger fight here, and it looks like we're eyeing up Garura.
Can we summon Garura? I believe we can, right? Okay.
Yeah, because you can only use your Fallen of Albaz.
Yeah, but for anything, right? It does not lock you into dragons, for example, or spellcasters like Paimeno.
Not that I know of.
Yeah,
I just feel that naturally with Fallen of Albaz, you're always going into a branded monster.
Or Chaos.
Yeah. So we've brought back the Hyper Invoked Aeon off of the back of the Gamma Summon here. We're going to get access to the Invoked Sword back and the Invocation. I believe the Fallen of Albaz was negated. We did discard, because we discarded the Morchami Perulia. So it must have been stopped in one way or another. And I think we're now going to be seeing Danilo kind of open up into autopilot, present the field with a lot of aggression here, utilizing the Invoked Agedes, and then we're going to be able to utilize the Invoked, Hyper Invoked Aeon, and that might be all that is left here, depending on what else Francesco can kind of present. But that is a very, very powerful field. 2 invoked, Hyper Invoked Aeons at 3,800 attack points each. We're going to be using our Branded in High Spirits, discarding the Droll and Lockbird, sending the Grand Grignal. and this, I believe, will be in response to the reveal of Alistar the Remnants. Is this going to give Francesco another line of defense to make sure we live and survive another turn?
So Gragnol will be in the graveyard in order to activate the effect. And yes, indeed, Gragnol will activate the effect to banish itself. And we are currently debating maybe to special summon Quem from the deck.
Yeah, that might be the best possible option. So the reason that you can hear all the commotion in the background is that Florian has booked his place in the World Championships with Mitsurugi. Very, very well done there, but we are still here waiting to see who will be joining him alongside all of the other duelists qualified. Currently one more space left for Worlds and our European representatives, and Danilo is looking to push through and work his way even closer to becoming the European champion.
So Quem has been summoned through the effect of Gragnol, sending Kit to the graveyard and activating the effect to special summon back Incredible Ecclesia into the field.
Yeah, very, very resourceful here on Francesco. Branded is never say never until the life points are at 0. So we're going to be going for the Fallen of the White Dragon as well, continuing to present a bit more of a defensive wall for Danilo to try and push through. It may not be the end of the duel this turn, but Danilo's field is currently looking very, very strong.
And I think right now we have almost every monster zone occupied at this point. Only one extra deck monster zone has been missed, and Francesco, I think that he has just find all these resources to trying just to get another turn.
Yeah, so we start off by getting rid of the Invoke Seraph, the only Invoke monster or non-branded monster on Francesco's field right now. We're then going to use Alistar the Remnants to try and get rid of the Quem here, and then we're going to be going to continue to pick off piece by piece, just confirming the two monsters as attacked. We're going to use the Invoked Macabre here to deal with the Albaz in white, the Argedes to deal with the Incredible Ecclesia, Hyper Invoked Aeon to deal with the Fallen of Albaz, and then possibly attacking directly with the Lava Golem, or at least attacking directly with the Hyper Invoked Aeon, to getting a decent chunk of damage on Francesco. And is that going to be just recycling some more resource? Still holding in there.
Ecclesia has been returned to the fields, and I think that right now it is Francesco's turn. And I believe no fusion was sent to his... No, it was Albion, right?
I don't know if it was that. Oh, because Fallen the Virtuous, yeah, correct.
But it was later activated, the invocation was activated, but we still could have yet, for example, Ecclesia in the hand.
Very, very true.
Or am I missing something? But I think that it was this turn, right?
It was definitely, I'm pretty sure it was the previous turn, yeah, so there definitely should have been one in there, but maybe the invocation being used multiple times could have got rid of it quite easily. We're just currently fanning out our graveyard here. Nothing more in there, so it doesn't look. It doesn't look like the Albion is in that graveyard. So it's definitely banished at some point.
Due to fusion summon of Goides.
Yes, quite possible. Yeah, that would make sense. I'm just more curious as to what Francesco has left in the extra deck here. That is a very intimidating field, but we are not giving in easily at all.
So we're going to activate the effect of Ecclesia to special summon Fallen of the White, or we may not have more targets. Yes, we have one more. It is, I believe, Fallen of Albaz in the graveyard, and one of them it is either in the graveyard or banishment, and I think this is the last copy, if I can remember correctly.
Yeah, sounds about right. We're going to go out and get the Incredible Ecclesia. The Argedes is going to trade that off straight as quickly as we possibly can. Then we still maintain the Invoke Macabre if there is a card in Danilo's hand, but everything might already be on the field for Francesco to see. Trying to see what we're going to be able to go for here. Resources running very, very low. One set card from Danilo as well. Again, just looking calm, collected. Francesco trying to decide whether this is the time to try and push through for the 6,100 damage left on Danilo's side. And it looks like we are having to use the Invoke Macabre to banish the Ecclesia, the Darkish Dragon, straight away. Is there even more?
I believe right now in the banishment zone there are more extra deck monsters on Francesco's side than his extra deck.
I think you are totally right here.
So Cartesia has been summoned through the effect. And right now, what do we even need to access? Because I don't believe that we have a lot of options right now in the form of extra deck threats.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any resource in Branded that you can recycle your banishment. But I honestly don't think there is. I feel that a lot of that would have already been got rid of by Danilo. Danilo started off very, very early, getting rid of the Dragons that Devour the Dogmas, the Mirror Jades. So the Albion is a great option, but it's only going to be banishing from the graveyard. It's not like the Lubellion to return them, and the Lubellion has already been banished by Danilo as well. So getting rid of all of these one-off fusion monsters, including the Titanicad as well, has really limited, and we're going to be able to get the Despian Quaratis here. Still not that effective. It could reduce the Lava Golem and it would reduce the Alistair, the Remnants, but the Invoked Aeon, the Ogades and the Macabre are pretty much going to be slightly unaffected by this.
Not even slightly.
Completely
unaffected. Yes, it is one of those matches that you really hope that you won't face during the weekend.
Yeah.
Because a lot of your cards are not quite effective against Invoke strategy. For example, we have seen it is the second time that Queritis has been summoned, and his effects to manipulate the attack of Danilo's monster, it's quite not strong enough.
Yeah, I'm still struggling to find where the out is for Francesco, but we might be so locked in and focused that we don't want to be giving up something and then look back at it and go, oh, I could have done this or I could have done that. So fair play for the resilience here, just confirming everything else in Danilo's graveyard, confirming what the fusion monsters we have already gone through from the Evoke side as well, and trying to push through from there. But I feel that if this was to go back to Danilo, we're definitely in a position here where game will be confirmed and moving it and taking it to that game 3. But maybe Francesco still has another trick up the sleeve in order to turn the tide on this and book his place in the World Championship Finals.
And I think right now Danilo is just considering that Francesco has quietly run out of choices, to be honest, in this exactly scenario. And I want to see how Francesco is going to advance through it, because his extra deck really starts to get thinner and thinner.
Yeah, exactly that. So we're going to utilize the Albion. We're going to attack over Alistair, the Remnants. We're going to do a small chunk of damage here to Danilo. Again, currently unfazed. You can't get over the Lava Golem unless we use the Quaratis effect here to reduce that Lava Golem to 0, which we might have already done. So that's going to get another chunk of damage out of the way directly to Danilo's life points here. But I feel as it comes back, there's still a very, very intimidating force on that field of all of those Invoke monsters that should be enough to overpower Branded in this game 2 of our top 8 feature match. So let's see if there's anything more to come from here.
And right now Francesco is still trying to find ways to advance the game state, because as we have said a lot of times, he's running out of extra deck resources, and right now he's considering, I think it was banished through the effect of Megaba, yes, exactly. We are checking the graveyard just to be sure that no more fusion monster has been sent this turn in the graveyard, and I believe this is not the case in order for us to trigger for cards like Ecclesia and High Spirits.
Yeah, so I don't think there's going to be any more resource management. We're going to be going to the battle phase. We're going to attack over the Quiartis for 800 damage. We're going to use the Hyper Invoked Aeon to attempt to deal with the Albion, the branded dragon, and it looks like that could very well be it. We are going to be going into game number 3. Wow. Very, very resistant there from Francesco. Very, very powerful from Danilo starting off. Took it up a gear from game number 1, kind of gave us a little bit of a taster of what Invoked can do, and then ramped it up one more step. Francesco, very resilient, stayed in there, and now it goes back for the first time to see Branded get to go first.
And it is one of those scenarios that you really want to experience as a Yu-Gi-Oh player and as a viewer. Seeing a game that goes back and forth all the time, it is not decided just in one turn. You get to see all those turns keep coming and understand that these players are very experienced on it, and there are a lot of aspects right now in the game that plays a role. It is the mentality, it is how much each player wants this also, because you're one game away from the World Championship, and from Danilo's side he has already achieved it, but from Francesco's side it is one thing that you are preparing the whole year for it, the whole season. If not, it is one dream that you have as a kid and as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, and you are expecting to be at the moment and understand that this is the game 3 that you are going to remember for the rest of your life.
Yeah, very, very important for Francesco and Danilo. Danilo still on course to try and become the European champion. Remember, the top 8 matches are untimed, so take as much time as you need to kind of collect yourself, but also don't slow down more than you need to. It's very, very tense in there. We're going to be seeing both the duelists shuffle up. We're going to be cutting back up. We're going to go over the table very, very shortly, and one of these duelists is going to progress and make their way into the top 4 of the EU WCQ live here from Brussels. So, all waiting out of the way, let's head straight back over to that table and see which of these 2 duelists are going to be taking that spot. So kicking us off in this all-important game 3, I can only imagine will be Francesco here. Let's see what we can start with. We have a full extra deck now back intact. Danilo currently looking cool as a cucumber, and we start off with Branded in high spirits.
What's more to ask as a brand player rather than activating high spirits in the most decisive game 3 of your life? And we have starting things off with the Ecclesia and Gragnol, getting to the graveyard, and we are going probably to add Fallen of the White, or if we have already access to it, we can access Shrouded in order to generate one more draw and more resources in the graveyard.
Yeah, I think this is a very, very good option here as well. If you, like you said, if you've already got the Fallen of the White Dragon, it's kind of a nice option. Once you kind of push through some of your other resources, you then can use the draw of the Shrouded Dragon to maybe try and get you into some of your side deck pieces, which is obviously going to give you a bit more of an advantage against your opponent's strategy and trying to solidify your end field as well.
So Fallen of the White has activated the effect to send Albion to the graveyard and special summon itself, and the effect on the field to special summon Ecclesia.
This is very, very interesting. So that wasn't chained to the Fallen of the White Dragon, correct?
Correctly. Ah, yes. So it was not changed to the Fallen of the White Dragon in order for Francesco not to be able to play around Fugalos, because in other cases we will summon Dogmatic Ecclesia in order to take the Fallen and the Virtues and play around Fugalos.
Yep.
But in this scenario, you are committed to have Incredible Ecclesia on the field, and right now you need to understand if you are going to synchro summon and provide 1-2 draws to Danilo, or you're going just to wait and stay with the Incredible Ecclesia and trying to make Fallen of Albas in the opponent's turn. So it was a very well played from Danilo's side in order to counter the counter of Francesco into Fugalos.
Very, very well played. That is why he is currently sitting on the top 8 feature match. It's also why the seat is already booked. And it looks like Francesco has seen that and is trying to play the most conserved way possible, sending the Retribution from deck to the graveyard. The branded opening in order to get the draw off of the Albion, the Shrouded Dragon.
And I wonder how Francesco is going to play through this, because under Fugalos you need to establish first of all Fallen and the Virtus, and if we have enter any sided card that can utilize, I guess, Invoke strategy, there are some quite options that we can think of, but we can see that he will commit and provide a draw in the form of Ecclesia to Danilo.
Yeah, I feel that there's definitely a card in that side there, Francesco, that we're going to be trying to look for on this one. So let's see if we have any more pushes, how many draws we want to give. We're going to activate the Nadir Servant. That pretty much signifies we may not be accessing our extra deck any further from this point on during our turn. As you've already quite well highlighted, there are many ways to activate or summon from the extra deck during your opponent's turn as well. And very well expertly played here by Francesco and Danilo.
And I believe this is why we provide one more draw to summon the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, in order for Dogmatic Ecclesia to have a valid target on the field in order to be able to special summon from the hand and eventually be summoned on the field. So I believe that in this scenario we're going to summon the Dogmatic Ecclesia, activate the effect to take Fallen and the Virtues, and maybe we are going even to utilize the effect of Fallen to special summon on the end phase through the effect from the graveyard, through the second effect, and probably have on the field a copy of either Fallen of the White or an Incredible Ecclesia, and in order for us to populate and generate more advantage.
Yeah, exactly right. So we are going to get the Incredible Ecclesia directly from the hand here. Very well telegraphed by yourself over there, Mike, as well. And we are still presenting much of a field. Is there a card that we might want to consider activating during the turn? And it's going to be the Fallen and the Virtuous here. Possibly send in an Albion to get a second copy?
We have already an Albion in the graveyard.
Right.
So we are probably sending Dogma in order for find access to Mercurial as an extra interruption.
Yeah, that would be very, very good.
Since we have already Ecclesia on the field, we don't need to utilize the second effect of the Fallen and the Virtus, and we are going to destroy the Dogmatic Ecclesia. So right now I think that we are ready to enter our end phase and try to utilize as many as those fusion monster effects in the graveyard that are triggered in the end phase. So we firstly activate the effect of Albion to set another copy of Fallen and the Virtues.
Ooh,
or Redemption.
Yeah. Very, very good choice there. That will give you another line of protection against certain effects here.
So we may consider that if we went for Retribution, we may have already another copy of Fallen on the Virtues as in the hand, or it's even we are not going to activate Dogma to search for Mercurial, or we already have a Mercurial hand.
Quite possibly already have one, because we're going to see the normal summon of Alistair the Invoker. A very good start for Danilo here. Is there going to be any response from Francesco here to stop Danilo trying to get the invocation off of the back of the Alistair? Doesn't look like there is anything here, so this is going to resolve grabbing us the invocation. That can open up the door to some fusion plays. It's also quite helpful that Mortal Charmy Fugalos is a super polymerization.
it is one of those cards that you really want to see in a Game 3 of top 8 European Championship, because yes, Francesco plays right here for the invites to the World Championship, but also Danilo plays for that prestigious trophy and the prestigious title of European Champion. So once again we are going to experience Danilo fusion summoning into Invoked Baby Baron. It is one of those cards that was released during Chaos Origin and have enabled the consistency of the deck and trying to find all these combo pieces that you are missing in the Invoked strategy.
Yeah, so attempting to add ourselves either a Gamma Summon or a Vircom of the Divine Spirit. But is this going to resolve? We are going to be chaining the Incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous here, and getting access to Fallen of the White Dragon, getting back Ecclesia of the Darkest Dragon, and still being able to set up a very nice field that we could still continue to interact with. And that's exactly what we're doing, not even holding back for a second thought, utilizing Ecclesia, the Darkest Dragon, to get us access to the Cartesia, setting ourselves up with a fusion play should we wish.
So Fallen of the White, it is one of those monsters that can special summon Ecclesia monsters. So Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon also counts as a monster if it has been summoned properly from the extra deck to be summoned through the graveyard from the effect of Fallen of the White Dragon.
Yeah, very well done here. Francesco moving as far as we can. Danilo just waiting to see what type of resolutions we get off of the back of all of this.
And I think that we are debating if we are going straight to Dogma or we are going through Albion, and we are going to summon Dogma because it will not only be unaffected but also can deal with Alistair that is in the graveyard, since we already know that Invocation is in Danilo's hand.
Yeah, so straight away called it. They are going straight back to the deck. Does Danilo have any other follow-up to this? Still plenty of cards to play with, confirming that Francesco is finished with everything. And we have the Terraforming here, going to get us direct access to the Magical Meltdown field spell. And we already know what that is going to mean. We are going to get access to that Alistair the Invoker that has just been put back in the deck. But we are also going to see a Fallen and the Virtuous used in response to deal with that Magical Meltdown before it can resolve.
Yeah, I would believe that a second copy of Fallen the Virtuous will be on Francesco's hands, since he went through the effect of Albion for Retribution, meaning that you probably prioritize in this matchup, and Mercury has been activated because I believe that we didn't add with the effect of Dogma, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
and
there it is.
And yes, Francesco advances to the World Championship.
Wow, wow, wow. Very well played by both duelists there. Giant smiles, great handshakes from both all around. Very, very resilient from Francesco there. Very well played from Danilo. He did not make it easy at all. We now have every single one of our European competitors for the World Championship. But don't go anywhere, because we still have how much more, Mike?
I mean, we are in the semi-finals of the European Championship. Yes, the players that advanced have get that golden ticket to Japan, the golden ticket to the World Championship, the prestigious invite in order to be crowned World Champion, and yet there are so much way to go, because right now the tournament is still on, the European Championship is still on the table, and the title and the trophy of the European Champion for 2026 is still on. And I think it is one of those scenarios that you really want to see and you want to experience. I cannot even imagine how these players can feel.
You were there once, don't you worry. We all know your achievements, Mike. But then we are going to be getting straight into the semi-finals very, very shortly. Everyone is going to take a deep breath. Oh, okay, so I've just been told we have the Genesis final running and we're ready to go. So we're just going to take it straight over to the final, where you can see which of the duelists here are going to be crowned the champion of the Genesis event here at Euro. So over to Genesis.
10 monsters this turn. That does mean here in that case that we can even resolve the third effect to change all of your opponent's monsters face down. So we might be, with all of those monster zones locked up, just putting Richard into a checkmate situation here while we are just reading the cards.
Seem to activate though. He's been reset to the field, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on here.
Well, there's no restriction to the cards. It's just when your opponent summons 10 times, you can just not respond to the card. But besides that, I don't see any reason why we would not be able to use it here.
I'm not sure what's going on here.
Well, I'm sure they just want to make sure. It's a big final, so it's worth double checking, of course.
Absolutely.
And while it is a big final, I mentioned it earlier, first place does get the complete set of Rarity Collection 5, of Blazing Dominion, of Battle of Legends Glorious Gallery, including all of those Starlight Rares. Second place, still getting a couple of complete sets of Blazing Dominion and also Battle of Legends. We are excluding the Starlight Rares for that though, so it is a real big difference between first and second place, even though both of them will be going to Japan together.
Absolutely. And again, I think the main thing to fight for here is the crown, the achievement of being crowned the best Genesis player in the European scene here as well.
And also the very first at a European Championship.
Absolutely,
basically the European champion of Genesis when there is the first Genesis Championship at a European UWCQ ever before. So, I mean, that's something to brag with when you're like telling your kids in like 50 years, yeah, the first one, that was me. One of many to come, hopefully.
And the kid goes, what's that, Dad? Anyway.
Well,
well, hopefully not. But we'll see here. I think also the fascinating thing about Genesis as well, not that Advanced Constructed doesn't have this, but I think Genesis, more than anything, rewards creative deck building as well. It is the technical play has to be stellar as well as an Advanced Constructed, but you can be so inventive and different and off the wall with your deck building in Genesis because there are so many different options available to you in this incredible format that we have here playing today.
So let's see whether this works out here. I've been informed that there is just currently the head judge being involved when we're checking whether there is going to be some kind of upgrade on a penalty. Always worth checking. We always have to make sure that everything goes according to plan. And we do have for Genesis, but also for any kind of other big tournament in Europe and anywhere in the world. Of course, we have those procedures in place where there is first the judges at the table, which are looking out for everything, and then there is a way to double check with the head judges, as every decision that is made by any kind of judge can be appealed to the head judge, and that decision then by the head judge can no longer be appealed as they are the final end boss and the head judge. And as the name suggests, they are the ones then making that final decision.
I think we are still, like you say, just deciding whether or not the King's Resonance can be activated here and or maybe have to maybe resolved. It says, well, the 10 is so that you can't respond to it. Maybe they're trying to figure out if 10 have been summoned here to see if Richard can respond here before it does resolve.
That gotta be the question, but
it's been at least 5, so we can do the most powerful effect of this, which is to essentially Bucket of Eclipse your opponent's monsters all face down. But it is, we just don't know if it can be responded to in this situation or not.
Yeah, that is the question.
Let's have a look and see how these players manage to navigate this situation. Again, I keep saying both these players doing such a wonderful job and have done an amazing job to get as far as they have here as well. So although we are going to crown a champion here, both players should hold their heads high for having played so phenomenally over this weekend as well.
So I am informed that what this is all about is that there is no Synchro monster currently in the graveyard for Zigga. And the first effect of King's Resonance would be to special summon a Dark Synchro monster from your graveyard or banishment.
Right.
And so the question is, can you even activate the card while there would not be any way to possibly resolve that effect? But that is currently still being checked because I'm not even 100% sure myself, because there's the other effects still that could be working. So good thing we have judges for that, as I just explained, because they will make sure to get the right decision on that.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, that's tough. It says resolve in sequence, and if it goes 1, 3, 5 on there, you wouldn't be able to resolve the first one first, and therefore you couldn't sequence the others either. But I don't know. Let the judges decide this one, because that is way above my pay grade here. Have no idea how this will play out. That's insane.
I sometimes miss my judging times. It's different, of course, and I love what I'm doing here with you, but I mean, it's also a whole different perspective to a tournament when you're sitting there as a judge, or in that case, standing there as a judge, to follow the players so closely for every move that they do and to make sure that everything goes according to the rules. And I think that is just a big responsibility to the entire tournament and to the community when you are in that position and role.
Absolutely. So it's why I've never done it, because it's way too much for me personally. I have such high respect for our judges that play these tournaments, or rather I should say judge these tournaments, staff these tournaments, do a wonderful job every single time, even just down as low down as a tournament as an OTS, for example. There is someone...
If you want to see the rest of that Genesis final, do tune into the other stream on Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU over on YouTube. But now it's time for us to get into our semi-final here at the main event at the EU World Championship Qualifier. Our first semi-final that you're going to be seeing is Tim Greffer versus Paul Robert Goss. And this is going to be an exciting one. Remember, all of the people in the semi-finals have secured their place at the World Championship. All 7 of those have been given out this weekend, and we're excited for that. But first, someone needs to be crowned a European champion. Who of these 2 duelists is going to make their way to that final? Let's find out. Leo, Dale, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed. That is right. We are back with the first semi-final of the EU WCQ, and I'm joined here by Leo.
Hello everyone, nice to be back on the main stream as well. Genesis was an absolute blast, and of course also those top 8 matches, but it's also cool to be on screen here. And of course we had to bring in a German caster for the German semi-finals. A German guaranteed in the finals is of course making me a little bit happy. But Paul Robert Goss versus Tim Greffer, what a match, dude.
Yeah, I am super excited for this one. The duelists seem to be ready to go, so we're going to head straight over to the table. We're going to get this semi-final underway and see which of these 2 duelists are ready to progress to the EU WCQ final.
The red side, Paul Robert. He has been in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community for ages. He has always been a household name in German tournaments. And on the blue side, Tim Greffer winning the dice roll. He has been an upstarter in the last few years. He has performed incredibly well. Just missed out on the playoff in the last year, just barely missed out this year. Grinding so much, top 8 at FrenchNet sealed the deal that he eventually got into the playoff. There he didn't succeed, but
persistence is key. You keep going, you keep dusting yourself back up, and you will find yourself in Tim's position here. 1 game away from the finals, and we are starting off with Rico into Rotary and Trackmaker. All of the perfect chain links you could build in a cool tune strategy.
And now, since we know what the other is playing, woo, that is a hand. Since we know what the other player is playing already, there is no reason to concede at such an effect, such as Rotary, because everyone has knowledge anyway. So, possible threats: Forbidden Crown, starters, Ecclesia, Branded Fusion, Branded Opening, and the Dogmatica Ecclesia, it's also there. So if Paul Robert finds a way to play into the field, that could actually provide some valuable follow-up.
Yeah, I would feel that Paul Robert right here will be very, very comfortable with the hand there. Tim should be able to navigate very, very well here, going straight for the JJ Cool Tune. And then we might also see a Cool Tune Synchro and a Cool Tune Q. Definitely at the very, very least. And we still get to see exactly what Paul Robert may or may not have on the top of the deck as well. Going with that JJ Cool Tune to get us moving.
Tim just did not search a Cool Tune Synchro. I did not know that was legal. I thought you had to. I was very, very sure that this is the way you have to play the deck. But he Normal summons go to Q, and I can see the Ash flying in, of course, from a mile away.
I mean, we all know that Branded Fusion's nemesis is Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs, and if you have a direct way of being able to get access to it, and also know that your opponent definitely has it, it's going to be one of them cards you want to prioritize as early as you possibly can, and getting access to the Cool Tune mix directly from the deck as well, and then getting able to get access to another Cool Tune Rico. He is wasting no time getting into that Cool Tune remix.
There we have it immediately. The question is, do we now also get some sort of access to our good old Zaylen? Let's take a look at the top deck. Cartesia and Forbidden Droplet. Yeah, Tim does not love it.
Yeah, two very tricky options that you probably don't want to be giving either to your opponent where until you possibly can. Unfortunately, you can choose to put one on the bottom of the deck and banish one as a guarantee. But it's also quite nice to know exactly what your opponent is going to get, and it looks like we have given our opponent the Forbidden Droplet.
So we're attacking resources. Funnily enough, giving your opponent a breaker is not even the worst thing in the world. Forbidden Droplet is one of the cards that could be more effective in this particular matchup. So I think giving them a good card, but knowing which card it is actually more valuable here.
Yeah, exactly that, and we do know that we've gone straight for the Zarlin here. It looks like we are going to be trying to set up the ability of a remix as early as possible, getting the Ash Blossom to trade straight off for that Branded Fusion, and then we are feeling very, very confident to deal with the Forbidden Droplet and, of course, the Forbidden Crown. We know everything Paul Robert has, but as you said, Paul Robert has been around for enough time to know how to pilot from this point on.
I wonder if Tim already has a Cool Tune clip in hand, because giving the Droplet actually denies the accessibility to clip with the Cool Tune remix if Paul Robert wants to deny that, and then your Zaylen becomes basically useless if you don't have a card to just randomly activate it and put on a chain with another card, so Zaylen can interact with those chain links. Let's see. The beginning of the turn is the Forbidden Crown. And no monster effect can be activated in response to that.
Instantly shutting off the Cool Tune remix. As you said, there's still a lot of non-engine that the Cool Tune strategy can play. Maybe we already have direct access to something a little bit more common, maybe another hand interaction that could be utilized, and then utilize the Zarlin as well. I feel that Tim would have been able to pilot on this one.
The Crown was also knowledge. So we are just taking that one. Tim is not too happy with the situation, but this was one of the tougher hands of the branded decks. Now all of this hard work to get to the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring from the deck has just been denied.
Yeah, Paul Roberts here still deciding where we're going to go. Are we going to go straight to the main phase and activate that Branded Fusion? Is there any response here from Tim?
I mean, I could only think of an Ash Blossom Joy Spring, and if we already had that, we wouldn't have summoned it out with the Q, so very sure that this Branded Fusion is actually allowed to resolve, and as we say in Germany, that's half the rent already. So if you get to send those two monsters, you are in your engine. Your options, the possibilities, they're expanding by so much. And you're also only summoning one monster for the moment. So actually you can still summon the Incredible Ecclesia as a free special summon if you want. Yeah, and that is one of the reasons why you include the Tri-Brigade Springens kit into your deck, because if you want to go for an Albion, you can actually just summon... Oh, that actually does work with the Rindbrom as well.
Ooh, interesting choice here from Paul Roberts. Eyeing up the Rindbrom, it hasn't directly entered the field yet, so we might choose to go for a different target here. Contemplating the options we have. You do need to question exactly what else could Tim have in the hand. You've already done the Ash check, as Leo has rightly dictated on that one as well. Deciphered, and then we are going to go for the Rindbrom here.
So we can now trigger... Oh, Bestial Magnamut is a powerhouse here. Such a big investment on the side of Paul Robert just to be hit with one of the best dragons in the game. This card is not in the best spot in the metagame, but just the replacement effect of itself is so incredibly strong.
Yeah, very, very well held there by Tim, getting rid of that Fallen and the White Dragon from the graveyard. And now we're going to activate the effect of the Bestial Magnum, hopefully able to resolve in the end phase to possibly grab a Fordrolis Harmonia as well and give you another line of interruption. It does also make me consider that there might still be another card in Tim's hand in order to control that Zarlin. It's just trying to play around that Forbidden Droplet.
I mean, the Forbidden Droplet is basically inevitable at this point, right? You are just feeling out what your opponent is going to do, and I think on Tim's side, his goal is to see how far Robert is going to activate all of his spell cards, right? Because Forbidden Droplet's best friend is basically those spell cards that you're activating and then you're sending them away for free. I think he only has the Branded Opening and the Branded in High Spirits. No, the Branded in High Spirits I completely made up. He only has the Branded Opening, so if he activates that now, he would want to chain a Droplet to that, but decides to go another route. Fallen of the White Dragon has been banished already, but there is another card that gives you access to it.
Yeah, and that is going to be the incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous, being able to be special summoned to the field as Tim does control more monster than Paul Robert right here. We are going to attempt to use the incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous, to get us access to either a Fallen of Albaz or, of course, the Fallen of the White Dragon, as it's also treated as Fallen of Albaz.
Honestly, I think that there's also a pretty cool way. Since Branded Fusion has already resolved, why don't you go into the OG Fallen of Albaz and discard a card, and when your opponent wants to chain something to use the Zalen, you can still go for Forbidden Droplet, possibly send the Rindbrom, and then make a good old dragon that devours the Dogma, or whatever you want. I think you can't even make a dragon with a remix because it's crowned, so I think just a good old Mirror Jade with the Zalen sounds good, no?
Yeah, that sounds very, very powerful, even though that remix is still there. And there is a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
And that just answers that. Paul Robert figured what could go wrong. The common Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit just destroying the Fallen of Albaz. That is absolutely huge for Tim. Patience is a virtue, and now the extra deck log is active on Paul Robert's side. The Ecclesia is going to be Veilered as well, so not even Fallen and the Virtuous is going to be added to the hand. There's only Forbidden Droplet in hand, and how much does that really do?
Very, very well held there by Tim, utilizing those interactions that we have, and we are going to use the Forbidden Droplet. We're going to be sending the Dogmatica Ecclesia here, and I imagine the one that we might want to negate will be the Zarlin, because you can also halve its attack, and it will be weak enough for the Rindbrom, the Striking Dragon, to remove it from the field.
Yeah, I do actually like that line. However, while you have the Rindbrom on the field, the Zarlin is not too crazy anyways, just because you can attack over it. Oh, we are dodging the Effect Veiler with the Forbidden Droplet, so we are getting access to that Fallen and the Virtuous. So the thing is, the Cool Tune remix is still very much alive and kicking, and we are not gonna get rid of that card so fast. That is one of the downsides of Forbidden Crown when you're going second. You can also not touch that monster. No, you can't.
Yeah, exactly that. It does also, I believe there is a tuner in the grave, so once it does come back to Tim, it will be quite strong at 3,000 attack. There is still enough there with the Fallen of the Virtuous. We also get the Harmonia resolution off of the back of the Magnum during the end phase, and as long as we have a tuner on the field, we can also very easily turn that into any of our Cool Tune monsters from the deck thanks to the JJ Cool Tune.
And as long as there is not, I think the JJ Cool Tune is going to go, because Fallen and the Virtuous really doesn't have another good target. And as you said, you can turn them into anything if you want with the JJ Cool Tune. And I think at this point you are very, very much scared of a so-called card called Cool Tune Q, because that one can just for free special summon the Zalen from your graveyard on normal summon.
Yeah, I completely agree here. Paul Robert, even with those interactions from Tim, has still been able to navigate a fairly controlled field here. We're possibly going to be getting another copy of the Fallen and the Virtuous during the end phase to interact with Tim's field as we try to rebuild. And of course add in the Harmonia, the Fraudrolis, which won't be able to enter the field of play if Paul Robert does not activate a monster effect, or quite correctly chain blocks them, utilizing monster effects in the graveyard or other positions outside of the field of play.
Now getting our Fallen the Virtuous, as you rightly stated, in the end phase as a set card. Tim is afterwards going to get the Magnamut effect, so another Harmonia is also going to be a nice thing for him. However, Harmonia, I think he would rather take another Bestial. Yeah.
the old days of Magnamut searching out the Druid Swarm as well is very, very nice, but we've kind of lent a little bit more to the Fraudrolis Harmonia here. Still a very, very good card regardless, but very well navigated by both duelists here. It's always nice when a duel swings back and forth over a lot of riding on it as well.
Brom also sitting at 2,500 attack. The problem is if you use your Magnamut to crash into it, the Rindbrom is going to be quite annoying in the next turn. Also, Fallen the Virtuous is protecting it. And I think at this point, Paul Robert, he really wants to keep that Rindbrom alive, since otherwise Tim might just crash those, pass the turn with a Cool Tune Remix on the field, and then set up a lot of resources and also getting that Ash Blossom back into the hand. So I think it is in Paul Robert's greatest interest to actually keep that Rindbrom there.
Yeah, completely agree. With no Fallen of Albaz in the graveyard, the Rindbrom graveyard effect is not going to be very, very utilized. It's all going to come down to what Tim was able to draw for turn. If we can get rid of that Fallen the Virtuous, or just even try and utilize something else. We're going to be switching our remix, Cool Tune Remix, to attack with the Incredible Ecclesia in the graveyard of Paul Roberts. We do have 3,000 attack, and we are going to crash the Magnamut in directly.
So then I think with the remix being so big, I think that's very much going to be fine. You're just going to try to destroy it with the Fallen and the Virtuous. Might as well wait until the end phase at the very least, because just taking the damage is not too impactful, I think. And you are concealing which card you want to send to the graveyard with the Fallen and the Virtuous, although it kind of smells like a Titanic Let the Ash Dragon here.
I think you are very, very right on that assumption here. So that remix did do a little bit of damage to Paul Robert here, and then we're going to be trying to push that one step further. Maybe there isn't the Ecclesia. No, there isn't the Ecclesia in the graveyard. We must have added that back during the end phase. So it is only going to be 1,500 attack from the Cool Tune remix. Just double checking if there's any cards in the graveyard for Tim here, and it doesn't look like there is. We know that there is the Fraudrolis Harmonia in hand, and then there is 2 more unknown cards, and it looks like we are going to try and utilize the graveyard effect of the Rindbrom.
Do we have a Fallen of Albaz in our graveyard? Yeah, we have the OG Fallen of Albaz, so no Fallen and the White Dragon, but Paul Robert has other plans for his mate Tim G, because he is actually going to go into the Fallen of Albaz play, but Harmonia is of course a great answer to that. He knew about the Harmonia, and then summoning the Fallen of Albaz is quite risky. However, this Ecclesia that you just discarded is gonna come back.
Yeah, so being able to get back that resource can still be very, very effective. Let's see what cards we reveal here. Yeah, you would expect the Atignista, Wind Pegasus, plus the Cloud Beast Malong, alongside your Cool Tune Remix, your Cool Tune Trackmaker, and the Loudness War. So we will possibly be putting the Wind Pegasus Agnista, because I don't feel that we really want to be giving back the resource of the Fallen and the Virtuous, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing here.
But I think the Fallen and the Virtuous is going to be used onto that Cool Tune remix, and then Tim is not going to have that many resources left. I think we are still waiting until the card has fully resolved. Tim already putting the remix into the graveyard was perhaps a little bit too hasty, since we haven't paid the cost.
Yeah, just trying to decide which one. I believe you are completely correct, though, that the Titaniclad is rightfully being eyed up here to be sent off of the back of this Fallen and the Virtuous, which will get the resources back for Paul Roberts here. And we're going to get rid of that Cool Tune remix with no response from Tim.
And the Ash Dragon, that is the best way to find your way back into the game. Perhaps Paul Robert was not playing into the Harmonia, he was just baiting it out with the Fallen of Albus, knowing he's going to get the card back inevitably. The Ecclesia discard is absolutely worthless to Tim, but the Harmonia is out already. Tim has only one card left in his hand, and Paul Robert, this is his game to play now. He is dictating the pace. There is nothing on the side of Tim that can really stop him at this point.
Yeah, very, very well managed by both duelists here. Paul Roberts coming out slightly on top in this top 4 feature match. One of these duelists will progress to the finals of the EUWCQ, but both duelists will be representing Europe at World Championship. So let's see how this one is going to progress, starting off with the Fallen of the White Dragon.
What are we sending this time? We have gone through one Albion already. Perhaps it's time for a Dragon that devours the Dogma to give us some resources at the end of the turn if we want to make another form play. Otherwise, I think at this point you can push for another Albion. You're very likely to develop an Ecclesia of the Black Dragons soon, so you can manage your resources a little bit better, and an Albion would actually guarantee us a branded Retribution set. That was also be incredibly nice. However, in this kind of a scenario versus Cool Tune, I think Fallen and the Virtuous might even be the better choice.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's just that direct removal can be very, very effective. Being able to resolve the Fallen of the White Dragon here, we're going to be able to get access to another Ecclesia and try to push a little bit further through what we have here. But is there any response from Tim? 2 unknown cards in the hand. Could one of them be a game changer? And it looks like we're going to be resolving the Fallen of the White here now.
Let's see what we're going to summon out. It is going to be another incredible Ecclesia. I thought for a second we're going to just summon back the Dogmatica Ecclesia, but that one is already in the graveyard. Could be summoned, of course, as well. However, that would basically end our turn.
Yeah, very well done here. So it looks like we just need to get a monster strong enough, and is that about to be? It looked like we're contemplating. One of the 2 monsters is currently in Paul Roberts' hand, but remember, this is the top 4, so take your time, think about the right move. You do not want to be going over any regrets here, and it looks like we might be considering either performing the Synchro Summon or utilizing another monster from our hand to help us do so.
6,900 damage is not that much, so normal summoning the Fuvalos would actually be able to give us a level 8 Synchro monster with the Ecclesia while keeping the Fallen of the White Dragon on the field that could just contact fuse with the Hydraulis Harmonia to summon out an Alba Lenatus, and that would already be 5,000 damage. Not to say that you can't extend with an Ecclesia effect into a Cartesia that is going to fuse and summon again. Then maybe you can find... I think you can push for game here.
Yeah, I think you have read Paul Roberts' mind here directly from the chair. So we are going to be going into Ecclesia, the Black Dragon, and then also still maintaining that the Fallen of the White Dragon, just to try and get that final bit of damage off. Is there a response? And is an effect Veiler on the Ecclesia? Are we going to see this utilized in response?
I think this stops the turn for a little bit. You can still, of course, get rid of the Hydraulis Harmonia with Alba Lenatus, which is a cool card to have on the field. And you have plenty of follow-up, right? You have already sent the Dragon that devours the Dogma. You could add a Mercurial in the end phase if you have this card in your deck. We have seen players cut it from time to time. Man, I want to play Branded after this time.
So I can confirm that the Mercurial is not in the deck for Paul Roberts on this one. But that Effect Veiler putting in a little bit of work here for Tim, just trying to stave off one more turn. Are we going to be seeing that Alba Lenatus come to fruition?
I mean, just taking away a Harmonia is not the craziest thing in the world. However, okay, we're just going to the end phase. There is a possible chance that we search for Fallen and the Virtuous here, because the Fallen of Albus on the field could still be of use. So I think maybe Fallen and the Virtuous, pop the Hydraulis Harmonia, send a Retribution, because we send Albion for the FNV, as the community calls it. And then in the next turn, your Ecclesia can tag out into a Cartesia, and Cartesia can make herself and the Fallen of the White Dragon into an then you wouldn't have an Albion anymore. So there is a mistake in that line.
Not to worry, we are going to be seeing the Fallen of Virtuous. You are partly correct on this one. Going to bring back that Fallen of Albaz. We're going to use the effect to try and contact Fuse. And we have another Fridrolis Harmonia to be utilized here by Tim. Very, very powerful.
Every single one of those Fallen of Albas is countered by either Ghost Ogre or Fridrolis Harmonia. I've never seen so many Fallen of Albas try to activate their effects. We are bouncing the Ecclesia with the Malong. All of a sudden, Tim might actually back in this game.
Very, very well. Back and forth, back and forth. Both duelists in the ascendancy. It is going straight back over to Tim here, drawing for turn, and we can see exactly what we're looking for. A first for Fridrolis Harmonia attacking over the Fallen and White, and a second one directly for a decent chunk of damage.
That is just not enough. That was such a genius Fridrolis Harmonia. Paul Robert just really wanted to have a little bit too much there. Bit of a little more than he could chew. However, Tim again did not find a cool tune name. Puts his opponent dangerously low on life points. Bounced back the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon. That was such a huge play. And he's passing again. Possibly having another hand trap in hand. Can Tim win the game off the back of two very cool looking dragons from Burst Protocol?
Very, very interesting play there. Is there any resource left here? I know we've got the Fallen of Albaz in the graveyard. We've got the Fallen of White also in the graveyard. I believe that is either 1 or 2 copies. Paul is having a very, very deep think here of the 2 cards we could possibly have in the hand. That could get us a bit more resource or a foothold back in this duel against the double Fridrolis Harmonias on Tim's side of the field.
I think the Incredible Ecclesia cannot summon anything from deck anymore, right? Every target should be out there already, so it is all about the top deck for Paul Robert, and he actually did find a card that lets him play. If there is no further hand trap for Tim or the third Fridrolis Harmonia, then there is going to be a Cartesia that could actually go send a Granguignol to the field. That would at least set him up with more resources in the graveyard. Oh, the patience on this Harmonia in the last turn was crazy. Cartesia special summons herself. Now she's probably going to try and activate the effect. Does Tim have a response? No, he just nods.
Yeah, so we're going to be playing through that exact same line you just mentioned, going into the Grand Grignol. The Grand Grignol is then going to attempt to send one of the monsters we might need from the deck or extra deck to the graveyard, and it looks like Paul Roberts has picked up the deck. Is there anything here from Tim? It does not look like it. Paul Roberts is just considering which option we send. It's going to be the Shrouded Dragon to try and get a little bit more resource. Send in that Retribution, and we could very easily bring back that Branded Fusion.
Keep in mind, Tim, since he has resolved 2 Fridrolis Harmonia, has a Wind Pegasus and Ignister in his graveyard. So if you decided to run over them by battle, there is going to be some shuffling action. But wow, he could go crazy with an Albalinatus. That is insane. The Ghost Spell is actually stopping him. Paul Robert is just passing. Tim Gräfe is moments away from winning that game. He just needs a little bit of attacking power.
Did we draw any starter, any cool tune monster, anything that can get past this Grand Grignol? It doesn't look like we have enough.
The Harmonia is not enough on itself to overcome the 2,500 defense points of Granguignol. Wow.
Straight back over to Paul Roberts. He lives another turn. Is there anything we can follow up on? It looks like it's a spell card here.
Does Tim even play Cool Tune Monster in his deck? Another pass. Can Tim finally find the engine that he needs to play the game? Fallen at the Virtues onto the Granguignol. This is 3,300 life points. Is there Branded Opening in the graveyard? Can you protect it? Yes, you can. Fallen at the Virtues is going to reset itself in the end phase, or rather the Albion is. So that is a clock on which Paul Robert is sitting, and it's ticking.
Very, very good top deck there for Tim. Setting that Fallen and the Virtues again, trying to survive another turn for Paul Roberts over here. We're going to be drawing the card for turn. The resources are looking very, very thin when we take a look at the graveyard. Is there anything that we can draw that can turn the tide of this duel? And this is only game one of the top four feature. Both duelists wanting to make their way into the final. Both having a quick look during their extra decks and their graveyards right now to see what we possibly have left.
That is some of the best Yu-Gi-Oh! I've ever seen from Tim Gräfe right here, because he has so little to play with. He saw a crazy good hand from one of the best branded players in Europe, and he is just sitting on two hand traps that have big legs. Paul Robert, can you push through those Harmonias, or are you going to lose to Fallen and the Virtues? He sets one card, and in the end phase, Tim Gräfe is contemplating whether he wants to activate the Fallen and the Virtuous. And he sends the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon. That is possibly going to take care of the set card as well.
Yeah, so moving into the end phase here, grabbing back the Cartasia and the Incredible Ecclesia. Is there anything that Tim has here, or are we just going to go to the battle phase? I suppose we want to try and use the Ecclesia where it's all possible. Going to the battle phase, 2,500. Any response from Paul Roberts?
Can he find a way to avoid game? Barely any cool tunes played, just the harmony of Hydraulis Harmonia. Paul Robert is checking his life points again. That is not going to help you. They're branded opening as the last defense mechanism. Can it resolve, or does Tim have another hand trap? No, he doesn't. Fusion deployment actually being discarded.
Very, very interesting here. Also, Tim Roberts trying not to play into that Grand Grignol graveyard effect.
Yeah.
Very, very resistance here from Paul Roberts, not giving up, going into the Aluba. The Aluba is going to try and gain access to a card that will allow him to start the turn on a better footing. Is there any response from Tim? He is contemplating an action.
What does Paul even have left? He has Cartesia in his hand, which is absolutely
another Harmonia! Another Hydraulis Harmonia to answer that Aluba during the battle phase.
Hold. There is Grand Guignol in the graveyard of Paul Robert, so he can actually still play versus that. So Tim, he could have just activated the Ecclesia, but he didn't. Now he would have had a better sense. Sends the Crackle to the graveyard. Triple Harmonia. Paul Robert, is he going to activate the... Oh, we are actually still searching. We are resolving the Aluba. Grand Guignol is being activated. Does Tim have any responses, or are we going to summon out something like a Quiritis, which would also put an end to this battle phase?
Yeah, very, very well done there. One step away, we're going to get access to the Guiding Quem here.
That's just a Quem. That is just a Quem. That would be a replay. The same Harmonia could just attack again, since the number of monsters on the field has changed. That would not be enough to stop the onslaught of attacks. But is there perhaps another chance? Is there a way to get more? Sends the branded in high spirits. I think Tim wants to continue attacking. Paul Robert is nodding. Attack over the Quem. He packs it together. Hydraulis Harmonia of Tim G is winning him the game. Triple Harmonia. How did he pull this off? Barely any KT played.
That was insane. That was only game number one of the top four. Back and forth, back and forth. Absolutely incredible. And like you said, not a single Cool Tune monster was really stuck on that field there.
After turn one, he just played with the Harmonias on his field. Those are basically 2,500 attack points vanillas that won him the game. Of course, yes, he always waited so patiently to resolve those Harmonias on the Fallen of Alba's attack effects. Oh, this was crazy.
That's one game. You've got your heart rate going to be okay for the next two?
I don't know. I don't know. That was some of the best Yu-Gi-Oh! I've ever seen, and especially the patience of Tim Gräfe has been rewarded massively. That was so he just basically sat there and said, "You know what? You play your game. I will tell you. I'll call you if I need anything. I'll tell you if I want to do something." And then after Paul went through all of those motions, Branded outgrinds Cooltune massively, especially if there's no Cooltune cards played, but he still found choke points.
Yep. Very, very well piloted. Not only just by Tim as well, but also by Paul Roberts, trying to break through that field. All that resistance that Tim put in place, and Paul Roberts took it bit by bit, and it all came down to which was able to react the most effectively there. And it was Tim that's going to be taking the lead of game one. One duel away from entering the finals of the EUWCQ. Or on Paul's side as well, we have 2 more games to save the dream of an EUWCQ final. Very, very interesting.
My flabber is gasted. That was absolutely intense, and this shows that you can, with enough patience, win any duel, even if your deck really doesn't want you to. If you work perfectly with the resources you are given by the draws, with the heart of the cards, even Triple Harmonia can win you games. And now the debate has to be started. Is Harmonia just the best card in the game right now? The best hand trap, at least?
It's hard to argue. It's hard to argue, but I will counter that with, does that then make Fallen and the Virtuous the best card in the game right now?
I would very much agree with that. I would say Fallen the Virtuous is such a crazy card. Help both players here, of course. Branded relies a lot more on that card as a main piece of their engine with a lot of flexibility, but the other decks, they just like a reoccurring destruction effect as a quick play spell. Also so strong against those Mind Shuffle decks. But our duelists are ready. The semifinals will continue. Let's go over to game 2.
Straight into the action here. So Paul Roberts most than likely going to be going first here. Tim 1 duel away. Paul Roberts 2 duels away. Let's see where we can go. Having a quick look, what start off play do we have? An Aluba and a Branded Fusion, Branded Open, Fallen of the White Dragon, so many different options.
I love that Paul Robert is playing one of the most difficult decks in the format and one of the most flexible ones as well. And he always takes his time when he looks at his opening hand. There's not a single, oh, I'm just going to start with my Fallen of the White Dragon. No, take your time. Maybe there is a even better route. But now this Fallen of the White Dragon hard-drawn start is already really, really tough to beat when you're playing Cooltune going second. Sends a Titaniclad, the Ash Dragon, immediately, and that already plays around a lot of hand traps. It does not play around Mulchami Fuwalos, because this is basically 2 draws right there, unless you want to ignore the Titaniclad in the end phase.
Yeah, very, very good there from Tim. Mulchami Fuwalos putting in a decent amount of work here. Depends on how much of a controlled field Paul Roberts wants to be putting up against a very, very powerful Cooltune strategy and a very, very confident pilot right now sitting in the blue chair.
Look at the aura that is oozing off of Tim G right now, because he's just cruising in his chair. He is enjoying the show. He says, hey, you know what? You do your thing. I lost your deck. I will get draws for free every single time you want to do something cool. And if anything else fails, I will throw a bunch of Harmonias at you.
I mean, it worked in game number 1, so let's see how we go here. We're definitely getting that 1 draw as we summon out the incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous. Being able to get a tuner to the field if we want to go down the synchro summoning routes, but again at the cost of giving Tim more resource.
Oftentimes you see a Fuwalos being activated in the draw phase as well, but that leads to players playing around it a little bit better, because if you are starting, this is the punish for this, right? If you know that your opponent is going to Fuwalos you, you are never, ever, ever sending the Ash Dragon to your graveyard as your first thing with the Fallen of the White Dragon. So this is the answer to that. Send Titaniclad, and then Fuwalos is the answer, and then you're guaranteed 1 draw, and your opponent misses out on an effect, or you're taking 2.
Yeah, exactly that. But like you said, Paul Roberts will take their time in order to kind of make sure that they go down the correct route. If we do perform a synchro summon, an extra deck summon, or a summon from the deck to give Tim that draw, you have to believe that Paul Roberts would have thought about it excruciatingly in order to get where we want to go. We still have 2 spells that we're going to be setting onto our field and possibly resolving the Titaniclad and then passing over to Tim to draw the turn.
Perhaps the Quem is too good to give up. or we want to go into a Dogmatica Ecclesia that is going to do a little bit more. Nope, we have the Guiding Quem, the Virtuous, giving another draw. And while this field does not look threatening, that is a lot of stuff, let me tell you.
Yeah, a lot of interaction there, but we've given Tim enough tools to try and play for it. And here is the favorite card right now, the Fredrolis Harmonia, entering the field of play and getting rid of possibly one, if not two, of those cards that are currently staring Tim down.
And now in this position, his favorite card, Fredrolis Harmonia, is so incredibly strong. Because you can either use the Malong to get rid of one more card from the field. You can get rid of the Fallen of the White Dragon or the Ecclesia, because we are in end phase. You're destroying the Guiding Quem, the Virtuous, but you could also possibly counter a Fallen and the Virtuous by sending the Wind Pegasus at Ignista. We're resolving the Cartesia, and in the next chain, Malong is probably going to get rid of that incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous, because this is a direct threat to the build-up of your field.
Yeah, and that is exactly what Tim is doing, getting rid of the incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous right now, and then being able to try and push that little bit further forward. But we are not done with Paul Roberts' end phase as of yet. There's still possibly one, if not two cards we might want to consider resolving before we hand over to Tim.
Are we using that? Oh, we are having the Fallen and the Virtuous in hand already waiting for this Fredrolis Harmonia, and we're setting up with an Albion in our graveyard. So we are going to get another Fallen and the Virtuous or a branded Retribution. I was a little bit worried for Tim about the Fredrolis Harmonia on the side of the field, because that opens up so many doors for Super Polymerization. But that is a card that you can also use later in the turn. However, if there is a Reco normal summon, for example, there is a good chance that a Trackmaker is just going to let the Reco snipe that Super Polymerization out.
Yeah, so we're going to be drawing for turn here. A very, very well piloted. Yes, we did have to give up a couple of draws. Is there going to be anything more? We have a Duelist Genesis to start us off. I'm curious if we're going to see another one of Tim's favorite cards that we saw previously, being the Pot of Sloth. But let's see if we're going to resolve the Duelist Genesis here to get us access to Cool Tune Synchro, or maybe even Synchro Overtake. There we go. There is the Synchro Overtake as expected. This is going to get direct access to a possible Cool Tune Rico, as you said.
And do you want to Retribution this? I feel like Retribution is a card that you want to really use to clutch out something, to stop a chain, to stop something like a Cool Tune Synchro and prevent a Zalen effect that is possibly trying to push through your field. However, if you're just giving your opponent a free special summon from the deck and a free search, that is already looking tough. So this powerful one-off might actually force you to act preemptively.
Yeah, it could be a very, very big dilemma, keeping in mind that we do have 3 cards along Paul Roberts' Set, Spell, and Trap Zone. One of them we do know, and we know its location. It's the other 2 that are the question mark, whether it could be a Super Polymerization, whether it is the Retribution. It could leave up a couple of issues there, that if we do go for the Rico and we do try to get rid of one of those unknowns, it could mean that we are a little bit more free to expand this ever-growing play from Tim.
So Paul Robert is contemplating for a long time now. It is untimed, so nothing to worry about there. Keep in mind we are only in game 2. Meanwhile, there's also another semi-final going on.
Yeah, so revealing the Cool Tune remix, meaning that we are going to try and get the Cool Tune mix directly from the deck. This, once it is used as synchro material, will attempt to go after one of our opponent's monsters, but there is a Forbidden Crown to negate and try to lock down that Cool Tune mix.
Now, that is going to stop Tim from using this mix for this turn, and he's going to deny the Surge. However, if there is more pushes from Tim, if he has more normal summons, that could be very much fine for him. That is just one of the weaker cards on his own turn. Actually, that it stays around for the next turn can also still help if you have something like a clip. Then Cool Tune Synchro is now being activated, trying to find a card, and this card, if it's not used in response to something, can always be a sign for a bad hand with Little Engine. However, this might also just be a bait out for branded Retribution, because technically this card also summons a monster.
Yeah, so we're going to be revealing that Cool Tune Rotary in the hand and the Cool Tune Rico to try and get what I could only imagine is that Cool Tune Rico to the field, searching out a Cool Tune monster that is not a level 3.
So what are we having here? Oh, there is going to be the Fallen and the Virtuous trying to get rid of the Fallen of the White Dragon. That plays around Super Polymerization incredibly well. You don't want to have this card on the field while you are trying to push.
Yeah, very, very well predicted there from Tim. We get the Rico onto the field here, and we are going to attempt to activate the effect and search ourselves out a Cool Tune monster that is not a level 3.
The thing is, while the Alubar is sitting there, Despian Coritis might still be a valid Super Polymerization target if that card is even there. Rekko is now getting us more and more cards. Tim is also a little happy that his opponent does have cards in hand.
Yeah, so we did give a decent amount of advantage under that Mole Charmy Fall Loss, but we were very confident in our end field as well. Are we going to see a Fallen and the Virtuous to get rid of that Rico from the field, limiting some of the resources to Tim here?
See, if there was a Cool Tune Synchro to be activated from Tim G to stop this from Tim Gräfe, that would be the perfect moment for a branded Retribution.
Here is that Cool Tune Synchro, and here is that branded Retribution, stopping that Cool Tune Synchro straight away, and we still have access to the Fallen of the White Dragon in the graveyard thanks to the Rindbrum, and no further pushes here apart from our normal summon of Cool Tune Q, and this will also get us access to another tune-up from the deck. Is this where we're going to be seeing the Rindbrum being activated?
Yeah, especially with the Cool Tune Q being a light monster, that is absolutely huge. As long as there is 2 monsters on the field, you can pull the trigger on the Rindbrum. But there is one thing. Rindbrum is going to summon Fallen of the White Dragon. That is going to summon Incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous. That one is going to try and summon Fallen of Albus. But a big, big, bad dragon. That is an answer to Fallen of Albus. Could be the case, but no! Q can always summon Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. He has done that already yesterday versus Jordan Gallagher. Put him in a checkmate position.
Yeah, very, very good there from Tim here, setting up a bit of insulation from that Fallen of the White Dragon. Let's see how far we progress. Is there an Effect Veiler in the hand? We know that there is Rotary, so we do get access to Trackmaker should this all resolve. And we're now confirming how much further we can go and making sure that that Cool Tune mix is confirmed to be locked down by that Forbidden Crown.
Tim Gräfe still has the Rotary in hand, so that can take a look-see at, I think, Cartesia and an Ecclesia in the hand of Paul Robert Groß, and then is going to be able to add some more cards. We are firstly going, of course, to resolve the Fallen of the White Dragon. And I think now that the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is out there, it's the time for Dogmatica Ecclesia to build up more resources.
Yeah, I completely agree. That Ghost Ogre is set there, ready to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to trade off with that Fallen of Albaz if it attempts to contact fuse with the field. And it's going to be very interesting to see how Paul Roberts navigates here to try and book a spot in the final of the EU WCQ. But we have gone for the Fallen of Albaz.
Did we even go through the Incredible Ecclesia? Yes, we have. All right, there it is. Ghost Ogre is checking this card. We, of course, need to discard a card too. I think we did that. So now Rotary. At least for Paul Robert, this card took away the body of the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, because level 3 tuner monsters, let me tell you, can get to a lot of damage at some point. I think at this point, Tim knows the entire hand. It is Aluba, so he is playing very, very freely. But how many pushes does he still have? He gets to do 2 searches now. Possibly a JJ Cool Tune or a Cool Tune Synchro from the side of the Rotary. Now let me check if Retribution negates the activation of the Cool Tune Synchro, because you are allowed to activate it twice per turn. It negates the activation, and since that happened, another Cool Tune Synchro should be able to activate, if you want to.
Yeah, I completely agree on this one. So I think getting access to JJ Cool Tune can still be very, very valuable. and then backing that up with another Cool Tune Synchro can really solidify your position here. That mix can't be used this turn, but it can be used next turn to still give you a nice line of advantage.
There's just one issue for Tim right now. He can play freely. He has pushed through all the interruptions. That is great. But if you have basically summoned all of your monsters once, you have triggered them once, sometimes the deck has problems with closing out the game. If you now find a way into a B2B and you don't win the game on the spot, it is not the hardest thing in the world for Branded to just find a Fallen and the Virtuous to destroy the B2B.
Yeah, completely agree here. And it is going to be that Cool Tune Synchro. And we're going to try and resolve, confirming what we want to grab off of. So I believe the Cool Tune Synchro is off of the back of the Track Maker, and then we're trying to resolve the Rotary to grab the JJ Cool Tune.
So we get another normal summon of a tuner, checking the top decks. And we're banishing the Branded High Spirits. Another incredible Ecclesia is not going to help Paul Robert at all. That is not a great top deck. But is the pushes that he has in hand maybe already enough? The question is, does he still have a Fallen of the White Dragon in his deck so that the incredible Ecclesia can actually summon it out? Or is the only push that he still has Cartesia, and how much is that going to help?
Yeah, so we're just contemplating what our additional normal summon off of JJ Cool Tune will be here. It looks like it's going to be the Cool Tune clip.
Oh, since we have the JJ Cool Tune, we can tribute it immediately. That is a nice interruption for the opposing turn, but we kind of, Tim is right, need to get rid of this field right now, and he doesn't have a lot of attack power. Okay, we are going to resolve the third Cool Tune Synchro, because the second one, it never happened.
I think that's exactly what Paul was just confirming, and then Tim responded as well, seeing exactly what you have as going straight into the Zarlin. The Zarlin sets up another line of protection during our opponent's turn. We have the Track Maker to return as well, and we're going to be returning that Aluba to the hand.
And now we're going to go into the B2B, business to business. Is he going to acquire a new customer, or is he just going to send him to the Shadow Realm? Paul Robert takes quite some damage from the Cool Tune B2B. That is a hard card to out if you don't have the Fallen and the Virtuous. The Aluba in hand on normal summon does search that card though.
Yeah, so it looks like we're moving to the end phase here, because Tim is going to resolve that Albion in order to grab us a Fallen and Virtuous. Then we've got Paul Roberts just having a look at the graveyard to see if there's anything to resolve here to be able to add them back, gain back resource, or even get his own copy of the Fallen and Virtuous. And it looks like we're going to be drawing for turn and utilizing that Aluba that we've returned.
Why did he bounce the Aluba?
Very good question. Very good question. Starting it all off again. Maybe we're confident that there's even nothing left, or very little left, or we have the direct answer to whatever Aluba could do. Maybe there is an Effect Vader in the hand. Maybe there is another Ash Blossom. We do not know. If there is anything in the hand, actually.
That could be quite possible. 3 Cool Tune Synchros already out. We know the Cool Tune clip isn't in hand. We know Fallen and the Virtuous and B2B. Oh, we're going to activate an effect in the end phase. We're going to add back Cartesia, and that is going to add Tim the Phydraulis Harmonia. B2B can, of course, just add back any tuner or special summon it. So you actually can summon out your Zalen as well whenever you want to.
Yeah, very, very powerful card, the Cool Tune, back to back. And we are utilizing the Graveyard Effect of Retribution to grab us access to that Fallen and the Virtuous, as you rightly mentioned here. Is there any response activation from Tim here? Looking at the graveyard, I don't believe there is. We know the card in hand is the Phydraulis Harmonia. Adding back that Fallen and the Virtuous. Paul Roberts not giving up here. Let's see how much further we're going to push, utilizing that Fallen and Virtuous straight away.
Yeah, that is the biggest enemy of B2B, and Tim is shaking his head. He says, I did not see that one coming. He still has his best friend, Phydraulis Harmonia, in his hand, so that one is still a viable option. But Robert, now he can also just go for the Ecclesia, get rid of that Fallen and the Virtuous on the side of Tim. He sends the Rintroom back to the extra deck, and Tim is checking his graveyard. Is there perhaps a chance in which he's going to chain this? Yep, Fallen and the Virtuous is being chained to send the Ecclesia to at least have another push in the next turn. Gives up the mix for it though.
Yeah, probably a fair sacrifice, I guess, in Tim's approach on this one. Keeping in mind that we still have the Fredrolis Harmonia that may get activated off of the back of our Aluba, but the Aluba still has a lot of very useful cards that could be searched here, and let's see which one Paul Roberts decides to grab. I mean, there's a host of options, and it looks like we're eyeing up that Branded Fusion, which could be a very, very good choice here in such a simplified game state as well, can push you quite far.
Yeah, you just need to be very aware that there's a Fedrolis Harmonia in hand of Tim. You should know at this point. If you didn't see it being added, you should still know. It's always going to be there.
Special summon down at that Blazing Cartasia, and it looks like Tim is scooping it up, going into game 3 of the top 4 feature match. Wow.
Paul Robert against so many threats from Tim stayed so resilient, said, okay, you know what, you can get through all of my interruptions, but I'm gonna put up enough bodies that you can't OTK me, you can't take my life points away. And then he stood there, just waited. And you know, Tim had to be on the offense the entire time. He couldn't just, like in game 1, chill on his hand trap, see, okay, how far is Robert pushing me? And can I still take him out of the resources? No, he had to push through a field, because in the next turn, surely it would be game. And then, you know, you have to commit into something like a B2B, and your opponent finds an easy way to get to the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Yeah. Very, very well navigated from both duelists there. Again, it just kind of shows the resilience, but it also kind of shows that the focus needs to remain throughout the entire period. It's going to be very interesting to see, because now Tim gets to go first on this one. It's going to be interesting to see what we're going to be bringing in. He does have Cool Tune Playlist in the side deck. That might be an option he could consider just to give another extra push, but I feel he could be quite confident and comfortable with some of the hand interactions he already has.
Yeah, that is true. I never expected the Fedrolis Harmonia to be such a key point in this matchup. Just like the Ghost Ogre and Snow Ribbit. Q summon Ghost Ogre is such a checkmate to Rindbrum or the incredible Ecclesia on the field. And that is one of the key interaction pieces of the deck. It's very, very cool to see that most of the time you are just still using that Fallen of Albus. In the beginning of Branded Sins, Fallen of the White Dragon came out. Some people discussed just running 3 Fallen of the White Dragon. Nah, you can't do that. I think that's illegal.
I mean, it's definitely an approach that some duelists have made for the better or for the worse. And then just having a quick peek into the side deck here, something that's very, very interesting for going second is that we could see Paul Roberts bringing in that Moljami Perulias, but also the Winged Dragon of Ra Sphere mode.
Yeah, I think if your opponent sees a Sphere mode and they're on Cool Tune, there is no way you're ever going to summon that. I think that is just a blank card that you would have to throw away then. So that is not really it. Cards like Lightning Storm are perhaps a little bit more useful, but then again, all of the monsters will just be summoned in defense. I think it's going second. Very hard to side versus a deck like Cool Tune, except for one card that has just come out, Pot of Sloth. This is one of the cards where you can change the information that your opponent has and nullify it. But I think the duelists are ready. They're shuffled up. So let's go into game 3 of the semifinals of the EUWCQ.
Here we go. So our duelists are ready. The fist bump for one of our duelists. This will be the end of the road for now. But for the other one, we will be progressing to the final of the EUWCQ. And we are going to be getting off underway. Tim is going to be starting us off here with a Cool Tune Rotary revealed in itself and Cool Tune Mix.
That is going to summon out the mix immediately. That is one of the few plays that gets punished by Droll Lockbird in the deck. But perhaps we haven't ever seen a Droll Lockbird being activated by Paul Robert. So we might feel a little secure. No, there it is!
Willed it into existence there. There is the Droll Lockbird. There is the celebrations from the crowd. How is Tim going to respond to this one here?
Oh, that has to be another big hand trap sequence. What you can do, can you really even do something? You have the rotary in hand, you have the Q in hand. So, you know, 2 of the 5 cards in hand for Tim. Tim could go into a remix with the Q and mix just to determine the top deck. If you don't have access to the hand, the top deck is really, really tough. But of course, we have still the normal summon, so we can set up a little bit more. You can go for a remix with an Ash Blossom that you could summon here, or a different hand traps that you might want to have. But then it's going to be tough to get the Q away, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can still utilize that rotary in the hand. Just having a quick look at Paul Roberts' main deck, there is no Ash Blossoms at all for interacting with the Q. It does look like Tim is going to go directly for that Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Yeah. Still ways to push a little bit here, but as you've already said, the resource of the searching can be a little bit limited. But we are going to work our way into possibly the Track Maker here. How do we push through? I mean, we just get the Q knowledge of the top decks. We don't get the rotary knowledge of the hand fully.
We do. We're just not allowed to search. It is a look into the hand, and if you do, you can search, so you can resolve this as far as possible. So that is a hand. Oh, you have a lot of monsters on the field already. Fallen. Okay, wow, how do you play through this? Fallen of Albus, Forbidden Crown, Super Polymerization, and Fusion Deployment. Now you get Information. Well, both of those aren't great for Powell, but I don't think in the opposing turn, except for with a clip you're summoning from hand. So it is going to be Perulia on the top. Super Polymerization. In Branded, this is one of the decks where you can use 2 per turn.
Yeah. Very, very interesting hand there. Plus the Forbidden Crown is going to limit certain access for cards. It depends on what else Tim has in the hand that can facilitate this field here. The Ghost Ogre, of course, would try to trade off with the Fallen of Albaz. It would cost his opponent a discard, but then why even use the Fallen of Albaz? Effectively, you could just use Super Polymerization straight away and save the discard for that. But it looks like we're going to synchro up into that Cool Tune remix.
I think that is the correct choice here, because this kind of forces Paul Robert into just starting the turn with the crown again. And the last time he did that, we could stall our way through the entire game. So I think if he starts with a crown, it's also going to be tougher to get a great Super Poly through. However, we do not get access to our Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. So there is actually a way to get into... So if we crown here, we deny the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. But if we Fallen of Albus, then we take away the Track Maker, we make the Mirror Jade, and then we can activate it, but it would have to banish itself because it couldn't banish the remix.
Yeah, I think we might hold the crown a little bit more as a reactive option. Obviously, the Cool Tune remix will tribute itself as cost. And we are going to be activating the Forbidden Crown straight away. Is there a Cool Tune? Oh, Fallen and Virtuous instead.
Yep, and you can just target your own remix if you want, and then chain the remix. Or you can target the crown. That also does work perfectly well. Set up for the graveyard. Tim Gräfe is staring down his opponent, and that would give him such a nice Ghost Ogre. Chains the remix.
Yeah, we want to try and get access to that Ghost Ogre to trade off with that Fallen of Albaz. Is there another card we might want to get back to the field? We do have Mix as a possible option to search here as well. Couple of different resource avenues, but keeping in mind that we do know every single card that Paul Roberts has.
I don't think you get to search with anything, because the crown does not target, so it is going to resolve on the monster. Oh, we are perhaps adding the Q back. We want follow-up, because Tim has the... Oh, he also destroys his own Track Maker, so he wants to make sure that there is no great Super Polymerization target. That is so huge, because he has the full information. That is a dangerous hand from his opponent, but it is not one that really plays that much. He also doesn't need the Ghost Ogre. If he plays it like that, Fusion Deployment, can you Ash Blossom?
Instantly hit with the Ash Blossom on that one. Very, very important. So this is going to stop access to the Blazing Cartasia, which would have opened up the door to a couple of more avenues. We already have the answer to the Fallen of Albaz, which right now with a kind of Forbidden Crown Mix on this one, you won't be able to use it anyway, and I think we are just going to be setting that Fallen of Albaz, setting the Super Polymerization, and waiting for Tim to commit to the field for that to become active.
As soon as he summons an Extract monster, that Super Polymerization is going to be a pain. Fallen of Albaz, how much defense does this iconic card have? It is zero. So I think that a reasonable play is just pushing the 100 attack points mix into attack position and attacking over this. But of course, Synchro Overtake can also be used. We're showing the RS that is going to get us a Rekko. As long as there is no Dark or Light monster on the field, we are not threatened by Super Polymerization into Dragon that devours the Dogma.
Yeah, very well done here. So we've been able to add that Rotary. I think Tim is going to try and navigate this. We are attacking that Fallen of Albaz with 0 defense. Is there any response here? I don't believe there will be. Very, very limited on the resources for Paul Roberts here. And that Albaz is going to enter. Ooh.
Now we are still giving a little last look into our extra deck. Is there perhaps something that he could do? Mix is a warrior. Nope. The battle resolves. Rekko triumphs over Fallen of Albaz. And maybe that is the story that this game is supposed to write. Are we seeing another remix, or is it going to be an RS? In this simplified game state, a remix will suffice. Rekko is destroying the Super Polymerization. 1 card left in hand. Normal summon Q. Tim Graefe is on his way to the finals of the EU WCQ.
You have so much more to play for here. It could be anything on the top deck, but you are very, very right. And that's the handshake. Tim Graefe makes it to the final of the EU WCQ.
I have never seen anything like it. No matter how little resources Tim has, no matter how hard he gets stopped, after a normal summon mix into draw and dogpad play, he finds a way to beat his opponent. He solves the puzzles that the Cool Tune deck shows him. The deck gives him a bunch of cards in hand of his opponent, and he says, okay, I will find the most unconventional way to beat this. I will have to stall this out in game 1. Triple Harmonia. The game looked so incredibly hopeless, but he pulled it out, and then he got rewarded for it by winning game 3.
Yeah, incredible from both duelists. It's not the end of the road. They will both be joining as teammates in World's Championship as well. But for Tim, this is going to be moving on to the final. This just shows exactly what persistence is made of. Hitting the final hurdle every single time and finally getting over that step, making his way to Worlds and now to the EU WCQ final. We will find out exactly who is going to be joining him for this final match here at the EU WCQ live from Brussels. So, absolutely amazing. We also have our winners of the Genesis Championship as well. So that was an incredible duel that we got to see throughout the entire weekend, and you can watch every single game back, follow the journeys on the secondary YouTube channel. But wow, absolutely wow.
That is incredible. We have now, at this stage of the European Championship, found every single person we're going to send to the World Championship, to the WCS in Tokyo. Let's look at the faces. Look at our phenomenal duelists that we're going to send over. Danilo Siracusa, Yannick Ackermann, Josh Kelly, Tim Graefe, Paul Robert Groß, Florian and Francesco Simoncelli. Look at these players. I don't want to say anything, but there's 3 Germans.
They all represent Europe on this one. I've got Josh Kelly as well. We are going over there, and hopefully one of the Europeans will be able to take the crown. We had Julien Collong, who came over last year to Paris and was able to walk it around and kind of technically took it back to America. So hopefully we can bring it back to Europe on that one. But every single one of them duelists worked incredibly hard to get there. We're not done. Tim is now looking a little bit more relaxed. It's amazing to have seen him over this entire weekend progress. Unfortunate for Paul Roberts there, but an incredible showing of Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot of creativity, a lot of resilience from both duelists as well. Absolutely amazing. And I just can't wait to see what the final round is going to be putting up to store for us.
Absolutely. Have you ever heard of the saying, the best stories write themselves? This story was not written by itself. It was written by Tim Graefe with months and over a year, 2 years of hard work, playtesting every single day, playing a tournament almost every weekend, over 2 years, OTS championships, regionals, open. He drove over the entire continent of Europe to gain those points, made it to the playoff. and failed. But over those 2 years, where in some crucial moments he fumbled the bag perhaps, sometimes he lost those games to misplays, but now this made him stronger, this made him better, and he is standing here with the coolest hat ever in this scorching hot venue here. Actually, it's incredible how well he plays. He is such an absolute mentality monster by this point. He's so relaxed, and he might be able to call himself a tournament favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know Tim personally, but seeing the emotions the second he booked his place at the World Championship was incredible. So much good following behind him as well, so much good support. And like you say, every single trial and tribulation into whether they were successes or whether they were defeats, were at the end of the day always going to be a learning curve. And that's what makes good duelists great, is that they dust themselves off, they get back up, they learn from the misplays, they learn from the mistakes, they don't do them again, and then they find themselves on the stage for the final of an EU WCQ.
Unbelievable. You're saying they don't make the mistakes. Those scenarios are so unique. If you are incredibly playing so much, it's crazy how much Yu-Gi-Oh! This guy plays. But can you imagine that in how many hours of testing you're encountering situations like this, where you sit on 3 Fragile Harmonia and you're like, hey, I just need to stall for 3 turns, basically, so I'm going to get their interactions out and I'm going to drain a branded deck of resources with 1 pop.
That in itself is absolutely incredible. Like, I don't think I know many times that Branded have been drained of resource. They're one of the very, very good decks that can control their own resources incredibly well. But Tim seems to find these unique scenarios to overcome, to make sure that they don't come back in the future. He's prepared for pretty much every scenario.
The patience and the aura on this man is incredible. Of course, Paul Robert goes, incredible player as well. He has performed so many times, especially on the national level in Germany. Everyone knows him as a threat, as a possible Swiss bracket demon, basically. He's so strong, and he has also made it to the World Championship. So commiserations on the top 4 loss, but I think he's more than happy.
Yeah, I actually feel kind of sorry for Asia and, of course, America, because looking at that team there, I think every single one of them duelists, we've seen Danilo over the entire weekend utilize it in Vote, playing with a smile on his face every single round and bringing a strategy not everyone was expecting. We got to also see Josh Kelly utilize the brand new Light and Darkness ritual strategy with Branded as well. And one thing that I think is absolutely incredible is every single one of these duelists, whether they used it as their main deck of Branded, whether they've used it as a supporting engine, they're all very, very familiar with that strategy. So I can't even compare to imagine the type of testing, the type of theory crafting, and maybe the type of decks that will be utilized by this team here.
Now, Dale, where was Light and Darkness Ritual in our top 8? Where has it gone? Why has it vanished? It looked like the deck of the tournament, basically.
That's a very, very good question. I wish I had the direct answer for you on that one. But all I can tell you is that these duelists have worked incredibly well. And ultimately, it looks like Tim, it looks like Paul, it looks like every single one of our top 8 finalists were able to overcome that new Light and Darkness strategy. And it kind of prevails that Cool Tune Pure, or utilizing the Branded strategy on its own, is far more superior than the Light and Darkness strategy as it currently stands.
Yeah, it is strong. I think the problem of the Light and Darkness Ritual deck is that there is so many bricks. It's incredible how many bricks the deck has. And doesn't matter how many starters you have in your deck, if you can always basically find a way to play. Some hands are going to be kind of ruined by the bricks that you're drawing, right? You draw the ritual monsters, you draw a mind shuffle, and then you're lacking pushes through hand traps. And then if you're playing Cool Tune,